with a sudden glimmer in his eyes. This young man realizes he has been reincarnated. Just as he starts to regain some old memories, his phone rings out of the blue. The caller is Nugo Than Song, the fiancé of Leufam. As soon as Leufam answers, he gets an earful of rage, but it is Nugo Than Song's voice that brings back his old memories in vivid detail. The moment Leufam reincarnated here was on the way to Socha, to Nugo Than Song's house, asking to marry her, but then that woman changed her mind and ran off with a rich second-generation guy named Duong Thiu Khan. Duong Thiu Khan was merciless, not only brutally beating Leufam but also having one of his kidneys taken, splashing acid on his face, then framing him with false accusations, landing him in prison for a whole decade. Leufam was in utter despair, and his father outside was suffering just as much, selling off everything and bribing officials, hoping to get his son released. But when Leufam finally got out of prison and returned home, what awaited him was his father's lifeless body, already cold. Many years later, he lived like a stray dog. Ultimately, Leufam could not take it anymore and decided to leave this world behind. Who would have thought that within disaster lay fortune? In his final moments, he unwittingly found himself entering the realm of immortality, becoming a disciple of the Taihoan lineage. The Taihoan bloodline is one of the elite forces in the 3,000 Great Worlds, and Taihoan was a prodigious talent with a cultivation speed that rivaled a millennium. He became a supreme being, on par with ancient elders who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, like Thandi and Kim Di Yutan. Because of this talent, Taihoan caught the attention of these elders early on, who forced him into a false accusation of monopolizing the heavenly scriptures, leading to a colossal battle. In the end, Tai, not wanting to fall into the hands of his enemies, chose to self-destruct, taking those who wished him harm down with him. In his previous life, he had reached the pinnacle of existence as the supreme being of the immortal realm, but the most regrettable part was that he had not resolved the mundane grudges, causing him to nearly fall into darkness time and again due to those painful memories. However, fate seemed to smile upon him, as the heavens granted Leufam yet another chance to tackle these troubles. This time, he was determined not to live a life of struggle, and would not allow his father to die in vain. Just as he thought this, a car suddenly came barreling down the road, out of control. Heading straight for the taxi he was in, the driver tried to steer away, but could not avoid the collision. After the crash, the other car completely lost control, crashing straight into the barrier on the bridge. It smashed through part of the barrier, almost plunging into the abyss. But it came to a halt just in time, thanks to Leufam pulling it back. This thrilling event drew a crowd of onlookers who were utterly astonished. They could not believe their eyes. How could a scrawny young man like Leufam manage to pull that car back with just his hands? Although Leufam successfully saved the day, he could not shake the feeling of dissatisfaction, realizing that his current strength was still too weak. He needed to quickly restore his cultivation if he wanted to protect his loved ones around him. At this moment, a man and a young girl stepped out of that car. The older man introduced himself as Suftian Chun, expressing deep gratitude for Leufam's earlier rescue. He promised that if Lolo ever needed help within the borders of their territory, he would never refuse. No need for that, Leufam quickly replied, waving his hand dismissively. Before Sifin Chun could respond, his granddaughter suddenly chimed in. Hold up. Our family does not owe anyone any favors. And we definitely do not want anyone coming around to collect. If you want something, just spit it out. Leufam turned back, feeling a bit annoyed by her tone. Then I need 100,000-year-old ginseng to heal my body. Can you make that happen? Sifin Chun quickly cut in, apologizing on behalf of his granddaughter. I am sorry. This is Esta Tight Line. My granddaughter. She has been spoiled since childhood and does not know how to speak properly. You do not seem like someone from our area. How should I address you? Looks like you are about to owe me another favor. Leufam shot back. This response only confirmed St. Tight Line's suspicions that he did not have good intentions. He was just trying to milk favors from her grandfather. But Leufam said that because he felt a dangerous aura closing in. Suddenly, a guy who looked like an assassin appeared. He was the one who had been sent to deal with Sifin Chun. But Leufam had interrupted him, and now he was looking to settle the score. When Sifin Chun saw this guy about to attack his benefactor from behind, he panicked and shouted for Leufam to get out of the way. But Lo just calmly turned around to face the guy and unleashed his energy, striking him with an invisible force. The assassin was sent flying back, crashing into a tree and spewing out a mouthful of blood. Sifin Chun was even more astonished by Leufam's actions. Clearly, only a master could unleash such energy. Looking at Leufam, so young, he did not look like a master at all. After all, most masters are quite old, usually in their 60s or beyond. But Leufam was still so young. If he really was a master, he was definitely a prodigy. As Lin could only watch in silence. She realized that Leufam did not even need to lift a finger to take down the assassin, proving he was no ordinary person. So she decided to tone down her earlier arrogance. Leufam took a few steps closer, standing before the assassin, who clearly had no way out. Just as he had said earlier, Thin Chun now owed him another favor. This time, he bowed deeply, showing utmost respect and gratitude, while still hoping to repay Leufam somehow. As Thin Chun bowed, a necklace slipped out from his robe, the gem on emanating a very familiar aura. Leufam immediately recognized it as a piece made from chaos meteorite. Alright then, if you really want to thank me, can you give me that gem? Thin Chun had no reason to refuse, hastily taking it off and placing it in Leufam's palm. He said that while the gem might just be a trinket to others, it would be incredibly valuable to him from now on. There are even no debts hanging over anyone's head before parting ways. After Leufam disappeared, a Suftight Lean put on her usual haughty attitude, questioning her grandfather about why he gave that jade pendant to the boy he always kept close. Thin Chun did not respond. Instead, his expression turned serious as he asked his granddaughter, "Do you know about the legendary warrior Long Thin Sigung from the Southeast Military District?" Long Thin Sung is the top expert in the Southeast Military District, tasked with defending the border region. He has got a reputation for thwarting terrorist infiltrations. Just hearing his name sends chills down your spine. Previously, Long Thin Jung single-handedly stormed into the West African conflict, taking out enemies amid a rain of bombs and bullets, annihilating over 2,000 foes and becoming a legendary figure among the troops. Sithivian Chisan knew of this man, but could not figure out why his grandfather suddenly brought him up. I mention Long Thin Sajing so you can understand better, because the skills of that young man from earlier are at least on par with his, as Thin Chen replied, his gaze still fixed on the disappearing figure. Meanwhile, Leufam quickly made his way to the Bech Thianga Hotel, the largest five-star hotel in Sachu. He has been through enough pain and frustration here. But everything's changed now. Walking in again, Leufam felt a flicker of excitement. He was really looking forward to running into that jerk, Ding Thiu Kan. But as soon as he stepped inside, before he could even spot a Thuko kind, he bumped into Ning Than Song instead. She is as hard to shake off as ever, immediately calling him useless for being late and making her wait forever. I ran into a bit of trouble on the way, Leufam replied nonchalantly. His casual attitude threw Ungu Than Song for a loop. It was not hard for her to sense that something was off with the Leufam. If this were before, he would be rushed in to win her over, going through all the motions just to apologize. Just then, another woman approached, sizing Leufam up from head to toe with a mocking gaze, then spoke up. "Than Sizung, is this your boyfriend from the countryside? He looks a mess. How could you let him out in public like this? If it were me, I would have chosen Dong Thiju." She scoffed. Enough of this? Ingu Than Sung lost her patience and interrupted the girl. Leufam recognized her too. Her name was Ti Haidan, a literature teacher who had always looked down on him and did not hesitate to jab at Ingu Than Sung with her mocking remarks. Ing Than Sung could not help but feel annoyed by Leufam. She scolded him for not dressing better for such a fancy place, embarrassing her in front of her colleagues. Their attitudes were just like in the past, and Leufam was not surprised at all. Dzung Thukan had arrived now, and as he started chatting, Ingu Than Sung had no qualms about belittling her boyfriend, calling him a poor loser, urging him not to pay any attention to Leufam. At that moment, Leufam sat alone in the corner smoking, and compared to the popular Dung Thuko Khan surrounded by admirers, he felt worlds apart. Ingu Than Sung could not hide her instinct to compare the two, and then the inedible happened. With the push from young Master Duong, she finally decided to show her cards. Duong wrapped his arm around Go Than Sung, who was still Leufam's girlfriend at the moment, and swaggered over to him, extending his hand to make an introduction. But Leufam did not give him an inch right from the start. "Sorry, I only shake hands with friends. And you are definitely not my friend." Duong's face turned dark with anger, and Nugo Than Song quickly spoke up. "Of course, taking the side of the rich kid. You better apologize to young Master Dong. He is the deputy head of the training department. You will be working under him later. So if you keep this up, you won't last at school. Do you even want to keep your job?" The commotion drew a crowd, and everyone seemed to share the same opinion. They could not understand why Ingo Than Sung was dating such a broke guy. Forget about Duong. Even Zi Yaoing's boyfriend was 100 times better than him. A bunch of sycophants started ganging up, pressuring Leufam to apologize for disrespecting young Master Duong. If this were the old Leufam, he would have been cornered to the point of tears. But now, he waited calmly to see just how long that jerk Duong could bask in his arrogance. "Leufam, I genuinely advise you to go back to your countryside and stop bothering Than Sung, because you are not worthy of her," young Master Duong smugly replied. This even caught the attention of the head of the training department. And of course, this big guy was on Duong's side too. He demanded Leufam to apologize immediately. saying he did not deserve to be sitting there. I do not deserve it. Young Master Dong does. Leufam scoffed, but his words were like giving the opposing team points. Dong puffed up with pride, bragging that he had shares in the Butch the Ananga Hotel. And if he did not deserve to sit there, who would? Realizing he could not outfight his opponent, Leufam pulled a little trick on that chair, then stood up. If you are so stubborn about sitting, then be my guest. Just do not regret it later. With that, he walked away, putting on a fake look of reluctance. And it actually created quite an impact. Dong hurriedly sat down on that chair still warm from Leufam, but as soon as he sat down, Dong felt something was off and jumped right back up. Holy cow. Why is it suddenly on fire? Than Song rushed over in concern, but ended up catching fire on her dress too, causing chaos in the hall. Someone quick-witted grabbed a bucket of water and splashed it right on the couple while the firefighting worked. It left Dong and Than Song looking a complete mess. And just when he was fuming over the chair catching fire, the chandelier above suddenly swayed violently and crashed down. Dong took the full brunt of that, getting seriously injured. His colleagues hurriedly rushed him to the hospital due to the unexpected consequences. Meanwhile, Leufam was casually smoking a cigarette and enjoying the show. To him, that Yang family sign was just a minor nuisance not worth mentioning, but it did not stop there. As Yang Xiaokan was just getting into the car, it suddenly burst into flames. As if cursed, the doors slammed shut, turning him into a roast chicken. And the crowd was in a panic. Yang Xiaokan could hardly keep his eyes open, only managing to escape by forcing the car door open. Xiaofan watched all of this from the balcony, wearing a smug smile of satisfaction. Act 2 was still unfolding, and he was not about to let his opponent off the hook so easily. Suddenly, Wu Qingshuang appeared right behind him. With the night growing late, she told Xiaofan to find a place to rest, hinting about the marriage proposal for tomorrow. It seemed she still wanted to play both sides. Got it. I will be there on time. Xiaofan replied calmly. In the past, he often found himself caught up in emotional turmoil. But this time, to uphold his path to immortality, he knew he could not afford any slip-ups. Of course, Xiaofan had to be present for the proposal tomorrow. After all, he still needed to deal with Yang Xiaokun. Wu Qingshuang watched Xiaofan's back and felt a twinge of guilt. Or rather, a sense of remorse. After all, he had traveled so far alone, and she had treated him poorly. Qingshuang, you and that little brat definitely won TB on the same path. Only a charming guy like Yang Xiaokun deserves you. Just then, Xiaoxiao Ying popped up out of nowhere, continuing to sweet-talk Wu Qingshuang, making her even more convinced that her choice was right. That is right. My boyfriend is about to return to the high society, Xiaoxiao Ying added. He even booked us a room. You should go upstairs, freshen up, and change into something nicer before heading home. After leaving the White Swan Hotel, Xiaofan suddenly received a call from an unknown number. Answering, he discovered it was Shu Lion, who somehow had his number. Where are you right now? You just arrived in Shu Prefecture. And I bet you have not found a place to stay yet. My grandfather has arranged everything for you. Xiaofan was about to refuse, but thinking about it, the debt of gratitude for saving him twice is indeed heavy. They want to repay him. There is nothing wrong with that. So why should he hesitate to accept? Xiaofan shared his current address and waited calmly for someone to pick him up. After hanging up, a beautiful girl suddenly approached him, holding a bouquet of flowers. Just a glance at her made it clear she had no good intentions. The girl immediately started coaxing Xiaofan to visit her flower shop, deliberately showing off her most beautiful angle to lure him in. If I go to your house, I doubt you could actually invite me in, Xiaofan replied, sounding unbothered. His attitude was indeed a bit harsh, making the flower seller blush with anger. What do you mean by that? Am I so lowly that I should even consider doing business? Are you tired of living? After having her true identity exposed, the girl immediately dropped her facade. Taking a few steps back, the murderous intent surged around him. If you have figured out who I am, then today, there is no way I am letting you go. Just sit still while I drain your life energy. The opponent dropped the flower basket from her hands, her nails extending faster than your ex's temper. Then, she began to absorb the life energy from Xiaofan. But just after taking a little, she suddenly sensed something was off. Her whole body ached, to the point where she could not stand and fell to the ground. Just taking a bit of energy felt like her body was being dried out, and part of her cultivation was destroyed. Who are you? She looked at Xiaofan with horror in her eyes. Life energy. You fool. He replied. That is the essence of my true self. A lowly demon cultivator like you could never handle it. If you want to live a little longer, you better scram. Upon hearing this, her face turned pale, and she was so scared she bolted. Just then, a taxi passed by. The driver could tell right away that this was a clueless fool with no cultivation. From the outside, it looked like Xiaofan was just randomly berating a beautiful girl, definitely not the behavior of a real man. Hey beautiful. Hop in. I will give you a ride, he said, opening the car door as the demon cultivator rushed over. Like Xiaofan could only shake his head in frustration. This knave human probably did not realize he was walking right into danger. As for the female demon cultivator, he decided to spare her life for now, planning to absorb her demon energy later once he refined the elixir of immortality to boost his own power. She sat in the car, glancing at Like Xiaofan through the rear view mirror, sighing in relief. That situation was way too close for comfort, and the expression on her face, seen by the driver, looked like she was terrified and utterly pitiful, prompting him to strike up a conversation to ease the tension. Hey gorgeous, are you okay? I saw you with that flower basket. Are you a flower seller?
Yep.
Our flower shop has tons of beautiful flowers. Wanna come check it out? It is just down the alley behind the flower villa. Earlier, she was injured by Like Xiaofan and needed some life energy to recover. Today, this love-struck driver was definitely in for a wild ride. Meanwhile, after the female cultivator left, a luxury car pulled up in front of where Like Xiaofan was standing. From the vehicle stepped out Shu Lion, exuding confidence like a true Harris. It is nice to see you again. This time, Shu Lion's attitude was far warmer. So it is really you. Please thank your grandfather for me. Like Xiaofan replied politely before getting into the car. Shu Lion drove herself and expressed her desire to take revenge on those who had just provoked him. But Like Xiaofan cleverly declined. After all, people who create their own mess should not expect others to clean it up. Just as he finished his thought, a sudden scream pierced through the air, followed by cries for help. Looking through the car window, he realized the screams came from the taxi carrying the female demon cultivator. The car had lost control, spun around, and crashed straight into the roadside barrier. The female demon seems to have had quite the feast, and as she looks through the glass, she flashes an incredibly eerie smile. Shu Su, gripping the steering wheel, is startled by the sight. Meanwhile, Like Xiaofan remains remarkably calm. After all, he had a feeling something like this would happen the moment that demon hopped into the taxi. That girl is... Shu Lion points at the taxi, stuttering and unable to find her words due to fear. There are so many things in this world that ordinary people just can't imagine. So do not be too shocked. Like Xiaofan replies nonchalantly. He seems like someone who has seen this kind of outrageous scene countless times before. This only deepens Shu Lion's curiosity about Like Xiaofan's true identity. But she does not dare to ask. Half an hour later, Shu Lion's luxury car pulls up in front of the Imperial Club. She heads to park the car while asking Like Xiaofan to go inside and take a breather. However, his overly plain, or rather shabby, appearance catches the attention of the staff. As expected, Like Xiaofan is stopped at the door. In his pitiful state, how could he even think of renting a VIP room? Like Xiaofan shakes his head, saying he is just here with a friend. The male staff member, hearing this, grows even more irritated and waves Like Xiaofan away, claiming they only serve members. What is going on here? The loud-mouthed staff member attracts the attention of another man. Director Kiao. Take a look at this kid. He wants to stay here. The man called Director Kiao approaches, scanning Like Xiaofan from head to toe, then bursts into laughter, mocking him. So it is this country bumpkin. Why is he here at a fancy place like this? Like Xiaofan looks at him, puzzled. Based on his tone, it seems he knows who Like Xiaofan is. The other man seems to pick up on Like Xiaofan's suspicion and quickly clarifies that he is Su Xiaoying's boyfriend. I have heard Su Xiaoying always brags about her boyfriend. Turns out he is just a lobby manager. His words are clearly insulting, and coming from someone who does not even look wealthy, they hit even harder against Director Kiao. He starts loudly ridiculing Like Xiaofan with the same old insults. He criticizes Like Xiaofan for being broke, calls him delusional, and brags about being here with friends. Just then, Su Xiaoying and Wu Qingshuang walk in. Seeing Like Xiaofan here surprises Wu Qingshuang, the money-hungry girl. After hearing Su Xiaoying's boyfriend clarify his status, she feels even more embarrassed. Wu Qingshuang assumes Like Xiaofan has come here to stir up trouble, and she feels extremely embarrassed, wanting to get him out of here as quickly as possible. But he is determined to stay and wait for Shou Tianshu. Seeing her stubborn ex-boyfriend like this, Yinggo Thansong really could not take it anymore and let out a sharp remark. Like so? How did I not realize before that you are just a fame-hungry, profit-driven guy just to grab my attention? You come all the way here. Don't you feel embarrassed? After hearing her words, Like Xiaofan found it utterly ridiculous and retorted, I am fame-hungry. Then what do you call your fling with young Shao Kun? Yinggo Thansong hit a nerve, making her visibly uncomfortable, but she still adamantly denied being with Yang Xiaokun, her stuttering voice and awkward expressions giving her away. Like Xiaofan was not interested in wasting more breath on her. He was determined to stay here today, no matter who tried to kick him out. Alright then. Let us see if you really have what it takes to stay here. Yinggo Thansong's tone shifted from impatient to almost mocking. Of course he has the right to be here. A different female voice chimed in. Strong and assertive, it was Shu Lion. Back on the scene, the moment Miss Shi appeared, the waiter and that guy in the room were utterly shocked, a wave of fear washing over them. They had no idea why the princess of the Shi family had personally come to this place. "Why should not I be here?" Shu Lion said, casting a disdainful glance at Ngo Than Song, then boldly declared, "Lai is a distinguished guest of my family. And you dare to be so rude." As Shu Lion spoke, she knelt down, and both her boyfriend and the waiter instinctively dropped to their knees on the floor. Then they were forced to slap their own faces, apologizing profusely for offending Lai Xiaofan. Watching her boyfriend get humiliated like this truly made Xiao Den fume. Only Ngo Than Song was clueless about who Miss Shi was, so she whispered to her friend, "Who is this girl? Why does your boyfriend have to fear her?" "This is Miss Shi," Xiao Den replied. "I heard that last year. A blind idiot bumped into her distinguished guest, and she ended up breaking his limbs. Now he is a total wreck." After hearing this, Ngo Than Song was shocked, but she also thought Lai Xiaofan was secretly being a sugar baby for the rich girl, which made her look down on him even more. Shu Lion made the two of them slap themselves for a while. Before finally satisfied, she pulled Lai Xiaofan away. Just before leaving, she could not help but shoot a glance at Ngo Than Song, thinking to herself, what a blind fool to give up someone as impressive as Mir. Even after they were gone, the icy stare from Shu Lion still left Ngo Than Song feeling tense. She thought, "Alright, like so. I will wait to see how much you will suffer once Miss Shi gets bored with you." After taking Lai Xiaofan back to her private room, Shu Lion straightforwardly proposed a matter. She wanted Lai Xiaofan to be her master and, to show her sincere respect, she even transferred a large sum of money into his bank account. Unexpectedly, Lai Xiaofan bluntly refused, stating that Shu Lion's qualifications were too lacking, and she did not deserve to be his disciple. This was something Shu Lion had longed for, but it seemed she just did not have the chance. Here we go, a hidden master. She is not about to let this chance slip away, even if it means sacrificing a few things. "Lai Xing, if you could take me as your disciple, I would follow your every word." As she spoke, Shu Lion began to take off her dress. The intention was clear, but her face turned as red as a ripe tomato. Clearly not entirely willing, Lai Xiaofan assessed her from head to toe. This young girl was indeed quite beautiful, but compared to the 100-flower saintess, the master of the 10,000-flower cave, or the Jiaoqi fairy, she was still lacking by miles. Honestly, she was not worth breaking his original male body over. She got dressed and left, while Lai Xiaofan put on a righteous act. After some consideration, he agreed to take Shu Lion as a registered disciple. A step down from a true disciple, Shu Lion immediately lifted her dress, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Thank you, master. Just call me teacher from now on. Remember, we are the successors of the Tai Huanyi lineage. Even if you are just a registered disciple, you are still part of the lineage." Lai Xiaofan's tone was incredibly serious, which made Shu Lion feel tense. "Master, so where is our lineage?" "It is in a very faraway place," Lai Xiaofan replied, his gaze drifting out the door. "One day when your power is strong enough, I will take you there to see." For some reason, when Lai Xiaofan said this, Shu Lion felt he seemed to be in pain. As for Lai Xiaofan, he did not want his disciple to know that he was hurting, because he missed someone from there. The woman of Lai Xiaofan's dreams was Xi, a fairy who had both beauty and talent. In his previous life, Suxi had tirelessly trained, not to surpass Lai Taihuan in strength, but to stand side by side with him under the heavens. Since his rebirth, Lai Xiaofan finally had a bit of time to think about her. He wondered how Suxi was doing now. Was she well or searching for him? But Lai Xiaofan silently vowed that one day he would return to find her and pay off all his old debts. Noticing her master's complicated mood, Shu Lion wisely decided to back away for now. Left alone in the room, Lai Xiaofan took out the jade pendant from Sefthin Chun and rubbed it in his hands. This chaotic spirit stone was a precious item, but sadly, it was now drained. Lai Xiaofan rubbed the pendant for a while, but nothing happened. The residual Taixuan Kai in his body was still there, but not enough to activate this thing. Lai Xiaofan put it back in his bag, planning to wait until he reached a higher stage of cultivation to activate it later. Not feeling sleepy yet, Lai Xiaofan opened the door and stepped outside. He then realized the server and his ex-girlfriend were still outside, slapping themselves in the face. Master Lai Xiaofan stepped out, and they did not even have the decency to hug his legs, calling him Grandpa Lai and begging for forgiveness. But considering how they treated him earlier, Lai Xiaofan just kicked his foot, cursing them to get lost. His refusal to forgive meant these two had to keep kneeling there, slapping themselves. Lai Xiaofan looked at his ex-girlfriend's boyfriend. The more he looked, the more he felt his eyes bulging. In his past life, he was the loyal dog of Yang Xiaokun, causing trouble for him more than once. Little did he know that in this life, he would end up in his hands, just like an ant at the mercy of fate. Lai Xiaofan stepped out of the hotel, looking to wander around a bit, but as soon as his feet hit the pavement, a car came barreling towards him out of nowhere. He jumped back, startled, and shouted after it, Are you blind or what? But that is when like Xia Fan noticed a beautiful girl in the back seat, crying and banging on the window, begging for help. The car sped off into the outskirts, heading straight for the woods. The girl being kidnapped in the car was Aoyang Bunny, and her captor was Song Zhong. Don't be scared. Aoyang Bunny. Just give me a good night, and I will sign a contract for you right away. Song Zhong was shameless. Not only abducting but also drugging Aoyang Bunny. She felt utterly miserable. Her mind was foggy, desperately wanting to fight back, but her body refused to cooperate, leaving her like a fish on a cutting board. At Song Zhong's mercy, I threw your phone away. So how are you going to call the cops? Go ahead and scream. The more noise you make, the more excited I will get. I will enjoy breaking you later. Song Zhong's mocking laughter only made Aoyang Bunny cry harder. He started to undress her, clearly harassing her while claiming that being noticed by him was a blessing from a past life. Before long, Aoyang Bunny was almost completely exposed. But just when things were getting intense, someone knocked on the car window. Rapping sharply, Song Zhong, caught up in the moment, was furious at the interruption and quickly rolled down the window, shouting at the person outside to get lost. But unlucky for him, it was like Xiaofan. Not only did he refuse to leave, but he also insisted that the other person come out and talk. Seeing the other party's aggressive stance, it was clear they were not backing down, and Song Zhong was seething with rage. He grabbed a baseball bat and stepped outside. You punk. I do not care who you are, but I will give you one last chance. Get the hell out of here. If not, I will make you regret it. He pointed the bat at Like Xiaofan, gritting his teeth in a threatening manner. But on the opposite side, Like Xiaofan showed no fear at all. He calmly lit a cigarette instead. Then he told the guy to free the girl in the car, or he would consider letting him keep his life. To Song Zhong, Like Xiaofan looked like just a skinny dude dressed in shabby clothes. So when he heard that, he felt utterly dismissive. In this southern city, no one had dared to talk to him like that, not even in the capital. I do not care who you are. I will ask you one last time, are you going to let her go or not? Like Xiaofan reiterated, but this time, the only response he got was the baseball bat swinging his way. Song Zhong was not in the mood for chit-chat and struck without hesitation. Too bad for him. He ran into someone like Xiaofan, who had spent his whole life training. With one hand, he caught the bat and crushed it. Seeing this, Song Zhong's fear kicked in, and he instinctively stepped back a few paces. But still, he continued to threaten. Don't think just because you know a bit of martial arts that you are tough. This society is really complex. Someone like me is not the type you can mess with. So why did not you tell me just how complex it is? Leufam spoke as he stepped forward, grabbing his opponent by the collar. Tung Trung was panicking like crazy, but all he could do was threaten him. Unfortunately, Leufam did not care. He lifted Tung Trung effortlessly, dangling him above the ground. If the guy was so eager to throw his life away, then he would not mind granting his wish. Just seconds later, Tung Trung was gasping for air, starting to panic. Damn it. You think I am scared? Cough cough. Give me 100 of your guts, and you still would not dare. Who do you think you are scaring? As Tung Trung finished his rant, Leufam suddenly let go. But sadly, it was not to spare him. He just dropped him straight into the abyss, and Tung Trung let out a pitiful scream. But hey, he brought this on himself. After dealing with that pesky bug, Leufam intended to leave, but just then, the car door creaked open, and Yu Hung Bihai stumbled out in a daze. Sir, please wait, she called after him. But before she could finish, she tripped up. Leufam shook his head, sighed in annoyance, but ultimately decided to take her back with him. Judong Bg Nai started to regain her senses after a hot shower at the headquarters, but a new problem arose. Her clothes were all torn up by Tung Trung earlier. Seeing her only wrapped in a towel, Leufam felt a bit awkward and tossed her a white shirt. Dean Ruby, knowing her place, put on the shirt and buttoned it up carefully before tying her hair back. Thank you for saving me, sir, she said shyly. All right. If you are all good now, you can leave, Leufam said, a bit impatiently. But Dudung Bki looked troubled. She clutched her shirt tightly, saying Lo said someone would come to pick her up tomorrow, and since she was all alone, she asked Leufam if she could stay the night. Whatever you want, he replied, then turned to face the wall. Dudong Bihai thought for a long time, then laid down on the bed, turning her back to Leufam. For some reason, even though he was a stranger, she felt incredibly safe next to him. Leufam, of course, did not touch her. So Du Bihai had a peaceful night. The next morning, Leufam got into the car, ready to head to Invincible Immortal's place to discuss the proposal. He received a call from Suftite. Her grandfather had just heard about the benefactor coming to work at the Dongfang Chi Tin school, and had handed over the management to him. After all, this was the Suf family's business. After hanging up, Leufam still felt like it was all too surreal. He just casually saved a life. and did not expect that person would have such power. Even that prestigious school belonged to the Sefa family. Fine. Leufam had no reason to refuse. I have a few things to take care of now. So if there is nothing else. Goodbye.
Yep.
Sorry to bother you. Master. At this moment, Leufam had arrived at the Dongfangdring Chitin school. In his previous life, Ingu Than Sung and her mother had swindled all his assets and colluded with Tukan to throw him in jail, causing his father to pass away without ever closing his eyes. Today is just the first step in your revenge plan. No one saw it coming. Right now, Ingu Than Sung's mom is carefully telling her to quickly turn the tables on Leufam. For her, when it comes to love, you gotta strike while the iron's hot, or you will miss out on a fat catch like Tukan. After all, he is loaded and well-connected. If Ingu Than Sung gets with him, she can secure a life of luxury for the rest of her days under her mother's brainwashing. And with everything that happened yesterday, Ingu Than Sung has made up her mind to cut ties with Leufam today. Just then, Leufam arrives. The moment her mother saw him, she visibly frowned. It made sense. Though she only considered rich guys like Yang Xiaokun worthy of being her son-in-law. Before Lai Xiaofan could say anything, Wu Qingshuang snapped. Lai Xiaofan, do not you see my mom? What is with the silence? That is just rude. Lai Xiaofan reluctantly managed a greeting, then lit a cigarette and found a place to sit. Wu Qingshuang's mother, seeing her daughter's uselessness, decided to take matters into her own hands. The first thing she asked was about Lai Xiaofan's salary. Lai Xiaofan is just an intern teacher. His salary is around 2 grand. Wu Qingshuang answered for him. As soon as she heard 2 grand, her mother let out a cold laugh and bluntly criticized him for being jobless, without a car, and having such a low salary. How could he even have the guts to propose to her daughter? As for Lai Xiaofan, he was already familiar with the true colors of this venomous duo from his past life, but experiencing it all over again still made him feel uneasy. He was about to speak up when the money-hungry Miss Wu cut him off. Enough. Lai Xiaofan, you do not need to say anything else. Isn't it because you are broke and have no money that you are clinging to Miss Wu? You really disappointed me yesterday, making me lose even more respect for you. Wu Qingshuang was referring to how Lai Xiaofan became the sugar baby of the wealthy Miss Shu Lion, and he had no intention of explaining himself. Even if he wanted to explain, her mother was already impatient to kick him out. Yang Xiaokun was about to arrive. Just as she mentioned him, he showed up. A luxury car pulled up in front of the gate, and Yang Xiaokun swaggered out. Even though he was nursing a hangover from last night's party, he still exuded the aura of someone wealthy. When her mother saw him, she put on a cheerful face, all smiles and handshakes, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor with Lai Xiaofan. This time, 2 tall, intimidating men followed Yang. Lai Xiaofan knew right away he was prepared. In his previous life, these 2 had left him crippled, but today, he was determined to turn the tables on him, even pay him back double. Auntie, I had a little mishap before. Just came from the hospital, so I did not bring a gift. How about this? I heard you do not have a car, so I will gift you this one. Yang Xiaokun pointed at the luxury car he just drove in. Wu Qingshuang's mother could not help but smile, her lips stretching from ear to ear. Oh, you are too generous. We are practically family now. This is just a gesture of filial piety towards you. Auntie, it is the least I can do. She had long been blinded by money, and being gifted a luxury car made her even happier. Leufam is still here. Yet Ngo Than Sung's mother is already quick to wipe her hands clean of him. She praises young Master Dong for being so understanding, but then slips in a jab that he is nothing like someone who, being poor, would just mooch off others. Clearly, that someone they are talking about is Leufam. Now, young Master Dong realizes he is around and decides to throw some shade. Leufam, you really know how to cling. Chasing all the way to Than Sung's house, his thoughts spiral back to yesterday's chaos, making him even angrier. Convinced that everything from the burnt chair to the fallen chandelier is all Leufam's fault, young Master Dong plans to give him a serious lesson today. True to form, the first step is to threaten him with some tired old lines. Basically, he warns Leufam to scram if he does not want to humiliate himself, thinking maybe he could save face with Ngo Than Sung without making school life hell for him. What are you planning to do to make my life miserable? Leufam shoots back with a tone that drips with sarcasm. His opponent would never dream of the connection between Leufam and So Than Chen, so in his eyes, Leufam is just some intern teacher. Meanwhile, he is already the vice principal, not to mention he comes from a wealthy family. Young Master Dong believes his status alone at school is enough to crush Leufam. Hearing him brag like that makes Leufam chuckle, boldly declaring that he is the principal now. Of course, young Master Dong does not buy it. Thinking Leufam must be dreaming after 3 days of not waking up, he laughs out loud, which only embarrasses Ngo Than Sung further. Honey, I write. You should not be hanging around someone like him anymore. You really should set some boundaries. It is just humiliating. Ngo Then Song's mom keeps grumbling, then affectionately pulls young Master Duong's hand, eager to take him inside for some delicious food. But this spoiled prince still wants to stir up trouble with Leufam. He tells the mother-daughter duo to take his supercar for a spin while he sticks around to chat with Leufam a bit longer. Ngo Then Song stands awkwardly between the two men, but since her mom keeps pushing, she eventually leaves. Now it is just Leufam, young Master Duong, and his lackeys, and he quickly flips the script, acting all tough like a street thug. Leufam, if you kneel down and bang your head 100 times, and bark like a dog, I will let you leave peacefully. But do not ever show your face to me or Then Song again. Otherwise, I will make you regret ever being born. Young Master Duong's words are incredibly harsh. Does Leufam know what he means by making him regret being born? Because he has lived through that before in his past life. What? You planning to break my limbs, take my kidney, use acid to disfigure me, and then pin a crime on me to throw me in detention? Did not expect you to be this sharp for a country bumpkin. Since you know, then why do not you just kneel down and bang your head? Leufam is too lazy to banter with this jerk. He stands up and without a word, strides over to choke him by the throat, lifting him off the ground. With the remnants of the mysterious energy still lingering in his body, it is no surprise that Leufam has some strength left. He can easily suppress his opponent. The two bodyguards that young Master Yang brought along quickly scrambled to save their boss. However, to deal with them, Leufam did not even need to lift a finger, one hand still tightly gripping Yang's neck, despite him thrashing around like a fish caught in a net. With the other hand, he started unleashing his vital energy, sending the two rushing bodyguards flying back. Leufam's astonishing power immediately alerted the two that he was a master cultivator. Seeing that his opponent understood the concept of cultivation, Leufam seemed quite excited. You two lackeys actually know about cultivation. That is definitely something I did not see coming. With that, he tossed Yang aside, causing him to yelp out in pain. As for his bodyguards, although they felt the overwhelming aura of Leufam, they did not want to show weakness, so they kept their bravado. The strong hide their talents, and those with deep cultivation are everywhere. Today, we will spare your life out of respect for your shared path. You better let young Master Yang go, and then bow down obediently. We will ensure you leave here safely. One of them said this, but the other was clearly trembling in fear. The fact that Leufam could unleash such a powerful stream of energy showed he was on a very high level, far beyond what they could handle. Meanwhile, young Master Yang was starting to lose his cool. He shouted, "What are you all standing around for? I did not pay you to just stand there and chat. If he won bow down, then I will cripple him and take his kidneys." What a clueless fool. Leufam found it utterly ridiculous that despite being in such a dire situation, he was still stubborn. Does young Master Yang still not understand the situation? Right now, it is you who are at a disadvantage. He was originally standing opposite the two bodyguards. However, as he said this, he suddenly appeared behind one of them. That speed was so fast it was almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. Leufam swiftly grabbed his arm. This arm was the same one that had broken his leg before. It was time to start by crippling his right arm. He struck with pinpoint precision, and the bodyguard's face instantly paled as he let out a shriek, clutching his right arm, the other one, seeing this, immediately retaliated. But just like before, Leufam used his vital energy to form a shield, not only absorbing the punch but also sending his attacker stumbling back. This guy was the one who had harvested his kidneys back then, so he certainly would not let him off easy. That bodyguard was quickly knocked down, sprawled out in his own blood. Leufam did not even want to get his hands dirty, constantly flicking his fingers in disgust. With old debts settled with these two, it was now time to deal with the mastermind. Witnessing Leufam handle his bodyguards, young Master Yang was already shaking like a leaf in fear. He started trembling while threatening, saying that if you dared to touch a single hair on him, he would definitely accuse you of intentional injury, making you eat prison food for life. Leufam was thoroughly enjoying this cowardly demeanor of Yang Tukan, then returned all of his earlier bold words right back at him. Don't worry. I won't touch you as long as you kneel down and bang your head 100 times while barking like a dog. Yang Tukan was grinding his teeth in anger, clearly not wanting to comply. Seeing this, Leufam stepped on the foot of his bodyguard, instantly crippling him too. Yang Tukan was scared out of his wits, stammering, "I will bang my head right away. Please do not hit me." At that moment, Ngo Then Song and her mother were sitting in Yang Tukan's luxury car. After all, she was not as heartless as her mother. So while sitting in the car, she was still anxiously worried that Leufam would get beaten. "Then Song, I am warning you for the last time. Do not mention Leufam again. Tukan is 1,000 times better than Leufam." In front of Tukan, Leufam was just a pile of dung. Ngo Then Song's mother was incredibly adamant. She was about to berate her daughter some more, but just then, the car had made a turn and stopped right in front of their house. perfectly in time to witness Yang Tiaokun, whom she always flattered, bowing his head before Like Xiaofan, whom she always looked down upon. At this point, Yang Tiaokun had banged his head until it bled, but he had only done 50 times, and Like Xiaofan had no intention of cutting him any slack. Yinggo Thansung was so anxious that she jumped out of the car, seeing Yang Tiaokun in such a pitiful state, along with his 2 bodyguards lying flat on the ground. She was stunned for a moment before she could say anything. Like so? What are you doing? Why did Tiaokun end up like this? Like Xiaofan shrugged, saying he had not done anything. It was all Yang Tiaokun's own choice. After saying that, he patted his face, reminding him that after banging his head 100 times, he also had to bark. Definitely do not forget. Yang Tiaokun gritted his teeth but did not dare to speak, while Nungo Thansong could not hold back. Like so? Even though I do not know what happened, there should be limits to humiliating others. Why have you become so cruel? You need to apologize to Tiaokun right now. Like Xiaofan found the very idea of apologizing laughable. He let out a mocking laugh, then shoved his hands into his pockets and stood up casually. Their family, along with young Tiaokun, who had once been so arrogant and disdainful, had never thought of apologizing to Like Xiaofan. Now that he was just returning the favor, it was already a huge deal. Yang Tiaokun was forced down to the ground by Like Xiaofan, and kneeling, despite feeling utterly humiliated. He has no choice but to bark like a dog at the request of Digzang Thigu kind, all while secretly vowing to get his revenge one day, making Lo Tiufum's life a living hell. At that moment, Lo Tiufum's phone rings. It is his dad calling. Seeing his father's name flashing on the screen, he can't help but feel a rush of mixed emotions. As soon as he answers, his dad bombards him with questions. Is everything okay in Sochiu? How's school going? Have the wedding plans with Ang then Drong been finalized yet? Hearing his father's voice again makes Lo Tiufum so emotional that he tears up. His dad, sensing something's wrong, becomes even more anxious. Good. Are you okay? If something's up, just tell me. I will help you out. Don't keep it all to yourself. Lo Tiufum shakes his head, reassuring his dad that everything's fine, telling him to hang tight while he sorts out a few things before bringing him to Sifufa Chu. They exchange a few more words before hanging up. In the past, his dad endured all kinds of humiliation to save him, and eventually died. Meanwhile, he was bullied terribly, and even after achieving greatness, he still ended up jumping off a cliff, unable to do anything for his father. So this time, the person Lo Tiufum wants to make it up to the most is his dad. After teaching Dung Thuo Khan a lesson, he will head over to the dying Fanjai Chi Teen Elite School. He initially came here to take a position as an intern teacher, but when they saw he was just a broke country boy, they said the teaching position was no longer available, and assigned him to manage the storage room instead. Donnie say I did not warn you. The chairman is coming today for an inspection and will introduce the new principal. You need to tidy up the storage room within 2 hours, or forget about getting paid this month. This old man is such a bully, taking advantage of the new teachers. After a few back and forths, it turns out he is just a lackey for Daikong Thiwu Kine, thinking the principal position should be his. So he is sucking up to that jerk by picking on Lai Yu Fim. With that, he tosses Lo Ho Fem a bunch of keys. I heard you and Dedung Thegu Khan have beef. If he becomes the principal, you can bet he will kick you to the curb. So it is best for you to bow your head and apologize to him. That way, you might keep your storage manager position. Before Lo Tu Fum can respond, the office door suddenly swings open. The young man, bright as the sun, walked in, looking like a gym teacher. The moment he saw Like Xiaofan, he lit up with a big smile and hurried over to throw an arm around him. Xiaofan, I heard you came to sign up for work, you little rascal. Why did not you give me a heads up? Did you forget your big bro? This guy, Kuo Fi, is a good friend of Like Xiaofan. When they met, was all smiles and handshakes. But before they could exchange more than a couple of words, this fat guy jumped up, pointing a finger at Kuo Fi, demanding, who let you in here? Why are not you out in the gym teaching? Do you even realize this is considered slacking off? Watch it, or I will dock your pay. Now get out of here with Like Xiaofan. Pronto. All right. Head honcho, we are on our way out. Kuo Fei grabbed Like Xiaofan's hand, reminding him not to sweat the fat guy. That guy's always been cranky like that, and he has got a bit of a midlife crisis vibe going on too. It has been a whole year since Kuo Fei and Like Xiaofan last saw each other after graduation. He started asking all kinds of questions, like when he plans to marry Wu King Shuang, and what is up with his family. Like Xiaofan did not hold back about Wu King Shuang now dating Yang Xiaokun. So yeah, he has definitely been cheated on. After a few seconds of processing that bombshell, Kuo Fei's face turned red with rage. Well, forget her. If Wu King Shuang is acting like that, she clearly does not deserve you. Guys like Yang Xiaokun will only make her regret it soon enough. While saying this, Kuo Fei also patted Like Xiaofan on the shoulder to comfort him, but by now, Like Xiaofan had moved past being upset about it. He was actually more curious about Kyle Fei's situation. It is clear he is a master scrad in physics and chemistry. Yet here he is teaching gym. As soon as this came up, Kwa Fei sighed heavily and started to explain. Turns out, when he first got to the school, his stellar math scores ruffled some feathers with Yang Xiaokun and Mir, head honcho. Consequently, they shoved him into gym class, and the most unruly one at that. Kwa Fei initially resisted, but with his mom seriously ill, he had no other choice. Recently, he has come to terms with it, planning to quit once his mom's health improves a bit. Like Xiaofan thought it over for a moment, then patted Kwa Fei's shoulder, promising he would help him get justice. Kwa Fei was grateful but warned him not to make enemies with Mir, head honcho or Yang Xiaokun because of him. After all, those guys have way too much power. Someone like Kwa Fei can touch them. But what he did not know was that thanks to some lucky breaks, like Xiaofan had long stopped being an ordinary guy. Once that guy comes to finalize the new principal appointment, both he and Kwa Fei want to have to put up with it anymore. After hearing Like Xiaofan was about to become the principal, Kwa Fei did not mock him. He just thought it was funny how Like Xiaofan, usually so serious, was now cracking jokes. He temporarily set that aside and pulled him to help clean out the storage room. Meanwhile, the two bodyguards hired by Yang Xiaokun, who got their butts handed to them by Like Xiaofan, had just returned to their own clan. They were crying and begging their boss for justice. From what those two said, it was clear that their opponent was no ordinary cultivator. Yet they could not figure out which sect he belonged to, so their boss was even more confused, wondering when a formidable young cultivator like this had appeared in Shezhou. "Did you guys mention my name?" he asked. They had, but this kid was not scared at all. He told the boss he was just a pile of dog poop, and even if the boss showed up, he would still make him kneel in the dirt. The moment these two talked back, their boss was so furious he was shaking all over. And then he gave the order. How dare they not take him seriously? "You guys hurry up and investigate this kid's whereabouts. I will chop him into 3 pieces. Shi Tianjing and his granddaughter were currently at the Tanlong Hotel. Originally, he thought just giving a school to Like Xiaofan would be enough, but Shi Xuishan, being more thoughtful, felt that her grandfather should hold a ceremony to announce it to everyone. Shi Tianjing thought it made sense. So he told her to gather all the teachers at the school to the Tianlong Hotel to announce the new principal. Shi Xuishan quickly started making arrangements, but her grandfather called her back. Shi Tianjing mentioned a name. Li Yunshan. Even though he was the same age as Shi Xuishan, he had been in the military since he was very young. Therefore, he was a top-tier master. Long Chanjing of the Southeast Military District, now promoted to the rank of Major General, and a very outstanding individual. According to Shi Tianjing, Li Yunshan had returned, and he came back for Shi Xuishan. The two had been promised to each other since childhood, and Li Yunshan had feelings for her, so his return was for that reason. Unfortunately, Shi Xuishan did not like him at all. Shi Tianjing was protective of his granddaughter, so he did not want to force her. He was not overly concerned about Li Yunshan. He was just worried about Long Qianjing. After all, this guy was a top-tier master with a strong presence. If he really spoke up, the marriage would be hard to refuse. Back to the Eastern Noble Academy with Zhang Kaiking. After taking a tour, Like Xiaofan finally understood why they chose this land to build the academy. It had the richest spiritual energy within a 100-kilometer radius. He and Kyle Fei both received a message from the school, announcing the new principal's appointment ceremony. After reading it, Kwa Fei immediately thought of Yang Xiaokun. After all, his father was on the board of the academy, and their family had both money and status. Unless something unexpected happened, Yang Xiaokun was definitely going to be the principal this time. Like Xiaofan knew his friend did not believe he would become the principal, so he could only wait quietly for the ceremony to officially take place. All the teachers hurriedly dressed up and headed to the Tianlong Hotel. When Yang Xiaokun showed up, everyone flocked to butter him up. When Like Xiaofan and Kao Fei arrived, Yang Xiaokun did not hesitate to throw a glare filled with resentment at him. The humiliation of being forced to kneel and bark like a dog had not worn off yet. He decided that once he became the principal, he would really give you a piece of his mind. Yinggu Thang stood next to Digong Thiu Kine, clearly a stunning couple. Yet somehow, they made everyone roll their eyes. Lo Tvu Firam did not even bother to glance at the lovey-dovey couple and just strolled by. This made Engyu Then Song boil with frustration. "Lu Vo, stop right there," she called after him. "What is it?" He turned around, looking really annoyed. "Lu Vo, what is the point of pretending to be calm right now? Thiku Kine is about to be the principal of this school, and you are still not going to apologize to him. If not..." She did not even finish her sentence before being interrupted. Tiu Farm looked over, saying, "Sorry, but I do not see anyone in this world who could make La Thai Human apologize, let alone Detting Thigo Kine." Then Song clenched her fists, responding with a serious face. "Tu Feism, can you stop pretending? Think about it. It is not easy for someone from a poor background like you to get a teaching job at an elite school. Don't you care about your future? You are not even a little affected by her words. My future is not something you guys can even imagine. And as for you, I suggest you know your place. With that, he pushed the door open and stepped outside, leaving Ingyu then Song with a head full of questions. What is up with Lotiwu Fifram acting like he does not care about anyone? It is totally incomprehensible. And there is no reasoning with him. Mshu Haimi, who had been observing, had to admit that Lotiwu Fam was completely clueless. And if I had known, I would not have let him oversee the storage room anymore. It would be better to have him clean the bathrooms. Hu Duna next to him agreed. Totally. I think he has lost it. People like him should be kicked out of school ASAP. Classmates could not stop trash talking to Yu Fireem, saying that Lo Tifofum was trash and did not deserve to be anything more than the lowest class in society. He had been harboring hatred for a long time. Lu Ho, do not think just because you have a bit of martial arts skill, you can insult me. Today, I will show you the difference between power, status, and position. I will make sure you can rise above your place for the rest of your life. At the lively gathering at the Thin Long Club, everyone was happily raising their glasses, except for Tu Fime, who sat alone observing from a distance. Qiu Fei noticed his miserable appearance and approached, asking, "Aren't you eating? This is a high-class club in Suchou. The Thin Long Club usually only allows the upper class of Suschu to dine here." While he was chewing and chatting, the chairman announced the new president. It was clear that the chairman valued the new principal. But I wonder what they were thinking when they chose someone so calm and collected like Ding Thiu Kan. Suddenly, Enoshi rushed in from the door, looking frantic. "Help! They are after me." Laba, with his cocky attitude, followed closely behind. He stepped into the gathering with an air of arrogance. Not only was he not alone, but he also brought along a bunch of rowdy thugs. "You think you can run away from me? You are dead meat." And Anasi was terrified, tears welling up as she pleaded. "Please. They are forcing me. Help me." Understanding the situation, Din felt a bit uneasy and said, "Who are you and what do you want? If you keep causing trouble here, I will call the cops." On the other hand, the scar-faced guy showed no fear and challenged her. "Go ahead, call the police. Let us see what happens." He scratched his chain, showing a threatening attitude. "You are not bad. Come with me." Hearing the commotion outside, Yang Xiaokun was furious. Who is the blind fool causing all this? His face went pale when he spotted someone he should not have messed with. "Xiaokun, I did not mean to bother you." He stammered. "Hello, do not be mad. It is just a misunderstanding." But Lei Bei did not care. He darkened his expression and asked, "Who are you?" Xiaokun had been forgotten in that moment and had to step in to explain. "I am Yankun, from the Yang family in West City. It is understandable you do not recognize me, since you have been ruling the roost in Shaoqiao for years. I have been lucky enough to meet you a few times." The people in the club were buzzing with excitement. "This is the legendary Beiji, the unbeatable champion who defeated the Black Fist in Shaoqiao. You definitely do not want to mess with him. They say anyone who dares to cross him won't last 3 days. We are in for a wild ride today." Den remembered wanting to call the police but hesitated and sought help from Xiaokun. "Yang, what should we do now? I did not know he was BG." Xiaokun, lowering himself, asked, "What is going on? What made you unhappy?" Liba, with a sleazy grin, wanted to drag Enro into the mess. "It is not her fault. I asked her to bring me some drinks. She refused and grabbed my hand. Don't you think I am too easygoing?" Xiaokun stood before him, clearly losing his grip. "Beige. That is not right. You can do that." He waved for Enro to step forward. "I remember you are Dun's student. Right. You need to apologize to Beiji and pay for the drinks you spilled." Little Enro did not want to cause trouble, but she was just here to pick up some extra shifts. He forcibly yanked her hand, completely dismissing Dine's warning. "Stop talking. Enro, just apologize to Beiji. You were just drinking. Right. How could you hurt him? What kind of lessons do I teach you?" With many people backing him up, Liba seized the opportunity. "Forget it. No need to apologize. Just come with me and keep drinking." Xiaokun could not stand the injustice anymore and stepped up to protect Enruo. "This is not right." His actions only fueled Liba's anger. "What is this? You think you are tough just because you have a crowd behind you? You think Beiji is easy to bully?" His eyes narrowed, and the atmosphere became tense. "If that is how it is going to be, I will show you my true strength. No one is leaving here today." Xiaokun did not dare to argue anymore. "Beige, please do not be angry. It is just drinking. It is not a big deal." He pulled Enruo forward. "Enru, just go with Beiji and apologize. I will use my position as principal to waive your tuition for a semester." Din did not care that she was her student anymore and ordered her directly. "Enru, stop standing there. Go on. Beiji and Yang will take care of you. They value you. Didn't I teach you to be grateful to others? Listen to me. Go with Beiji now." A thug from the group stepped forward, suddenly grabbing Enro's hand, despite the girl's desperate protests. Someone help me. He relentlessly used force to pressure her, thinking he could run wild just because he caught the eye of the boss. Another figure blocked their path, with Xiao Fan's icy expression sending Lobo's underlings retreating. While he kept Anunchi safe, Dan Sang stepped in to confront Leufam. Leufam, you are going to get yourself killed. Turn back now. But Leufam brushed her off, directly facing Lebi. You are Lobo. Right. You are the one who bullied my student before, and not only did you not apologize, but you also came here to insult them again. His gaze sharpened, delivering a stark warning. You need to clarify what happened today, or the consequences will be severe. Tukan turned pale, sensing the tension. Leufam, are you out of your mind? You are actually talking back to the boss like that. Don't he drag everyone into this? He thought to himself, cursing silently. This situation was supposed to be quiet, and now this brat had to jump in and stir up trouble. The crowd, rallying behind the underlings, attacked Leufam. You country bumpkin. Show some respect and apologize to the boss. Exactly. Do not involve everyone else. Just sacrifice a little for the greater good. What is so hard about that? You are just a stubborn block of wood. Loba laughed heartily. Haha, he scratched his chain, eyeing Leufam up and down. All right then. Since you are stepping in, I will deal with you first. He gestured for his underlings with a smirk. They took the cue and charged toward Leufam. Kyufai anxiously called out for her smart friend. Leufam. Watch out, but unexpectedly, Leufam effortlessly tossed two of them aside with one hand. Each thug got slapped in the face hard enough to leave them seeing stars. Lobe was thrilled to see the show unfold. I did not expect you to be so tough. Turns out you have trained. He waved his hand to signal the next thug. All right, time for him to taste some pain. Alang. Break his arm to stretch those muscles. Got it, boss. Then the guy lunged forward like a storm, aiming a kick at Tivasham, but with just one hand. He caught the thug's leg. A bunch of ants dare to mess with me. He spun around, yanking both the thug's leg and body, then flung him backward as if tossing away a broken toy. Alang crashed into a pile of broken bottles. Exhausted, he struggled to get up, the atmosphere thick with shock as everyone stared in disbelief at lying on the ground. He could no longer resist, face planting directly into the ground. Ying Vansung did not realize Leufam was her ex. Wondering internally, when did Leufam become so formidable? Lobi assessed the recent scuffle, recalling that Lang had been a soldier in the Middle East, had seen blood, yet could not withstand a single punch from this kid. This brat is truly terrifying. Leufam stepped up to Lobi. And can we finally have a civil conversation now? Lobia was sweating bullets but kept an air of superiority. All right. I admit you have got some skills. With a wave of his hand, he signaled his gang to charge. I will show you what the rules really are. The gang rushed in, surrounding Leufam and pushing him into a corner. The crowd gasped and backed away, each one blaming him. Get out of the way. Leufam is definitely going to die this time. Who told him to be a hero? He deserves it. Master Lai, furious, clenched his fists and shouted, take him down. The gang members rushed in, each brandishing sharp knives aimed at Xiao Fan. Calmly, he took a drag from his cigarette, ignoring their threats. Suddenly, it felt like he had unleashed a hidden power, sending the thugs flying backward. A fierce intensity ignited in Xiao Fan's eyes. He casually slipped a hand into his pocket and strode toward the gangsters, like they were nothing but weeds to be trampled. Everyone watching was in shock. Did he just knock them all out? Am I dreaming? Master Lei could not even process it. There was no way these fighters were just ordinary thugs, chosen from hundreds. He might not be as strong as Alang, but 1 against 10. No problem. As Xiao Fan approached, Master Lei was still lost in his thoughts, realizing these thugs were the reason for his dominance, only to see them crumble under Xiao Fan's might in an instant. Xiao Fan stepped on one thug, sneering. What is your plan for today? Master Lai, you may have beaten my men, but that does not impress me. My dark mood says it all. Your defeat is all I care about. Master Lai shot back. You think you are tough? I can just call in reinforcements. Xiao Fan faced his gang like they were mere grass. Fine. Let us see who you can bring. That is actually a challenge. I love pushing people to their breaking point, so do not act like I am not giving you a chance. Master Lai nervously stepped aside to make a call. Yep. Just like that. Exactly. He flashed a sly smile before hanging up. It seemed he had found a powerful ally. Good. You might not know, but the person I am calling is my rock-solid support, the notorious leader of the underworld. Whether black or white, you can't take him on. Even I am just a lowly pawn in their eyes. He crossed his arms, looking down at Xiao Fan with arrogance. Just agree to follow me, and I will make you my right-hand man, and then apologize to my younger brother for what happened earlier. I will look out for you. Guarantee you a life better than the rest. Xiao Fan, cigarette in hand, smirked. You want to be my boss? Dream on. He felt his face heat up, trying to maintain his facade of calm. All right, if you refuse my offer, you might not get another chance to regret it. Just then, from outside the door, a mysterious group slowly approached, and he heard the noise. Turning to show surprise, in front of him stood Shu Lion, followed by a team of muscular bodyguards in black outfits. He stepped forward, grinning. Lady, you made it? He quickly pointed at Xiao Fan, whining. This guy right here. He is so arrogant, daring to cause trouble in our territory. He kept babbling, while Shu Lion stood silently, wide-eyed, staring at Xiao Fan, who had heard her men without a care. Suddenly, Shu Lion turned around, then bowed slightly and said apologetically, Sorry I am late. The people around her were left dumbfounded. And at that moment, Kung Shuang was just as confused. Stuttering. What is going on? At this moment, Tu Fun pointed aggressively at him and said to Tai Lian, He has been bothering my students and has the audacity to come here. He was called out by name. Panic setting in as he could not believe his ears was he hearing things. Tu Frem continued, saying that he even wanted me to be his little brother. Tai Lian, taken aback, glared at him. What? You are just a dog. How dare you think you are worthy of being a boss over my teacher? Terrified, he fell to his knees at Tai Lian's feet, banging his head on the ground. Miss, it is all my fault for being blind. Please forgive me. I want to do it again. Inside, he was thinking, how did it come to this? How could he be the teacher of the esteemed Miss Tai Lian? She angrily commanded him. Shut your mouth. He quickly nodded, slapping himself hard across the face, repeating, Yep. I deserve this? I deserve this? The bodyguards with him, witnessing her fury, also turned pale and began slapping their own faces in a frenzy. The sounds of slaps echoed throughout the room, but no one dared to stop it. Tai Lian, menacingly, warned, Remember, from now on, you must obey everything the teacher says. Get out. Lobby and the hotel staff quickly responded. Yep. We are leaving right now. At that moment, Dan Senzheng felt anxious, her mind racing with questions what was going on. Why did Miss Tightline hold all Leufam in such high regard? Wasn't he just a clueless rookie? Thigu Khan stepped closer to Tai Lian, clasping his hands in respect. Miss Tight, luckily you were here to help. If it were not for you today, Lolo Hofam could be caused a huge disaster. He continued with an invitation. Today, our chairman will announce the new principal. If you have time, why do not you join us to witness the new principal of our Eastern Noble Academy? Tai Lian did not respond but coldly asked him. You do not know who the new principal is. She then added, Or do you not know who the chairman is? Mshu Haimi, standing beside, stroked his chin confidently. Miss Tight, this is insider information. I know better the new principal is none other than our own Dung Thiu. And as for the chairman, everyone knows he is a mysterious figure, never shows his face, and hardly gets involved in school management. It is all Dung Thigu and his father representing the chairman in running the school. He continued ominously. Also, Miss Tight, I want to remind you that All Tu Fum is just a warehouse staff member, not a real teacher. No matter how good he is just a gym teacher at best. You do not need to respect him like that. Hearing these words, Tai Lian's anger flared up. She was boiling with rage, wanting to confront them. But Tu Fum quickly stepped in front of her. He approached, looking down at Emotionheim with an emotionless expression. You have been the school's tyrant for 20 years. You have been sitting in that chair for too long. Emotionheim vaguely realized something, sweat forming on his brow. What do you mean? Without beating around the bush, Tu Fum stated bluntly. What I mean is, you have been fired. You can leave now. Upon hearing this, Emotionheim burst out laughing, pointing at Tu Fum mockingly. Lo Tu Fum, have you lost your mind? You think you can fire me, a real teacher, just because you are a mere intern? You have got some nerve. In an instant, Tu Fum raised his hand, channeling his energy to slap El Chapheim hard across the face. The sound ringing out, he held his face in shock. You dare hit me? Another slap came swiftly, leaving him no time to react. With one hand resting on his shoulder, energy still swirling around that hand, he replied, What if I hit you? His cheeks flushed red as the old man pointed a trembling finger at Xiao Fan. Crazy. Are you serious? Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Fan stepped forward and slapped the old man's face repeatedly, making him scream in pain. The slaps were cold and calculated, as if he was barely breaking a sweat. And everyone in the room could not help but gasp at the scene. At that moment, Xingyang could no longer hold back, shouting, Xiao Fan, what are you doing? You have already crossed the line into assault. Do not you realize this? Stop right there. Su Ping, standing nearby, Condemn the actions. This is outrageous. Call the police. Coin Kun, fuming with indignation, did not think it was fair. Knowing Xiao Fan was about to unleash chaos through violence, suddenly, a group of people barged in, with Qin Zheng leading the way into the room. Upon seeing Yanjing with Tan Zheng, tears streaming down her face, the old man cried out, "Chairman, the day has finally come. You have to help me get justice." He clung to Yang Jing's legs, unable to bear the humiliation any longer. Sobbing, "Vaxan, he is just a warehouse management intern. This is lawlessness. I urgently need you to take action against him. He deserves years in prison for intentional injury." Yang Jing gently reassured the old man, gesturing beside him. "Chairman Ma, please do not rush. Let me introduce you. This is our school's top authority." Qian Zheng. Chen Zheng stood there unresponsive, like a statue, leaving Yang Jing and Chairman Ma confused. Then, he stepped in front of Xiao Fan, offering a half-hearted apology. "I am really sorry for being late. Did they bother you?" Xiao Fan casually waved his hand. "It is next." Chen Zheng stood before everyone, raising his voice to declare, "Chen Liafu is Qian Zheng, the Eastern Aristocratic Academy. Hu Ting belongs to me. I hereby announce that the new principal is Xiao Fan." The people present were taken aback, whispering in disbelief. "What? It is not Yang Shouyu. How can it possibly be Xiao Fan? Isn't there someone with the same name? Or did they mix it up?" Qian Kun turned to Yang Jing. "Dad, is there a mistake? The new principal can be him." "Right." Yang Jing could only shake his head helplessly at that moment. Qian Kun, "Stop talking. The Tian family has immense power. We can't afford to offend them." Meanwhile, Chen Jing continued making decisions, stating that not only that, but the Tian family had decided to buy back all shares of the school. At the same time, he gifted Xiao Fan the Eastern Aristocratic Academy, officially making it his from this day forward. A crowd of people stood there, mouths agape, unable to grasp what they had just heard. Chairman Ma's face went pale, collapsing to the floor. "This is it. It is really over." At that moment, Xing Shuang doubted herself even more, biting her lip as she pondered. Not just the Tan young lady, even the chairman treats Xiao Fan like this, giving him an entire school. Did I misjudge someone? Have I been wrong all along? Qin Zheng turned to Han Kang, asking, "Do you have any other instructions?" Xiao Fan did not answer him but turned to Q Fei, pointing at Chairman Ma to give orders. "Q Fei, I hereby appoint you as the vice principal. Take over Chairman Ma's position. If there are any more cases of corruption in this school, get rid of them all." Q Fei stood there, unable to believe what he was hearing, stuttering in shock. "Xiao Fan, am I dreaming? I am the vice principal." Xiao Fan stepped forward, giving Qiao Fei a gentle pat on the shoulder to encourage him. "I said I would help you get justice. Of course. I will make it happen. Just go back to being yourself. Do not put up with any more humiliation." Qiao Fei placed his hand on his shoulder, his gaze firm. "All right. Xiao Fan, you can count on me. I get it now." Outside, Tio Kun watched the scene with clenched teeth. "Dad, are we really just going to let this slide? This like Xiao Fan not only disrespects us but now he is taking over the principal position. I can't hold back my anger any longer." Yang Jing, standing beside him, tried to calm his son down. "Tao Kun, hold on. Mom has contacted the Nai family in Jiangbai. The Nai family's younger brother was murdered 5 years ago by Shi Tianjing. For years, the two families have been in constant conflict." He watched as Xiao Fan and Shi Tianjing walked away, knowing that the Nai family had tried to assassinate Shi Tianjing multiple times. All failed attempts. This time, the Nai family has sent 11 powerful experts. He smiled wickedly, plotting, "When the time comes, we will strike together and eliminate Shi from Shi Prefecture." Hearing this, Tio Kun's face darkened with suppressed rage. "All right, Dad. When the time comes, I want to see like Xiao Fan cut to pieces right in front of me." Just then, in the hallway, Shu Lion followed Xiao Fan, asking, "Teacher, there is an auction tomorrow. If you have time, you should come check it out. Who knows? You might find something valuable." Xiao Fan shook his head, refusing. "I am not going. You know, no matter how precious the treasures on earth are, they can compare to what is in the realm." Shu Lion pressed on. "But last time, someone auctioned off a magical artifact. Don't you want to go?" Xiao Fan's eyes darkened. "Magical artifacts? I can't stop questioning this. Earth has magical artifacts too. This is not what I expected. Seems like Earth is way more complicated than I thought. There are many secrets yet to be uncovered." After a moment, he coldly nodded in agreement. "Fine. I will go check it out tomorrow." The starry sky stretched above as a car sped down the road. Shu Lion pointed at the building in front of Xiao Fan. "Teacher, this villa is close to the school. Living here would make it convenient for you to get to school later." She continued to boast about the perks of the place. "This area is for the wealthy in Shi Prefecture. It is very quiet with few people around. I think this place suits you perfectly. This villa is a gift for you. Teacher. He lowered his gaze, listening attentively before nodding. The spiritual energy here is abundant. I really like it. Shu Lion finally felt relieved. She quietly tucked her hair behind her ear, preparing to say goodbye. Then I won't bother you anymore. Teacher. Xiao Fan. Walking ahead, casually said to Shu Lion. Come in. You do not have to go home tonight. Shu Lion could not help but feel flustered, a light blush of embarrassment appearing on her face. Teacher said I do not have to go home. What does that mean? In the villa. In the living room. Xiao Fan sat cross-legged on a furry mat with his eyes closed, gesturing for Shu Lion to sit beside him. Hearing this, she took off her high heels and sat cross-legged like Xiao Fan. She asked. Puzzled. Teacher. What is this? Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Fan, sitting across from her, summoned his power. A wave of spiritual energy enveloped him, illuminating the entire living room. A formation appeared on the floor as the energy continued to rise. Xiao Fan, sitting inside, spoke softly. Today, I am gathering spiritual energy from all around to help you awaken your cultivation. Stay and train with me. Shu Lion understood what was happening and replied. Yep. On the outside I seem calm, but inside, Shu Lion feels like 100 deer are running wild in her heart. Turns out, the master just wants to train together. I thought he was planning something else. Calm down. Calm down. What am I even thinking? Why do I feel a bit disappointed? Xiao Fan focused on gathering the spiritual energy, his hands positioned in front of his chest, with a sphere of energy forming between them. The energy sphere grew brighter and brighter. At this moment, Xiao Fan said to Shu Lion, who was sitting across from him, you are entering the Taixuan sect with me. Although she is just a registered disciple, she still has access to the training methods of the Taixuan sect. Today, I will teach you the top-tier refinement technique. The heart guide method. Shu Lion's eyes widened in shock. Xiao Fan sat leisurely in the training area, where a vortex swirled around him, and a giant dragon appeared overhead, ready to devour the energy sphere. Xiao Fan opened his sharp eyes and thought, reborn into this life, having made so many mistakes. The most important thing now is to start cultivating. I hope to quickly reach the cultivation level of my past life, then traverse the cosmos to find Suxi and my enemies from the previous life. Shu Lion was astonished by his power. This was truly extraordinary. Being able to gather such dense spiritual energy, she then closed her eyes to cultivate. The energy enveloping her body felt so refreshing. It was like her pores were opening up, filled with vibrant energy, a feeling beyond imagination. But hearing her exclamations, Xiao Fan coldly reminded her, don't get distracted. I only teach the heart guide method once. How much you understand depends on your own talent. Shu Lion felt like someone had slapped her awake, and focused on joining her hands in front of her chest to cultivate. The two of them poured all their concentration into cultivating for what felt like an eternity. Streams of spiritual energy flowed continuously through the air. Xiao Fan sensed Xiao Lion being surrounded by a powerful flow of energy and could not help but praise her. Although Shu Lion might not be as gifted as past legendary disciples, she was still a rare talent on Earth. Her expressionless face assessed the situation. Even though she had only grasped a glimpse of the heart guide method, she was doing well, with energy flowing freely through her, indicating she was preparing to break through her current level. He could not help but recall his cultivation days from his previous life, where the stages were divided into refining, pre-heaven, forming pills, transforming spirits, merging realms, and transcending tribulations. He had reached the tribulation stage back then, and known as the Great Immortal Lord. Yet here, the spiritual energy on Earth is so limited. I wonder how long it will take to cultivate to the point of traversing the cosmos. I need to think of a way to quickly elevate my cultivation. Suddenly, his sharp gaze was fixed ahead, as if drawn by something. In front of him, Shu Lion was surrounded by energy like lotus petals, a surge of powerful spiritual energy. Shu Lion sensed it too, her face radiating joy. I have broken through. I have broken through to a new level. She then stood up, sincerely thanking Xiao Fan, saying, thank you, Master, for granting me this opportunity and opening the path to immortality, allowing me to successfully enter the realm of an energy refiner. Leufam did not hide her admiration but still reminded her, her talent is impressive, yet she has not broken through before. It is because her training method is weak. She should practice the long Zhanju and not embarrass the strongest technique of our Taixuan sect. Snow Lotus clasped her hands in respect, kneeling down, reminding herself that she was lucky to be training for 50 years, after over a decade, still unable to break through the Ki refining stage. She thought her path to immortality was hopeless until she met her master. In just one night, she could enter the Ki refining master stage. The technique of gathering Ki was beyond anything she had seen before. Truly, her grandfather did not misjudge. At this moment, Leufam raised his hand, handing her a small paper with a request. I need to set up a spirit gathering array here. You should send someone to buy these items. He continuously calculated ways to level up quickly, arranging the grand spirit array. The spiritual energy here would be thousands of times denser. That is the best way to enhance cultivation. Relying on the remnants of Tai Xuan's immortal energy within him, he could reach the peak of Kai refining in one night. But breaking through the innate realm would not be that simple. The Tai Xuan immortal energy had been worn down by 80 to 90%. In the future, breaking through would require a lot of spiritual energy. Just relying on the density of spiritual energy on Earth would be tough. He must arrange the spirit gathering array. Du Lin hugged the paper tightly, quickly taking action. I will send someone to get it done right away, from a distance. Thang Xuang and Hu Dine were chatting when she suddenly spotted Leufam approaching. He nonchalantly brushed past Thang Xuang without a care. Feeling ignored, she immediately frowned in anger. Leufam, stop right there. His expression did not change. He replied indifferently. What do you want? She complained. Leufam. What do you mean by that? He puzzledly responded. What do you mean? I do not understand what you are saying. She would not accept his act of playing dumb and retorted. Don't he play coy with me? I am asking you. We have not broken up yet. So why do not you ask me when you see me? She continued questioning. Also, you clearly came to propose. Why did you pick a fight with young Master Dong? Do you know my mom is furious because of this? He frowned while listening. But then my mom said if you use a box of rice as a betrothal gift, she would consider our marriage. He crossed his arms, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Duong Than Shuang, are you dreaming? Using a box of rice as a betrothal gift? Do you think you are worthy? Inside, he fumed. Duong Thang Xuang's mother was the same way. Counting every penny of the dowry she worked hard to save. It was infuriating. Hearing this, she could not help but feel a bit flustered, but still retorted. Leufam, do not go too far. Thang Xuang tried to rationalize. I see. Did you beg Miss So Dai to let you study at this school? Using that as an excuse to get a little closer. Later, if Miss So Dai sees you unhappy, she will take you back. Right. The more she spoke, the more convinced she became. With your family background, how could there be such a huge change? How could Miss So Dai call you master? Leufam was at a loss for words against her baseless claims. He could not be bothered to explain, turning to leave coldly. Foolish girl. Think whatever you want. She was furious because the guy who used to put her on a pedestal now dared to fight back. Leufam, how can you be arrogant in front of me? Let me tell you, you will definitely regret this. You keep walking, while cursing her in your heart. That annoying Leufam. Thinking that if she actively sought you out, you would obediently follow her like a dog. Why have you turned out like this? Damn it. Just wait. I won't let you off easy. You have not gone far when your phone rings. You quickly pick up, and a voice comes through. Leufam, it is Anno. Are you free tonight to come over for dinner? I will be cooking personally. Your face darkens, but you patiently listen. Actually, the matter between you and Than Duong could be renegotiated. But what gift do you need to bring to that aristocratic school first? You can't stand this drunk act anymore and shout. Get lost. The voice on the other end, concerned, asks. Why are you yelling? You do not answer. Just hang up and shove your phone into your pocket. Leufam can't forget how he was treated in his past life. People like this petty fool do not deserve to speak to a divine being like me. I will deal with each of you one by one. Regarding Leufam, Hu Din scoffs and advises. Than Duong. Ignore him. So what if he is the principal? He is just a country bumpkin without any backing. Do you really think he can survive in that aristocratic school? Still, Than Duong is not reassured and replies. But he is still the principal for now. This is his turf. Hu Dun reassures her friend, who has already written Leufam off long ago. Than Duong. You are worrying too much. Duong Thieu has already figured out how to deal with him. Don't forget, there are many noble hairs in that aristocratic school that even Duong Thieu would not dare to offend. From what I know, Duong Thieu has secretly contacted those students, preparing to kick Leufam out of the school. Chen Shuang wondered. Would that offend Miss Shi? She quickly shook her head. No way. Like Xiao Fan is the principal. He can't even manage the school. If he gets chased out by the students, that is on him. Miss Shi just looks down on him. Hearing this, Chan Shuang felt reassured and said, all right, let us go check it out. When gym class started, as students were having fun, Kuao Fei blew his whistle and called for attention. With a teasing tone, he said, I heard our school has a new principal. And you have been promoted to vice principal. His face twisted with mockery as he pointed at him. But honestly, I doubt you could even handle our 7th grade class. You are not fit to be our gym teacher, let alone vice principal. Kuao Fei, feeling the tension, reminded, Jens, this is gym class. Do not start trouble. Ignoring him, Yang Zima threw down the challenge. If it is gym class, do you dare to fight me? If you win, I will admit you are our gym teacher and vice principal. He continued to try to reason with him. Jens, just head back to class. You are still a student. You need to listen to your teachers. But Yang Zima did not listen and challenged. Come on. Teacher Kiao. Are you scared? Just admit defeat. He heard this and fell silent. Not daring to argue because he knew exactly how strong the two of them were, Yang Zima pressed on. If that is how it is, then I think you do not have what it takes to be our teacher, together with the principal's classmates. Get out of here. Other students laughed along. Ha ha. When suddenly someone stepped up beside him. Xiao Fan placed a hand on Kafei's shoulder, his eyes sharp as he spoke. Then what does it take to be your gym teacher? Yang Zima turned around and asked. Aren't you the new principal? He pounded his chest and declared. If you want to be our teacher, it is simple, just beat me. Hearing this, Xiao Fan's face turned cold, and with a smirk, he said. You are not worth my effort. You are just a pathetic joke. Yang Zima felt insulted and snapped back. How dare you look down on me? Let us see who is tougher. Anyone who does not dare is just a coward. Xiao Fan calmly responded. I can fight. But what if you lose? He raised his hand confidently. I can lose. I will obediently go back to class. But he stepped forward and pointed at Xiao Fan, making a condition. If you lose, you have to leave right now. The situation got serious, and Cao Fei grabbed Xiao Fan's arm, trying to dissuade him. Xiao Fan. You need to think this through. Yang Zima is the school's athletic prodigy. No one can beat him. Plus, he has won several awards in his specialty events at the provincial level. Xiao Fan walked alongside Zai, leaving behind a reassuring message. Trust me. Behind Hoden, someone was mocking, and Yang was too clever for his own good. Sure enough, like Xiao Fan had fallen for it, he crossed his arms, smugly telling Than Shuang to just wait and see him get kicked out of school. Next up was Zima, and he intentionally showed off in front of Xiao Fan. Hunan rolled her eyes, thinking it was foolish for like Xiao Fan to compete against Yang Zimo's specialty. He loudly bragged about Zimo's past achievements for everyone to hear. Last year at the National Student Javelin Competition, Yang Zimo set a record of 76.74 m. Yang Zimo could throw 74 m. He won the provincial student competition, and like Xiao Fan was digging his own grave, Zimo wore a confident smile, as if victory was already in his pocket. Then Shuang shook her head and sighed, thinking to herself, like so? You are way too confident. Just wait until the teacher loses to the student. Let us see how you handle that embarrassment. Zimo picked up the javelin, and everyone around cheered him on. Yang. He squinted to lock in his aim, then took off running. His movements were on par with professional athletes. Then, Zimo hurled the javelin with all his might, sending it flying far. The javelin soared forward and embedded itself firmly in the grass. The referee announced his score. Yang Zimo threw it 75.4 m. The students watching gasped in awe. Yang Zimo broke the record again. He is only a hair away from the national record. Some even compared him to Xiao Fan, eagerly anticipating how the principal would react. Surely, he would have to concede defeat. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan quietly picked up the javelin and walked onto the field, stopping at the starting line. Qiao Fei noticed Xiao Fan was about to throw and quickly reminded him. Xiao Fan, what are you doing standing there? You do not need to run for a javelin throw. Otherwise, you won't throw it far. Xiao Fan replied. It is calmly. Xiao said. I will run for momentum. Consider it a gift to him. Hearing this, the other students scoffed, doubting that Xiao Fan could actually pull it off. How arrogant of him. They could not wait to see him fail miserably. In front of the crowd, these students had no intention of sparing Xiao Fan's dignity. They openly ridiculed him. He must be out of his mind. In this day and age, someone as clueless as him still dares to show up. Zimo chimed in mockingly. Competing against me? You are definitely going down. What good is all that acting? Ignoring the insults, Xiao Fan simply steadied the javelin in his hand. It left his grasp like a missile. It then struck the ground with a thud, the javelin vibrating intensely. The referee took out a tape measure, trembling in disbelief as he announced the distance. 100.05 meters. Everyone was utterly stunned by that achievement. How could it be? How could it be that far? Zimo clenched his teeth in frustration as gasps filled the air. The world record was only 98 meters. Could it be? Breaking the world record. This was insane. Am I seeing things? Even Yang was taken aback. Why was like Xiao Fan always so unpredictable? Xiao Fan turned to Zimo, coldly smiling as he asked. Jens, are you impressed? But he still refused to accept defeat and insisted on another challenge. I am not satisfied. The javelin was too light. Let us compete in shot put. Xiao Fan calmly agreed. All right. Whatever you want to challenge today, I will crush you clearly. Team MC readies himself with the billiard ball, seemingly prepared to go all out. Frustrated, he thinks to himself that this was supposed to be his moment to shock everyone. So why is like Xiao Fan the one winning? He has to show them his true strength with all his might. And TMC throws the billiard ball up, the weight of it making him grunt. He scores 21 meters, and the crowd erupts in applause. Recognizing that Yang TMC is indeed impressive, Udina stifles a laugh and mocks. The world record for billiard ball throwing is 22.47 meters. Yang MC just hit 21 meters, what a gap. Can Like Xiaofan even compete? He beams with pride at his own achievement. Dusting off his hands and casting a challenging glance at Xiaofan. Your turn. Teacher. Like Xiaofan's voice remains even, showing no surprise at MPC's performance. In fact, he asks for a heavier ball. Get me one that is double the weight of Yang TMC's. The students usually find such requests laughable, rolling their eyes. Seriously. Can we not be dramatic? Let us see how he embarrasses himself later. The crowd is hoping for Xiaofan to fail, throwing out jabs about how the heavier billiard ball will crush him. But he effortlessly lifts the ball with one hand, even juggling it a few times like it is a toy. Then he hurls the ball straight ahead. It flies from his palm with a speed that is nearly invisible to the naked eye, leaving behind a shimmering trail. With a loud thud, the ball crashes into the school's surrounding wall. Everyone stands in stunned silence, staring at Xiaofan's back. TMC whispers in disbelief. No way. This can't be happening. Others around him are slack-jawed. His face pales as sweat drips down. Muttering. How can someone throw a billiard ball like that? Is he even human? Xiaofan nonchalantly turns to him and asks. You impressed yet? But TMC stubbornly shouts. Not impressed. He continues to challenge. Let us go again with Kondo style. If you win this time, I will admit defeat. As the crowd moves into the gym, TMC, dressed in his Kondo competition outfit, raises a fist in challenge. What is it? Teacher Lee. Scared. Let me tell you, Kondo is my specialty. He threatened Xiaofan, revealing he avoided this match earlier to save face. Now he regrets not taking the chance. But Xiaofan simply sighs at this arrogant student, determined to teach him a lesson. Gathering energy in his hand, he opens his eyes wide and says, Watch closely. I am about to show you. His fierce gaze sends shivers down everyone's spine, hinting at what true martial arts looks like. And Xiaofan lunges at him, moving like a flash, catching him completely off guard with his speed. In the blink of an eye, he delivers a powerful strike straight to TMC's back. In that split second, TMC thinks, I can T-react, and is sent flying away. The explosive energy surrounding Xiaofan gradually dissipates. TMC flies a distance before crashing into a table, letting out a painful boop. He lies dazed on the ground, eyes wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling, still unable to grasp what just happened. What on earth is going on? Witnessing this scene, the students were in awe, wondering what kind of technique this was. It was incredible. At this moment, some began to believe in Xiaofan's abilities. Enro. Looking handsome as ever, someone started analyzing the technique he just used, calling it the Tai Chi defensive move. A true gem of Chinese martial arts, totally impressive. The guy standing next to him was genuinely amazed. He had come to watch Lee make a fool of himself, but now he was completely captivated. Xiaofan stood with arms crossed, watching the pitiful state of Zemo, and coldly asked, Jens, what do you have to say now? He had completely given up. This time, he really respected him. Zemo laughed, took off his helmet, and sat up. Determined. Yang Zemo said he would keep his promise. He would behave in class from now on, and would not cause trouble for the teachers anymore. Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction. Now that is what a student should be like. The competition had ended, and the crowd began to disperse. Suddenly, Zemo bit his lip hesitantly, as if he had something to say. Then he turned to Xiaofan and offered a warning. But you should be careful. Everything was instigated by Yang Xiaokun and Tu Minko. Yang Xiaokun is cunning and loves to play dirty tricks. But Xiaofan remained calm, even smirking a little. Yang Xiaokun again. Xiaofan brushed off the concern and told Zemo to pass along a message. Jens, let Timan Hevo know to behave in class. If not, he will face the consequences. Seeing Xiaofan so relaxed made Zemo worried for him. Teacher, Tu Min is the big boss around here. You can't mess with him. I think it is best to just let it go. He mentioned the influential people who hated Xiaofan, and Tu Min had quite a powerful background. The school administration had never been able to handle him before. Xiaofan simply smiled confidently and repeated his warning. This school is not a playground for someone like a young master. Just do as I say, and inform him. Got it. Noticing Xiaofan's fearless demeanor, Zemo decided not to press further, bowing his head and replying. Understood, sir. Observing their conversation, Dansung whispered to her close friend. Haivu Dainaz. I think we will never be able to deal with like Xiaofan. She shared her feelings. I do not know why, but it feels like the gap is getting wider. In the end, we can only admire him from afar. However, Haivu Dainaz, sitting next to her, gritted her teeth and cursed Zemo. Useless. Just a total loser. Yang Shou picked a nobody to challenge like Xiaofan. In front of Xiaofan's apartment, Lai Bei ordered the crew to unload the goods and bring them inside. Then he turned and smiled flatteringly. Miss S. Here are the materials we have prepared. I had to have them turn the place upside down just to gather this. After bragging, Liba scratched his head awkwardly. But we are still missing one ingredient, the dragon ginseng. I have asked everywhere, but no luck. Leufam raised an eyebrow. Looking displeased. What kind of work is this? No dragon ginseng. Can't you find something else? Xiao Fan explained for her. You can blame him. Dragon ginseng is a rare herb called okamuk. It takes thousands of years to form underground. And the conditions for it to develop are extremely harsh. Normal people can rarely find it. Hearing you say that, Lian thought for a moment. I have never heard of rung long mess before, but okimuk sounds familiar. Suddenly, she remembered something. She quickly told Xiao Fan. Teacher, I remember now. Do you recall me mentioning during the auction that if I am not mistaken, okimuk was one of the auction items? Xiao Fan realized that this would appear in the auction, and he considered it carefully. It seems like attending this auction is essential. Not only are there magical treasures, but there is also the rare rung long mess. He smirked slightly, thinking to himself that in his past life, he thought Earth was simple, but turns out it is anything but. The excitement just keeps building. The next day, the car carrying Xiao Fan stopped in front of a tall building. He leisurely stepped out of the car, and Li San was already waiting for him there. Teacher Xiao Fan has arrived, he quickly announced. Something came up at the company, and Miss Chun was called back urgently. She can't make it tonight. She asked me to apologize to you. Also, Miss Day has transferred 100 million into your account. Feel free to bid on anything you like. Xiao Fan did not care much whether she would accompany him or not. He calmly replied, it is, if Miss Shu Lion needs anything, remember to contact me. After all, she is my registered disciple. He secretly worried about her given Shu Lion's temperament. It was clear something significant had happened at the company, which is why she had to leave in such a hurry. After receiving the response, Liba finally thanked Xiao Fan, saying, thank you. With your assurance, Miss Day can rest easy. In the grand hall of the building, many high society figures were already gathered. They were dressed lavishly, decked out in designer brands. Xiao Fan stepped inside. Looking around, assessing whether there truly were magical artifacts here. Suddenly, Xiao Fan noticed three young men, Chiang Sun, Zhang Yang, and Song Zhuang standing not far away, with one of them in a leg cast, engaged in a heated conversation. Chiang Sun expressed his anger over Song Zhuang's injury. You messed up my plans that day and left me on that cliff. I got my leg broken because of you. And you still have not gotten over it. You have got some nerve talking about this in front of me. Song Zhuang gritted his teeth in fury, recalling how that scoundrel had betrayed him. Don't let me cross paths with him again, or I swear I will throw him off the cliff. Then Yang noticed Xiao Fan had also shown up. She gently tugged on Qin Ansa's sleeve. Wait. Look, Xiao Fan is here. Song Zhuang's eyes scanned the crowd and landed on the one who had injured him that day, causing his rage to explode. It is that loudmouth. So this little punk was hiding here. No wonder I could not find him anywhere. Qian Sun, seeing Song Zhuang lose his cool, chimed in, trying to stoke the flames. Are you saying that the one who pushed you off the cliff was Xiao Fan? Inside, he could not help but smirk, reveling in the chaos Xiao Fan had stirred up. Song Zhuang is the heir of the Zhang family. Who would have thought Xiao Fan would mess with him? This time, Xiao Fan is doomed. Song Zhuang struggled to move his injured leg. The three of them advanced towards Xiao Fan with an aggressive demeanor, with venom in his voice. He demanded, you are Xiao Fan? Right. Do you remember me? What are you going to do today? Recognizing an old enemy, Xiao Fan replied coolly. So you are still alive from last time. You want to be taken down again. That comment drove Song Zhuang absolutely insane. Man. Song Kun quickly intervened, saying, wait. This is an auction house, full of big names in the city. Plus, the auction house is run by Yang, who does not like to stir up trouble. Just kick him out for now and deal with him later. Hearing this, Song Zhuang smirked wickedly, saying, makes sense. Let us get him out of here first. Then we will take care of him. Song Kun pointed at Xiao Fan and spoke up. Xiao Fan, how did you sneak into this high-class auction? Xiao Fan replied arrogantly. Someone invited me here. What is the problem? Cheng Yang observed from the side, secretly looking down on him. Xiao Fan is such a country bumpkin. Just look at how he is dressed. There is no way he belongs here. She thought that Xiao Fan was just riding on Shu Lion's coattails. And even if he was the little white lotus of the big shot, it would not change the fact. Song Kun did not believe Xiao Fan had any right to be here, his tone dripping with disdain. Who would invite a bumpkin like you? This is not some general assembly. Not just any stray dog can come in. Cheng Yang chimed in sarcastically. What are you even asking? It is obviously the big shot's doing. Honestly, what a terrible taste. She looked at Xiao Fan as if he were some lowly creature, thinking about how disgusting it was for someone like him to be a lover. It seemed like she still held a grudge over past events. Xiao Fan, Last time you refused to use the school for a wedding. I have to help Song-kun put you down, she said with a smirk. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being clueless. The three of them pressured Lai Xiafan, while Song Zhong fumed behind them, berating the manager. What is wrong with you guys? How could you let a bumpkin waltz in here? Song-kun crossed his arms and sneered. Everyone here is someone of importance. If you accidentally offend someone, who is going to take responsibility for it? The manager did not dare upset these young masters and quickly called for security. Where are they? Immediately, a few people in monk robes appeared. They rushed out like ghosts, landing in front of and behind Lai Xiafan, surrounded by them. Lai Xiafan showed no fear and instead said, "This is getting interesting." The manager shouted, "Do you even know where you are? Get lost, or I won't be nice." Lai Xiafan smiled nonchalantly. Having already gauged the strength of the 4 bodyguards, Yang really does have some power. No wonder he can hold the top position in the northern elite. These 4 are all skilled cultivators. Lai Xiafan felt a surge of interest. The Yang family was taking this auction very seriously, hoping to score some good items and not waste their time coming here. He turned to chastise the manager. "You are the director here. How can you just listen to one side? Let me tell you, I have an invitation to be here. If you do not believe me, go check with the reception." But the manager did not take Lai Xiafan seriously at all. Scoffing. "Check what? Are you kidding me? Get lost. Did not your parents teach you that trash like you should not be in places like this?" He had barely finished his sentence when Lai Xiafan slapped him across the face. Just one punch sent the director's glasses flying, and his face was twisted in rage. Xiafan warned him, "You should not insult people in front of me, especially my parents." The man immediately pointed at the group of cultivators, barking orders. "What are you standing around for? Get in there and take him down." With his arms crossed smugly, the young man grinned, knowing he was in Yang territory. Tong Zhong beside him nodded in agreement, relishing the chaos. Causing trouble here. Talk about asking for a death wish. Quan Shuang chimed in, completely unaware of the power dynamics at this auction. Thinking he could strut around like a king, the 4 cultivators received the order and dashed towards Xiaofan, shouting in unison, "Charge!" As they charged forward with fierce looks, he remained calm and let out a chilling roar. Suddenly, Boan rushed in, blocking their path. "Stop! What are you all doing?" The loud shout made the 4 cultivators halt in surprise, turning to check the situation. Director Zhu recognized the newcomer and rushed over, stammering, "Yang, this country bumpkin is causing trouble and even hit me," as he whined and clutched his bruised face. He cried, "Look at my face. It is all swollen. I ordered someone to teach him a lesson." Without hesitation, Boinai slapped him again, her voice stern. "Who do you think you are to disrespect a guest like that?" She then walked calmly towards Xiaofan, expressing warmly, "Ever since you saved me, I have not been able to contact you." Stopping in front of him, she smiled brightly. "I can't believe I ran into you here. This is fantastic." Tong Zhong, sensing the situation slipping, interjected, "Boinai, you are just a minor branch of the Yang clan. Do you really think you can meddle in Tong Zhong's affairs?" She shot a hard look at Han, warning him, "Make no mistake, I am here as the ambassador of the Yang clan for this auction. If you do not want to be kicked out, then shut your mouth," she warned. "And as for that day, sooner or later, I will get justice for it. Just wait." Tong Zhong simmered with anger but dared not retort, muttering under his breath, "What a big deal, a minor branch of the Yang clan. And they dare to act so cocky. How long do they plan to ride on Yang's coattails? Sooner or later, she will yield to me." Ignoring Han, Boinay turned to Xiaofan, asking, "How should we deal with these blind dogs?" Seeing her imply that he was in pain and terrified, Director Zhu spoke no further. Xiaofan stepped forward decisively, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground, howling in agony. The cultivators witnessing this were stunned, head spinning in disbelief. Did he just break his leg? Meanwhile, Tong Zhong, Sai Kun, and King Yang were equally shocked, questioning, "Is he really that ruthless?" Boinay smiled brightly, as if nothing had happened, and politely said, "The auction is being held inside. I will go in with you, so do not let these thugs outside ruin the atmosphere." She waved her hand, glancing back at Xiaofan, feeling an unexplainable warmth and safety being next to him. Qing Yang, watching from behind, glared at the backs of the two with an uncomfortable face, secretly cursing, "Damn you. Like so? You have got Xiao by a line. And now you are trying to charm Yang Boinai. What do you have that they all find so appealing? What gives?" Linhai waved her hand as Leufam calmly walked away to prepare for the auction. Tukan watched with clenched teeth, fuming with jealousy. Leufam was having all the luck with beautiful women coming to his aid, and these two were even more stunning than the last one. Suddenly, a booming voice shouted from afar, "Stop. causing the two who were leaving to freeze in their tracks. Tiu Feng swaggered up from behind, his presence so commanding that everyone instinctively parted ways. Seeing that furious expression, Tukan sensed an opportunity for revenge. He smirked. Excited. Great. Xie Thigu is here too. The more irritated Tiu Feng became, the more confident he felt. Now Tiu is in for it. I bet he won't be leaving this place today. Tiu Kan pictured the dark face of Tiu Feng and thought. Sai Yu Feng and Ensif Tight Line are third-generation heirs of the Sefa family. At just 18. He joined the army and has already reached the rank of major. Plus, I have heard he was selected as a reserve member of the Thang Long Lai Ia. Thinking about Tiu Feng's grueling training, he schemed. It is important to know that Thang Long Vai is chosen from thousands. Everyone there is elite. Ordinary people can't even dream of joining. Even top-tier special forces are just a step below. Tiu Kun compared a few prominent families, saying, SS peak dominance is like a fierce storm. Right now, only Sef Tait Fong and Zong Trung can be considered elites, and due to their ties with the Sa family, Sestrev Tait Fong clearly has the upper hand over Zong Trung. Suddenly, he recalled the past. Esta Tait Fong had been pursuing Wu Dai Bud Nai for a long time. 6 months ago, a rich kid also tried to win her over. The memory of that guy's pathetic defeat still lingered in his mind. The result was a brutal beating from Siftis Tait Fong that left him bedridden for half a year. Theokun grinned slyly, filled with delight. Leufam is in deep trouble now, trying to mooch off a woman, only to bite off more than he can chew. Realizing it was Tait Fong approaching, Bizainai immediately stepped in front of Tu Fum, sternly saying, Sef Tait Fong, what do you think you are doing? He stepped closer, gripping her wrist tightly. What is the matter? Inside. Who dares lay a hand on a Tait Fong's woman? They must be asking for trouble. Bizine quickly retorted. Sef Tait Fong, you better watch your words. I have no ties to you. He raised an eyebrow, affirming, sure, nosen? But there definitely will be in the future. With that, he pulled her aside, his voice low and menacing. Now move aside. Tait Fong stepped forward, pointing a finger at Tu Fime. Warning. I do not care who you are or what your background is. Get lost. Or else. He leaned in threateningly. If not, I will break your ribs. The crowd around them could not help but murmur, was not this kid, just a moment ago, all high and mighty? You kicked the director's leg out, and you are still acting tough. Back then, it was because Dukrin Bidalhai was on his side. Now, in front of a Ci Thiu, who would dare help him? At this moment, Thiu Kun was overjoyed. Even if Ci Thiu Thai shows up, Latiu Fum is toast. No matter how much he tries to curry favor with her, it can't compare to the bond between Sef Li Tiu Theth Ace and Sef Tait Fong. Latiu Fum is definitely finished. Bona can't stop worrying and reminds him. Shuok Su Feng. What do you want to do? He is my friend. Fear starts creeping into her heart. Like Xiaofan is indeed impressive. But when it comes to skills and martial arts, Shuok Sufeng is a reserve member of the Changlong Special Forces. How could Like Xiaofan possibly stand a chance against him? Finally, she decides to switch to persuading. Xiaofan, you should go. This guy is insane. Just ignore him. You casually stroll right up to Xufeng's face and ask, who do you think you are to talk to me like that? Xufeng's face is filled with rage, his fists clenched as he questions. Do you even know who you are talking to? Xiaofan remains calm, a hint of disdain in her reply. Actually, it should be me saying that. Someone like you is not worthy of talking to me. Seeing your arrogant attitude, he is utterly taken aback. He throws a punch straight at you, shouting, damn it. You are asking for trouble. Just as Xufeng's fist is about to hit your face, a voice cuts in. Stop right there. A girl approaches, raising her voice. Xufeng, what are you doing? Shu Lion steps closer, scolding him. How dare you be rude to a teacher? Stop it right now and apologize. He is surprised to see her and asks, cousin, why are you here? She keeps her tough demeanor, faring back. If I had not come, would you even have a chance to stand here talking? After schooling her brother, she turns to Xiaofan, looking remorseful. Teacher, I was late because of some family issues. She bows earnestly. This is my cousin. He is usually arrogant, so please let it slide this time. Seeing this, Xiaofan decides not to make a fuss. Fine. Out of respect for you, I won't hold this against him. But there won't be a next time. If there is, do not blame me for being rude. Xufeng, feeling humiliated, snaps back. What? Do you think I need your mercy? Shu Lion immediately steps in front of Xiaofan, blocking him. Then, without hesitation, she slaps him hard across the face, warning loudly. Shuok Xufeng, you better apologize to the teacher right now. With a commanding tone, she declares, not just you, but even your grandfather would have to show respect in front of a teacher. Who do you think you are? Did you hear me clearly? Shocked by the sudden slap, Su Feng is at a loss. Stammering, but not letting him finish, she slaps him even harder on the other cheek. Commanding, apologize right now. Anger radiates from him. Teeth clenched, his whole body trembling as if he wants to devour Xiaofan alive, but in the end, he holds back and mutters, sorry, as he storms off. Grumbling, as he passes Xiaofan, he leans close. Warning, you little brat, today, you are lucky my cousin is here, so I will let you off. You better keep your distance from me, or do not blame me for being ungracious. Xiaofan scoffs, dismissing him. Let us see what you can actually do. Seeing that the situation is resolved, Shu Lion gratefully clasps her hands. Thank you, teacher, for being gentle. Xiaofan nonchalantly responds. No problem, and turns to leave. She suddenly calls out, teacher, please wait a moment. Immediately, Shu Lion turns to approach the girl behind her. She stood tall, scanning the crowd before speaking up, introducing herself as Ngo Than Song. Caught off guard by the sudden question, Than Song lowered her head, nervously stammering a reply. Me. The one from the big company. As soon as she got the answer, Chai Lian swiftly slapped her across the face. Than Song was knocked to the ground by the powerful blow, instinctively crying out in pain. Before she could react, Chai Lian pointed directly at her, raising her voice to issue a warning. You can insult me all you want, but do not you dare disrespect my teacher. You think I do not know what you have been saying behind my back? A woman like you, who relies on her status, has the audacity to demand my teacher give you a school as a dowry. You are not even worthy to be his girlfriend. Still radiating anger, Chai Lian fiercely chased her away. Don't let me see you again. Get lost. Than Song crawled on the floor, her pitiful sobs barely audible as she called out. Big brother, seeing his girlfriend desperately pleading, he turned to Chai Lian, his face contorted in a pitiful expression. Miss Tyat, she is my girlfriend. If she has done something wrong, please, for my sake, let her go. She looked at his pathetic demeanor, showing no mercy. In front of me. You are not worth my respect. Just get lost. The guy thought she did not know who he was, and introduced himself. Miss Tyat, my father is. Without letting him finish, Tyat Lian immediately cut him off. Didn't you hear me? I said get lost. By this point, he was furious, his eyes blazing with indignation. But in the end, he could only endure it and help Than Song up. Leaving reluctantly. Once he was gone, Tyat Lian turned to the other girl. I am sorry for chasing away a guest who just arrived. It is no big deal. She cheerfully replied. It is. They are just nobody anyway. You helped me by chasing them off. Now it is much quieter here. With nothing more to say, Leufam quickly suggested. And the three of them stepped out together. Inside the room, it was time to start the auction. The auctioneer, Sam, stood on the podium to kick things off. Ladies and gentlemen, first, I want to clarify something. This bronze vessel has an unclear origin. Many expert appraisers have looked at it. And frankly, it is hard to tell. He emphasized further. I can guarantee if it is real or not. Causing discomfort among the bidders below as they whispered among themselves. What? Are you kidding? Then why are you even auctioning it? You looked at the auction item and suddenly realized. This is infused with Phoenix spirit energy. Sam loudly announced the starting bid for the bronze vessel. Beginning at 1 million. Leufam focused intently on the item. Mentally calculating. This bronze vessel had Phoenix spirit energy. Although weak, it was enough to trigger the meteorite in his hand. Hearing the outrageous starting bid, the audience below became even more confused and outraged, voicing their frustrations. What kind of scam are they trying to pull? Seriously hard to tell. And you bring it out for auction, even if it is free. No one would want it. They must be desperate for money. Someone leaned over to Tong Trong and whispered a request. Tong Xiao, I came here for that bronze vessel. If you can win the bid for it, I will personally deal with that Leufam. Upon hearing this, he did not hesitate for a second and immediately agreed. All right. After pondering for a moment, Leufam raised his paddle to make his first bid. I will offer 1.1 million. Seeing this, the crowd below started to mock, calling him a fool who was burning money, probably had his brain scrambled, or got stuck in a door. What an idiot. Who would believe such nonsense? From the stands, they gazed at his smug face after placing the bid, and soon everyone below began to doubt, comparing it to young Master Tong's bids. Could it really be a genuine treasure? Tong Zhong shot a glance at Xiaofan. Plotting silently. Xiaofan, I won't let you have this easily. Without hesitation, Xiaofan doubled the bid. 100 million. Challenging him in his heart. You want to raise the price? Let us see how far you can push it. Not wanting to back down, he immediately raised the bid. 200 million. The two kept going back and forth, one raising the price while the other followed. 270 million, 400 million, 500 million, 600 million. And finally, Xiaofan took the lead, 700 million. This time, the other side showed no signs of continuing, so Zisam seized the opportunity to call the price, 700 million. Going once, Tong Zhang gritted his teeth, unable to raise the bid further. Showing his frustration with a grunt, the auctioneer's voice echoed, 700 million. Going twice, the soldier beside him started nudging his shoulder, reminding him, young Master Tong. He brushed the guy off irritably, replying, don't you worry. The one we are competing against is Xiaofan. I guarantee that once I deal with him, the treasure will belong to you. The final call for the bid code, 700 million. Going 3 times, something flashed in Tong Zhang's mind, and a sly smile crossed his face. Xiaofan, let us take our time with this. Today, I am going to make you bleed. The sound of the gavel indicated that the final price had been locked in. I will handle everything for you, Shu Lion said confidently, not a hint of doubt in her voice. Miss Aoyang, do not worry. I have my own plans, Shu Lion proudly replied. And if you do not have enough money, I can pay for you. The clever Masnai waved her hand in refusal. This is my territory. I can let you waste your money. I will pay for it later, Shu Lion, of course, came up with a convincing reason. It is proper for students to buy gifts for their teachers. So Miss Aoyang, please do not fight me on this. Xiaofan, wanting to end the bidding war, waved his hand. All right, I appreciate both your kindness. But I still have enough money, Zizam announced, introducing the box placed under the glass. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Oki Mu, also known as the Zhang Long. It is said to form once every 1,000 years and takes 100,000 years to become the Aojin Zi. Then he opened the box revealing a wooden piece that could dispel bad energy, bring good fortune, and extend life. It also had the power to purify the land. Zisam smiled as he declared, starting bid is 6 million. The crowd murmured, this is a divine artifact. What era are we in? And people still believe in this. But since this auction is organized by Aoyang, there must be some effectiveness to it. I am just here to watch. Is it really worth it? Xiaofan raised his bid card again. 100 million. The whole room turned to look at him in shock. What the hell? He is bidding 100 million. Did I hear that right? Does he have money to burn? Tong Zhang quickly raised his bid card. 200 million. He glanced back at Xiaofan, thinking, damn it. Xiaofan, I will raise the price just to take you down. Xiaofan crossed his arms, looking satisfied, chuckling to himself, and casually remained seated. Showing no intention of raising his bid again, the auctioneer began calling out the price. 200 million for the first time. The general manager panicked, questioning, what? Why is not the price going up? The auctioneer pressed on. 200 million for the second time. Tight Lian covered her mouth and whispered to him, Master, our target is not the gold mine. Right. Why are we letting the general manager buy it? If it is a money issue. But before she could finish, the auctioneer announced loudly for the last time. 200 million for the third time. He calmly reassured her. Don't you worry. I have got everything arranged. The auctioneer banged the gavel and declared. Transaction successful. In a luxurious high-rise building, Titlin and Beginai followed behind Leufam. He was thinking about how he needed to hurry back to use the copper core to activate the cosmic meteor and replenish the lost Taixuan energy. Leufam waved his hand, intending to say goodbye. You two do not need to follow me anymore. I can get back on my own. The two turned to look at each other, their expressions tense. Although Tight Livin did not understand why he was in such a hurry. She complied. Okay. As they headed to a nearby European-style house, he stepped through the door. I was actually going to find you. And the door closed automatically behind him. Leufam politely hung his coat on the rack and said, I did not expect you to come here. Looks like you are really committed. Tung Trung heard him and shouted. Leufam. He was sitting on the sofa with one leg bandaged. I have been waiting here all day. And finally, you are back. He pointed a piece of wood at him, complaining, you made me spend 200 million on this piece of wood. With that, he tossed it on the floor. Tung Trumming hobbled over to threaten him. If you know what is good for you, hand over the 200 million, and then give me the copper core. I will make your death quick. His face darkened as he poked Leufam in the shoulder. If not, let us settle old debts with new ones. I will make your life a living hell. Leufam calmly lit a cigarette and replied, Haha. Just so happens I want to give you a piece of advice too. He spoke slowly, but the content was infuriating. Since you are here, let us make today the day you all meet your end. The annoyed man retorted. You are asking for trouble even when you have not had a drink. Where do you get the confidence? Kuan Vin stepped forward, You must be Leufam. Remember the assassin who was killed back then? Leufam put on an icy expression and replied. Those little punks. Not worth remembering. The guy pointed dramatically. That is my younger brother. Unfortunately, he was schemed against by you guys and ended up dead. Immediately, flames burst from his hands as he lunged at Leufam. Shouting, Leufam scoffed, barely moving his mouth. Your punch is coming. But with just a swift motion, he sent the guy sprawling to the floor. Haha. Is that all you have got to invade my home? Quan Vin's mind was racing. No way. I am a high-level master, how could someone easily block my full-force attack? He stared at Leufam in shock. Could he be a grandmaster? He is too young for that, impossible. Not willing to back down, he got back up and charged at Leufam again. Let us see this. Leufam stood there, watching him like he was just a clown preparing to punch him. You blocked that punch with one hand. Impatiently asking, still want to resist. Leufam twists Quan Vin's arm, causing him to cry out in pain. He loses all his strength and collapses to the floor. Quan Vin holds his arm that you twisted and begs. You are a master-level cultivator. Can you let me go? I am begging you. You coldly reply. Sure. No problem. But as soon as you say that, Leufam immediately contradicts himself and grabs him. You lift him up high and punch him straight in the stomach, making him cough up blood in agony. Quan Vin crashes to the floor, and you casually leave a remark. You offended Xuan Shenzhen and still want to live. Dream on. Tong Trung, witnessing the scene, backs away in fear. Wondering how things could turn out like this, he orders his bodyguards. Charge in. Kill him. You slowly light a cigarette, saying, too bad. I already gave you a chance. One guy grabs the gun from his waistband, trying to seize the opportunity to attack. All the bodyguards, led by Tong Trung, raise their guns and yell. Charge. Bullets fly through the air towards you. He sneers. How tough are you? You can't dodge the bullets. Go die. Leufam crushes the cigarette in his hand, feeling it like grass. A shield appears, protecting you from the incoming bullets. From that shield, invisible green tentacles emerge, wrapping around the bodyguards. It slams them hard against the wall, and those guys fall down. You step closer to him. Tong Trung, scared, warns, don't come any closer. He refuses to back down and immediately pulls out a gun to shoot at you, but Leufam blocks it with the shield. What the hell are you? You point and redirect the bullets back at him, saying, you do not know about my title. Qianzun, the bullet, guided by his will, veered off course. It zipped right past his head. Whoosh, he bent down to grab the branch. Xiaofan held that branch in his hands, finally obtaining the Long Mu spirit. At this moment, Songzhuang was dead, eyes wide open. He told himself, the Great Spirit Gathering formation could finally be activated. That night at Xiaofan's house, he lifted the branch. Surrounded by a green glow, he stepped back a bit from the branch and began to set up the formation. Today's auction was for the Long Mu spirit. He mused. Surely something must have happened on Earth before, which made the spiritual energy so thin now. Suddenly, a large green circle opened up beneath the ground, revealing strange characters. The spell expanded, using the Long Mu spirit as the foundation for the formation. Leaves sprouted and began to grow on the branch. He stood beside the branch, watching it gradually transform. And the leaves whispered that this villa was the eye of the Great Spirit Gathering formation. The branch slowly evolved, sprouting other branches, as he continued to use the school as the center. Gradually, the branch began to take the form of a real tree, then expanded the range of the spell to the spirit gathering area. Xiaofan's incantation flowed steadily, as if the spirit gathering area was slowly siphoning off half the spiritual energy from Jiangnan. Suddenly, streams of energy gathered in the sky, radiating purple light. He recited. Regrettably, the gemstone that Shu Lion found for him was already a top-tier gem in the mortal realm. For him, it was too mundane, as the energy dissipated to reveal a star-shaped array, and he quickly appeared from afar, standing on a rock. He murmured. Right now, I can set up a higher-level array. I can only temporarily form the spirit-gathering array through the dying sun Bao Du. Those energy streams danced below the rock he stood on, just a few feet away. Even so, for a normal person living here, they could at least live a healthy life up to 150 years. Xiaofan looked at them expressionlessly. This was the effect of the dying sun Bao Du. Just like every sect in the cultivation world had their own. After finishing his work, he returned home. Stepping inside the house, he snapped his fingers. Snap. Instantly, several bodyguards he struck fell, engulfed in blue flames, offending the celestial sovereign. Vanish from this world. He walked past them. It was time to activate the Chaos Stone. In Xiaofan's hand was a small stone. The Chaos Stone was a type of primordial divine stone, only effective for those at the initial stage. He clenched his fist, sitting before the glowing device, recounting how after becoming a great celestial sovereign, he finally obtained the Chaos Stone. Hence he had not used it for cultivation. He dropped the stone into the device, explaining that the Chaos Stone contained primordial divine power, a crucial boost for his cultivation of the celestial body technique. As soon as he dropped it, a blue light flared around him, and the device began to rise. The device vibrated as if something inside was wrething. It emitted a shimmering light under Xia Fan's watchful gaze. He stared at it intently. Inside the device, a fierce vortex appeared, and he sighed, wondering who infused Phoenix spiritual energy into this bronze device. It was a pity that it had been sealed for too long. It was now very weak. Then he pressed the stone to his chest, closing his eyes to feel his body. A light flickered in his chest as it absorbed energy. Little Pham sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning the process of absorbing the Chaos Meteorite, as powerful streams of energy swirled around him. Once activated, the Chaos Meteorite indeed grew stronger, replenishing the previously depleted celestial energy, now flowing abundantly. Suddenly, Little Pham opened his eyes wide, filled with determination. He manipulated the Chaos Meteorite out of his body, raising an eyebrow in astonishment. And even more surprisingly, this Chaos Meteorite possessed divine abilities. Little Pham shouted loudly, "Open!" Instantly, streams of celestial energy erupted from his body, spreading into the surrounding space with the movement of his hand seals. When he opened his eyes again, they gleamed with a fiery red light, like two burning embers. He cracked a faint smile, realizing that the Chaos Meteorite granted him divine sight, and now he was cultivating into a supreme celestial companion. Satisfaction radiated from his face as he raised his hand to check his magical powers. Divine sight could only be attained under the conditions of celestial spirit and celestial soul. Only by leveling up his cultivation could he achieve supreme divine abilities. It seemed he had underestimated this divine ability of the Chaos Spirit. He gazed at the newly placed item before him, eager to uncover the powers of this celestial companion. Discovering it possessed such divine abilities, the item vibrated violently, containing a terrifying force. Suddenly, from within, thousands of blazing red lights shot up, startling Little Pham a bit. Those streams of brilliance quickly merged, slowly forming a massive phoenix. However, Little Pham's eyes showed no sign of astonishment at this breathtaking appearance. Indeed, it was not just a spirit phoenix, but the true soul of a phoenix. He quickly formed a hand seal, speaking with determination. "If that is the case, stay put in my spirit gathering formation." As soon as he finished speaking, ropes filled with thunderous power shot up from all sides, binding the phoenix tightly, causing it to scream in pain. Unexpectedly, a few leaves flew in from nowhere and struck its wings. The phoenix fell into despair, struggling harder as the bonds tightened. Sensing the moment had come, Little Pham reached out towards the phoenix and shouted, "Submit." His voice, filled with inner strength, commanded. And suddenly, a gigantic hand condensed from magical power descended to crush the phoenix down to the ground. Seeing a powerful being like the phoenix having to endure such immense pressure, Little Pham declared proudly, "Even if you are the soul of a phoenix, you cannot resist my celestial energy." Following that, it flew out the main door, the phoenix soaring straight to the dragon's eye, landing on a branch. Little Pham locked eyes with it, his tone authoritative. "Now you will obediently assist me, absorbing the spirit energy from all directions to enhance my cultivation. When I break through to the celestial realm, I will elevate you with me." The phoenix seemed to comprehend, nodding and calling out twice in affirmation. Little Pham also nodded lightly, saying, "Go on. I won't restrict your freedom. But you can only operate within the bounds of my Show Mountain range." In an instant, the phoenix spread its wings and soared into the sky, the moonlight illuminating the space. Little Pham gazed at its silhouette, deep in thought. The phoenix aids Jiang Long, the ultimate dragon and the ultimate protector, is the spirit formation. The great spirit array is complete. And this is the spell that every formation master dreams of. The phoenix's appearance is truly stunning. And quickly, someone spots it. A child points to the sky and shouts loudly, "There is a phoenix in the sky." Someone hurriedly pulls out their phone to record. "Oh my god. This is a sight to behold." The image of the phoenix shines brightly, its wings soaring against the night sky, striking awe in everyone who sees it. Everyone is stunned by this rare sight. Is this really the legendary phoenix? The desert spirit revealing itself, like a heavenly being among mortals. Little Pham closes his eyes, concentrating. The corners of his eyes flare up with a fiery glow, burning bright like a wildfire. Amidst the stillness, he shouts out, "Supreme Celestial." Who? As he finishes his words, Little Pham can see from afar a group of bodyguards firing continuously at a man, but he is shielding himself with a barrier, protecting the family head. Little Pham opens his eyes in surprise. Little Lian pushes the door and steps into Little Pham's room. She clasps her hands in respect. Speaking reverently, disciple of Master Tai Lian pays respects to the teacher. Little Pham slowly gets up and calmly says, Tai Lian is a bit taken aback as she has not even had a chance to say anything yet. "Teacher." He casually grabs a coat and the elder speaks up. "The Tai family has drawn a lot from me. Now in their time of trouble, it is only right I lend a hand. Hearing this, Lian bows her head and says, "Thank you, teacher." Watching the teacher leaves him puzzled. He did not expect he would know the purpose of his visit. The black car quickly moves away. Inside the car, Lian recounts the tangled history between the two families. The Nai family and the Tai family have never gotten along, and over the years, their business dealings have been riddled with conflicts. She speaks clearly, recounting each incident. Once, the Nai family ambushed an important cargo from the Tai family, and the head of the Nai family was killed by his younger brother. Since then, the feud between the two families has intensified. The Nai family has attempted to assassinate his grandfather multiple times, including during the first meeting with the teacher, which was also due to their interference. Leufam listens quietly to every detail. Years later, he wonders where the enemy learned their skills to come back and seek revenge on his grandfather. Earlier events were seen through the Supreme Celestial, and Lian reported it as well. Although the Tai family has deployed their elite guards, they could not hold them off. Even bullets could not harm him, while the bodyguards suffered heavily. From her narration, Leufam silently speculates that the golden masked guy beside Song Zhang said the one who attacked was his younger brother. It seems that the golden masked guy is also a pawn of the Nai family. While he is still pondering, the ominous words he heard earlier have already been resolved by him. Lian anxiously thinks back to the earlier incident. If it were not for the martial guards who heard the news and rushed over, his grandfather might have already lost his life at their hands. She pauses for a moment before continuing. Then both sides have agreed to a showdown today. Now, Lian finally mentions why she came to see Leufam. His grandfather admitted he was not a match for that person, so he had to ask Lian to invite the teacher for help. Leufam does not reply immediately but calculates in his mind. Now, on Earth, there probably are not many who can withstand a bullet. It is a perfect opportunity to verify and also to gauge the power levels of the experts on Earth. After a while, Leufam finally speaks up. It is, "I will go meet those people with a guaranteed answer from you." Lian smiled joyfully, knowing that with the master, the family would be safe, in a tranquil forest on the outskirts. Amidst the lush greenery, a bright red tiled roof peeked through that was the magnificent Nugai Enga villa of the family. The large gates were already open, and Lian stepped forward, gently extending her hand. "Master, please follow me." As they entered the villa grounds, they encountered a guard standing vigilantly. The guard bowed respectfully upon seeing the two. "Miss Lian, it is good to have you back." They walked deeper inside, where Thin Chan had been waiting. "I have been expecting you for a long time." He gestured for them to come in. While walking, Thin Chan chatted. "This time, thanks to once everything is settled, the family will definitely reward you handsomely." Once seated, Thin Chan got straight to the point. "The duel is set for noon at 11 of the clock, at Feng Deng Pavilion by the sea." Leufam nodded, indicating he understood and was ready to hear the details. Immediately after, Thin Chan stood up, calmly saying, "Let Lian sit with you. I need to prepare a bit. After that, we will head out." With that, he left, leaving Leufam and Lian to enjoy their time. Suddenly, a young man's arrogant voice rang out from outside. "I heard Miss Leufam is at my house." Leufam grumbled to her sister. "This is the family's business. Why bring this kid here to help?" Hearing that attitude, Leufam just raised an eyebrow, enjoying the moment. Leufam continued with a haughty expression, declaring, "As long as my master is invited, anything can be resolved. I think this kid is just a con artist. Fooling around." Leufam, feeling indignant, spoke up. "Leufam, Lo is our guest, do not be rude. Haven't you learned your lesson from last time?" She clenched her teeth. Visibly frustrated, unable to hold back, Leufam boldly stepped forward, determined to expose this fraud. Despite the obstacles ahead, he pointed directly at Leufam, laying down the challenge. "Leufam, I want to duel you. If you lose, you have to leave Suchaju. What do you say? Got the gut?" Leufam was not pleased with this attitude. His voice was low but commanding. "I will give you a chance. Take your hand off me and scram." Xifeng was infuriated by the jab, scoffing arrogantly. "You think you can scare me? I am pointing at you. What are you going to do about it? You are just a poser." Seeing her brother like this, Lian rushed over to grab his arm, urgently saying, Xifeng, do you realize you are digging your own grave? Apologize to me. Lo right now." Yet Xifeng stubbornly pushed Lian away and boldly declared, "Sister, no one can stop me today. Don't worry, I have my master. The clan will be just fine." Xifeng was now boiling with rage, his voice dripping with menace. "Today, I am going to teach this brat a lesson. How dare he compete for Auto Dung Dai Nai with me?" He is asking for trouble. Tai Lian saw things escalating too far, immediately stepping in to pull her brother back. Ti Tuozhen Ti Shi Feng. But this time, Xiaofan raised his hand to stop her. His eyes calm yet sharp, a cold glint piercing through. All right. You are about to find out who you are messing with. Ti Feng let out a mocking laugh. Who am I messing with? I spit on you. Just a country bumpkin, full of arrogance. Xiaofan did not even bother with words. Instead, he slapped Ti Feng right across the face. His gaze was as cold as ice, with a slight smirk. Too slow. Ti Feng completely lost control at that moment, shouting, "You little punk. You dare sneak attack me." But before he could finish, another thunderous slap landed on his face. This one harder and more vicious, sending him crashing into the wall. The impact was heavy, and Ti Feng cried out in pain, struggling to get back on his feet. Damn it. This is ridiculous. Ti Feng still did not grasp the power difference between them, furiously throwing a punch at Xiaofan. You bastard. I am going to wipe that smug face off you. Xiaofan gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength into a decisive blow. Xiaofan furrowed his brow, his eyes flickering with a chilling green light. He snorted in disdain. Yeah. Right. In that instant, he gathered his energy into his fist, tightening it and preparing to counterattack. But the powerful energy from Xiaofan shattered Ti Feng's fist into pieces. The sound crackling. Crack. Crack. He clutched his arm in agony, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Tight Liven, witnessing this, urgently pleaded, "Master, please show mercy. For the sake of our grandfather. Spare him." But Ti Feng was still being defiant, taunting Xiaofan. "You little punk. If you are so tough, go ahead and kill me. My master will avenge me." Slowly, he stood up, his face no longer pale, without giving anyone a chance to react. Xiaofan lifted his foot and stomped down hard on one of Ti Feng's feet. Crack. Crack. Then he stomped down on the other foot, the sound of bones breaking sending chills down spines. Finally, Xiaofan delivered a powerful kick to Ti Feng's still intact arm, snapping it as well. Ti Feng screamed in madness from the excruciating pain. After the punishment, Xiaofan shot him a warning glare. "Out of respect for your sister, I will only break your limbs and spare your miserable life." Just a moment. You should feel lucky to have a good sister. But Ti Feng's eyes were still filled with hatred, his body shaking from pain and humiliation. Sniffing, seeing his younger brother faint from the injuries, Ti Lin immediately furrowed his brows, sternly ordering to quickly take the boy to the hospital. Dian Chun had just finished preparing his things, so he rushed over to where Leufam was, frowning as he called out loudly. Ti Tuozhen Ti Shi Feng, seeing his nephew being carried out on a stretcher, covered in serious wounds. Dian Chun was taken aback. His gaze quickly shifted to Leufam, who was standing there calmly, arms crossed over his chest, with a look on his face as if nothing had just happened. As if thinking of something, Then Qian approached him to apologize, thanking him for being merciful. "My nephew tends to act recklessly, so I hope you will forgive him," seeing the sincerity in his tone. Leufam generously brushed it off. "It is all good." When suddenly someone rushed in, a bodyguard leaned in to report quietly to Thin Chan, who frowned in confusion. "What? Why is Lotho Chan here? I did not notify him." Tight Lian speculated from the side. It must be that Tight Feng informed him. Upon hearing this, Dian Chan's anger flared, grinding his teeth as he muttered bitterly, "That useless brat." Leufam stood by, completely oblivious to what was going on. Tight Lian quickly stepped forward to explain. "Master, you need to be careful with Lotho Chan, my brother's master. He is a powerful figure in this area, with deep internal strength, known as the top master in this region." She emphasized that many people wanted him as their master, but he rarely accepted disciples. Tight Lian recalled the past, how her brother Tight Feng wanted to apprentice under him, and their grandfather Lao Then had to offer him a big house, just to convince him to take Tight Feng as a disciple. Just then, hurried footsteps approached, and a man's booming voice called out, "Savalot." The newcomer was the Dine, his face twisted with anger, a forceful presence as he demanded, "What is going on here? Who hurt Tight Feng like this?" Dian Chun wore a troubled expression, unsure how to respond. "Who?" Seeing this, the Dean grew even more irritated, crossing his arms and observing, "Looks like you are not too fond of Lao Chan." Vivan Chen quickly changed his demeanor, warmly welcoming him. "Oh no, not all. Leufam coming here is already a favor to me. Please, have a seat." Though the Don was dissatisfied, he reluctantly sat down, visibly displeased, spotting a stranger. Tu Fume, sitting across from him. He inquired, "Is this guy the one who hurt my disciple?" At that moment, Tron Khan finally got a good look at his face and gasped, "It is." Tron Khan pointed at Taifam, loudly accusing him, "Boss, you can escape this. Earlier, we teamed up with Dong Thiku Khan to hurt him. It was this kid." The Dan narrowed his eyes at Tu Fam, I have been looking for you for a long time, and never expected to run into you here. Tukan laid out all the charges against him. First, you hurt my brother, and now you attack my disciple. Whether you go by Le Taidu or Latu Thin, you better cut off your own hands and knees. Then kneel before my disciple and apologize. Then the guy grew up. His face was all veins. If not, no one would get through this door. With that anger came a punch into the wooden beam, shattering it with a loud crack. So while the crowd outside looked tense, inside they could not help but think, this kid is clearly just an ordinary person. He has got a decent face but nothing more. He recalled that all his disciples looked utterly defeated, with low cultivation levels. Those little brats he had crippled before were definitely on purpose. He decided it was time to make a statement. He had to show his face this time. Otherwise, how could he maintain any dignity in this territory? How could the Zenui martial arts school continue operating? Who would come to learn under him anymore? Xiaofan had been silent, but now he gently tapped his cup, realizing these two were indeed troublemakers. At first, when they teamed up with young Master Yang to harm me, I only crippled them. Showing them mercy was already too much. He lifted his cup as if to drink, but just stared at the guy pointing fingers at him. That guy had tried to assassinate me multiple times. Crippling him was already generous. If it were not for the face of the family, I would be killed him long ago. Xiaofan frowned. Is Gacy? And his voice came out softly but laced with reproach. You are here to question me. What do you have to say? The guy was not going to back down either. He jumped up, drawing his sword. All cocky. Who the hell do you think you are? Qian Zheng, watching the scene unfold, felt alarmed. This was not good. He rushed over, grabbing the furious guy's arm to stop him. Master Lai, please do not act rashly. Just hear what Lahu has to say. Qian Zheng began to recount old times while Xiaofan listened quietly. Master Lai had likely heard about my exploits a few years back. Now, they had come knocking at my door. He stated the main reason for his presence here. Master Lai, I invited you here to help out. No matter what happens, you have to help me save face. The guy calmed down, crossed his arms, and agreed. All right, since the old man has spoken, I will do my best to support you. After we deal with this, I will get back to settling scores with that kid. He sulked as he sat down, speaking in disdain. But with this useless punk, how can we fend off the enemy? Being judged like that, Xiaofan's face darkened. The guy laid out his purpose for today. Actually, I came here because I heard your family is in trouble. After all, I am the master of Su Feng, so I will help you sort this out. Qian Zheng waited, not rushing to respond to this matter. He noticed the other party's hesitation and turned to confront him. What? I am the dignified head of the martial arts school, and I am being overshadowed by some kid from who knows where. Facing this awkward situation, he glanced at Xiaofan for a hint, and upon seeing him nod, he suddenly thought, Master Li is also on board to help. Qian Zheng clenched his fist and said to the guy, if Master Li agrees to lend a hand, victory is assured. A stream of people began to enter the auxiliary hall, shrouded in mist, serene and elegant as if painted. Dan Shuang entered the hall with the young master, seeing many people around and asked, Young master, why are there so many people here? She turned to ask, also, when you said we came here for revenge, what did you mean? He replied with a hint of arrogance. Remember when I mentioned the Nai family? Today, they are planning to wipe out your family. Hearing this, Dan Shuang looked a bit skeptical. Is the Nai family really that powerful? They are even aiming to overthrow your family. He raised an eyebrow, clearly not interested in small talk. Without waiting for her response, he urged, or your dad will keep us waiting. We still need to pay our respects to the Nai family. The illegal arena was packed, with people shouting and cheering, as another opponent was defeated. Look, the Yang family has arrived. On the arena, the father and son from the Yang family were trying to ingratiate themselves with the man in front of them. This time, old Nai will definitely wipe out the Shi family. When that happens, he will have full control over the Shi prefecture, and the Yang family will surely lend their strength. He did not bother to stand up, just glanced over and let out a low growl with a nonchalant attitude. He said, I know what you want. I will defeat the Shi family and unify Jianbei. Considering how many years you have brought me information and support, the Yang family can represent the Nai family in Shi prefecture. Hearing this confirmation, the Yang father and son looked delighted and stepped back, not forgetting to say, Yep. We will do our best. Excited, the three of them walked down from the stands. While waiting, Dan Dong asked about the identity of the person on stage. Tukan, is he? Acting all high and mighty. Even Uncle Yang has to bow down. Tukan smugly boasted. He is the #1 master in Jiangbai. Ni Hu, a true powerhouse no one in the Shi family can compare. Not even Shi prefecture could hold a candle to him. He is definitely not someone that a novice like Xiaofan could compete with. He watched Nai Hu easily take down a group of opponents, his tone dripping with glee. You see those guys lying there? They are top-tier masters, all defeated by him at this point. Tukan felt victory was in the bag. he boldly declared. Today marks the end of the Shi family and the death of Lai Xiaofan. After all the humiliation they have put us through, we will reclaim our dignity today, no matter how arrogant Lai Xiaofan gets. The last laugh will be ours. Then Duong believed without a doubt. Thinking. Lai Xiaofan, I admit you have changed a lot, but no matter what, your foundation is too shallow, and you do not understand the times. You brought this on yourself. With a slight smirk, she happily mused. When you turned me down before, do not blame me for not pleading for you now. Suddenly, the doors burst open, and 4 formidable figures stepped in. People around shouted, the old Shi is here. The Chief Li has arrived. Regaining their momentum, everyone took turns shouting. Chief Li, you are here. Teach that arrogant punk a lesson. Exactly. He has been looking down on everyone. Even though he is targeting the Shi family, he really just wants to stomp on everyone in the martial arts world of Shi Prefecture. Among the crowd, many voices of indignation rose up. Is there no one left to challenge the Shi Prefecture? What about the Yang family? You ungrateful backstabbers. Now that Chief Li is here, let us crush that jerk. The Yang father and son, along with Dan Duong, shared the same thought as they witnessed the scene. You all keep puffing yourselves up. Just wait until the Nai family's great hero arrives. After taking care of Shi Tanjing, the Yang family will step in to manage Shi Prefecture. At that point, you will have to kneel before me and apologize. On the stands, Nuhu roared. What a bunch of useless trash. Is there really no master in Shi Prefecture? Shi Tanjing, if you know what is good for you, and kneel before me and beg for forgiveness. Who knows? I might just spare your pathetic life. These words do not make anyone right, but they are enough to raise a few eyebrows. Before Chen Zheng could even respond, a young guy suddenly jumped up and shouted, Dante, get cocky. His fist slammed onto the floor with a heavy thud. Lu Sheng raised his fist, declaring war. Let us see how I deal with this punk today. Sai Hu leaned on one hand, giving off a vibe of utter disdain. You are not even worth my shoes. Lu Sheng was furious, but Sai Hu brushed him off, waving him away. Know your place and scram. Let Qin Zheng come here personally. He could not contain his anger, leaping up to throw a punch straight at Sai Hu's face. You dare underestimate me. Sai Hu easily dodged. Smirking, he slightly bent forward, a deep purple aura enveloping him. Then he launched a powerful kick straight into his opponent's stomach, grinning as he said, Get lost. In the blink of an eye, Lu Sheng was sent flying off the stage, crashing into the wall like a meteor. He could not help but let out a painful scream. The crowd surrounding him gasped in shock. He could not even handle a single move from Sai Hu. It was a total disaster. They started to worry, wondering how they could possibly fight back against him. On the stage, Sai Hu pointed his thumb down, starting to taunt. Qin Zheng, do not let anyone else take a hit for you. There is no one in Xiaozhou worth my time, just a bunch of trash. Qin Zheng replied calmly. See Hu, you underestimate the heroes of Xiaozhou. That incident years ago. Your brother was the one dealing drugs and got what he deserved. Lao Kaiao took him out for the greater good. I am warning you. I suggest you back off before you make a mistake. Like hitting a sore spot, Sai Hu pointed at his opponent, yelling, Stop talking nonsense. I am taking your head today to honor my brother in the afterlife. Just as he finished speaking, a guy named Shi Zhen stepped forward. Shouting fiercely, he leaped into the arena, determined to crush Xihu's arrogance. A dark purple energy surged from him, and the wooden floor beneath him cracked under the pressure. Seeing this, Sai Hu seemed intrigued. An internal martial artist. No wonder you are so cocky. But you are still no match for me. So you might want to leave while you can. Shi Zhen clenched his jaw, refusing to back down, his energy intensifying. He furrowed his brows tightly, muttering to himself, I have to strike first. Then he quickly gathered momentum. Using the toes of his feet as leverage, his hand shot out, launching sharp moves straight at Xihu. Sai Hu remained calm, waiting until the attack was almost upon him before he moved slightly, both hands tensing up. Both sides were channeling their energy, preparing for a fierce duel. The attacker and defender, every strike aimed for a vital spot. Sai Hu laughed as he fought. Seriously? You think you can block one of my moves? Just as he said that, he suddenly kicked his opponent off the wooden stage. But that was just the beginning. Dust flew everywhere, causing the crowd to scatter in panic. Screaming, Get out of the way. Shi Zhen was sent flying off the stage by the kick. Looking utterly defeated, he struggled to sit up, thinking to himself, I really underestimated him. That last attack was more serious than he imagined. Blood oozing from his mouth. He felt completely drained, and the people around him anxiously helped him to his feet. Suddenly, as if realizing something, the guy horrifiedly asked the Tiger Master, who had reached the legendary master level, facing this unforgettable blow. He could only grit his teeth and think to himself, I have dedicated half my life to hard training, but I still have not achieved the legendary master level. He had underestimated the Tiger Master. He never expected him to reach such a high level. If he had not dodged quickly just now, his life would have been in serious danger. From behind, Tzi called out loudly, Master Nkamai. showing concern over the strength of the one who just took down his teacher. Even the top master of Sofsochu could not withstand it. This means that from master level down, there are no opponents. Who could possibly stand up against the Tiger Master? It is like leaving Han to rampage unchecked. Dean Chun was no exception. His forehead creased as panic clearly showed in his eyes. This guy was unbeatable. It seems even Leufam could not stop Henan. Could it be that today? I must leave my old life here. In that moment of chaos. His granddaughter hurriedly grabbed Dean Chan's hand, soothing the fear rising within him. Grandpa, do not worry. Her snowflake-like eyes sparkled with determination. Her hands clenched tight as she confidently declared, Master will definitely defeat the Tiger Master. I believe in you. Dean Chun remained anxious. The lines on his forehead etched with worry. Wondering if, by some twist of fate, what was meant to happen would indeed come to pass. The Tiger Master spread his arms, standing tall amidst the crowd. His voice boomed, cutting through all the noise. Whoever is not convinced, come up here and face your death. His face radiated triumph as he lifted his chin, speaking with a steely tone. Today, I will crush the martial artists of Suchu right in front of you. Old man, in response to Suchu's feeble retorts, the Tiger Master disdainfully remarked, what is this so-called top family of Suchu? To me, you are nothing but a fly. Suddenly, a gust of energy rushed past him, and he abruptly turned to the right, trying to catch a glimpse of who dared to challenge him. With a fierce determination burning in his eyes, an old man stepped forward. Unafraid, with a flourish, he brandished his impressive weapon and announced, I am Liubo, the leader of the Tien Hexai sect. Tiger Master, do not underestimate the heroes of Sufchigu. Without missing a beat, he aimed his gun straight at the Tiger Master and shouted. Unfazed, the Tiger Master raised his hand just as the bullet whizzed through the air, and with astonishing precision, he managed to stop it mid-flight. Ziobaka's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him, watching as the bullet was completely subdued. The color drained from his face. The Tiger Master's half-smile felt like a slap in the face to all the martial artists of Sufchiju. He relished the outcome that had gone exactly as he predicted. A gun powered by spiritual energy is terrifying. With just a light flick of his foot, the Tiger Master lunged at Liu Ba. Moving so fast it was like a blink of an eye. In an instant, his punch came crashing down, shattering Zio Baki's gun. Before he could even think to defend himself, only a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Oh no. Too fast. Without stopping, the Tiger Master unleashed a powerful strike directly at Zio Baki's head. He looked down on him. He was reacting now, way too slow. The earth-shattering blow caught the leader of the Tien Hexai sect off guard. Blood gushed out, splattering like dark red rain. The tiger strikes down the white peach effortlessly, not even bothering to hide his disdain. Henteng emphasizes, in the face of absolute power, you are all just trash. The laughter of the tiger echoes, mixed with contempt and boredom at the pathetic display of the white peach. Ha. Worthless junk. Something that could not withstand even a single blow. Standing before the defeated opponent, he looks at the old man with a cold, arrogant gaze, saying, what heroes do you speak of? This is just a gathering of fools. With each step forward, he radiates the aura of someone in control, taking center stage like it is the most natural thing in the world. The crowd panics as he approaches, lips curling into a smirk. A threatening whisper escapes. Today is your day to die. Then the tiger flashes a sinister smile, savoring their fear. But do not worry. I won't kill you just yet. He steps right up to Qianzhang, not blinking, coldly stating, I will lock you away in a dark place and slowly torment you, making it so you can die. And you can live either. Ha. Just as the tiger finishes his sentence, his voice booms, eyes fixated on the man in front of him. You are the head of the family, and you look pretty strong. What is there to fear about dying? Dying at the hands of a little brat like you would be a disgrace for me. In response to Qin Zheng's nonchalant attitude, the victorious sheen fades from his eyes, revealing a glint of rage. Clenching his teeth, fists tightened, he growls, what good is saving face now? You better hope you can still talk then. Just as tension thickens, a voice rings out from afar. Just a tiny ant trying to see what is going on here. The voice is so unexpected that the tiger turns his head, about to throw a punch at Chan Zheng. All eyes divert to the source of the sound. Who? From behind, a young man appears, a lit cigarette in hand, taking a long drag and exhaling smoke like he could not care less about the situation. Upon spotting Xiaofan, the tiger frowns, irritation flooding his gaze. He smirks, taunting. Where did this kid come from? Thinking he can meddle in my business. Know your place and bow 3 times before getting lost. Unfazed by the tiger's challenge, the cigarette still firmly in hand, Xiaofan calmly responds, bow my head for you. No thanks. Suddenly, a strange spark lights up in his eyes. A jolt of energy silently pulses through him, hinting at extraordinary power. The atmosphere thickens. Xiaofan stands like a deity, his voice booming with authority. Do you even know who you are talking to? In that fleeting moment, the tiger pales, his stutter betraying him as he feels the pressure. This is something else. As fear washes over him, the tiger rubs his eyes, repeatedly trying to calm himself. This must be an illusion. What he just saw is definitely a trick of the mind. Regaining his composure, he straightens up and stares at Xiao Fan, quickly judging him. This kid does not even look 20. Even if he trained from the womb, it would not compare to my training time. Moreover, I can't sense any real power from him. What I saw earlier must have been an illusion. The tiger boasts loudly, shouting right at him. You are just pretending to be a god. In response to the veiled insult, Xiao Fan slowly retorts, Tiger, do not tell me you think you have reached the threshold of a master. Threaten me all you want. Even if a master himself came here, I would still take you down without hesitation. From the edge of the crowd, the snowstorm's edge scoffed. It has come to this, and this kid is still playing these games, still pretending like nothing's changed. Just wait until the one who gets shredded to pieces is him. Suddenly, the crowd roared, warning Little Fam. You arrogant brat. We can handle a lot. But this kid probably can't even withstand a single finger from the opponent. He continued to mock, saying he was just putting on an act, completely oblivious to his impending doom. The Tiger Master bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. Kid, you have had your say. Now it is time to die. Without hesitation, he aimed straight at Little Fame, who boldly raised a hand to block the attack. The crowd scolded, accusing Little Fam of being arrogant. You are about to die and still do not know to repent. I can't figure out how this show-off has survived this long. The Tiger Master swung a punch at him, and Little Fam's hand moved so fast it startled him. The Tiger Master tried to defend and counterattack, but Little Fam pulled back and then unleashed his internal energy, striking him right in the back. The Tiger Master stumbled back in pain, thinking, damn it, I have underestimated this kid. No way, he has no cultivation. Clearly, he is a hidden powerhouse. He spat blood, realizing too late he had been pretending to be weak, letting his guard down completely. Immediately, the Tiger Master was not fazed. You think you are good? Go ahead and break through my defenses if you can. As he boasted, Little Fam closed the distance, ready to fight back even harder. With a swift flick of his hand, the shield shattered. He mocked, just a bunch of clucking chickens and barking dogs, not worthy to strut around in front of me. The Tiger Master's eyes bulged, astonished. Where did this young expert come from? I can't believe I did not see this coming. Little Fam frowned, feeling dissatisfied and prepared to retreat. But he had not lowered his hand yet. An enormous, invisible hand flew toward him, creating a massive shockwave that shattered the ground around them. The giant hand slowly advanced, and he struggled to respond. Wait, you can't kill me. Little Fam, hearing this, resolutely tightened his grip, ignoring the Tiger Master's rambling. My master is a true grandmaster, and he will. In that instant, the Tiger Master was crushed by Fam's power. The surrounding crowd gasped in disbelief. This guy, is he even human? The Tiger Master is a respected figure in the region, and he only needed 3 moves to go down. This has to be the real deal. He glanced over at the elder, who bowed respectfully. From now on, we will follow your orders. Sir. Everyone chimed in unison. We will follow your orders. Sir. Little Kun looked at his father, puzzled. Dad, are we really going to bow down to this Little Fam guy? Yang Jing instructed. You must learn to read the times, my boy, and practice patience. He emphasized. Today, the Tiger Master has lost. It is time for us to humbly submit to Little Fam, or else our family risks danger and might even be wiped off the map. So you think you can just strut around after one lucky win? Little Fam steps up to challenge. And hey, what is up with you? Li Guang, didn't you have some unfinished business with me before? He beckons the guy with his finger, pushing him back. The crowd gathers as he emphasizes. Let me make this clear. You better acknowledge my status in this world. Before the guy can finish his sentence, Little Fam slaps him hard. Smack. Who do you think you are? Trying to act tough in front of me. The guy is so stunned he can't speak. You should learn to respect others with that slap. Furious, the guy shouts. You little punk. Little Fam gives him another slap. Smack. Now he is speechless. That slap was to teach you humility. Do not overestimate yourself, you arrogant jerk. He lands another solid hit. And this one is a lesson in managing your own people. When the top is not righteous, chaos follows. Smack. If you can train good disciples, you better not raise a bunch of troublemakers. The side of the guy's face is now burning red. Su Feng watches helplessly from below, initially thinking today was Little Fam's last. But unexpectedly, he is making a name for himself with this fight. He muses, his master can't hold on anymore, just hoping to pull back Longshan soon. Since childhood, he has been loyal to Tang Taming, Now that Tang Tai has clearly sided with Leufam, if he returns, I will still have a shot at revenge. He keeps contemplating the feasibility. After all, pulling Longchan is a big deal. He is the famous brother of the team, and also the top disciple of the #1 expert in the southeastern Longchan area. Tukan bows respectfully. Little Fam, I have made mistakes. I am here to take responsibility. I hope Master Li can show some mercy. He appears respectful while apologizing but thinks, I won't hold a grudge against you. Let us just move on from this. Little Fam shoots him a scornful glance. What a sycophant. Tukan quickly points the finger. Actually, I never loved Gu King Shuang. That fox spirit seduced me. I know she is just a gold digger. Kun Shuang is taken aback. He gestures, and in her eyes, all she sees is money. Tukan continues. You did the right thing by dumping her. Yang Jing chimes in. Exactly. Like Xiaofam is way up here. She sneers at the degrading comments. Thinking, a girl obsessed with money like her deserves to be thrown away. I am better off without her. Kun Shuang can take it anymore. Stepping up to speak. Tukan. She shouts. Demanding. What did you just say? He does not back down, seizing the opportunity. Pointing right at her face. Gu Qingshu. Listen up. I want to break up with you. From now on, we are done. No ties left between us. Tukan boldly declares. You are ditching a hot girl like Xiaofam for this? You have got no shame. Are you blind? Tukan keeps rambling. Me compared to Xiaofam, I am heavenly. He is just dirt. There is no comparison. Kun Shuang is so furious she can speak. Clenching her fists, she hisses each word. You jerk. Screaming with all her pent-up frustration and rage, he pointed at her without a care in the world and declared loudly, I am breaking up with you today. Than Song slapped him hard, saying, You think you can just kick me to the curb? Think again, buddy. There was no such thing as being nice to women. He shot back, You dare hit me? Bring it on. Meanwhile, she was blushing with rage, getting ready to throw down. Today, I am going all out against you. They were both pulling each other's hair, with him growling, You rotten woman. I am going to crush you. She took a swing at him, both of them ready for a full-on brawl. Leufam's face darkened as he watched them fight. He did not want to see any more of this ridiculous scene and shouted. Enough, break it up. Leufam pushed her away with glee, saying, Did you hear that? Leufam told you to get lost. Leufam quickly clarified. I meant you should get lost too. He tried to sweet-talk his way out, saying, Leufam. Come on. Just slap him so he wakes up. Leufam shot back. What part of get lost do not you understand? Just go. Tukan, humiliated by the mocking crowd, had no choice but to comply. Fine. I am out of here. The father and son of Dazan Khan walked away in shame, proving that Deng had no pride left. While Leufam basked in his victory. That is right. Scum like him should just disappear. Men like Deng Tukan are nothing but trash. Leufam thought to himself. If it were not for needing to deal with the one pulling the strings behind the scenes, he would have taken out trash like him a long time ago. Lien Chayan stepped up to Leufam and warned him. Balaltin sign. You should still be careful. He explained. I have heard that in recent years, Tuvi's rapid rise is due to having a mysterious master. Likely a true master of the highest caliber. Divinchan clasped his hands respectfully, adding, You know, true masters are as rare as unicorns, especially young ones like you. Lotsin. So you must be extra careful. Leufam cheerfully replied. I got, but no worries. Even if a master shows up, I can still handle it. The scene shifted to him meditating, a phoenix soaring above his head. He focused intently, thinking, I am now at the peak of energy cultivation. During this time, I have also started to tap into my earth-level abilities. On Earth, aside from the general energy cultivation that martial artists practice, there is also the internal energy of masters. Leufam analyzed. Lotho Tren is called a master because of this ability, corresponding to the peak of energy cultivation. The phoenix hovered curiously near his head. Leufam thought about his determination. I need to speed up my training. After all, there is still someone out there waiting for me. He approached the formation, and although it was complete, the energy on Earth was too thin. To break through to the Pri-Heaven realm, he would need more external force. He stroked his chin, pondering, if my celestial body can refine all spirits, then finding more primordial stones would let me refine even more celestial energy, boosting my training speed to a whole new level. Xiaofang clenched his fist seriously. But the chaotic meteorite containing the silver spirit energy was exceptionally rare, a true treasure. That is why in his past life, so many people went to extreme lengths to seize it, with blood flowing like rivers. And one more thing. It is time for me to face off against a real master and test my current strategies. With that, he confidently stepped out of the house. Xiaofang glanced around, The demon cultivator he let go before must be close to recovering. It is time to gather the ghost energy to refine the immortal name. He pondered how to create it, as this immortal name required collecting countless spirits from the world, an extremely complex process that needed preparation starting now. He gazed up at the shimmering moon, reflecting on how his father had worked tirelessly for him in his past life, even sacrificing his health just to earn money, ultimately succumbing to illness and passing away suddenly at home. Determination filled his face. This time, he would not let his father suffer even a little. In front of the grand hall of that building, a taxi slowly came to a stop, and a deep voice rang out from inside the car. "This is the spot." The door opened, revealing a man in dress pants, stepping out with a sleek black jacket. Xiao Fan stood outside, gazing at the Wanhua Lake. The driver could not help but wave, reminding him, "Hey, Xiao Xuan, you really want to get out here? Wanhua Lake is famous for its ghostly vibes. I can drop you off somewhere else for a better price." Xiao Fan turned his head, assuring him, "Don't you worry. This is exactly where I want to be." Suddenly, he heard a wailing cry. "Oh my God, how awful you died." Now he noticed an old woman in mourning clothes, crying and burning joss paper, sobbing softly, thinking to himself, this old lady seems to find Wanhua Lake quite interesting. Seeing his determination, the driver hurriedly drove away, not forgetting to stutter a farewell. "Xiao Xuan. Take care." Xiao Fan turned back to look, but the old lady was nowhere to be seen. Just the remnants of the burnt joss paper left behind. Before he could examine it closely, a young man carrying a backpack rushed past, bumping into him, caught off guard. They collided, and the young man gasped in pain. "Sorry about that. I am in a hurry. Wait. Xiao Fan. Is that you?" Xiao Fan recognized him. Surprised. Kuo Fi. As he helped the young man up, he asked curiously, "I was just about to ask you. What are you doing with that ghost money and candles?" Kuo Fei bent down to pick up the scattered items, sighing sadly. "Didn't I tell you my mom has been bedridden for a while now? Recently, her condition suddenly worsened, and the hospital could not do anything more. Then yesterday, my dad found a famous master. It is said he is quite reputable even in Jianbai province, and my dad had to rely on some connections to invite him." He continued explaining. "He said he could treat my mom, so I bought these items. They are what he needs for the ritual." Xiao Fan looked towards the building behind and asked Kuo Fei, "Do you live around here?" Kuo Fei stood up, clutching his oversized backpack, affirming, "Yeah. I live in the Anfu neighborhood next to Wanhua Lake." He warned with concern, "Don't stay here too long." Xiao Fan. Wanhua Lake is notorious for its ghostly happenings. If it were not for these items, I would not even want to come here. At this moment, Xiao Fan had seen through the true nature of that grandmaster. He thought to himself, looks like this grandmaster Liu is probably just a fraud. But he replied smoothly, "Kuo Fi, since we have met, why do not you take me to see my aunt? Maybe I can cure her illness." Hearing this, his expression turned doubtful, his tone serious. "Xiao Fan, can you really heal her? I remember you have never studied medicine, right? And there is no one in your family who practices medicine either. This healing thing is no joke." Xiao Fan did not answer but said, "I want to meet this Grandmaster Liu." Kuo Fei could not stop him, so he reluctantly grabbed his bag and led the way. After a while, he reminded him, "We are almost there." By now, it was evening, the sky turning a fiery orange-red, casting an eerie atmosphere. Xiao Fan noticed that the walls were covered in talismans. As the two entered the house, they heard screams. "You let me. I want to go home. Don't eat me." Yating cried out in panic, her body trembling with fear. "Don't come any closer. Don't eat me." Next to her, Kuo Bai grabbed Chuan's arm, pleading desperately. "Grandmaster Liu, please, you must save my wife. No matter how much it costs, I am willing to pay." And Chuan stroked his beard, shaking his head. "It is tough. Your wife has been cursed. Even if I perform a spell today, it will only temporarily alleviate her condition. To cure her completely is very difficult. She might have to stay in bed for the rest of her life." Kuo Fei set his backpack down and urged, "So what should we do?" "Grandmaster Liu, you need to think of something." The fraud crossed his arms, making it clear he was making things difficult. "Actually, curing her is not too hard, but the secret method I have is tricky to prepare. Just one ingredient costs thousands, and even then, it might not be enough." He confidently replied, "As long as we can cure my mom, even if it costs this whole room, we are willing to find the money." Suddenly, Xiao Fan stepped in front of Kuo Fei, stopping him. "Wait a minute." Xiao Fan approached the bed, his expression serious. He whispered, "Supreme Immortal, open." As he finished speaking, his gaze sharpened, glowing with a faint blue light. As the Immortal opened, Xiao Fan saw that the area around her was engulfed in a strange black mist. Just as he thought, Not only was his aunt missing her soul, but she was also being weighed down by this unclean energy. It was definitely linked to that demonic cultivator he encountered at Manhwa Lake. Now that he knew the cause, Xiaofan confidently told the father and son. Qiaofi, uncle, I can cure her. This is not a curse. It is due to her weakened body. I took the opportunity to enter and got caught up in it, and Tuan, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. His voice was sharp. Young brother, you can't just make claims like that. You can't throw around words without proof. He did not believe Xiaofan's words, saying, you say she got caught up in it. How could that be? Explain yourself. Xiaofan confronted the fraud directly. I am here to treat my aunt, not to mess around. Xiaofan turned back to the father and son. Uncle. Qiaofi, did not my aunt visit Wanhua Lake before? Kuo Bai scratched his head, trying to remember. I do not think she has. After all, that place has been abandoned for a long time. But we live close to Wanhua Lake, so she might have passed by it in a vehicle. When Leufam heard this, he immediately knew his guess was right. He confidently declared, then it is settled. Auntie must be connected to the Van Ho Hetrivine incident. We need to take her there right away. Only by bringing her back to the scene can we truly help her. He quickly ordered. Kiyu Fai, carry Auntie and follow me. Kiyu Fai, still unsure of the situation, instinctively responded. Okay, and Toon halted Tiu Fime. Wait a minute. He glanced at the two and warned. If you listen to this kid and something goes wrong, the consequences will be severe. So do not say I did not warn you. He continued to spin a tale, saying, at that point, it won't just be a matter of 100,000 yuan to fix things. Realizing the serious implications, Kiyu Bake hesitated. Considering that Master Elgu was a renowned figure in this area, respected by all, typically, if you wanted to meet someone of such high status, it would not happen without a warm introduction, even if you offered a lot of money. But he was also conflicted because Tai Yu Fum had proven himself trustworthy. After all, he was a classmate of Knight, always calm and reserved, and would definitely aim true. Qiu Fai helped his mother, Jing Havies, and said, Master Ulhu, this is about my mother's life. Surely there is a way for both sides to be satisfied. He feigned deep thought, stroking his beard, after a moment, as if resigned. He sighed. Well, fine. And Toon pulled out a pill and said, I will give her this first. It should keep her stable for half a day. He did not forget to jab at Tuufime. Half a day is plenty of time for this kid to stew in his worries. After that, I will step in to clean up the mess. Just as Ki Yubach was about to accept the pill, Tiufum suddenly interjected. Hold on. He snatched the pill from Antoon's hand, firmly stating, if I am not mistaken, this pill contains poison. Old fool. You will stop at nothing for money. Toon's expression turned slightly fearful, but he still tried to sound tough. What are you talking about? I do not understand. I am here to help. My whole life. I have never wronged anyone. Why should you judge me? Inside, he was panicking, thinking, how does this kid know? I must have underestimated him. He turned and headed toward the door, urging, didn't you say you could cure her? I want to see your skills. Do not think I want to remind you. That place was abandoned because it was not clean. When you get there, do not go crying for your mommy. Tiu From looked at him disdainfully and replied, shut up. Let us see how well you can pretend. Under the silent darkness, the entire space was engulfed in stillness, broken only by the distant caw of crows. In the desolate scene, Qiu Fai muttered anxiously, this place feels really deserted. Without hesitation, Tiu From turned to him and said, Qiu Fai, hurry and bring Auntie with me. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Shattering the silence of the dark night, a security guard appeared, looking surprised and cautious. He immediately asked, what are you doing here? Seeing the guard, Qiu Fai furrowed his brow. Puzzled, it is strange. This Van Ho Hazazing has been abandoned for so long. Why is there still a guard here? Qiu Bh's face showed clear worry as he hurriedly explained. My wife has been taken ill. We specially brought someone to check on her. At his hasty explanation, the guard adamantly denied. No way. I have lived here for years. I have never encountered anything like this before. After a moment of hesitation, the guard finally allowed the group to step inside. With a nod from the guard, the three silently entered. Not a word exchanged. Only the soft sound of their footsteps echoing. As the group was moving in, they suddenly spotted an old woman by the roadside, burning paper offerings, wailing loudly. My son. He died so tragically. With dust flying everywhere, the guard shouted angrily. Old hag. Go burn your paper somewhere else. What a disaster. The old woman hurriedly wiped away her tears, the flickering golden flames lighting up her weathered face. Her voice choked with sorrow. I am here burning paper money for my son. He drove a taxi past here, and I came to deliver a message to him. He is still driving on the other side. The paper dust was swirling like crazy, making the guard visibly annoyed. He frowned at Xiaofan, saying, I told you long ago. We should not be here. This place is not clean, yet people keep coming. Hurry up. Check things out so we do not waste any more time. Noticing the guard acting strangely, he glanced over at him and remarked with a hint of sarcasm. You still have not figured it out, and you dare call yourself a master. With a cold demeanor, the guard continued to treat Xiaofan with disdain. Sneering, Kid, you only know how to talk nonsense. Let us see what you will blabber on about now. He slowly brought his cigarette closer to the flame, and in that instant, an unsettling feeling crept, as if the guard sensed imminent danger. He looked around and saw it, the thing that made his blood run cold. All he could manage to utter was, Tiger. In the blink of an eye, the old guard transformed into a bloodthirsty monster, craving human flesh. Without a second thought, he turned and fled, screaming into the night. There is a ghost. There is a ghost. Seeing the guard trying to escape, Xiaofan immediately reached out, grabbing his sleeve, not allowing him to take a single step back, not letting go. He yanked the guard around to face him, his eyes serious and questioning. You want to run? He challenged the guard's professionalism. Aren't you the one panicking? The guard stammered. I was just tricking everyone. You let me. I want to go home. Xiaofan tightly gripped the guard's collar, pulling him closer. His eyes. So tell me, was that pill just now laced with poison or not? Suddenly, a growl broke through the air, and from behind, the bloodthirsty monster was inching closer to the group. Under Xiaofan's questioning, the guard's face twisted with fear. Yep. I deliberately tricked them. There is no turning back now. Master Liu could only spit out the truth he would kept hidden for so long. I did this just to make some money. That thing is coming. Please. Spare me. The monster grinned, its eyes glowing red, its long tongue lolling out, and its sharp teeth bared. Howling as it ripped through the night, the crowd panicked and fled at the terrifying growl. But only Xiaofan stood his ground, calmly facing the demon. A mystical golden red light radiated from his eyes, exuding overwhelming power as he locked eyes with the monster, uttering just one word. Evil spirit, he shouted. Show yourself now. As soon as he finished, that brilliant light burst forth, unleashing a fierce aura. The awakened power emanated from Xiaofan, the brilliance striking directly at the monster, piercing through the darkness and incinerating it from within. He could only scream in agony. And in that fleeting moment, his body shattered into dust, falling like rain at your feet. After defeating the demon, Xiaofan turned slowly. But there was no sign of safety anywhere. He bit his lip, thinking to himself, they sure can run fast. Approaching Qiufi, Xiaofan gently touched the elegant hair, his eyes warm as he reassured her. Grandma is fine now. In a bit, I will eliminate the source of this evil, and by tomorrow morning, she will be back to her old self. Hearing Xiaofan's comforting words, he still seemed in disbelief. Really? Xiaofan, thank you so much. With your words, I can finally relax. In the distance, shadows of safety flickered through the night, desperately trying to escape. Qiubai still looked shocked and spoke up. Xiaofan, this place is just too horrifying. Thank goodness you are here. Sensing a disturbance, he did not hesitate. His eyes darted quickly. Then he turned to look back. Xiaofan grabbed Safety's shoulder and shouted, Stop. The old man's face turned pale. His eyes filled with panic as he was held back. The master's voice trembled, lips quivering. But what are you planning to do? Faced with his panicked expression, Xiaofan calmly laid out the truth. What do you think you are doing? You have deceived so many people, and now it is time to face the consequences. Just take your own medicine. As soon as the words left his mouth, he did not give Safety a chance to respond. One hand gripped the long beard, while the other shoved the pill directly into the master's mouth. He barely managed to cry out. Safety suddenly crumpled down, unable to breathe, his hands clawing at his throat, desperately trying to spit out the pill that had not dissolved yet. But it was too late. His throat tightened. Cough. Cough. In less than a moment, the master's body ignited with heat. Genji, my hands are crawling all over, he exclaimed. This is the curse. It itches so much. Safety scratched frantically, causing red, blood-tinged marks to appear on his neck, screaming in pain. It itches too much. Unable to withstand the intense itching, he turned to flee, his hands still scratching away. The old man wailed desperately. Help! Help! I need to drink the medicine quickly. Xiaofan, along with Qiubai and his son, quietly left that cold place, while Qiufei and her father kept thanking him profusely. If it were not for you today, Xiaofan, we would have fallen for this con artist Jiang Hu. Thank goodness for Grandma. My mother was just worried about being harmed, not wanting to waste any more time. He turned back to instruct. You all should take Grandma back home quickly. I still have some consequences to deal with. Qiu Fei had a few more words to say. Let me warn you about what happened in the past at this Huangwu place. Xiao Fan. A few years ago. There were incidents here. And afterward. Several merchants who tried to explore ended up dying tragically. You need to be careful. Qiu Bai paused and added a few more words. Xiao Fan. You really need to watch yourself. After this, come over to my place as a guest. The night enveloped all things. With only a faint moonlight quietly shining down. Here, only Xiao Fan stood tall in the desolate place. Softly uttering, Supreme Celestial Boy. Once again, the shimmer of that fine wine sparkled in Xiao Fan's eyes as he declared loudly. Open. His power unveiled a mysterious space. He thought to himself, I found it. This is the place with the strongest malevolent energy in this entire Wanhua region. Looks like it is the lair of the demon. And Xiao Fan's footsteps crunched on the leaves. Crackling, he stood before a grave that had been punctured. Realizing, this is it. I can believe there is an ancient tome hidden away in this deep alley. He stepped forward, eager to uncover what was going on. And Xiao Fan encounters a mysterious figure with a hood. Who speaks? My son. You died so tragically. This young man looks just like my son. The old lady turns with a terrifying expression. Will you stay and be my son? It soars up, transforming amidst a swirl of paper money. The old lady Hao turned into a vengeful spirit. Since you are here, do not leave. Stay and be my son. Protect this ancient tome with me. It raises its hand. Channeling power. Roar. Xiao Fan scoffed. Just a vengeful spirit thinks it can stop me. The old lady rushes forward with a scythe. Anyone who dares enter the master's tome must die. He confidently extends his hand filled with spiritual energy, obliterating everything in its path. A surge of power radiates from Xiao Fan, aimed directly at her. It screams in agony. Wait, I am not ready to die. I still have not found my son. The old lady vanishes into thin air. He steps inside. Thinking, I can believe that demon cultivator has gathered so many restless souls. Good thing my ethereal energy is their natural enemy. He descends the stairs. If it were an ordinary cultivator, they would not last a second. Xiao Fan glances down to see someone meditating. Sure enough, a demon cultivator is here. Over there, Lion Wu is focused. Gathering power. In front of him lies a mysterious blue stone. He suddenly realizes. Wait, this is a chaos meteorite. He feels a strange presence and opens his eyes. He grabs the chaos meteorite. It is definitely you. The cursed human who keeps messing up my cultivation. Xiao Fan warned. I let you escape last time because I saw potential in you. Don't expect me to show mercy again. Lion Wu. Yeah. I admit I was not your match at first. Just absorbing your yang energy was too much for me. But now, it is different. I have harnessed the dark energy here to enhance my demon abilities. You are no match for me. Lion Wu claps his hands, generating a massive surge of power as demonic energy coalesces. Xiao Fan calmly praises. In such a short time, you have gone from normal ghost energy to demonic energy. You have got talent. Hand over the chaos meteorite and kneel before me for 100 years. And maybe I won't kill you. Furious, Lion Wu raises both hands, preparing to attack. Dream on. You can't decide my fate. The force from his attack creates a shockwave. The strike darts towards him like lightning. The powerful hit echoes loudly. Shrouded in thick clouds of smoke, he gently catches the flame. But, poof, it is, in an instant. The fire she conjured vanishes. Our distances are too great. A painful cry escapes. Lion Wu grits his teeth in despair. Why is this happening? Why can't I withstand even one blow from him? I refuse to believe this. He declares. Stepping back, I will raise my hands and use my technique. Heavenly Demon Transmutation. The pit filled with seals begins to shift. His hands pop open the coffin lid. A corpse leaps out from within. Creak. 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 Its eyes are blood red, filled with rage. Xiao Fan calmly observes the situation. This is a zombie that has cultivated into a spirit. I can't believe there is a zombie on Earth. Senzitra haha. This is the 1,000-year-old king of the dead. I have just figured out how to control it. Its evil energy is way stronger than mine. Li Nu clenched her fist menacingly. If you surrender without a fight, I will only drain your life force. So you can die a little more comfortably. Otherwise, I will tear your soul apart. You will suffer 10 times worse. Xiao Fan provocatively laughed. How ridiculous. Li Nu took the initiative to attack. Embrace death. I am going to have a showdown with you and this zombie. I do not believe you will make it out of here alive today. Xiao Fan casually raised 2 fingers. You really do not know your own strength. You transformed into a talisman. I can feel your presence. Xiao Fan instantly teleported. I looked around. Searching. This guy. Where did he suddenly disappear to? Realization hit me. Not good. Xiao Fan used his power to soar into the sky. You demon. How can you let this happen? You are still not awake with just one word. Destroy. A gigantic hand and the talisman suppressed him. The 9 nether demon suppression talisman. I felt myself being crushed down. The spirit zombie was also trapped by the talisman. I struggled to speak from under your foot. What kind of magic shop is this? I am completely powerless to resist. Xiao Fan looked down with an icy gaze. Submit or die. The zombie screamed in pain. It suddenly shrank away. I was terrified watching the zombie dissolve. After 1,000 years, the zombie king was so easily defeated by him. Li Nu hurriedly replied, I submit. I will throw away my treasures. I am willing to offer this divine object. Please spare me. I will withdraw my power. Yeah. You should live like this. He picked up the gemstone. It is wise of you. Or you would be a goner by now. Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled as he looked at the stone. I can believe there is still a heavenly meteorite on Earth, and this one has been cleansed by celestial energy. You have no idea how precious that is. It is no less valuable than a meteorite with divine abilities. Maybe even rarer. He clenched his fist, thinking, once I absorb this meteorite into my body, I will gain divine blessings. My cultivation speed will soar miles ahead. Just like that, the energy on Earth is too thin. It has not been suitable for cultivation for a long time. But with this meteorite, I am sure I will quickly break through the peak of energy refinement, advance to the innate realm, and even challenge the Dao realm. What a distant dream, Li Nu suggested. Since I have submitted and given you what you want, can you let me go now? Xiao Fan pointed at his forehead. If you have submitted, why not show your true form already? The cries filled with agony, smoke swirling everywhere. Li Nu's body transformed. Oh no. I turned into a child. How could my magical form be destroyed? Li Nu exclaimed. This magical form took me over 10 years of cultivation to achieve. How dare you ruin it? Xiao Fan glared with authority. Are you really talking to me like that? Miss Lion Duan was trembling. I was wrong. I want to do it again. He began to interrogate her. Tell me your real name. And where did you find that chaos meteorite? She stammered. I am a Liu. I did not know that was a chaos meteorite. That day after you injured me, I accidentally found it inside a corpse in a coffin. Then I discovered it could help me cultivate, so I kept it with me. Li Nu plotted in her heart. You bastard. I will pretend to submit to you for now. Do not let me find an opportunity, or I will tear you to shreds. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. This chaos meteorite is closely related to the corpse. Could it be that those ghosts were protecting this corpse? Xiao Fan pressed on. Did you summon those ghosts in Van Ho Alley? Miss Lian denied it. It was not me. I just thought this place was suitable for cultivation. Those creepy ghosts were already here before I came. Xiao Fan crossed his arms, observing the restrained corpse. Indeed, the secrets in Van Ho Alley are more than I imagined. The next morning, when they met again, Qiu Fi grasped his hand gratefully. Xiao Fan. Thank you. My mother's illness, which had persisted for so many years, has suddenly been cured. Qiu Bach presented a gift. That is right. Xiao Fan. My family does not know how to thank you. Please accept this small token of appreciation. Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively. Qiu Fi is my good buddy. Helping him is the least I can do. He inquired about the situation. By the way, Qiu Fi, Van Ho Alley is not a simple place. Do you know anything about it? Qiu Fi recounted what he knew. I remember many years ago, an important architectural project was constructed there. But due to the heavy ominous energy, not long after it was built, the owner committed suicide, and successive owners have died since. He emphasized. Now the whole building is worth $1 million. But no one dares to buy it. Xiao Fan thought to himself. $1 million. And it is still that cheap. My own foundation of ominous energy has been eliminated now. I will be leaving this earth sooner or later. So why not buy it and leave an asset for my dad to enjoy his old age? He said his goodbyes. Uncle. Qiu Fi. Now that auntie is well, I have a few things to take care of. Excuse me. Just as he opened the door, Natun turned to Qiu Fi. Qiu Fi. Xiao Fan is a good person. You must take good care of him in the future. He replied firmly. Of course. Xiao Fan suddenly paused in his steps. He instructed Liu. Stay close to me. Do not wander off. She stubbornly whispered. I must think of a way to escape. After walking for a while, Xiao Fan stopped. We have arrived. She was surprised to see a phoenix on the branch. What am I seeing? Could it be the legendary phoenix? Li Nu was astonished. And there is also a dragon spirit here. How did he get hold of such rare treasures? A surge of energy radiated, catching her off guard. What is this? Her gaze conjured images. And I could feel the spiritual energy from all over the southern region converging right here. Li Nu gasped in astonishment, pointing at the barrier above. Speechless. This grand formation was set up by him. Xiao Fan did not respond, gesturing to the empty space in front, commanding her to stand there. She closed her eyes, trying to ignore him, her clenched fist revealing her unease. What was he planning? Was he going to use this formation to refine her? Despite her inner turmoil, Li Nu slowly stepped forward. Sensing her anxiety, Xiao Fan explained. I need to activate the chaos meteorite. You stand there to unleash the dark energy, cautious against any betrayal. He warned her further. If you have any ulterior motives, I will make sure your soul is shattered. Li Nu stood up straight at that, her hands clenched to pledge her loyalty. I will obey you. I promise I have no hidden agenda. She spoke beautifully, But inside, she secretly loathed him. How dare he order me around? Just wait until I find my chance. He is going to regret this. Xiaofam raised his right hand, unleashing spiritual energy around the chaos meteorite. The dark energy from this demon cultivator helping him absorb the chaos meteorite, enhancing the spirit gathering formation. As he absorbed it all, he sat cross-legged, gathering energy, and faint rings of light appeared around him, focusing the spiritual energy of all things. The dark energy was no exception. The demon cultivator's dark energy could help the wooden spirit gradually transform into a true dragon. And the phoenix understood. Soaring up to the center, watching its fiery form grow larger, Linu realized she had underestimated Xiaofam's power. This was the dragon spirit and the phoenix. Such fierce creatures were under his control. It seemed she had misjudged him. Go ahead. Begin. He ordered. Following his command, she fiercely infused dark energy into the wooden spirit, causing it to slowly grow into a giant tree. Linu felt her strength gradually draining away, frustrated and angry. How infuriating. The dark energy she had painstakingly cultivated was now fading. There had not been much to begin with, and now there was hardly anything left. Focusing on the 4 streams of energy converging on the chaos meteorite, she realized that everything has its yin and yang, the one that originally belonged to yin, and the dark energy accelerated its growth. Meanwhile, Xiaofam felt the harmony of the energy streams more clearly, feeling triumphant as he thought. The chaos meteorite has activated successfully. This is beyond my expectations. Lianu had assumed this would drain her dark energy, so she was astonished to feel her strength increasing. What was happening? Clearly, she was releasing dark energy, yet her body did not feel any depletion. In fact, countless strengths were gradually flowing into her. Xiaofam withdrew the chaos meteorite. Noticing her skeptical expression, he explained loudly. Even though you are the catalyst for the formation, my spirit gathering formation absorbs the spiritual power of all Jiangnan. As long as you are inside the formation, your cultivation will continuously grow. Linu whipped her head around, staring at Xiaofam as if to verify the truthfulness of what she just heard. Murmuring, spirit gathering formation, it dawned on her the true extent of his abilities. Convincing herself, no matter what, if she could cultivate here, her power would grow, whether fast or slow. Setting up a formation like this is no simple feat. Cultivating next to him. Who knows? She might just break through to the Demon Master realm. With that thought, her demeanor shifted dramatically, her eyes sparkling like stars, her face glowing with excitement as she decided, this big opportunity. I have got this. Next, Leufam placed the meteorite in front of himself, tapping into the residual spiritual energy, feeling a distinct change. The chaotic meteorite absorbed energy, and the amount of celestial energy in his body surged, making his cultivation level rise steadily. After finishing his task, he turned around and reminded, Lion Yu, stay here and do not wander off. I am stepping outside for a bit. In the path? She would have snapped back at him, but this time, she obediently replied, Yep. Master. Leufam glanced back, looking at Lion Yu with a hint of suspicion and asked, Master. Realizing it was not a big deal, he waved his hand dismissively. Whatever. Call me whatever you want. Lion Yu behind him chuckled triumphantly. Leufam walked down the exit of the building, his face calm and unreadable. Suddenly, a panicked male voice shouted, Teacher Li, this is bad. Li was battered and bruised, burns all over his body, covering one cheek with his hand as he stammered, Phew. Teacher Li. Seeing his miserable state, Leufam asked sharply, Yang Li. What happened? Who did this to you? Li gritted his teeth through the pain and recounted. Teacher. It is. Su Minghao is back. Upon hearing this, Leufam calmly patted him on the shoulder. Su Minghao. Perfect timing. His return to school was long overdue. I was just about to settle things with him. Lai still seemed a bit on edge as he recounted the dire situation. Teacher. Ever since Su Minghao came back, everyone is in trouble. He is blaming everyone for betraying him. He has been beating up classmates. And even a few teachers who could not hold back got beaten to a pulp. Reflecting on how that arrogant guy led the attack, worry seeped into his voice. One of them is unconscious. I do not know if they will make it at the hospital. Li's eyes were heavy with sorrow as he lamented. Several classmates had their legs broken by him. If you had not run fast enough. Su Minghao is way too cocky, relying on his family's power, not caring about anyone's life. Continuing, he warned Leufam to get out of there quickly. He is coming with a gang of thugs looking for teachers. I think you should run while you can. He is on his way. Li could not help but panic as he saw a crowd of rowdy students approaching, shouting and causing chaos, ready to take down the homeroom teacher and kick Leufam. He had not thought much of the crowd before, but now that they were escalating things, a fiery determination glinted in Leufam's eyes. With supreme confidence, he declared, if he is coming for me, then I will be waiting. Let us go check it out. Li knew he had no choice but to follow along, gritting his teeth and telling himself, whatever happens, Happens. After walking a bit, he spotted a crowd ahead and raised his voice. Are you guys making trouble over there? The question did not need an answer. Just looking at the banners with huge letters was enough to understand. One read. Beat up the homeroom teacher. Another had. Kick Little Fam out, led by Mingo. The crowd seemed unsatisfied and shouted louder. Little Fam. Come out. Get out of school. Little Fam. In response to the uproar, Little Fam remained emotionless, only letting out a mocking laugh at their foolishness. Feeling overconfident with their numbers, he pretended to mock. I am just Little Fam. It is nothing special. Mingha pointed behind him, asking, but really wanting to humiliate Little Fam. Look at how I wrote this banner. Xiao Fan stood with his arms crossed, his eyes scanning the crowd before he casually remarked. Honestly, I see nothing special. He is not even good looking and totally useless. As the sting of scorn hit him, Minho clenched his fists, his voice low and dangerous. Xiao Fan. Do not think just because you handled that jerk Yang Zimo, it means you are actually capable. He pointed directly at Xiao Fan, his eyes blazing with intensity. Today, I am giving you a chance. Are you man enough to face me one-on-one? I want every teacher and student in this school to witness how I, Minho, crush you under my foot. Minho wanted everyone to know he was the top dog. That today, only he had the right to speak, unfazed by the threat. Xiao Fan smirked slightly, pointing back. You are just an insect. You are not worth my time. In the midst of the noisy crowd, the tension was palpable, like a tightly strung bow. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind. Lian Yu's eyes blazed with fury as she stepped forward, ready to take on the challenge. Master, you do not need to get your hands dirty. I will handle this myself, she said confidently. Maintaining his calm demeanor, Xiao Fan simply nodded. Go ahead, but do not kill him. Okay. Lian Yu quickly complied. Understood. She stepped closer, standing right in front of Manhwa, who looked completely dumbfounded, his mouth agape. Liu pointed directly at his face. The master just said not to kill him. But if I go all out, you can't blame me if I leave you crippled. Minho burst into laughter, relishing the fact that Xiao Fan sent a little girl to fight for him. Haha, this is too funny. Xiao Fan is such a coward, sending Lian Yu to do the dirty work. His crew joined in, mocking her with malicious glee. Look at her. She is probably terrified. Thoy Duck stepped forward, looking down at her with disdain. Little girl, go home and suck on your mom's breast. He leaned down, teasingly ruffling her hair with a smirk that made her blood boil. You better hope you do not see blood, or you might just wet yourself. She lifted her head, her eyes glowing with an unquenchable fire. Haha, let us see who really wets themselves. Just as she spoke, an invisible energy surged around her, her sharp teeth glinting like a predator ready to pounce. Without a second of hesitation, she threw a punch like a hammer right at Thoy Duck, cutting off the scream caught in his throat. The force of her punch sent him flying off the ground, spinning through the air, as he could only let out a few panicked cries. Oh. She grinned, her eyes sparkling with delight. The crowd stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief, as Minho stuttered. What did I just see? Lunu had vanished from her spot in the blink of an eye, and when he finally processed it, she was right in front of him. What the hell? She stood there, unwavering and powerful, her fierce presence making Minho tremble. Please, do not come any closer. Ignoring his desperate pleas, she leaped up, reaching eye level with him, his fear palpable as he stammered. What are you doing? She channeled all her strength into her legs, exclaiming as she kicked straight at Minho's neck. The powerful kick sent his head crashing down to the ground, and he screamed in agony. Not stopping there, she poured all her might into her legs, stamping down hard on Minho's foot. How dare you say I would wet myself? I will leave you crippled. You will be the one wetting yourself. As Minho writhed in pain and humiliation, his eyes burned with fury as he glared at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan. You are going to pay for this. Every eye was fixed on Xiao Fan as he stared down at Minho, then began to lecture him, calling him out. He refused to change, striking ruthlessly, keeping him trapped in school, unaware of how many students and teachers would suffer because of it. With a calm demeanor, Xiao Fan's voice rang out, sharp yet gentle. I can only fight fire with fire. This is all you're doing, even in the guise of a defeated foe. Minghao held his head high, his eyes burning with hatred. Like so? Are you out of your mind? You think you can mess with me? My dad will make you pay. Before leaving, Xiao Fan did not seem fazed at all. He just tossed out a few words. You go ahead and call him. It is not like he raised a decent kid like you. Your dad is not exactly a saint either. Mingho clenched his fists, furious. Just wait, I will call him, and you will regret this. While Minghao fumbled with his phone, his friend whispered urgently to Xiao Fan. Teacher Li, I have heard some things about Minghao. His dad is really dangerous. He holds a high position in the Zhou department. He lowered his voice, adding ominously, "Not only is he the head of the department, but he also has over 100 thugs at his command." Concern shadowed his bruised eyes. Yet he kept his tone steady, advising Xiaofan. "In Zhao, he is untouchable. No one dares to cross him." Xiaofan waved him off. "It is." Minghao rushed to press the phone to his ear, shouting frantically, "Dad, the sky's falling. Someone's trying to take me down. Hurry and bring some people here." Xiaofan slowly sat down. "All right. I will wait for your dad. I am curious to see how he raised a brat like you." In an instant, a convoy of cars sped away, breaking the quiet street into chaos. A line of luxury vehicles parked neatly in front of the towering building, the engines quieting to leave an air of powerful silence. The car doors swung open, and a powerful figure stepped out, causing the onlookers to murmur in surprise. Whispers filled the air. "So this is the big shot. No wonder everyone's talking." The crowd buzzed with anxiety, wondering who Minghao's dad really was. These guys looked fierce. Like Xiaofan was in serious trouble this time. Seeing his son battered and bruised, the powerful figure stood tall. "Eyes icy. Who dares to lay a hand on my son?" When Minghao spotted his dad, a grin spread across his face. "Why did it take you so long to get here?" "I was about to get killed." Xiaofan remained composed, unfazed by the presence of Minghao's father. Minghao, trembling with fear, pointed at him. "Get him." The figure strode forward, eyes blazing with fury. "I want to see who thinks they can mess with me." Lai Shizhen. Xiaofan sat upright, his gaze steady. "Sure." Lai Shizhen froze, staring at the person in front of him, unable to utter a word. His face paled as realization hit. It is like Xiaofan." Seeing his dad standing there in shock, without any reaction, Minghao yelled, "Dad, what is wrong with you? Do something." No one expected Li Shizhen to suddenly swing his hand, landing a slap right across Minghao's face, leaving everyone stunned. Li Shizhen's slap left Minghao in disbelief. His friends around him were equally confused. He could not believe it and shouted in frustration, "Dad, why are not you dealing with him? Why are you hitting me?" "So here's the deal. Everyone is sweating bullets, rushing to threaten him. You jerk. Do you even know how big of a mess you have made this time? How many times did Dad tell you not to stir up trouble outside? You did not listen. And now look where we are, a huge disaster on our hands." But Minhao, surprisingly, was not worried at all. Instead, he started criticizing, "Dad, Leufam is just some nobody teacher. What are you afraid of?" The guy furrowed his brow in anger. "That clueless fool." The Don smacked him hard on the head. "A nobody teacher. Ah. Do you even know why your dad has to stay in the martial arts arena? Who do you think beat him?" His eyes widened in shock. "Dad said it was Leufam observing with his arms crossed. Could it be him?" The guy answered firmly. "That is right. Your dad got taken down by Lal Tin's son. And now all the big shots respect Lal Tin's son like royalty." The Den kicked the sign aside. "You dare mess with Lal Tin's son? You are barking up the wrong tree. You idiot." Minho was sweating bullets. "Are you looking to throw your life away?" He turned to Leufam with hands clasped together. "Lao Tin, this mess is on me, but come on. I am a respectable figure in such eye. Can you please let my son off the hook?" Before he could finish, Linny Loden. "Bold move." She slapped him hard. She coldly sneered. "In front of my master. You dare talk about face?" The Dan yelled out in frustration. He clenched his fist to hold back his anger. Leufam calmly stood up. He coolly walked past the guy. "So you really are Minho, the son of that man. Just goes to show. The apple does not fall far from the tree." He turned back and added, "And by the way," Leufam looked at Minho and emphasized, "Minho. You are getting expelled." Minho gritted his teeth, internally denying it. Leufam must have pulled some strings to threaten his dad. He pulled out his phone. Looks like he is plotting revenge. Gotta call his uncle. The scene shifts to a meeting where the old man is chatting. "I hear you are close with that guy. No matter what, you have to help me this time. Even if you can promise. Just try your best." "I will do my best. But I can't guarantee whether he will agree or not. After all, a big shot like him has a high and mighty temper. We can be sure." Just then, the phone rang. Ding ding. Ivan pointed at the phone history. "Excuse me. I need to take this call." He nodded. He answered, "Hello." Just a few seconds later his expression turned to shock. "What?" Ivan agreed on the other end. "Got it. You know, I will be right there." The Enchana noticed something was off and pressed. "Your face looks bad. What is going on? If you need anything, just say it." "Inside. No one dares to disrespect me," he then explained. "It is my useless foreign dog. Got into a fight and got his leg broken." "No worries. Old man, I can handle it. Back to Leufam." Someone approached and called his name. Leufam. Then Sung walked up to apologize. Leufam. I went through a lot to find out where you were. I came here today just to say I was wrong. She was regretful and begged. Now I regret it. Please give me another chance to be your girlfriend. Can you? Then she earnestly pleaded. Tu fume. I was wrong before. I let money blind me. I should not have looked down on you. You baby. Leonor stepped forward to mock. Be his girlfriend. Do you even know your worth? You are dreaming. Then Sung turns a blind eye, desperately calling out for him. Little Fum. You have seen through the facade, so why bother? In Vue. I do not think chasing after wealth is a mistake. It is your right. And I am not getting involved, Little Fum mentions. But you should not conspire with Yang to harm me. So I will give you one word. Scram. His face is cold and unforgiving. Than Sung is stunned, unable to believe what she just heard. Could it really be like this? Acting as if she is on the verge of tears. She runs away crying loudly, while Lianu smirks to herself. Thinking. Want to be the master's lover. You do not even know your own limits. Little Fum recalls dark memories from his past life, where he had his arms and legs broken and was thrown into hell, humiliated down there. His father tried to plead for him, only to lose his life in the process, all thanks to that wicked Ninga Than Sung and her schemes. He glares at her retreating figure, thinking there is no way he would forgive her. His eyes are resolute. In Vue. May you live the rest of your life in self-blame and regret. At this moment, Mineng pipes up boldly. Lotivom. If you are so tough, do not run. My guy is coming. Little Fum warns coolly. Watch your mouth, or I might just take your life. Soon, a car appears. Mineng sees Little Fum standing in front of the car, feeling triumphant. Perfect. I did not expect you to arrive so quickly. Lotivom. You are dead meat now. Someone steps out of the car. He points at Little Fum as Tuku Vin approaches him. That is the guy. Lotivom. Who hurt my cousin. You need to avenge him. They lock eyes for a moment, unexpectedly. He does not follow the script and respectfully bows his head. Master Ulho. I have heard about my cousin's situation. Tuvin sincerely apologizes. My cousin's been causing chaos at school, acting all high and mighty, beating up classmates and teachers. Now look what has happened. It is all his own fault. Min Heng, hearing Tuvin not taking his side, stops his rant. I am his uncle. I have responsibilities too. His upbringing is lacking. What can I say? He apologizes. This is not your fault. I am really sorry for the trouble. Min Heng steps forward angrily. What are you doing? Lo Tiufum has crippled my cousin. He grabs Tu Vin's arm, refusing to back down. My dad's scared. Why are you scared too? The older man clenches his eyes shut in anger, shocked by how foolish his nephew is. He lashes out, hitting him hard. Tukuvin gradually intimidates him, making him wobble. I have faced bullets and danger out there, while this spoiled brat is making a mess at home. Today, Master Lo is right to teach this kid a lesson. He points at Mine Eng. Now get lost. Suddenly, the Chan appears out of nowhere and gestures. Tikuvin. Led. Tuvin questions. What is the old official doing here? Moments later, the Chan bows respectfully to Little Fum and addresses him. Master Ulho. He expresses his concern. I heard a car coming this way and got a bit worried, so I rushed over. I was afraid something might happen to Master Loa. Clearing his throat, he introduces. This is Tuvin. And Master Lo is the important figure you have been looking for. He is taken aback. What? Then he clasps his hands together respectfully. So this is Master Lo. The Chan extends an invitation. It is not convenient here. Please come with us. Master Ulho. The old man solemnly laid it out, saying, we have a favor to ask. Xiaofan nodded, signaling. Yeah. I have something to discuss with you too. The scene shifts to the towering Nagaiga building, where Xiaofan and the others step into the bustling atmosphere filled with soldiers. Inside the room, a voice echoed. Xiaofan. Tu Vin stood up to voice his opinion. This time, I hope you can help me protect the superstar Amuzi Deng Hun Sa from Ho Quof. A stunning image of a woman with beautiful green hair holding a microphone flashed in his mind of Zi Deng Hun Sa. The country's top star, excels in both singing and acting, with millions of fans. On stage, Ms. Deng Hun Sa captivated the audience. Below, the crowd cheered. Ms. Deng Hun Sa, we love you. Ms. Deng Hun Sa, our forever queen. He raised a finger, pointing out that Ms. Deng Hun Sa would be performing in Shuzhou for a week, and we must ensure her safety. The reward, a whopping 100 million. The offer was tempting, but Xiaofan shook his head, firmly stating, sorry, I am not interested in protecting a superstar. Tu Vin tried to persuade him, appealing to his emotions. My friend, her father is a war buddy of mine. Her father sacrificed so much for us. He was never around when she was a child. He continued, still pushing the immediate benefits. Right now, he is in the critical phase of researching an important secret weapon and serum. Fimpald. Unsure whether to reveal more about this ad, after hesitating for a few seconds, He clenched his fists, showing determination. Once this serum is successfully developed, our special forces will be a step above, and we will all be at the level of internal energy masters, maybe even surpass them. But every major endeavor has its dark side, Tukan said with a worried expression. If this experiment succeeds, it will be a lethal threat to our enemies. He laid it out clearly. Therefore, to sabotage this experiment, the enemy is searching for our secret base and is starting to target his family. He elaborated. Mzi Dung Honsa is the only family member of my war buddy. If anything happens to her, how can he focus on his research? This will definitely impact our efforts. All the resources we invest will go to waste. Tu Vin clasped his hands and bowed deeply, pouring forth sincere pleas. Li will consider the national interest and agree to help me protect Meza Dung Honsa. No matter what. After hearing all this, Xiao Fan was focused on one thing. He repeated the question. And serum. Analyzing Vin's words, he realized the truth. Cultivating immortality meant transforming ordinary life into something extraordinary. Breaking free from the cocoon. But Xiao Fan still had unanswered questions. After the serum injection, using external force to strengthen the body structure and increase cultivation level was not a high-level tactic. However, Tu Vin anticipated Xiao Fan's curiosity and explained. This serum was accidentally discovered by a student at our school in Shushan. Xiao Fan suddenly wakes up with wide eyes, as if he just uncovered an intriguing truth. Thinking about Shushan, he recalls his past life and remembers the Shushan sword sect, home to many famous sword immortals. Their sword flight could traverse heaven and earth, piercing through clouds and winds, where the sword's aura would cut down spirits, a force no one could rival. However, this sect is incredibly secretive, rarely showing itself to the outside world. Back then in the realm, many experts were eyeing the sword techniques of the Shushan sword sect, hoping to learn a thing or two. The result? A lot of people showed up, but not a single one returned. Xiao Fan can't help but think of an old acquaintance. Su Xi, feeling a pang of nostalgia. Even Xi, who did not devote all her time to training, could not break through to the Shushan sword arts at that time. Su Xi's strength was on par with his own, showing just how mysterious the Shushan sword sect really is. It is a pity that before he could unveil the secrets of the Shushan sword sect, the 10 great celestial lords teamed up to kill him. With his heart tangled like a ball of yarn, Xiao Fan seriously starts planning. However, when he hears Tu Vin mention it, he realizes he might be able to find clues about the Shushan sect from Earth. At this moment, Chen Zheng notices Xiao Fan's contemplative expression and promises. I know you are searching for a mystical object, the Chaos Meteorite. I can guarantee that once you complete this task, I will gift you one. Xiao Fan is not interested in other treasures, but that meteorite is genuinely valuable. He nods in agreement, surprised that Qin Zheng actually possesses a Chaos Meteorite. He underestimated him. After all, a Chaos Meteorite in the hands of a mortal is useless, but he could absorb one from a celestial spirit. However, given the current situation, he knows he will face some difficulties during his training. The more resources he has, the better. Still, he sets a condition. All right. I agree, but I have 2 requests. Hearing Xiao Fan's agreement, both men are visibly delighted. They would have been ready if he asked for 100 things mere. Just say it. He looks at Akuven and states. First, I want to see the materials brought back from Shushan. The response comes easily. Of course. That is not a problem to Gavinan. However, I must say up front, these items are with my old comrade. No one else can touch them. Of course. Since I am the one intervening, it should be fine. But we need to wait until I meet my friend. Xiao Fan sees no issue with this and responds. Sure. I am not in a rush. He continues with his second request. But there is one more thing. I want ownership of Wan Hu Alley. This time, it is Qin Zheng who reacts. Wan Alley. What do you intend to do with it? Xiao Fan does not want to elaborate much. Simply explaining. The evil energy in Wan Hu Alley has already been resolved by me. It is just an ordinary piece of land now. His casual mention of resolving the evil energy brightens Qin Zheng's expression. Even inviting powerful figures to exercise there would not work. In fact, the evil energy is even stronger. Who would be thought mere? Li could cleanse the evil energy in Wan Hu Alley. Lai is definitely no ordinary person. With no more doubts, he clasps his hands in respect and agrees. If that is the case, I will handle the paperwork. Tavern slightly bows in gratitude. With Li stepping in. I'm at ease. Just like that, a significant deal is struck. Qin Zheng thinks lightly. This way, it will be easier for me to negotiate with both Xiao Fan and Tu Vien. As Hong Sa and her 2 subordinates stepped through the door, it was clear why she was a famous star. Her looks and aura were simply unmatched. Lo Bian and the young man next to him could not help but light up with admiration. That is really Mufstung Hong Sa. She is even more stunning in person than on TV. She is a goddess. Tu Vin sat down and gestured to Leufam. They are here. The 2 stood up to greet her, and he continued introducing her to Hong Sa. Hong Sa. This is Leufam. He will be responsible for your safety during your performances here. She took off her glasses, her gaze appraising as she said to Tu Tangrong Lei, surrounded by Ta Vin's glowing praises of Lo's youth and talent. Not long ago. However, the way he carried himself did not impress her much. Hong Sa bluntly refused. Thanks, Uncle too. But I think Lo is not capable of ensuring my safety, she criticized. Look at how loose his guard is. What if an assassin shows up? He would be in trouble just trying to protect himself. How's he supposed to protect me? At the very least, he should be like my bodyguard Jackson, he is way behind. Tu Vin disagreed with her, fervently explaining. Hong Sa, that is not fair. It took a lot of effort to get Lo on board. I had to pull strings with the old man at the office. Just recently, Lo took down a threat. Before he could finish, his phone rang, and he had to say, sorry, I need to take this call. The voice on the other end seemed to be reporting an urgent matter, prompting Tu Vin to quickly respond. Hello. Aha. Got it. I am on my way. He briefed Tu Fem on the situation. Please look after Hong Sa. I have to dash. And before I go, remember what I said. Hong Sa, if anything comes up, listen. As soon as Tu Vin left, Hong Sa sat down, crossing her legs with a haughty demeanor. Believing Tu Fem was just someone chasing after money, she waved him off. You can go. I do not need your protection. I will let Uncle to know your pay 1 TB a penny short. Hong Sa suddenly recalled something, her face flushed and her eyes sparkling with admiration. It is not that I look down on you, but in Sufju, the only one I respect is the young master who took down the infamous Na P.E. Just imagining my hero's shadow gets me excited. Only he could be my bodyguard. Out of nowhere, Tu Fem calmly admitted. The young master you are talking about, that is, he did not care about Hong Sa's attitude. He just wanted to keep his promise, saying, I am a man of my word. If I said I would protect you, then I will. She could not believe that the guy in front of her was her dream hero and kept rebutting. Masters are just legends, mythical figures. Besides, many masters are far from ordinary, they are transcendent. You look way too average to even pretend to be my idol. You are kidding, right? After Hong Sa finished, she warned, you have disrespected a master. I do not want to see this happen again. Bodyguard Jackson, who did not have any fondness for him, chimed in. This scrawny guy. How could he ever protect the esteemed Miss Musi Dung? Hunan thrust his fist towards Tu Fem, threatening. You trying to act like a young master. One punch from me, and you would not even stand a chance. Tu Fem, unfazed, closed his eyes as if resting, which only infuriated the bodyguard even more. Hong Sa suddenly slammed his hand on the table, ordering everyone to stop. Jackson, not daring to defy him, froze in place with his fist raised, just inches from his face, while she advised, all right, do not hit anyone. At this moment, Tu Fem glanced over at Jackson's trembling fist, and just let out a small grunt. The bodyguard glared at him with wide eyes, threateningly saying, Kid, consider yourself lucky this time. Don't let me catch you again. Hong Sa noticed that Tu Fem was unfazed, yet he pressed on, saying, listen, Tu Fem, if you know what is good for you, just go home quietly. There are many things in this world that you should not test your strength against. Ignoring her, Tu Fem shot a sharp look at Jackson, saying, you should be grateful I stopped. Otherwise, you would be on the ground right now. Jackson frowned, clenching his fist in frustration, thinking, this damn monkey wants to die, does not he? Hong Sa thought to herself, this kid is so arrogant. He does not respect anyone. Seeing the anger still etched on his face, she gently said, Jackson, calm down. He pointed directly at Tu Fem with rage, exclaiming, but Miss Mu wrong. He does not respect us at all. He needs to know my power. Hong Sa did not want to escalate things. She softly replied, it is not worth it. Let us just go. Though he still felt anger brewing inside, he obeyed her and gradually calmed down. Fine, Jackson said as he suddenly smashed his fist down, breaking the table into pieces. Anyone who disrespects Miss Mu wrong will end up like this table. In response to the bodyguard's arrogance, Tu Fem looked at her calmly, filled with implication, saying, let me give you a piece of advice. This big, dumb guy is just a low-level martial artist. He might handle ordinary assassins, but if he runs into a real master, he won't last. Ignoring him, Hong Sa turned her back and walked away, casually saying, no need for lie to work. The bodyguard stepped forward, escorting the big star out of the building and straight down to the lobby. Looking at the chaotic line of cars, Hong Sa felt frustrated, thinking, what kind of business is this? Letting cars pile up from across the street? Leufam suddenly saw a group of people coming out of a store, feeling suspicious as they started to disperse. He thought to himself, something's off with these people. Sensing the unease, he turned to Jackson, his tone serious. Stay alert. There are assassins around here. Jackson laughed, his face full of disdain. Mocking. Haha. This damn monkey thinks there are assassins. Suddenly, from a distance, a knife flew straight at Leufam, the attacker hiding somewhere. Jackson had not finished his sentence when he exclaimed, Assassin. The knife struck Jackson right in the forehead, and he could only gasp. Jackson collapsed in front of the lobby, and at that moment, the group of people sprang into action, plunging the street into chaos. They charged like wild beasts, some wielding knives, others brandishing guns. The bodyguard shouted loudly, We are in trouble. There is a robbery. Hongsa panicked. Crying out, Help! Hoingdong hurriedly grabbed her hand, pleading earnestly. Mzung is. Hurry. A gunshot rang out, the bullet striking him in the forehead. Hating barely managed to gasp, as the royal figure stood frozen. Trembling, pale as a ghost, the attackers surged forward, and one shouted commandingly, Rush in quickly. The bodyguard is dead. Kill me Dung Hoingsa. She collapsed beside the car, her heart racing, wondering if this time she would truly die. One of them aimed a gun straight at Hoangsa, declaring with grim finality, Mzung is. We are just following orders. May you travel safely. His finger slowly tightened on the trigger. Death was just a squeeze away. Hoangsa shook violently, eyes tightly shut, too afraid to face the grim reaper's scythe awaiting ahead. But the bullet went astray, embedding itself in the vehicle instead. Hoangsa quickly opened his eyes, startled, only to hear from behind him, Xiao Fan, in pain, dealt him a powerful blow, sending the heavens into chaos, just managing to gasp out a sound. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Fan had taken down everyone. But as he looked at their weapons, he realized something alarming. These weapons, while not on par with true celestial energy, were still beyond his current cultivation level. He needed to step up his training. With only one enemy left, he hurriedly grabbed the gun. The last man stood trembling, panic in his eyes. He had taken down 3 people. Without a word, Xiao Fan swung his arm fiercely, launching the gun straight at him. Like a speeding bullet, the gun hit him squarely. Crack. Blood gushed from his nose. Hoangsa suddenly grasped the reality, her eyes wide in shock. Mumbling, It is Xiao Fan who saved me. Regaining her composure, she slowly stood up, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Xiao Fan, filled with gratitude. Thank you for saving me. He simply responded quietly, his gaze firm. I saved you to repay Su Ying. I am a man of my word. I hope you understand that. As soon as Xiao Fan finished speaking, he turned to walk away. Hoangsa, feeling frustrated, called out, Wait. Where do you think you are going? Liba stepped up, urging, Miss Morong, why are you just standing there? Lai is someone with great power. You should go after him. Hoangsa scoffed, chase after him. Who does he think he is? I am a top star in this country. How could I chase someone down the street? If this gets out, can I still have a career in entertainment? She turned away, fuming inside. Humph. He was just lucky, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Plus, I have encountered many masters before, and I can easily handle someone even stronger than Xiao Fan. She began daydreaming about that young master, realizing that her regular bodyguards would not protect her this time. But if she could find that young master, he would definitely keep her safe. Hoangsa stroked her chin in thought. Regrettably, the person she needed to find, according to the workplace rules, could not be tracked down. All she knew was that he shared a surname with Xiao Fan. She pulled out her phone to call. Since she could not find the young master for now, she would have to accept it. She recalled a formidable martial artist. The name Fu Qingming came to mind, a major force in the Haidong area. Considered the talented youth of the martial world in central Haidong, he was also the successor of the Iban school's founder. His feats were quite impressive. She had seen Fu Qingming in action firsthand. Just a single match against the foreign boxing champion, and he had won effortlessly. No one had ever defeated him. His skills rivaled that of the mysterious young master. Qingming answered from the other end. Got it. I will take a flight there tomorrow. She replied. Thanks for the trouble. She thought to herself. Humph. Xiao Fan. Compared to Fu Qingming, you are just not in the same league. What is so special about you? Veng Ho called to inform. Hello. Su Ying. Chief Su. I am the head of the report team, and I am officially notifying you now. He was taken aback upon hearing this. The task of protecting Morong Hoangsa has been assigned to me, and I hope you won't interfere with this matter. From inside the car, Atuvina's loud shot echoed. I barely got Lo Tufum to agree. You say you are handing him over. Who do you think you are? Tukan raged loudly, relying just on his position to be so disrespectful in front of me. Who is your boss? I will call to report you right now. He calmed down and listened. To Trefung Quan. This is what the higher-ups want. Of course. It is not personal, they just think you have been unreasonable in assigning a useless guy. Putting Dung Honsai in danger. The person on the other end hung up abruptly. I have nothing against you and do not want to argue. Just do not get heated. Alright. Tu Vime slammed the phone against the door, cursing under his breath. His eyes widened as he realized there was something important left to do. He quickly dialed again, needing to explain things to Lao Ten's son, and the screen flashed to Kao's name. Tu Fum listened quietly, genuinely apologetic. I did not expect this to happen. Those guards are being totally unreasonable. But I can't do anything about it. You could hear the resignation in his voice. I understand. The car pulled up in front of Tu Fum's building and came to a stop. Then Min and Trang Ha walked inside. Then Min asked, Tra Hung. I have heard of this Sultan Pham. He actually wants us to come in person to inform him. This is getting serious. He boasted. I wonder who this Latayu Fem thinks he is, and how he can compete with our Asian Halao Mun. Trang Hawk knocked on the door, while then Min grumbled to himself. As the senior brother of Ha Ho Mun, I should not have to stoop so low to meet him. This is embarrassing. He turned to his companion, saying, This is what the higher-ups want. If not for V's face, I would not bother with him. The door finally creaked open, and Lino stepped out, asking, What is going on? He strode in boldly, saying, We are looking for Latifah Pham. They entered as if they were invisible. Tu Pham was still sitting there, sipping his drink, blissfully unaware of the brewing storm. Ban Min stepped in front of him. You are Tu Pham. Right. He looked like a scarecrow. He raised his voice. Don't even think you can protect Musadung Honexa anymore. You really do not know how high the sky is or how thick the ground is. Trong Havia stroked his chin, addressing him. You are Tu Pham. I am the head of the program from the newspaper. I am officially informing you that you are off the Muzdung Honexa protection detail, because you are simply unqualified for it. Got it, he thought to himself. Hatuanun is getting more useless by the day. How could he send someone like this, not caring about Ziwi Mintine's safety? Tu Furgiam shrugged it off, replying coldly, Are you done talking? If you are, then you can leave. Trajan Hutter fumed at his attitude. Tu Fizum. Do you even know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that? Not even Tidok Vinu would talk to me that way. Who do you think you are? Tatu Ifim shot back. I was actually going to say the same thing to you. Do you even know who I am to talk to me like this? Ban Min stepped in, ready to throw down. This country bumpkin does not even know who he is messing with. Today, I am going to teach you a lesson. Lindo transformed. Warning, you want to die. Trong Have just stood there, weighing his options. If Than Min started trouble, Tu Veen would definitely hold him accountable later. He quickly intervened. Hold on. Stopping Than Min's hand just in time before it reached Tu Fevrim, Linu missed her chance to fight. Secretly regretting. That little hybrid thinks he is all that. Than Min mocked. Scared stiff? So boring. Out of respect for the chapter head, I will let you off this time. She tried to hold back, thinking of those lucky enough to avoid trouble. But if they touched my master, they would just end up as a corpse. You know. Then Min's car rolled up to an extravagant building. As Zhang Hu entered, he called out. We have arrived. Huang Shi stood up joyfully. Then Min. You finally made it. I was almost assassinated. But luckily I escaped danger, she vented, thinking back and still feeling scared. The performance was just days away. I really put those guards through the ringer. Inside, she secretly scoffed. Little Pham is such a country bumpkin. How could he compare to the national martial arts champion? Only that mysterious young master from Shezo stands a chance. Then Min confidently declared. It is my honor to protect the beautiful star. As long as I am here, no one can hurt you. He clenched his fists and boasted. Those sneaky assassins. They are just a bunch of chickens to me. Before my absolute power, they will be crushed. Zhang Hu chimed in. Exactly. That day, when Miss Mo was attacked, Little Pham only got lucky, taking out 4 guys. If he had not had a gun, he would have been done for ages ago. He reassured her. Miss Mo can rest easy now. With Master Fu here, they won't stand a chance. You can breathe easier. Right. Hongxi gestured to show the layout. Fu's room is over there. So if anything happens, he can rush over in time. Then Mun arrogantly replied. Those assassins. Just hearing my name would scare the life out of them. As night fell, a strange car parked in front of her house, and 3 masked strangers stepped out. Teek Than, the leader, ordered. Move quickly. We need to wrap this up fast. His subordinates replied. Yep. Got it. They swiftly moved inside. Meanwhile, Then Min was sound asleep as his phone rang incessantly. Ding 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 ding. The phone rang louder, causing him to hurriedly pick it up and hear someone say, "Hand over the phone. Do not mess this up." Huang Xia, blinded by the light, grabbed the phone and echoed, "Hand over the phone. Do not mess this up." Teek Than's warning made her anxious. Miss Mo was panicking, tears streaming down her face. Than Min suddenly appeared to intervene. "How dare you? Let her go." He pointed at them. "You three dare to grab someone I am protecting. I am the senior brother of the martial arts sect. Are you looking to die?" Teek Than sneered. "Based on you. Too weak. Seems like Huaxia does not have any real fighters. Why send this trash as bodyguards?" Clearly, the master's been caught, and he is still snoozing. Than Min was provoked. His face flushed with anger. He unleashed his fist, ready to fight. Regret turned into mocking laughter, saying, "A fly. Killing it would just get my hands dirty." He swatted at Than Min, who cried out in pain, while Hongsa could not believe his eyes. No way. A teacher was knocked down by a single punch. Could it be that the scar-faced assassin is even stronger? Than Min struggled to get up, trying to brush off what just happened. "That was just a fluke. If you are tough, hit me back." The jerk stamped on his face, saying, "You only get to enjoy my shoe on your face. No time to waste. Get out of here and take this useless loser with you." The scene shifted to Zhang Hu's building, where a shrill scream echoed from inside. "What the heck?" He was shocked and asked. "Miss Mu Rong and Vice Than Ming have been taken by the assassin." He stood up and smashed his glass of water, exclaiming, "What kind of great senior brother is this? Than Min is useless. Just like a waste." Then, Zhang Hu took out his phone and dialed a number, realizing the urgent task was to rescue Mu Rong. If anything happened to her, his position as the head would be in jeopardy. He urgently called for help. "I am the chief. This is bad." I was fuming, my face dark as I shouted, "You idiot." He slammed his hand on the chair, saying he would not get involved in this mess. That Vice Than Min could handle it alone. "How could you let Miss Mu Rong get kidnapped? Your people are utterly useless." Zhang Hu quickly intervened. "Chief, now is not the time to assign blame. We need to focus on rescuing Mu Rong first." He emphasized, "I said this needs to be handled by mother. You are the one who did not see the urgency and let him go." I shouted into the phone. "It is not too late. Yeah, lie back here. Or if something goes wrong, no one will take responsibility." After saying that, I hung up without hesitation, leaving Zhang Hu cursing. "You scoundrel." Zhang Hu was deep in thought, blaming Vice Than Min for everything, and had no choice but to call like Xiao Fan. The phone lit up with Xiao Fan's name. As soon as the call connected, he began pleading. "I am the chapter head. There is a situation." Immediately, all he heard was the sound of silence. "Hello. Beep beep beep." He stubbornly called again, but was met with a message. "Sorry. The number you just dialed is not in service. Please try again later." By now, Zhang Hu's blood was boiling, gritting his teeth, feeling like he was on a blacklist. The night had fallen, and the blue-gray sky made the full moon shine even brighter. Next to a street light, a luxury car slowed down and came to a stop, shattering the calm of the empty road. The arrival was Zhang Hu, who hurriedly knocked on the window. "I am the chapter head. Let me..." The door cracked open slightly, and with a forced smile, Zhang Hu greeted Xiao Fan. But the sight before him made him freeze in terror. A figure with sharp teeth and claws screeched like a banshee. Zhang Hu screamed and spun around to dodge the clawing attack, his face full of fear as he fled. He quickly jumped into the car, utterly panicked. "What the hell is this? Help!" As he sat in the car and buckled his seatbelt, he noticed the bloody scratch on his leg, pain coursing through him. Xiaofam stood by, watching the circus, and finally spoke up. "Director, were not you the one saying I was not fit to protect Modong Huangxia? So why are you here looking for me now?" Zhang Hu felt insulted, his fists clenched in anger. "Like Xiao. Just wait. You are going to regret this." His threats echoed loudly as he sped off, driving like he was being chased by ghosts. And suddenly, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He immediately picked up the phone. On the other end was Su Ying, her voice thick with worry. "I am really sorry. This is a matter of life and death regarding Modong Huanxia." Xiaofan was incredibly annoyed, responding sharply. "Su Ying, what do you think I am, calling me back and forth like this? If you guys are going to handle it, then see it through to the end. Don't he come looking for me if things go south." He hung up before Su Yang could finish. It is kind of laughable to him. After all, he is the Tai Hein Thizan Tun, revered in this realm. And yet these little ants dare to act big in front of him. Just before he hangs up, Tiu Fum receives another call from Thian Chun. He tries to reason with him. The situation with Mivdong Honsa is just a misunderstanding. "Look." Tiu Fume, not in the mood for explanations, cuts him off firmly. This does not need any more discussion. After hanging up for the second time, Leufam's decisive attitude leaves both men hesitant to reach out again. The next day, Leufam is meditating at the peak of Ingo Long Mountain, surrounded by mist and grand trees, creating a scene straight out of a fairy tale as he cultivates, enveloped in his own energy. He ponders. The aura in the veins of Socho has been completely cleared, but I have discovered that beneath this vein lies an ancient relic from the legendary Ningo, Long Zaa Charn. A vision of the formation flashes in his mind. Leufam reflects. Even though the Ningo Longle Trigen is currently incomplete, it is still an ancient stronghold, hundreds of times larger than the Gathering Spirit stronghold. I can believe I have stumbled upon this fortune. Once the Gathering Spirit stronghold and Nugo Long Vae Trigen merge, I could transform into a true dragon soul. He can't help but feel exhilarated, a smirk creeping on his face. By then, not only will I gather the spiritual energy of a Suchugu's vein, but all the spiritual energy in Safuchu. Imagining this, Leufam feels a rush of excitement. This means his cultivation speed will skyrocket, and he will soon leave this place to ascend to the celestial realm. On Lat Mountain, a sleek black sub races through, its engine echoing in the canyon. Upon arrival, the Inchun and Tight Line step out, scanning the area. She speculates. Grandpa. Maybe Master is here training. The grandfather and granddaughter approach Leufam, who is practicing his energy cultivation. They clasp their hands in respect, saying, I apologize for the intrusion. I hope you can save Musdung Honsa. Please do not blame the others. The Kilian speaks up. Master. This is a mistake on their part, but Mefdung Honsa is in grave danger. If we do not act quickly, her life could be at stake. Leufam exhales a breath, releasing his energy, and says, I knew you two would come, but I wanted to involve myself in this. His figure merges with the deep green energy and the ethereal mist, appearing almost transcendent. Yet his tone is icy. As far as I know, Mzi Dung Honsa called Phi Than Min for protection, not believing in me, now that she is in a dire situation. It is her own doing. You both should leave. Thean Chayan shakes his head, disappointment and worry flooding his mind. Thinking, this can be blamed on Leufam. Mefdung Honsa was simply too confident. If she had not called Phio Than Min, the elder is also silent, and he can't help but feel a bit annoyed with Zhang Hawa. Of course, Zhang's reputation for being reckless is well known, and now he is putting himself in a tight spot. Talk about bad luck. As promised, he opens the box containing the seeds and hands it to Xiao Fan, saying, These are the seeds I mentioned before. I hope you will accept them. Hearing his words, Xiao Fan turns his head back. He gently places both feet on the ground using his spiritual energy. Calmly, he picks up the seed, feeling a rush of excitement thinking, I can't believe Zuo-chan really has a chaos meteor. This seed is a chaos meteor with supernatural powers. What kind of powers? I will have to activate it to find out. After thinking for a moment, he changes his mind. Since more, Zuo said so. I will take action for this chaos meteor this time. Zuo-chan's face lights up with joy. He quickly urges. We can't waste any time. The pressure at the chemical factory is intense, and a group of police officers is monitoring the workshop from the rooftop of the opposite building. At that moment, Zhang Ho is listening to a report from the police. The director says, Chief Zhang, 3 suspects are holed up inside the chemical repair shop. Our police have attempted to storm the place 3 times, but all have failed, and the casualties are severe. Chief Longgan says, this is not just a risk. This abandoned chemical factory still has some flammable materials. Just now, our police clashed with them, causing the factory to catch fire, which could lead to a massive explosion. Realizing the situation is dire, Zhang Ho quickly decides they must rescue the hostages. We do not have much time left. According to the preliminary plan, we have no more than 5 minutes before these materials ignite. King Quid insists. The higher-ups have ordered that we must ensure the safety of the witnesses. There must be no slip-ups. Otherwise, everyone will face disciplinary action. On the opposite side, Mayor Fu slightly bows, urging Ren, the vice leader of the Tianqing Law School. Ren, we must rescue the hostages. Please. Zhengho and Fu praise each other profusely. Exactly. Ren has taken this heavy responsibility upon himself. Right now, you are everyone's only hope. I believe Ren will succeed. We can handle those 3 suspects on site. Chan Cheng sees them making a mountain out of a molehill, with a nonchalant expression. He says, they are just 3 fools. There is no need to be scared. I have already agreed to take action. They will leave but won't come back. Mayor Zhang Sankang reassures everyone with a smile. With Ren's words, we can rest easy. Qin Cheng is confident, even using the sect leader as a guarantee. No worries. Vice Cheng Ming is the main disciple of the Tianyi sect. If anything happens to him, sect leader Xu Xuan will immediately send me on a night flight to Shenzhou to save him and the Maya family. Old Nang takes a sip of tea and sighs. After all, this matter concerns the reputation of the Tianyi sect. If word gets out, What face will we have left? Standing before Chen Chang. The chief shows concern. Ren, just to be safe, you should take a special operations team with you. He warned the sect leader of the mind art to be careful, reminding him that there are bulletproof vests and guns here after all. Bullets do not discriminate. In crucial moments, they can save your life. Chan Chang frowned, his voice flat yet authoritative. Director Zhou. Do you underestimate me? I am the deputy sect leader of the mind art, a master in internal energy cultivation, just a step below the master himself. He is confident, and his presence is not to be taken lightly. With my cultivation level, I can dodge bullets. I do not need these things to deal with 3 punks. It is overkill. Seeing Chen Chang's abilities being dismissed, a Fu raised his voice. Director Zhou. What kind of operation are you running here? Can't you see the situation? He emphasized. Ren is an extraordinary master. Having your subordinates follow him will only create chaos. A Fu was still undeterred, his gaze dripping with disdain. And those hunk of junk weapons. Get them out of here. I do not want to be embarrassed. Director Zhou forced a smile, trying to lighten the mood. Yeah. I might be overthinking it. Ren is just too good for us. A master like him, moving like the wind, taking lives like it is nothing. You guys should be more prepared. If you show up without ammo, you are just asking for trouble. Chan Chang's face turned serious, his eyes shimmering with deep nostalgia. During the Three Kingdoms period, the national hero Yu Fu sacrificed himself to save young Adu, single-handedly taking down 7 generals of the enemy. On the high rooftop, the wind howled, and his voice echoed like a bell. Today, I must act like General Zhao, facing the storm of bullets to rescue the hostages. Just wait for the show to unfold. Standing nearby, Trentona clapped enthusiastically, showering praises on Chen Chang. Ren, truly a masterful presence. Time is of the essence. Let us hurry and save those people. He sat firmly on a wooden chair, calmly sipping tea. No rush, just a few small fry. What is there to be afraid of? Let me finish this cup of tea first. Suddenly, the iron door at the end of the rooftop creaked open with a clank, shattering the silence. Trung Havya's expression turned startled as he recognized the familiar face. Lixa? What are you doing here? Didn't you say you did not want to get involved? Why are you acting all high and mighty now? Tarzana frowned, unable to hide his irritation. I just got, Ren, the deputy sect leader of the mind art, here. This is no place for you. If you know what is good for you, clear out. Xiaofan stood still, his gaze fixed on Chen Chang, who was leisurely sipping his tea. Secretly thinking, so this is the master of internal energy cultivation. But he had not reached the level of a true master yet. He assessed quietly, realizing he was just a semi-master. Although stronger than Ji Hu, he was not that impressive. After a moment of thought, he spoke up, bluntly sharing his opinion. He can't handle it. I suggest you not send him to his doom. The teacup in Chen Chang's hand shattered under pressure, shards flying everywhere. His eyes widened, and he spat out each word. You little brat. What did you just say? Daring to underestimate me. You are asking for trouble. Chen Chang became enraged, eager to restore his dignity. Who do you think I am? I am not some snot-nosed kid. You are really testing my patience. He struggled to suppress his fury. Kid. You are out of your league here. I want to stoop to your level. But you should not be here. If you do not want to get hurt, you better scram. He stood up and walked toward Xiao Fan, making it clear he would protect him except for that mysterious young master who has been lurking around. I can call myself the champion. And who do you think you are to talk back to me? Du Fumum stands tall, his gaze steady, arms crossed over his chest. Ha. Picking on the young ones. With such weak skills and a hot temper. It is funny because I am exactly the so-called teen master you mentioned. The old man is stunned, quickly responding, hiding his embarrassment. Kid. Still half asleep. If you are the teen master, then I must be the world's richest man. They burst into laughter, mocking him without holding back. I have never seen anyone so shameless. It is like he is daring to lie. The old man scoffs in disdain. Seriously, today's youth is so untrustworthy. Even the chief could not stop laughing, saying lies without a shred of shame. I felt embarrassed for him. While everyone is still laughing hard, the Yin Chun quickly intervenes. Wait. You guys. He has not even spoken yet. But before he could finish, Teufum raised his hand to stop him. Teufum suddenly changes his expression, his sharp eyes glinting with determination. I am here to save people, not to prove if I am that teen master. That does not matter. He slowly steps forward, his voice clear and commanding. Num Thin Then. If you do not want to die, follow me into the secret place in a bit, or you will be shot dead. The Then feels disrespected, showing his displeasure. As the deputy master of the Echen Ho sect, I have to follow you. What do you think you are? Suddenly, he jumps up, shocking everyone, and shouts. What are you even talking about? You are just rambling. The Then unexpectedly stumps down hard, his body soaring like an arrow, leaping into the air. He hangs suspended, his figure shrouded in a mysterious light. The aura of Thin Thon overwhelming the space around him. Whatever. I will wait for the old man to save the person. Then I will humiliate you later. Showing you the strength of the Ain Ho sect. Whispers spread everywhere. Kain Kuang. O king. I have only seen that in movies. The old man shoots down. And that moment is truly one of a kind. The chief can hide his amazement. Praising him. I never expected Num Lao Tine's son would exhibit such superb skills. Truly deserving of being the deputy master of the HN Hyle sect. A Trongha raises his hand. Looking smug. Glancing up at Leufam. Did you see that? Leufam. Now that is a real master. You should be ashamed. Trondroy continues to assess, adding more jabs. I can only say you are just showing off. Just wait for the old man to punish you. Leufam remains silent. Not rebutting, only sighing softly. Arriving at the den of the villains. Then lands gracefully, not a bit unsteady, instantly transforming into a blur. Charging towards the building, Than Min sprawls on the ground. Surrounded by Thin Thon and his henchmen. Their eyes devoid of mercy. A swift kick to his side sends Than Min flying up. Screaming. You guys. Just wait. Yuman Jing. In pain. Struggles to get up. Spitting out a defiant threat. When Sufong arrives. You better not think you can escape. He just lifted his head and saw Tian Cheng's silhouette. His eyes lit up like fireworks. Shen Feng. You are here. Quickly take out these 3 bastards for me. The old man clenched his fist tightly. Filled with righteous anger. You have some nerve. Attacking my disciple. Let me show you how I deal with these little thugs. From across the way. A bullet shot out like a lightning bolt. Sparks flying in an instant. Qin Cheng did not flinch. Raising his right hand just in time to deflect the bullet. A cold smile creeping onto his lips. You think you can mess with me with such petty tricks? Yu Feng quickly whipped out a cannon. His eyes gleaming with excitement. Old man. If you can dodge bullets. How about this? The explosion rang out. The cannon's energy ripping through the air. Heading straight for Qin Cheng. You pathetic cowards. Using heavy weapons. If you are so tough, come at me bare-handed. Qin Cheng's chest swelled with fighting spirit. Alright then. Let us see what you have got. He charged forward like a whirlwind. Each step shaking the ground beneath him. An intense fight was about to unfold. Qin Cheng threw a powerful punch straight at Qin Cheng's chest. Sending him staggering back. Blood erupting from Qin Cheng's mouth just as he had a fleeting thought. Oh no. This guy is a master of internal energy. Maybe even stronger than me. Qin Cheng's face turned pale as he wiped the blood from his mouth. His eyes filled with bitterness and shame. Disciple. Your master is about to retreat. He quickly turned and fled. Looking utterly defeated. Qin Cheng only muttered. Just wait a moment. I will come save you. With that, Qin Cheng stepped back and coughed. Cough. 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 A foo. Witnessing this. Immediately pressed. Ren. What is happening? Have you rescued the hostages yet? He stood unsteadily. The situation is complicated. I did not expect them to use heavy weapons, not to mention. Their skills are on par with mine. He admitted. Fear creeping in. I was careless earlier and got hit by a bullet while fleeing. I really regret not wearing a bulletproof vest. Qin Cheng sat down, raising his hand emphatically. If I can end up like this. You all better not go in unless you want to lose your lives. He could not help but feel regretful. If he had brought along a special forces team earlier, they would at least have had some advantage, and it would not be this miserable. Clenching his fists, he thought to himself. But still, I bravely charged in alone. With just this courage, I can hold my head high in front of everyone here. Even if I lose, I do so with honor. In a pen. Sweating and grabbing a towel, the old man said. What do we do now? We do not have much time left, less than 3 minutes before the chemical reaction goes up in flames. He pointed out the methods, saying, right now, there are only 2 options. Find my senior brother from the beginning of the madness. He is a master of the Tao and will definitely save us. But he is in Haidong. It will take at least 2 hours by plane, and we won't make it in time. He gulped down a drink. Slurping loudly, Tainching suggested. The only option right now is to find that mysterious young master. Who knows? He might be able to save the day. Everyone exchanged glances. Murmuring, a young master. Does anyone here know him? I have never met him. That day, we saw the young master take down a big player from the underground world, so we all trust him. Tainching clasped his hands, pleading with Xiafan. Please. We need your help. Xiafan simply nodded lightly. Xiafan entered the room, overhearing their chatter. If I had gone in there, I could be saved him already. This is not that complicated. He noticed Ren's technique as he flew in and looked at the kid, who seemed to be wandering around like he was at a market. It was clear he did not belong there. The kid was asking for trouble, ignoring their gossip. He marched straight in. I bet he will get shot before he even makes it inside. If it is on him. That fool thinks he can handle this. Tianchen crossed his arms, smirking to himself. Let him go in and die. Without him, how can I show off my brilliance? The old man can at least wait a few minutes to see if he can take on 3 hits or just get his face smashed in. Zhang Huali secretly rejoiced, glancing at Xiaofan with disdain. Just let him die in there. It will save me the trouble. Xiaofan stepped inside, flames licking at the surroundings. He saw Qingming struggling with the vaccine. Pleading. Please. I did not know this would happen. His face was all bruised. Begging. Please do not kill me. I will agree to anything you want. The thug leaned in, casually pulling out a knife. If you want to live, I will show you a way. Our demands are pretty simple, the guy explained. Just have Modong Huangsha call her dad and hand over the Dina serum results to us. After that, you both are free. Simple enough. Right. Not complicated at all. Qingming felt a wave of relief, like he would struck gold, and asked eagerly. Really? Qingming shamefully urged Huangsha. Come on. Call your dad and do what he says. If not, we are both dead, she quietly replied. Qingming, you are still the senior brother of our sect, she scolded him. All the junior disciples look up to you. You are supposed to be the brave hero. But look at you now so weak. You have disappointed me. Huangsha looked up defiantly. Let me tell you, even if it kills me, I won't make that call. She remembered her parents' bravery. My parents were soldiers. During a mission, my mom sacrificed herself to cover my dad's retreat. She willingly gave her life, and my dad survived, completing the mission. Compared to this, sacrificing a little is nothing. The honor of a soldier outweighs everything. The nation's interest comes first. I would lay down my life for that. No regrets. Despite Than Min's pleading, she firmly responded, just kill me. Save your breath. I won't call for help. Than Min clenched his fists in regret. I do not want to die. I am the big brother of the Shadow Arts School. Who will lead the next generation? Hong Sa snickered. Oh please. You sold out the school's dignity ages ago. Do not act like it still matters. She shook her head in exasperation. Than Min. Not everyone is afraid of death like you. There are things more important than life. And you will never understand. Hong Sa sighed, revealing his thoughts. Thank goodness Xiaofan is not here. Or I would drag him down with me, right now. Only that mysterious young master could save me. But sadly, he does not know me, and I have no clue where he is. Suddenly, Xiaofan appeared. Standing tall with his hands clasped behind his back, she yelled through her tears. Xiaofan, what are you doing here? It is like you are asking for death. But before they catch you, just run. They pulled out their guns. Barking, stop right there. Step any closer and I will shoot. Where did you even come from? You little punk. The guy was stunned, thinking to himself, all 3 of us are peak martial artists, armed and dangerous. Even a master would not stand a chance. Sweat dripped from his face. This kid was glowing with energy. Yet he looked completely normal clearly. We did not know he was here until now. He raised his weapon cautiously. Nobody could pull this off except that young master. Facing Xiaofan, he thought, this kid looks completely ordinary. He would not even dare harm a chicken. So he can be that young master. Xiaofan spoke up. You guessed right. I am that young master. If you have captured the person I am protecting, do not expect to walk away from this. He challenged. Don't get cocky.
Kid.
You think you are a master. Know your limits. The guy grinned at Than Min. Don't you want to live? Here's your chance, kill him. And you can get out of here, he eagerly replied. Really? That is way too easy for me. He grabbed the weapon tightly. Boasting. Killing Xiaofan will be like squashing a bug, no effort at all, Xiaofan calmly retorted. Than Min. You are no match for me. Step aside while I deal with these 3. Then I will get you both out. He was bewildered as Xiaofan flicked his finger. And suddenly, his legs went numb. Again. With just a flick, his legs gave out. It kept happening. Xiaofan flicked again. And his legs were gone. People started to back off, their attitudes shifting 180 degrees as they praised. So you are the real deal. Lo Tin's son is lucky to have you on his side, not relying on anyone. It is that young master from the past again. Some people even mocked, saying he is just like that brat, out to bully the weak. Looking at his grim face earlier, it is a miracle he is not dead yet. The bodyguard and a cop lead her into the elevator, and the bodyguard says solemnly, Miss Morong, we will be escorting you home now. On the rooftop, everyone gradually dispersed, leaving just 3 people. Trimhava watched the 2 chatting, feeling a mix of annoyance and anger. Thinking, I can't believe Lao Taiho Pham is that mysterious young master from the past. Lian Hen stepped in to interrupt their conversation, his superior attitude on full display as he asked,
Kid.
Where is Fuo then Min? Leufam did not care about his tone and calmly replied. He did. The Hen, furious, pointed a finger at him like he was the enemy who killed his disciple. What? Why did not you save him? Leufam was not one to be easily bullied. He quickly tightened his grip on Thean Han's finger and shot back. What are you to me? You dare question me? The sound of cracking echoed as he screamed in pain. My finger. Leufam let go, and Thin Han's finger was bruised and bent at an awkward angle. He was shaking with anger, but his demeanor remained composed. You dare treat me this way? He felt deeply insulted. I am the vice master of the Echenho sect. How could I be humiliated by a mere teenager? What will people think if this gets out? Thin Han recalled what Zaiki Cha had said. So what if he is a master? Danho Men is not without masters. And he thought to himself that he was still very young. Certainly not as good as me. Immediately, ignoring the pain, he charged forward, throwing a punch at Leufam, shouting, You little brat. I will fight you to the death. You shamelessly use a deceased disciple as an excuse to brawl. Leufam, today you will die. Pay for the life of the Isle Amun's deputy Than Min. Little did he know. The Nn's punch was just a cover for the hidden deadly poison behind his back. Thinking he could take it easy. What master? You are still way too green. I have eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. He swung his hand like lightning, launching a poison needle towards Leufam, a sinister grin on his face, saying, Taste my secret deadly technique. The violent reign of Ho Tram. Thin Han was sure of his victory, recalling the time he trained in this ultimate technique. Back then, I stepped into the path of the martial arts community. With a stroke of luck, I learned this deadly skill. Each needle is extremely toxic. Just a scratch and the 7 orifices bleed, and in worse cases, it is death. Leufam found this scene utterly ridiculous. Scoffing, with skills like that, you dare to go out and embarrass yourself. At the same time, he brought his thumb and forefinger together, channeling energy to form a sharp blade, as he spun the energy into 2 bright rings. He taunted, Are not you the one who enjoys bullying juniors, who likes to sneak attack others? Today, I will show you. With that, the poison needles shot back towards the Hen, causing him to scream in agony. The poison entered, turning his blood from bright red to deep purple. He could not bear it anymore. Yelling out, It hurts so much, you little brat. You want to kill me? Trong Hava witnessed the whole scene, cold sweat pouring down, hearing Thivenhen's desperate cries. He thought, Hurry, call my brother, get revenge for me, I am in so much pain. Leufam slowly approached, coldly saying, Even if your brother comes, I will still kill you, because I am. He rolled on the ground, but could not hear what Leufam said, only able to let out pain cries. Leufam raised his hand, gently curling his fingers, saying, Yep. As the words ended, the energy transformed into beams of light speeding towards Thin Han. This time, the energy quickly pierced through both of his knees, causing him to scream in agony. Not only that, but every part of him shattered like glass. Thin Han had never endured such torture before. His voice cracking, You little brat, if you are tough, just kill me. I can't take this pain anymore. Trimhava was trying to call for help, but was so scared that he dropped his phone in a panic. In his mind, he thought, Oh no. Leufam is too powerful. Even Nam Thin Han is not his match. He turned to escape, desperate for backup from the clan. This is bad. Like Xiaofan is being ruthless. Quick, let the clan know. He can handle this little punk. But how can Xiaofan let him get away? Appearing in front of Zhang Hu made him panic and scream, as the kid slapped him hard across the face. That hit packed with spiritual energy sent the department head reeling. Zhang Hu lost his balance and crashed to the ground with a loud thud, glasses flying everywhere. He yelled in pain. Oh. Humiliated, he glared with hatred and cursed. Like so? I am the department head here. Even Tu Vin treats me with respect. And even Sif Thin Chan gives me face. This is just ridiculous. Zhang Hu pointed a finger at him threateningly. All right. Very good. You dare to hit me. Just know, you will face the consequences. Before he could finish, Xiaofan grabbed his collar and lifted him up, making him panic and blabber. Look at Zhang Hu, dangling in the air, legs flailing everywhere. Completely unfazed, even a bit curious as he asked back, So let us see. What are these consequences? Can I handle them? With that, one hand still clung to his collar, while the other swung a punch at the other side of his face. Zhang, the department head, yelped as his face contorted in pain. But it did not stop there. Xiaofan showed no mercy and kept going with a few more punches. Each slap rang out with a loud crack, and before long, Zhang Hu's face was swollen, stars dancing in his eyes, and he could not help but spit everywhere. Eventually, he could not take it anymore, looked up to the sky and begged, I know, I was wrong. Hearing this, Xiao Fan tossed him back onto the ground and laughed. Pathetic. Soft like jelly. Just then, a booming voice came from Zhang Hu's phone. Who the hell dares to harm my disciple? Speak up. He picked up the phone to reply. The scumbag you are talking about is right here. The scumbag wants you to know. Turns out it is the clan's head. A brother of his. Their haughty tones matching perfectly. You dare to mess with me. This scumbag ruined my disciple. Lin Hen lay on the ground. Blood spitting out but still trying to snitch. Head of the clan. It is this little punk. You have to take revenge for me. Xiao Fan stepped closer. Responding. Not only did I ruin Nam Thin Han, but I also took out Fu Thanmen's legs. And then he burned in the fire. Honestly, I intended to save his life, but he repaid my kindness with hatred, trying to kill me to survive. So I left him forever in the sea of flames. Lin Hen tried to escape but it was useless. He was pinned down by Xiao Fan. Blood pooling around him. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan threatened. I mean, those who oppose me will either be killed or crippled. It is a cruel world out here. This call is just ruining my mood. And I am not patient anymore. Whether you are the arrogant Qian Han or the cowardly TT, their fate will be the same as yours. One bright morning, soft sunlight filtered through the leaves, landing on the ancient stone. Suddenly, a shout broke the tranquil atmosphere. You little punk, hearing the call. The arrogant TT could not hold back his rage, slamming his hand down on the armrest. You wait. One day, I will make you my football. On the other end of the line, Xiao Fan's calm voice rang out. Then I will be waiting for you. Remember, I am Lei Huan. Looking down at the fallen Thin Han. Without mercy, he delivered a powerful kick to the old man's face, challenging the clan head. You want my head to be your trophy? Ah. Well then, I will take your disciple's head first. With that, Xiao Fan smashed the phone down with a crack, not caring how Wang Yiga would respond. With a swift stomp, the phone shattered into pieces upon hitting the ground. The car sped off, zooming down the road, and from inside, a voice rang out. The Shadow Sect is incredibly powerful, with its reach spread all over East Sea. Qian Zheng, sitting beside Xiao Fan, wore a worried expression, his tone serious. He did not want Wang Yiga, the legendary master, to be underestimated, reckless, ruthless, and tough to deal with. You have crossed him this time, and he is definitely going to seek revenge. You need to be careful. Xiao Fan raised his hand, calm and unbothered, saying, that guy, Wang Yiga, dares to come after me. I won't hesitate to take him out. He thought to himself, as the supreme celestial of the Taixuan. These little pests are beneath my notice. The car slowly came to a stop beside a small street. In front of a large building, Xiao Fan and Tin Zheng stepped out, where Tu Vin was waiting on the steps, eager to speak. I have already contacted my special operations unit. He looked at Xiao Fan with respect, grateful that Xiao Fan had saved his daughter. To show our gratitude, we are recommending you for the position of chief instructor of the special operations unit. After hearing Tu Vin's words, Chen Zheng chimed in, explaining that this role carries the rank of Major General. He elaborated, the Special Operations Unit is the elite force of Huaxia, a mysterious army where only the best are chosen. Qian Zheng confirmed that holding the title of Chief Instructor was something no ordinary person would dare to dream of. Chen Zheng continued. The current Chief Instructor of the Special Operations Unit is the legendary Lonchan Kang from the Southeast Military Region. Tu Vin quickly corrected him, saying, not anymore. He is currently stationed at the southwest border, so I am recommending you for that position. With a serious gaze, he tried to persuade Xiao Fan. Speaking earnestly, like Sing, my unit has developed bloodline research, and their influence in the military is incredibly strong. Tu Vin was firm and resolute, nodding, insisting that Li Aishingsing should be appointed as the chief of the Special Operations Unit. He confidently affirmed, this is definitely happening. We just need to complete some procedural steps. Xiao Fan shook his head, showing no interest in Tu Vin's convincing words. He turned away, leaving the two of them in shock, his voice steady and determined. Sorry, I am not interested. You all find someone else. Xiao Fan suddenly closed his eyes, a mysterious green aura emanating from his body, and a thought flickered in his mind. In his past life, like Xiao Fan was the supreme celestial of the celestial realm, standing atop countless formidable powers. In that moment, Xiao Fan quietly reflected on the identities he once held, whether it was the solar deity, the sea ruler, or one of the 72 demon lords. Just mentioning one of those names could shake the heavens and earth, he thought to himself. Compared to the chief of the Special Operations Unit, none of them would even be worthy of my attention. Tu Vin is determined not to give up. Slowly persuading. So here's the deal, Lao Xin. I remember you were very interested in that mysterious black potion. He adds, this expert of mine is in the Special Operations team of the Dragon Division. Tu Vin continues, his gaze unwavering. He developed a serum specifically for the team members with a patient demeanor. He inquires, "So you are not planning to check it out? How team members change after getting injected with the serum?" Leufam begins to ponder the possibilities the serum could unlock. As Vin mentioned, it was originally found in the Shushan Mountains. He thinks to himself, "I want to see the original sample. Who knows? I might uncover secrets related to the Shushan sect in the celestial realm." Leufam looks at Tukan, finally accepting the offer. "Alright then, if that is the case." "I agree." Vin beams, his face full of joy and gratitude. "The headmaster will register it in order. All related documents will be sent down. I will keep an eye on this." Leufam turns back, reminding Shushan, "By the way, I am getting ready to kick off the Manhwa project. Remember your promise to me." He replies confidently, "Leufam, do not worry. This is something I agreed to with you." Leufam recalls the past, filled with admiration. "Back then Leufam's sign helped me eliminate the tiger. The Manhwa project will be under our department's responsibility." Leufam gradually approaches the building, opening the door to step inside. He hangs his coat on the rack, his eyes scanning the room, thinking to himself, "I have been so busy training lately. I definitely need someone to help manage Manhwa." Suddenly, the phone rings, and Leufam looks at the screen, surprised to see it is Hung. He picks up the phone, and a voice from the other end says, "Leufam, I heard you have arrived in Soft Shu. It has been ages since we last met." While Leufam is on the phone, a Hung approaches from behind, continuing the conversation. "After all, we were high school classmates. And even though we did not go to the same college, you have not forgotten your old friends. Right?" He lifts his cup, his mind drifting back to the past, recalling how Hung was very close to him in high school, later in college. Even though they did not attend the same school, they kept in touch frequently. Leufam sips his tea, and memories flood back, remembering how he was harmed by Dong Thigu in his past life. Hung never hesitated to support him, and Leufam recalls that Hung is from Su Chu and studies in construction. After a long silence, Hung speaks up. "Leufam, how about I treat you to some BBQ at the street food market tonight?" Without hesitation, he replies, "Sure, I will." The sky begins to darken, and the narrow street gradually fills with crowds. The dim lights from the houses cast a glow, twinkling like stars in the night, at a small roadside stall. After a long time apart, Hung finally asks Leufam, "Wait, I heard after graduation you went straight to being an intern teacher." While savoring the BQ, he curiously asks, "How much do you earn as an intern teacher? Is it 4,000? Hung continues the conversation, adding, "The housing prices in Sotshu have skyrocketed over 10,000. A house costs 200,000-300,000. When are you going to buy one? And when will you get married?" He suddenly patted Leufam on the shoulder and proposed an idea. "Hey, how about you team up with me? We could rake in some serious profits at the barbecue joint together." "Right." You did not really care about Hung's suggestion and swiftly changed the subject. "By the way, I came here because I actually need your help." Leufam had not even had a chance to respond when Hung quickly interrupted. "Help you? You are going to teach? Come on. The pay there is way too low. Do not even think about it." Leufam smiled and explained, "I am not asking you to be a teacher. I am investing in a project in Vanho Alley and want your help managing it. What do you think?" Suddenly, Hung's eyes lit up with surprise. "Wait, what?" He happily poured beer for Leufam and said, "Can't you see? You are bragging about just a few dishes. Back in school, you were nothing like this. If you want to brag, at least come prepared." Brother Gile raised his beer and asked about the situation. The villa project in Vanho Alley was originally set to be developed into a high-end villa area in Socha. Investing billions. With that kind of money, selling you off would not even be worth it. He laid it out. "Of course. It looks pretty bleak now. I heard it is haunted there, and no one dares to take on the project." Hung encouraged him. "There is a saying that goes, a rat can be bigger than a horse. Even so, it is still not worth billions." Leufam's monthly internship salary is only around 3,000 to 4,000. Where's he gonna get that kind of money? His words made Leufam chuckle. Even robbing a bank would not yield that much, especially with his skinny, scrappy look. He felt a thrill of joy, after so many years, reuniting with an old friend while sharing drinks and stories. Through ups and downs, this bond still feels beautiful like fine wine. It only gets better with time. Hung reminisced about old friends. "Oh right. I remember our high school class beauty, Lam." He recalled. "Remember when you wrote that love letter?" Then she read it out loud in class. Talk about embarrassing. He poured his heart out. "From then on, you became the class clown, always getting picked on by the rich kids." Looking back, what Lam Lan Chai did was just too much. Hung recalled the past when Leufam was bullied and remembered how he often caused mischief and got picked on too. Lan Chi teased him. You think you can write me a love letter looking like a hot mess? By the end of school, Xiaofam got slammed against the wall, and the bully warned him. Xiaofam, you dare confess to my girl. You really do not know what you are asking for, he pointed and ordered. Someone beat him up. At that moment, someone shouted to stop. Hold it. Xiaofam fondly remembered how Trine Hong always showed up to help him out, saying, You guys can bully Xiaofam. That guy pointed at him aggressively. Who do you think you are? I will take you down too. He stood in front of Xiaofam, and looking up at the star-filled sky, he reflected on how Trine Hong took the hits for him. He took a beating on the back, breaking 2 ribs, and lay in bed for 2 months before he could even get up. And Xiaofam thought to himself, Trine Hong really had guts when it came to friends. You stood up and put your hand on his shoulder. Trine from Zhang. Back then you took my place. I will use my life to protect your family, to ensure you live in wealth and luxury. After hearing this, he spat out his drink. Trine Hong burst into laughter, teasing him. Come on. Tu fume. There is no one else here. Can you stop bragging right now? You are just an intern teacher, earning 3,000–4,000 a month. You can't even be wealthy, let alone help me. Ha. Tron Hung replied cheerfully. All right, I will accept your good intentions. Let us drink up. They both raised their glasses and cheers. Linda ruled. Boss, this grilled meat is so delicious. I have never had anything better. It is even better than the manly energy. Tron Hung was stunned. What did you just say? Tiu Frim playfully smacked her on the head. Slap. You quickly raised your hand to dismiss it. Don't he listen to her nonsense. Behind them, a group of thugs started to tease, making the woman scream. Come on, give me a smile. Ha, they chased everyone away. Get lost. What are you staring at? Keep looking and I will break your legs. Huh. Hey girl, come over here. Tron Hung turned to look. Ah. He gasped. Oh no, he pushed you away. Tu fume. You need to go now. If you do not leave, it will be too late. You pressed him. What is wrong? Tron from Zhang. Just tell me if you are in trouble. Tu Fum glanced at the approaching thugs. Could it be those punks were coming to cause trouble for Trump Nuang? They paused and called out his name. Tron from Zhang. The thug threatened him. Last month you did not pay the protection fee. If you do not pay up today, I will wreck your place. He nervously clasped his hands. Tepka, please calm down. You know my situation. My sister is still in the hospital. Give me some time to get the money for her treatment. I do not have any right now. Can you wait a few days while I figure it out? He slapped him. If your sister dies, what has that got to do with me? Tron Hung fell down, and he declared, I am here to collect the protection fee today. If you do not hand over the cash, do not blame me for being rude. He ordered his goons. The crowd buzzed as they saw them ready to burn the place down. Do not interfere. Tumpka runs this street. He is BCAS right-hand man. In this era, whether you are in the white or black market, you have to bow to Biaka. So no one dares to mess with Tepka. They whispered among themselves. Yeah. I heard 6 months ago someone refused to pay the protection fee and clashed with Tepka. That day, his shop was completely smashed and burned down. They laughed mockingly as they approached to set fire to the shop. Swish. Swish. Ha-ha. A voice rang out. Stop right there. Tiu Fam stepped forward. You are Tepka. Do not touch this shop. He raised his hand to signal. If you know what is good for you, get these dogs out of here. His expression turned serious. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Lin Dory immediately stepped up. Boss, these little ants dare to lay a hand on you. Let me teach them a lesson. She was ready to throw down. I am itching for a fight. Tup scoffed and asked. Taiyu T. Where did you come from? Tiu Frum confidently replied. I am a friend of Tron Hung. They laughed mockingly at you. I thought a rich kid was trying to act tough. Turns out you are just a classmate. Ha-ha. Ha-ha. You coldly stated. Taking down you little pests is more than enough. He shot back angrily. Little Zhu is quite the arrogant one. A Tup ordered his crew to move in. Stop standing there like idiots. Go take him down now. Lindero was supercharged, arriving just in time, her eyes blazing red, finally ready to unleash her inner beast. She kicked one of his minions flying. I kicked. Ha-ha. And then delivered a brutal knee strike. Living through a punch. Ha-ha. This hit. Followed up with a solid strike right to the neck. Next up, a Tup watched as Lean stuttered. Speechless. What the? Lidalu single-handedly sent them flying. Taking them all down like it was nothing, she casually dusted off her hands. Ah. With skills like this, how dare you act tough in front of my master? You really want to pick a fight? Leo asked for her master's input. How do you plan to handle them? Tiu Fum waved her off. Do whatever you think is best. She smiled excitedly. Hee hee. Thanks. Master. Her face twisted with excitement. Well, I want to hold back then. Li and Ella drained their energy completely. It has been a while since she absorbed any yang energy. And Leufam reminded her to be careful not to cause any fatalities. She continued to drain them. I know my limit. They won't but they won't be able to do anything bad for the rest of their lives. Come on. Atup pointed and warned. I am telling you. I am a disciple of Baka. Do you even know who Baka is? If you dare mess with me, just wait right here. And China Hung stepped in to stop him. Tu Fume. We can't afford to offend Ba. You need to run. Get away from here. The farther the better. He was panicking as Li Neller approached. Dante, do not come any closer. He sighed to her. Taiyu girl. Your sidekick has some skills. But she can take on a pack of wolves. Can she really fight against dozens? Even hundreds of them. She crossed her arms defiantly. Do not underestimate me. A few hundred guys are nothing to worry about. Leufam patted his shoulder. Chan and Hung. I already told you. I will protect you. His gaze was resolute. Even if the king of hell himself showed up, I would still make him bow down. Chan Hung shook his head in disbelief. When did you get so reckless? Tu Fume. He adjusted his glasses and calmly replied. All right. When Becca comes, I will take all the blame. After all, whether it goes sideways or straight, it is still death. Just my poor little sister. Teacher. Leufam turned to emphasize. As long as I am here, no one can touch you. The one who is going to get it is that guy named Ted Up. He held up his phone. Warning. Little Tazu. Baka said he is coming right now. He pointed at her. But right now. You need to kneel down and take a few hits from me. Consider this a gift. Leufam needed to present him with a choice. Those who want to take me down. Either get killed or get crippled. Which one do you choose? Atup boasted with a snarl. Ah. Little Tzu is really getting cocky. Let us see how cocky you are when Baka arrives. Just then. A car came screeching to a halt in front of them. Everyone around panicked and ran. Oh no. Baka really is here. Let us get out of here, Atup smugly announced. My boss is here. I will take you out in a flash. Ah. Were not you feeling all high and mighty? Leufam stood with her arms crossed. Just wait. I will rip you into 8 pieces. Then toss you into the sea for the fish. Ha. He raised his chin defiantly. What is wrong? Still not kneeling down. Let me take a few swings at you. Just after he finished speaking, a punch knocked Atup's tooth out. Boom. Li Nu's reckless move sent him flying off the car. What is with all this talk? Is it not enough to beat him up? Xiaofan scoffed. A total bunch of misfits. Even if it is some big shot. Seeing me should make him bow down and beg for mercy. Who do you think you are? Azine was in agony. Furious. How dare you hit me in front of my boss? Just wait until my bro gets out of the car. You are gonna regret it. He banged on the door. But inside, the boss did not dare to come out. Bro, did you see that? This punk is too cocky. Hitting me like this in front of you. You need to make it right. He tried to avoid the confrontation. Cough cough. Azine yelled by the car door. Your car's about to be shredded. Thrown into the sea for the fish to feast on. This is just way too much bullying. Not giving a damn about the boss. Come on. Why are not you getting out of the car? If you do not, I might just get killed here. He was crying like a baby, begging the boss. Please get out of the car. Xiaofan chimed in. Liu. You better come down here. This guy's getting under my skin. What the hell? Azine pointed mockingly. Look at this punk in front of me. Still daring to act tough. Let us see if your car will end up as a pile of scrap when the boss gets involved. Crash. The sound of the car door echoed loudly, and a figure moved inside, ready to step out. The person stepped out of the car with authority. But as soon as his foot hit the ground, he slipped and fell flat on his face. Liu lost his balance and went crashing down onto the street, his chin hitting hard. Azine rushed over in panic, quickly helping Liu up, worry etched on his face. Bro, are you okay? Suddenly, Liu kicked straight at Azine, almost shouting, You little punk. How dare you mess with Mar? He barely managed to yell out, Ouch! Liu glared fiercely, his expression menacing, swinging a heavy chain straight at him. You trash. Dare to disrespect. Azine tried to explain. Bro. Are you mistaken? This punk is just a classmate of Qian Zhanong. Liu was still furious, his eyes filled with suspicion. Classmate my ass. Lai is the teacher of the esteemed Miss Zhao. If you do not understand, do not go causing trouble, without any mercy. He delivered a strong blow to Azine's face. All this mess is your fault, you blind dog. Get down on your knees in front of Mar. Bow your head and apologize. He cried out in pain. Azine fell to the ground, trembling like a leaf, his expression filled with regret. Please forgive me. I did not see clearly and disrespected you. Just treat me as someone you can let go. Liu, flustered, spoke on behalf of his underlings. It is all my subordinate's fault. All the losses today. I will pay back tenfold. 100-fold. He clasped his hands together, pleading with Xiaofan. Can you give him a chance to make things right? Ignoring all of Liu's ridiculous talk, Xiaofan coldly stomped down on Liu's foot, his tone icy and firm. In my life, I do not have many friends. And Qian Zhanhong is one of them. Xiaofan stood tall, his gaze frigid and serious, emphasizing, if you dare to bully her, you are bullying me. Not stopping there, he slammed his fist down on Zhang's hand again, causing him to scream out in agony. Xiaofan's eyes turned sharp, declaring fiercely, today, I am going to break one of your arms as a lesson. Now get lost. Zhang breathed a sigh of relief, gratitude flooding his face. He quickly nodded and exclaimed, thank you for not killing me. He was kicked hard in the back by Liu again, who shouted angrily, get lost already. Watching the whole situation unfold, Quan Zhanhong felt completely confident in Xiaofan. Little Fam. Everything has shocked me. Brother Bei apologizes to you again. I believe you now. And I will help you manage the one Hao Alley. Still, your face is clouded with worry. This project requires a ton of investment. Where are you going to get that kind of money? Little Fam smiled softly and said, you do not need to worry about money. Just come to my place tomorrow. He suddenly remembered and asked about the situation. Right. What is wrong with your sister? Trine Hung lowered his head, looking gloomy. My sister is in the end stage of kidney failure. We have finally found the cause of her illness. But we need 500,000 for the surgery. Where am I supposed to get that kind of cash? He clenched his fists, his whole body shaking, thinking to himself, even though Little Fam is familiar with 3 Key, he helped me tonight. But I can't just ask him for a loan from 3 Key. Trine Hung thought for a long time, getting frustrated with himself. I will find a way to earn that 500,000 for the surgery. Seeing his friends in trouble, Little Fam offered, let me take you to the hospital to check it out. Trine Hung quickly checked the time on his phone and said, Little Fam, it is getting late. Visiting hours are over. How about I take you tomorrow? Little Fam agreed without hesitation. Sure. As night fell, the surroundings sank into silence. The dilapidated building loomed in the darkness, its walls mottled and covered in moss. In the small, simple room, the yellow bedside lamp dimmed. Trine Hung lay awake, staring blankly at the ceiling that had turned yellow with age. He suddenly recalled the doctor's words. Sir, your sister has reached the final stage of kidney failure. Please gather the 500,000 for the surgery. Trine Hung sighed, whispering to himself, my sister can't wait any longer. Suddenly, the sound of a notification rang out on his phone. Ding. It was a message from Tron Heen Fai, an old friend, saying he heard that you come the project manager for the Wan Havai Alley. Trine Hung replied, how did you know? And Fei joked, his tone full of insinuation. Oh come on. Why do you care how I know? I heard you are worried about your sister's surgery money. Trine Hung let out a heavy sigh upon seeing Heen Fei Deder bring up the issue he was also struggling with. He only replied with one word, sure. And Fei seized the opportunity, saying, old friend, if you hand over the contract to my company, I will cover your sister's surgery. What do you think? At the construction site, Little Fam quietly observed the engineers, closely monitoring the situation. He thought to himself, once the Wanavai Alley project is finished, I can leave it for my dad, ensuring he won't have to worry about life later on. Out of nowhere, a luxury car sped up and parked right in front of the site. Dust swirled everywhere. Little Fam raised his hand to shield his face. He peered into the car to see who was inside. The car backed up, spewing smoke right in front of Little Fam, which made him incredibly annoyed. A Hinafu sat inside the car, casually greeting him. Hey buddy. Can I ask you something? Where's the office for this project? Little Fam stood still, saying nothing, which made him look out, appearing uncomfortable. Lotivam, you do not dare say hi to an old classmate. Heen Fu opened the car door and stepped out. From the opposite door, a woman stepped out at the same time as him. Lanche and Hia Fu walked hand in hand, smirking at Little Fam. Fi Ka. Is that really Lo Tegu Fime? After all these years, still a loser. Seeing the couple who once bullied him, Xiaofan scoffed. Chen Xianfu and Lin Lanchi, who would be thought they would be together. He restrained his emotions, thinking, it is all good, if I rise up quickly. Then I will settle the score, and this debt will be repaid with interest sooner or later. After a long pause, Xiaofan spoke up. Chen Xianfu. What do you want? I am the boss here. Xianfu was taken aback, pointing at him. You are the boss of Wan Have Alley. He clamped his mouth shut, almost bursting into laughter. Unable to believe that Xiaofan was the boss here, he and Lanchi erupted into laughter. Xiaofan, after all these years, you have not improved at all. You have learned nothing. You have not provoked Xiaofan yet, but you sure do know how to brag. The couple continued laughing, mocking him. What boss? You should be a laborer here instead. Huh? Lan Chi was smug, throwing out a few snide remarks. A useless man like you ends up hauling bricks. Your life is basically over. Lan Chi arrogantly draped her arm around her companion, speaking with a self-satisfied tone. Xianfu, we are here to talk business with the boss of Manhwa Alley. No need to stoop to his level. Xianfu chuckled, stepping closer. Xiaofan. For the sake of our old friendship, he put his arm around Xiaofan's shoulder. I am giving you a chance. And then he patted him on the back, acting all superior. From now on, follow me, serve me tea, and clean the company's restroom. Better than hauling bricks at the site. How does $5,000 a month sound? In his mind, Xiaofan felt like a supreme god. While Xianfu, far away, was rambling. Or how about this? I will pay you an extra $2,000, $7,000, $10,000. Your salary is $10,000. Looking down at the chubby guy on the left, $10,000. That is more than you would ever make hauling bricks in your life. Xiaofan closed his eyes. Those words now sounded like a buzzing mosquito, not worth his attention. Seeing his opponent silent, and Phaedra pressed on. Leufam, why so? You think my offer's too low? Inside, he could not help but mock. Leufam, you will never amount to anything. At first, you even dared to compete with me for women. Just then, Leufam's phone buzzed in his pocket. He turned to answer. Hey, can you check on my sister? Here's the address. After hanging up, he took a casual step back, not forgetting to announce. I have something to take care of, and by the way, I am the owner of Manhwa Alley. Believe it or not, that is up to you. And Phaedra's anger flared up as he spat. What a joke. Owner of Manhwa Alley. More like the owner of brick hauling. What is so special about this kid? Unable to swallow his frustration, he quickly dialed for backup. Hey, give me 2 guys to teach this punk a lesson. But the voice on the other end made Hiran Phaedra frown. What? You got your arm broken. Who is the idiot that did that? Realizing no one could help him, he gritted his teeth and hung up. Just my luck. Next time I see him, I will make sure he is unrecognizable to his own mother. The sky was a deep blue, with fluffy white clouds drifting above a large hospital. Walking inside, he turned to his friend. Leufam, my sister's in this room. Stepping in, he lifted the blanket for the person in the bed, casually saying, since my parents passed away early, I have been working hard to raise my sister. Looking at his sister's worn-out face, he sighed and continued. I have been hustling to pay for her schooling, back in college. I would go to class during the day and sell grilled food at night, but I never expected Tufi would fall seriously ill. Suddenly, the girl awakened, her brow furrowing as she whimpered. Her weak voice could not hide the joy on her face. Brother, why are you here? Seeing his sister trying to sit up, he carefully supported her back with a pillow, and she forced a smile. I feel better now. Then, Tufi turned to the person next to her. Who's this? He pointed to Leufam and eagerly introduced. This is my classmate and brother. Leufam. Leufam, this is my sister. Tufi. And Tufi politely greeted. Famka. Leufam quickly instructed. You do not need to say anything. Just lie down so I can check on you. Tranghung also worriedly advised. Sister, listen to Leufam and lie down. She looked at her brother in surprise, but still laid down, feeling a bit skeptical. This person does not look like a doctor. Can he really help me? Leufam raised his hand over Tufi, and instantly, a green flame of energy enveloped her, channeling his inner strength. Tufi closed her eyes, the thick aura around her starting to directly affect her body. After a while, sweat poured down like a waterfall, and her face began to glow with color. She sighed in relief. This feeling, it is so refreshing. Tranghung exclaimed joyfully. Tufi, your complexion is getting better, Zhou exclaimed with joy. I am feeling better now, no more pain, Xiaofan gently announced. Cheng Hong, your sister's illness is all good now. She can be discharged in a few days. He happily held his sister's hand tightly. I will go call the doctor right now. After the doctors checked Zhao Fei's health, they gasped in astonishment. Oh my god. Miss Zhou has made a recovery. All the indicators were perfectly normal. Even above average, this is truly a miracle in the medical field. Time passed slowly, and the clouds drifted gently across the high sky. Cheng Hong walked out of the hospital, excitedly chatting. Xiaofan, I see you have changed. Where did you learn this skill? Xiaofan looked up at the sky and mysteriously replied. Cheng Hong, there are some things I can't explain to you, but one thing remains the same. We will always be brothers. He frowned at his friend with a sad, contemplative gaze. After a moment's hesitation, he hesitantly spoke the truth. Xiaofan, I have something to apologize to you about. Xiaofan laughed, turning around teasingly. Come on. If a guy's being all cryptic, Just spill it. I bet I can handle whatever it is. Cheng Hong warned. All right, I will go ahead. But do not get mad. Okay, so he recounted everything. I went home, and after a few drinks, I chatted with a classmate in our WeChat group, saying I was in charge of the Van Ho Alley project. At this point, Cheng Hong paused to ask. Guess who the first person to contact me was? Not waiting for his friend to respond, Cheng Hong quickly continued. It was that damn Tranhin Fu. He somehow found out that my sister was sick and insisted on helping me get in touch with a specialist in the US, covering all the treatment costs to send my sister abroad for a cure. His voice suddenly turned angry. But it turns out, the construction materials for the Van Ho Alley project are all handled by his company. Who would have thought he was just faking it and did not help my sister at all? Xiao Fan coldly replied. So you agreed to him? Cheng Hong bowed his head, full of regret. Xiao Fan. I did not know you could actually help my sister. So I agreed, looking at my friend's worried expression. He chuckled. I thought it was something serious. Turns out it was just this small issue. Don't worry. I will handle it. Just tell Tranhin Fu to come find me. Hearing this, he quickly asked. Xiao Fan. You are not mad at me, are you? Cheng Hong sighed in relief, his face lighting up as if a weight had been lifted. Well, now I can relax. Just tonight, I have arranged to meet with them for a dinner to discuss the project. Since it is a pretty big deal, Tranhin Fu can cover it all by himself, Xiao Fan suggested. Then let us meet tonight. Your sister just finished the discharge procedures and needs someone to take care of her. You go home now. He quickly agreed. Sure. Unexpectedly, Cheng Hong broke into a mischievous smile, as if he thought of something funny. Xiao Fan. Actually, my sister has grown up and is quite pretty. You do not have a girlfriend yet, so why not? But before he could finish, he noticed his friend had vanished. Xiao Fan. Why do you leave so fast? He had already teleported away, letting out a small sigh. Cheng Hong, I appreciate your good intentions, but in my heart, there is no room for anyone else. With that thought weighing down on him, Xiao Fan gently closed his eyes, knowing in his heart, there is only one person for him. Tie it high. From the depths of ancient memories emerges a paradise. A sweet, clear voice rings out, dripping with nostalgia. Suhi does not want to surpass anyone or achieve ultimate mastery. She just wants to follow that nostalgic path. Xiao Fan holds the hand of that stunning girl, his gaze tenderly tracing her every movement, hanging on to every word she says. One day, nostalgia will stand atop the universe, every lip deserving to admire the ethereal. Back in reality, Xiao Fan's heart aches with longing. He hugs himself tightly, thinking that Shu he must be going crazy searching for him. Grinding his teeth, his eyes flash with resentment. Those 10 heavenly lords, all because of a mysterious text. You made me fall into this realm and kept me from seeing Shu he. Though his body is now just a mere mortal, his mind still soars as a lofty celestial being. He vows to himself. Just wait. One day, the Taixuan will return to the heavens to settle the score with you all. By then, will you have the guts to withstand the wrath of this celestial lord? In a lap? Grand building. In an upscale room, Xianfu and a group of representatives from various parties are dining and chatting animatedly. Thanks to your Wanhuo project, we have finally snagged a tasty slice of the pie, says Chen Sh. Yet, no one knows how Chen Sha landed such a massive order. The project's owner is said to be an enigma, even feared by the local authorities. Xianfu acts all mysterious and smug, then beams with pride, declaring, honestly, the owner of this project is my high school buddy. Upon hearing this, Uncle One raises an eyebrow. Puzzled, he silently observes the guy who is all talk but seems to be just a poor, uneducated country bumpkin. I just told him I would cover 500K for the surgery, and he agreed right away. At this point, Xianfu bursts into laughter, his tone dripping with sarcasm. His sister is actually in the final stages of illness. Holding so much cash is pointless. I am not stupid enough to lend him 500K. Just then, the door swings open. Xiao Fan strides, calling out. Chen Xianfu. I need to talk to you. The small-time suppliers are still busy buttering him up. Haha, Chen Xiao is spot on. Seeing Xiao Fan's simple outfit, thinks he can just shoo him away. Can't you see the big bosses are having a serious discussion? Get lost. Zhenju joins it, shouting. Hey you. Did you hear that? Beat it. If you do not leave, I will report you. Xianfu steps forward to greet him. Whoa, is not this like Xiao Fan? He quickly walks over, throwing an arm around Xiao Fan's shoulder like they are best buddies. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce my high school friend. Like so? He then rambles on. Back in high school, my current girlfriend, Lan Chi, was the beauty queen of our school. Like so? The toad dreaming of eating swan meat wrote a letter to my girlfriend. I still remember the opening lines. He lies without batting an eye, acting all dramatic. Lan Chi. My dear. You are the swan in my heart. Let me be the toad at your feet. As he said this, he burst out laughing. Haha. It is just too funny. And then my girlfriend read it aloud in front of the whole class. The others joined in. Laughter echoing everywhere. Haha. This kid looks like a total country bumpkin. How could he even think he stands a chance with Lady Lan Chi? Dare to compete for a girl with Chen Xiao. Talk about living dangerously. He should take a good look in the mirror. Dreaming in broad daylight. No wonder he is broke for life. After getting a good laugh, I had to act magnanimous. But I won't say much more about what happened next. Everyone knows I am a person of manners and won't stoop to this bumpkin's level. Plus, when chasing after the beauty, we should rely on our own charm. Zhang straightaway clasped his hands in admiration. Chen Xiao is truly honorable. And Wang chimed in. Chen Xiao's vision is as vast as the ocean. The rest of the group also took turns praising him, saying Chen Xiao is indeed a hero among men. If it were me, I would not have been able to do what he did. Chen Xiao wins without a fight. Who would not be impressed? Finally, I could not resist throwing in a jab. Guys, I am done here. This bumpkin is just a brick hauler now, working at the Wanhao construction site. Remembering something, I turned to pat my buddy on the shoulder. By the way, Lexa, why are you here? I bet you came because you could not make enough hauling bricks. So you decided to moonlight as a waiter. Right, still playing the role of the concerned friend. I shook my head in mock sympathy. It is not that I am saying this to you, Lexa, but you are really falling behind. Besides hauling bricks and serving plates, what else can you do? You could come work for me 10 grand a month. Way better than what you are doing now. Why do not you listen? I am just trying to help you out here. The folks from the supplier clearly know how to read the room, and they were immediately outraged. Chen Xiao, you have got enough smarts. It is just that he is too muddy to wash off. That is right. Chen Xiao, do not let him get to you. He is just too pathetic. Zhang grabbed a bottle of alcohol, looking fierce as if he was ready to throw down. Well, you are not getting away from me today. I have to take you down a notch. I kept playing my part, quickly interrupting the tension from that guy. Everyone has their own ambitions. No need to stoop to his level. Everyone sitting there could not stop praising Chen Xiao. He is just too classy. I can't even compete. Clearly, this guy used to be at Chen Xiao's mercy. Yet, Chen Xiao remains humble. He is not like that guy. And even now that he is doing well, he does not forget his friends. Still trying to pull him up. Someone even pointed at Xiaofan, spitting out harsh words. But he did not back down. Damn it. Suddenly, a voice contrary to the crowd rang out, cutting through all the noise. Chen Xiao, you all here are being a bit too much. The host stood up to face everyone. If Chen Xiao truly wants to help his friend, why humiliate him in front of everyone? Why laugh at someone like that? Then he looked at the two biggest laughers. Zima, Wang, I remember when you two first started your careers. You were both hauling bricks and mixing cement too. Even though there was a hint of fear, he still spoke his mind. Now that you are doing well, you start looking down on others. Don't forget. You were once poor too. Who knows? You might have been worse off than that guy. Lu felt like he was hit where it hurt. Shouting angrily. Who do you think you are to act tough in front of Chen Xiao? You are nothing. You do not even get to speak here. The direct leader felt a mix of embarrassment and rage, puffing up like a lion. You want to get your ass kicked? You still want to meddle in the Flower Alley project? Well, the new head of this project is Tran Thieu. Get down on your knees and apologize to him. But he did not back down, forcefully shoving the guy aside. Like a boss? His voice was sharp and commanding as he declared. No matter how hard you try, I want to stand alongside scum like you. Everything that went down was in Xiaofan's view, and he nodded in admiration. There are not many out there with such guts anymore, with someone daring to challenge him. Hien Fu's face turned dark as he slammed his hand on the table. Good one. If you say it like that, from today on, stay the hell out of the Flower Alley project. Now get lost. Just then, Tran Hong strode in from outside, coldly calling out Tran Hien Fu's name. He then raised his voice, declaring, from now on, you are not to interfere with the Flower Alley project anymore. You do not want to help your sister anymore. Mentioning this made him furious, his voice booming. Hold up, my sister is fine now. There is no need for your fake sympathy. Then he turned back, his tone instantly softening. Xiaofi, come here. She stepped forward, smiling and greeting. Hello. Brother Fan. He nodded subtly in response. Upon seeing Tran Hong's sister, Hien Fu's face went pale, and he quickly pulled out his phone. This can be happening. No way. Han Hong Luan checked his messages. Incredulous. Just last night, he received a picture of her lying in bed, looking half dead, and now she is miraculously better. Tran Hong straightforwardly exposed the true face of the opponent. Tran Hu did not see this coming. Did you? It was like Xiaofan who helped my sister. He does not need any gratitude. Unlike you, who is just a selfish hypocrite with no shame. His voice grew more intense. using my sister's illness to threaten me for control of the Flower Alley project, and then mocking others, back in school. When Xiaofan wrote a letter to Lam Lan, you even called your thugs to beat him up badly. He and Fu still stubbornly felt dissatisfied. Sneering coldly. Then, Tran Hong raised her voice, pointing at the person who had been silent all this time. Tran Hu, let me tell you now, Xiaofan is the real boss behind the Flower Alley. Worth billions. And you are calling him a brick carrier and a dishwasher. He is worth 1,000 times more than you. Look at you now. You are as pale as a ghost. Tran Hong's words hit hard. Compared to Xiaofan, he was just a pile of crap, dreaming of making money from this project. Then she glanced at the supplier representatives, scoffing. And you pathetic little sycophants. Just turning with the wind, trying to butter up Tran Hin Fu for a taste of power. The real boss is Xiaofan. You guys are blind. Worshipping the wrong idol. The people who had been joking and mocking earlier now had faces ashen, cold sweat pouring down like rain. What just happened? This kid is the mysterious boss of the Flower Alley. If I had known, I would not have dared to mock him. Hin Fu, furious, clenched his fists, refusing to believe it. Tran Hong, are you kidding? Xiaofan cannot possibly be the boss behind the Flower Alley. Under the gaze of everyone, he firmly declared, there is no way. The Wanhua Alley project is clearly under the ownership of the company. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Nai seemed to be stung by these words, suddenly standing up, agitated, and said, only now did I remember what Chen Xia said. Wanhua Alley is personally registered under the company's name. And upon hearing this, Zhuo Zhan quickly chimed in. Damn it. I almost got burned by him. Xian Fu confidently pointed. What is with being the boss of Wanhua Alley? Why does not Xiaofan just admit he is the young master of the Li family? Suddenly, the door swung open, and slender legs stepped in. I do not know if Xiaofan is really Li Tai Huan, with a fierce presence. She pushed the door open and proclaimed loudly, but he is the boss of Wanhua Alley. Everyone in the room jumped to their feet. Confusion filled the air. Miss Ouyang, why are you here again? She linked her arm with Xiaofan's, a look of disdain on her face. You idiots. Abandoning the boss of Wanhua Alley to flatter that jerk Cheng Xian Fu. It is like throwing away a juicy watermelon for some bland sesame seeds. How stupid can you be while thinking you are clever? Unai leaned closer to him, her gaze softening as she continued. Moreover, there is something you guys do not know. The company had to replace Xiaofan and Wanhua Alley. Under their bewildered stares, she kindly revealed that Xiaofan is the great benefactor of the company's old master, and also the teacher of the young miss. Suxu. Lan Chai's face turned pale. Her eyes widened but she could not utter a word, disbelief swirling in her heart. How could this be? Xiaofan really is the boss of Wanhua Alley. And moreover, he is the great benefactor of the company's master. Unai looked into his eyes. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Xiaofan, it has been so long since we last met. Are you busy? I was discussing something upstairs. Heard some commotion and came down to check. Did not expect to find you here. Wait for me. Let us grab a bite together. Suddenly, Xiaofan pointed directly ahead, towards the old man. The air in the room grew tense with each word he spoke. Those who were trying to flatter him had better forget about collaborating on the Wanhua Alley project. Especially you, Chang Fu. Do not even think about getting a dime from this project. Xiaofan's gaze turned icy, his voice low and steady. Today, I am settling the score from years ago. He waved his hand toward the door. All right, you all can leave now. Zhuo Wen could not help but feel anxious. Thank you. The strength of the Zhuo family's company is not on par with the other bosses. Coming here today was just to secure a seat. I did not expect to be chosen by you. He bowed 90 degrees towards Xiaofan, closing his eyes to show his loyalty. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Zhuo Wen will never refuse. Xian Fu was furious, his hand gripping the wine glass tightly. Damn it. Then he smashed the glass onto the floor. Shards of glass scattered everywhere. Xiaofan, let me say this clearly. If you do not collaborate with me, you want to get this project. He clenched his fist, teeth gritted in threat. Let us see who dares to supply the materials. Without materials, the Wanhua Alley project will forever be a pile of junk. Xiaofan, unfazed, walked toward the table, gently picking up the chopsticks amidst Shan Fu's booming voice. Don't you think that just because you have Miss Ouyang backing you, you can do whatever you want? Let me tell you. Do not even think about touching me. I could take you down in a heartbeat. With a glare, he hurled those chopsticks straight at his opponent, full of bravado. 2 chopsticks shot through the air like lightning, heading straight for he infused Qing. And the terrified looks on everyone's faces. The force was so strong it sent him crashing backward into the wall. Then, as if on autopilot, he plummeted face first into the steaming bowl of soup on the table. It is too hot. The sight of the chubby guy sprawled on the table, covered in food and broken pieces, left everyone in the room frozen in shock. A few stammering voices broke the silence. Well, what is this power? A strong hand yanked Hianfu's hair, lifting him up, his chubby face swollen and smeared with soup. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, moaning in pain. Little Pham kept banging his head to the rhythm of his words. Back in school, I broke 2 of Zhu Zhenghong's ribs. He was out for 2 months. Hianfu could not believe it, fear washing over him as he shrieked. Today I will break your 2 dog legs. I will make sure you can't get out of bed for life. His head slammed hard against the ground, screaming. And then he kicked Hianfu's left leg with force, followed by a direct hit to his right leg. The pain shot through his lower body, making him spit out a mouthful of blood. It hurts too much. Lexio, how dare you hit me? Surprisingly, this Del showed no signs of remorse, his face twisting in rage as he pulled out his phone. All right. Go ahead and wait. I am calling someone. Hearing this, Xiaofam calmly sat down in a nearby chair, softly replying, sure. He crossed his legs on the table, his expression unfazed, even a bit relaxed. Then I will just sit here and wait to see who you call. At that moment, Tran Hong hesitantly called from behind the wall. Xiaofam. He stepped closer, worry etched on his face. The people behind Tran Hianfu are not simple. They have connections in the underground. I'm scared. Without letting his friend finish, Xiaofam raised his hand confidently. Tran Hong, it is, with a determined attitude. He spoke, as if a divine presence was looming. Today, even the King of Heaven can't save him. Tran Hong was terrified by his words. What? He could not believe what was happening, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. While internally he thought, Xiaofam has changed so much. I have not had time to adjust. The fear running through his mind made him break out in a cold sweat. Is this still the weak and timid like Xiaofam I used to know? What has he been through all these years? Suddenly, the sound of footsteps shattered the tense atmosphere. Thud. Following that, a crowd rushed in. Thud thud, a tap, with a booming voice, led his gang in with fierce momentum. Who is the blind fool who wants to die? Watch me knock him out right here. Seeing the guys outside the door, Hianfu could not help but feel smug. Kneeling with his back against the table. Lexio, you are dead for sure. A tap's crew has hundreds of people. I will make sure you have no place to be buried. Before Hianfu's triumphant smile, a tap, with one hand in a cast and the other holding a bat, stepped in, his expression one of confusion as he glanced around. When he realized the person sitting in front of him was Xiaofam, his eyes widened in shock. Lexio. A tap immediately spun around, his heart racing. Damn it. How did I run into Xiaofam? His face turned pale as he barked at his subordinates. Get out of the way. Hearing this, the scar-faced thug standing nearby could not help but ask, Boss, did not we come to take care of someone? What is happening? His brows furrowed as he threw a punch straight at the guy's face, shouting, What do you mean take care of? Let us go already. Yesterday, you did not come with me, so you have no idea about. A big shot even the 3 kings would not dare to cross. Hianfu wore a delighted expression as Lan Chai helped him up. Both his legs were broken, so he could only hop forward step by step. Zan. You finally made it. He looked like he found his savior, raising his hand and shouting, I am over here. Azan felt a pang of anxiety inside. What are you yelling about? Why are you so loud? Out of nowhere, I run into this jerk who was trying to get me killed. Thinking that the guy did not hear him, Hianfu, with a hint of desperation, asked, Why did you come? I called you here to take him down. Still lounging back with his legs on the table, Xiaofan sat back, relaxed, and enjoyed the show. Azan, they are calling for you. Why are you running away? Suddenly, he bellowed, Get in here, now. He startled Xiaofan so much that he jumped, and everyone froze in fear. Slowly turning to look back, his face betrayed his terror as he tried to butter up with a forced smile. You are here too. What a coincidence. He. Azan felt the gloom settling in. Inside, was cursing like crazy Hianfu. This scumbag dared to drag him into this mess. On the contrary, Hianfu seemed oblivious to the tension, pointing and yelling, Zan, this punk dared to break my leg. With a confident look, he added, You take him out now, and I will give you 10 million. No. 20 million. Seeing the situation flip, Zhang Zhu adjusted his posture, lifting his hands smugly. You think you are tough? There are hundreds of Zan's crew around. I can't wait to see how tough you really are. Just wait. Zan is here now. And today I will make you beg for mercy on the ground. Suddenly, the sound of many footsteps echoed from outside. A group hurriedly entered, and the staff nervously reminded them. This room can't be too crowded. In front of everyone, the seasoned veterans swaggered in, a voice booming as they called out their names. Boss Kang from the east side, Bai Zia from Wending, and Big Sister Yan from the business district. Lan Chai and her smug expressions looked ahead, while Hianfu clenched his fists. Grinning, Great. So many big brothers came to help me. He pointed straight at his enemy. Like so. This time you are done for. Not stopping there. A voice suddenly announced. BG is here. Everyone in the room instinctively huddled back against the wall, all shouting in unison. Hien Fu was over the moon, his eyes wide as he watched the newcomer. Thinking, no way. My situation has caught the attention of someone as big as Beiji. His face beamed with excitement. Internally cheering. Gao Wang. Like so. Just you wait, even Beiji has shown up. What else do you have to say? A lowlife like you deserves to be stomped underfoot. The goons, seeing such a big shot, could not help but get hyped. Loudly greeting. Zhengzhu looked at the scene unfolding, a fan delighted. Even Beiju was stepping in for Chen Xiao. So what if you have a young Bo against lying? No big deal. Liu Nuhai, witnessing this, breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking, so many big players are here today. I can relax knowing we will definitely handle like Xiaofan. Over here, Haifu completely ignores Atop's ugly face, still raising his hand towards Jia Jia. Tepka, hoping to take him down. 200 million. Kill him and I will give you 200 million. Suddenly, he slaps that filthy bastard right in the face and yells, 200 million. You better watch yourself. While talking, he kicks him down to the ground, raising his voice, daring to disrespect Mir. Then he uses his foot to break Hein Fuchua's arm, regardless of the opponent trying to dodge. You want to die? I am not ready to go just yet. Stopping his actions, Atop quickly switches to a sycophantic attitude, turning to Little Fum and nervously explaining. This was just a misunderstanding. He sweats profusely, praying not to be marked. If Lu gets unhappy, he could kill me in an instant. Little Fum's face turns grim, his sharp gaze glances sideways. A misunderstanding. Suddenly, a hurried footstep comes from behind, calling out. Atop, that hand grips the teacup filled with water tightly. With a strong throw, he hurls it straight at his head, causing it to swell up. Lobby, with a fierce expression, loudly scolds. Last time was a misunderstanding, and this time it is also a misunderstanding. Atop suppresses the pain, turns back and bows respectfully. Vong vong vong. I am in the wrong. Bro. Lobia glances down at Heimpaiga lying on the ground and warns. Dare to cause trouble for Mar. You are causing trouble for me. Tron Haina. Are you tired of living? Zikang can't help but frown in irritation. That is right. A bunch of ants daring to act tough in front of Mir. Beat that fat guy up. Standing beside him is not going to help either. Seriously. It is like lighting a lantern in a toilet. Asking for trouble. The guy behind him quickly adds. If Lu gets mad, the whole district will shake. Heimfriel lies on the ground, pale, listening to everyone talk, feeling shaken inside. How could this be? What kind of background does Loko Fum have? A bunch of underworld big shots all backing him up. Lan Chi sees things going south and quietly steps away from him. A look of regret crosses her face. If I had known Latigu Fum was this connected, I should not have turned him down back in high school. Suddenly, Atiu Frim pushes his chair back and stands up. Atop, seeing this, wisely steps aside. You are stepping on Hainasu. He then approaches him and declares. Today, in front of everyone, his face radiates coldness as he lifts a leg. I am going to cripple you. Looking down at the Shu coming closer, Haifu can only utter one word. At this moment, his voice cracks with tears, but he still struggles to speak. Lotivom, how dare you? My brother is. Without waiting for the other to finish, Tiu Fum kicks him hard, sending him crashing down, the impact shattering the floor. Just in time to hear that loser scream. Hein Fu trembles all over, his face contorted, but his attitude shows no remorse. My brother will take revenge for me. Just wait. That kick sends him falling straight from the upper level to the ground below with a heavy thud. Heimfley slips into unconsciousness. After that, Heineja lies motionless on the stretcher, crying out in pain. Boo-hoo. Tiu Fum watches the two doctors pushing him away. Careful now. Lanchai rushes over from who knows where. Tiu Fium. I was wrong before. A lightly brushes her hair, glancing shyly at you. Hesitantly starting to speak. I heard you broke up with your girlfriend first. Do you think we should give this another shot? Xiao Fan does not give that woman an inch, turning away in annoyance. Get lost. A is taken aback by your attitude, her face going pale and ugly. Lan Chi, all about that bling, but too scared to say it out loud, secretly thinks to herself, like so? What is so special about you? Who do you think you are? In a big city like this, you think you can do better than me? She only dares to mutter once you are far away. A cocky jerk like you will never find a girlfriend. Suddenly realizing someone's watching, Lan Chi quickly flips her attitude, flashing a bright smile. It is Miss Aoyan. Moi. Not having any of it. swings her hand and slaps the other girl right across the face. Who do you think you are to talk about Xiao Fan like that? A is caught off guard, unable to react to the sudden hit. All she can do is shout, pointing with disdain. Clinging to money. A lowlife like you can do anything despicable. Just then, the bosses from inside come out, witnessing the scene. All eyes wide open in shock. Miss Aoyang is too fierce. Suddenly, their surprise shifts to infatuation. Feeling like they have found their soulmate. Thinking, I like this vibe. After handling Lanqi, she quickly runs after you. Xiao Fan. You have messed with the Chen family this time. Watch out for their big brother. Chen Xianlu, you slow down. Listening to Bune talk about that guy. Chen Xianlu has been talented since childhood, a martial arts prodigy. Even as a kid, he beat plenty of martial arts geniuses. I heard he has been out there learning from a master overseas for the past few years. Once she finishes, you wave your hand dismissively, signaling it is no big deal. Don't he worry. I do not even consider him a threat. One guy like Chen Xianlu, not worth my time. Suddenly, Bune steps closer, grabbing your hand excitedly. Wait. Xiao Fan. You have not eaten all day. Can I treat you to dinner? But you simply reply with a firm, I have stuff to do. Let us do it another time. Despite that, she does not let go, holding your hand tighter, playfully shaking it. I want to go now. The scene before them makes the onlookers visibly angry. Mouths agape but too scared to say anything, only able to silently envy. Damn. I am so jealous. He is so lucky. I wish I could have dinner with Miss Aoyang too. That night, the sky clear without a cloud, stars shining brightly. Xianfu, all wrapped in white bandages, lies in a hospital bed, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Like so? I want you dead. He looks at the person sitting beside him, pleading, you have to avenge me. Kill like Xiao Fan. The person grips the chair tightly, trembling all over. Xianlu, his muscular frame springing up, clenches his fists in fury. Like so? How dare you touch my brother? I will make you pay 100-fold. His eyes blaze with fury, vowing, I will make you wish you were never born. Xiao Fan and Lion Yu are walking towards the construction site, taking their time, not a word spoken. Just then, a ringtone suddenly pierces the silence, lighting up the scene. You stop in your tracks to pull out your phone, and on the other end, it is the familiar voice of Hong Sa. Leufam. The last performance ended, and I had to rush off without saying goodbye to him because of work. Gazing at the snow-covered scenery outside, she softly continues, I will be heading to Suchu in a few days. I am not sure if it is the cold or the words that follow that make her cheeks blush. But when I get there, I would like to treat you to a meal. Hong Sa hesitates, recalling that last time. Was not it him who saved me? I still have not had the chance to thank him. A flashback hits him, remembering the moment Tai Yufam held her during the chaos. And he feels a pang of guilt for teasing her before. Lo Yufam is a bit thin, but she stands strong like a mountain, shielding me from the rain and wind, protecting me from all dangers. As long as he is around, there is no one in this world who can hurt me. On the other end, a cold, decisive voice cuts in. Sorry. Tut-tut. Hong Sa glares at the screen. Lo Yufam. You hung up on me. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echo, accompanied by an irritated voice. Hong Sa. What are you doing? Delgu Mem. Frustrated, starts to roll up the script in her hands. Do you have any idea how hard I negotiated with director Lai Kwang to land this leading role in a Hollywood film this year? You need to invest more time and effort. We finally have a film to shoot. And you say you want to do it. How am I supposed to explain this to everybody? Unable to hold back, she slams her fist down on the table. Hong Sa. That is the famous director Lai Kwang from Hollywood. Then she goes on and on about how incredible he is. Every film he touches turns to gold, topping the box office charts. With enough power to light up screens worldwide, Lu M's face darkens, wishing she could turn iron into steel. Hundreds of thousands of actors want to work with director Lai Kwang. And here she is passing up such a golden opportunity. What is the point of returning home? Hong Sa does not seem to care much, slightly losing patience as he grabs his bag and stands up with a calm tone. He replies, because I have something important to do. I need to go back to meet someone. Then she turns to Love You Mum, her eyes sparkling and cheeks flushed. I think I am enchanted by him. Those words leave the assistant speechless. After hanging up, Tiu Fum surveys the vast scene, lost in thought. It is probably only a few more months until it is finished. Suddenly, a frantic voice calls out from a distance. Tiu Fum. There is trouble at the construction site. You quickly pivot. Tri Zhang. What is going on? He gasps, repeating. Tiu Fum. As he speaks, he paces like he is about to lose it. The Van Ho construction site has been cut off from power and water. Even the suppliers have stopped deliveries. The dark future looms ahead, sending him into a panic. Tiu Fum. What gods have we offended? Every day the site stands still, costing us hundreds. If this continues, we will go bankrupt. Katrina Hung chokes up before continuing. Also, last night a gang of thugs stormed the site, injuring workers, and 2 people were killed. He clenches his fists. The site has no cameras. The police can invesigate. And now everyone has run away. This is a disaster waiting to happen. Patron Hung suggested. Xiao Fan. If this does not work out, let us go find Lord Xiao. He might have a solution. You shook your head and replied, I know who did this. You do not need to worry. I have got this covered. Suddenly, a flash of red light shot through. And with your keen eyes, you noticed a shape coming straight at you. It was a large object. Instinctively, Xiao Fan stepped in front of Trum Hung, causing him to gasp. Whoa. Before he could process what was happening, you swiftly grabbed the golden object. Looking up, you spotted a masked figure standing on the rooftop across from you. You called out, Are you with Tron Him I saw? The figure did not respond directly but simply announced, Tonight at 8 p.m. Tron is hosting a feast at the mansion. Young Master Tron invites you to the Hong Men banquet. Are you brave enough to come? Xiao Fan grimaced but accepted the invitation, telling him, I will definitely be there tonight. The attitude of the guy made Linu furious, but she kept her cool and asked, Master, he is getting a bit too cocky. Should I take him down a notch? You interrupted her, saying, No need for that. It is like poking a snake in its den. They dare to invite me. I dare to show up. Xiao Fan tightened his grip on the invitation and continued, grinning. Then let us take them down in one swift move and eliminate all the lingering troubles. That afternoon at Le Kikide Airport, Hong Sai had just landed when she received a call. Hello. Have you found out where La Tuufam is? The voice on the other end reported. Tonight at 8 p.m. Lo Tuufam will be at Tron's for the party. I heard that Tron Hinel Si even invited a big player this time, she said, watching the plane take off. Got it. After hanging up, she thought excitedly. Lo Tuufam, just you wait. Outside the luxurious mansion of the Tron family, a high-end car was pulling into the garage. The party was about to start, and chatter filled the air among the attendees. All big names in their own right. Yep. I heard that the top dog from Such Ho, Viethigu Luki Vine is also coming. I wonder if that is for real. Lan Chi, radiant and charming, strolled around the main hall, buttering up. Fika. I heard your older brother, Tron Hinlos, has a foreign master now. He is back to learn martial arts and is seeking revenge for you. His tattered appearance did nothing to diminish his arrogant demeanor. Of course, my brother is a martial arts master. Even after my injury, I managed to recover quickly thanks to a rare elixir from him. Remembering past events, his tone turned sinister. And my brother even invited the top-notch expert, Luqui Van Thin from the Elite Long team. Lotivam. Just wait to meet your end. Lan Chi could not believe it and asked, Fika. Are you talking about Luqui Van Thin, the infamous young master Loai? I heard he studied under the legendary martial arts master, Koin Hai Hoth the Long Thin Chine. His skills are unmatched in Sachiju. The rumors circulating about him made her wary. Years ago, he had outperformed the local rich kids, leaving them unable to lift their heads. However, he was more confident in himself. But could he really defeat losers like Lai Shizhen and Sai Hu, who were champions in their own right? That was laughable. There was another secret reason in his heart, and even Si Liangsu had a crush on him, in the local scene. Who did not know that Si Liangsu belonged to him? Li Yunshin. If he dared to mess with Si Liangsu, he was basically asking for trouble. I think he is probably too scared to show up at the party now. If he does, I will make sure he does not make it back. Just then, the person in the story unexpectedly kicked the door open, the sheer force causing the 2 guards to stumble back. Xiao Fan entered confidently, exuding an intimidating aura that made others tremble. Who is that? Lan Chi pretended to care. Like so? Why are you here alone? Where's the stunning Aoyang beauty by your side? Then she mocked him. I bet you got dumped. Right, I told you. You are just a country bumpkin. Once people get bored, they leave. Who would pay attention to you? As her words fell, a pair of slender legs stepped out of a luxury car. Who said he got dumped? The charismatic Huang Shi walked in like a model on a runway. Xiao Fan. I flew all the way from across the Atlantic, just to see you. Her appearance left Lan Chi in shock. This is the grave of Deng Hong Sa. 2 young girls participating in this embarrassing situation. Why on earth is the super famous star here? Is it because of Lai Tiu fame? Hong Sa steps forward, brushing her sleeve, trying to make amends. Last time was my fault. You are not mad at me. Right, you do not care. Coldly asking a question that confuses her. I came to kill someone. What are you following me for? This scene makes the fans envious. Saying, this Tiu2 is just pretending. The top star Deng Hong Sa flew all the way here just to see him. He does not even pay attention. If it were me, I would be so happy I would faint. Clearly I am better looking than him, richer than him, So why does the top star like him and is so close? Hinfu sees this and gets angry. Feeling unwilling. Whether it is Odong Boy or Dung Hongsa, they are all stunning beauties. Why do all these gorgeous girls flock around him? What makes him so special? Lan Chi pushes the wheelchair in front of him. Litium, you say you are here to kill people. Have you lost your mind? Everyone here has status. How dare you talk nonsense like that? Hinfu points at Tu Fam with a smirk. If I were you, I would be gone back to my hometown to grow vegetables. What are you doing here making a fool of yourself? You show no emotion and hit him hard, making him stumble. You dare jump around in front of me. I will help you out. Heen Luck, watching from above, sees his brother getting hit and gets furious. Litium, so you dare to hit someone in my place. Heen Fu starts to fake cry. My neck. He holds a glass of wine, speaking each word with menace. Today, you are staying here. Heen Fu, already battered, takes another hit, only able to sit in the wheelchair and curse. Litium, no matter how tough you are no match for my brother. Lan Chi sees the situation in her favor and steps in, mocking. Litium, you are bringing trouble to yourself. Serves you right. The onlookers can resist the drama. Did not you love to play pretend? Now, no more acting in front of Tran Thiu. There are even some curious folks daring to hit someone in front of Tran Thiu. I have to see if he can handle Tran Thiu's wrath. But Tu Fam just ignores the nonsense and looks up, cutting through the noise. Killing workers as you're doing. Right. Heen Luck does not care about that accusation. Arrogantly admitting. Yeah. Did it? Come at me if you can. Haha. Thinking about Heen Fu's pitiful state earlier makes his face darken. Litium, you dare to hit my brother, ruining his life. All I am doing is getting back what is rightfully his. That selfish reason can't compare to the innocent workers. Leading him to raise his hand. Gathering strength. You dare talk to me like that. Get down here. Even though the blow was thrown, Heen Luck still looks down on him. Shouting. You are about to die and you dare to be brave, until that blue energy gets close. He realizes and shouts. Not awake yet. As the giant hand from Tu Fam lunges out, quickly gripping its target. Yep. The moment the invisible power moves, he starts screaming in panic. You let me. You bastard. But that fear is completely useless as you just wave your hand, successfully dragging him down and snapping back. Shut up. Heen Luck grinds his teeth in disbelief. Damn it, that last hit really pushed my limits. So he quickly gathered his strength to retaliate. Just some petty tricks. Even now, his arrogance had blinded him, daring him to prepare for an attack. Lo Taigyu Fum. Just die already. His body lunged at you without him even realizing it. Oh boy. But little did he know that someone would suddenly jump in to take the hit. Master, you do not need to step in. I have got this. As soon as she appeared, she retaliated with a devastating blow. Boom. Trash talk. I will give you a hand. That effortless clash instantly sent him flying across the room. She did not even give him a moment to react. She just kept hammering him down. Onlookers were left in shock. Thinking, am I dreaming? Another amazed spectator exclaimed. Trun Hin Lalsi had been a martial arts prodigy since childhood and even had a legendary master. Yet he could not even handle the little girl next to Lel Tu Fum. It was not just them. Even the ones directly involved were stunned, gasping for air. Hein Lalsis, stuck in a wheelchair, was even more confused. No way. She, even his brother, could not match her strength despite being beaten down. Hein Lalsi was still burning with the desire for revenge for his brother, struggling to get up and saying, Lotivom, do not get too cocky. He always believed you were nothing. Which is why he dared to threaten you. Just wait until I bring the thunder. You are done for. Right when he managed to crawl up, the necklace hidden under his shirt suddenly fell out. Not only Lin Yu but even Tu Fum was taken aback when she realized it was the Hu and Nieki essence. Knowing how valuable it was, she immediately tried to get a closer look. Who would be thought to find the Hu and Nieki essence here? No wonder he managed to get back up earlier. Her crimson eyes suddenly lit up with insatiable desire. If she got the Hu Nanuti essence, her power would skyrocket. But given her current status, Lianu had her reservations. Would her master even want it? Standing by and observing, quickly caught that moment of hesitation. The Hu Nanigek essence is indeed a treasure, but it is useless in my eyes. Each word you spoke made her heart soar. But there was a hint of dark energy perfect for her demonic training. So I will give it to you. Heinel C was still reeling from the shock of being defeated by a kid. Kneeling down, humbly thanking his master. Clearly, the first half of her demeanor was obedient and polite, but the second half had turned bloodthirsty and terrifying. From her eyes to her claws, everything about Liananu, just how desperately she craved that treasure. Hurry up and give it to me. Without waiting for Hein Lassie to process what had just happened, his body was hit with a terrifying strike, forcing him to scream. Lu I Thu. Save me. She barely paid attention to who he was calling out to. Swiftly snatching the necklace he always wore. Give it to me. Once she is done, Lianu will settle all the debts he owes to Leufam. Daring to oppose the master. You are asking for trouble. In that moment, Heinolsi truly had no strength or chance left to resist or defend himself. Yet, the boundary still insisted on being present, as someone jumped in out of nowhere to block her attack with a punch. The timely protection made him incredibly relieved and at ease. Heinolsi borrowed his strength to respond. Luithigu is here. Haha. Now to not even mention Leufam. Even if it were 10 or 100 of them, they would be taken down easily. The news about him is not baseless. As Vian Thin just revealed, the balance between Lin Wu and him has shifted dramatically. She has surprisingly found herself in a position where she must step back. This guy's martial arts are just too overpowering. Meanwhile, the opponent is not backing down at all. Confidently stating, the mysterious brother invited me here. If you dare hurt them, I will make you pay. Alolo Vanthan's argument is convincingly strong. He even relies on his muscles to lay down some serious conditions. Lotivam, I am not trying to make things difficult for you. Just chop off one of your arms to apologize to the mysterious brother and leave this place for good, and I will let you walk out alive. When he said that, he clearly thought he had the upper hand over Leufam, until the main door suddenly swung open with a shout of La Titanexgon. Tian Chun arrived with a snow lotus. Politely clasping his hands in greeting, I have been recuperating outside. But as soon as I heard about the grand event at Van Ho Alley, I rushed back. His appearance made all the guests present suddenly hold their breath in awe, bowing in unison for the esteemed elder. Once he passed by, they were left in shock, whispering to each other. What just happened? Why did it attract someone as important as the elder? Next to them, another chimed in. Look, even Seftite Limon is here. I heard she is exceptionally intelligent and capable. Meeting her today is just as impressive as the rumors. She must be come to see him after hearing about likely Van Thin's return from the battlefield. A buddy nearby spilled some juicy gossip. You won't believe it. But Loki Van Thin has liked Seftite Lion since they were kids. Word is, he is back to propose to her. Just look at his attitude and thoughts. You can tell the rumor has some truth to it. After a year apart, Tite Livin has become even more beautiful. She definitely came to meet him, for reasons unknown. Van Thiven has always believed they were meant for each other. Tite Livin, why are you here? But reality hit hard as he watched her completely ignore him. The moment she respectfully greeted Leufam, saying, Master, please forgive me, was a bitter pill to swallow. The issue is, he calmly accepted it and replied to her as if it were the most natural thing in the world. No problem. Her unexpected presence turned into a bombshell, sending shockwaves through everyone. What? The esteemed Miss F came to see him. How did that happen? The girl standing next to him whispered in disbelief. As Tite Lin is cold to everyone. But why is she so gentle with Leufam? Before Vian Thiven could process this, he heard the elders bring him up. Loquivian then. You dare to touch Lo Tin's son? Tian Qingjian thought he needed to step in to help. Quickly asking, since I have watched you grow up, I will plead with Lo Tan's son to spare you. Just apologize already. But his long-standing arrogance would not let him bow down to Leufam or the elder. Have you lost your mind? Old man. I am calling you Selagai out of respect. Otherwise, you are just an old man. The careful approach the Suffa family took towards Leufam made him feel utterly inferior. It felt like he could not touch anyone here. Realizing he could not convince the other side, he helplessly laid it all out. Kid. I am trying to save your life. Lo Tin's son is the legendary youth master, Lo Thai Hoon, known throughout the land. Unfortunately for him, his compassion could not sway me even a little. Van Thien scoffed, saying, Master of the sect. Since when did that title become so cheap that anyone could claim it? It is laughable. He rebutted his elder but then turned to me, scoffing loudly. Is there no one left in your sect? Calling some nobody a master is just ridiculous. Shu Lion, standing off to the side, could not bear to watch the arrogant brat mock Van Thien. She shouted. What gives you the right to talk to him like that? You do not even have the standing to speak in front of him. Her fierce defense for the one she loves fueled the rage boiling inside him. Van Thien, looking utterly incredulous, immediately pointed at me to stake his claim. Shu Lion, I can't believe you are scolding me for someone like him. Everyone in the sect knows you are mine. Faced with his arrogant nature and his presumptuous claim, I felt a rush of annoyance and shot back. That is enough. We have nothing between us. You are just being delusional. Little did he know. Her cutting words drove him to the brink, using all his strength to slam his fist into the ground. Furious, he yelled in the battlefield he would created. Shu Lion, I can believe you would waste your feelings on him. The boiling rage inside Van Thien pushed him into a corner he could not escape from. Today, I am going to tear that little brat apart. The man you care about is nothing but an ant under my feet. I will make sure he wishes he were never born. After all, he was someone who had watched him grow up, So Tan Zheng understood him better than anyone. He quickly voiced his concern. Lation. Be careful. Van Thien, having learned from Longshan Kang and honed his killing skills for years, was a force nobody could rival. That is why he could shake the youth of the sect. However, the threat he posed was not enough to make me step back. No worries. I want to see what skills Long Chung Kang's disciple has up his sleeve. Whatever needs to happen will happen. But I need to finish what I started first. Those words felt like a warning that everyone knew the punishment for the little brat would soon come to an end. Tran Hin Luk, you killed 2 workers from Van Ho Alley and injured countless others. After laying out your crimes, I have no choice but to pass sentence. Such serious offenses can be overlooked. Hin Luk, who had been battered in a fierce brawl, finally felt fear creeping in as he trembled and shouted, Loi Xiao, save me. Hearing his desperate cries, Van Thien rushed in to intervene once again. Like so? Are you really daring to strike someone in front of me? He probably could not believe that little brat dared to raise a hand. So what if he killed someone right in front of him? Can you stop me? With a simple flick of his finger, an overwhelming force shot straight into Hien Luk's forehead. The sudden blow caused him to tumble into the pit he had been desperately trying to escape. Hien Fediu, who was used to acting on his own, finally understood the feeling of sheer terror. Big bro. Meanwhile, Van Thien was still clutching his arm in shock. He had to admit one thing. The internal energy was too powerful. Even he could not withstand it. This sudden chaos left the other guests dumbfounded. How could he injure Lai? Others began to realize the situation. Li's strength was incredible. Even Van Thien could not stop him. Huningsa, who had been anxiously watching from the sidelines, finally let out a sigh of relief. Well done. None of them suspected that Van Thien was secretly channeling energy into his fist. He planned to seize the moment when Li turned his back to launch a counter-attack, because it was his own doing. As soon as the opportunity presented itself, he poured everything into his punch and yelled. Not only with his hand, but he also used the explosive power of his legs to quickly close the distance with his opponent. The momentum he brought clearly carried the weight of a dragon. The sound of his imposing presence mixing with the fierce roar directed at Lei. Van Thien did not possess such formidable martial arts. At one point, he had surely been a master. And another person added, with the long fist. That is a signature technique perfected over 10 years of understanding the dragon's way. In this moment, where everything hung by a thread, it seemed like the advantage belonged to him. And Hien Fu gritted his teeth, hoping to follow through. You must die today. I will use your life to pay homage to my brother. Seeing Li motionless only fueled his confidence. Die, and then, a powerful long fist came crashing down towards Lai, who stood in front. Given the situation, Van Thien was sure he had succeeded and chuckled to himself. I do not believe he can block this punch. But was it really that simple? As the shockwave dissipated and he finally saw everything clearly, he gasped. Wait, what? Li not only dodged the attack, but also countered it with just one finger. What the heck? How could this happen? My punch could not even touch him. Van Thien tried to muster more strength, but do nothing except grit his teeth in frustration. I put 6 parts of my strength into that punch, and he just used one finger to stop it. This hard-to-believe sight instantly left everyone bewildered. He blocked it with just one finger. They found it almost impossible to believe. He stopped the long fist with just one finger. Am I dreaming? But even that was not enough to make Lai back down. Especially not for the top tier of the Sevichu clan. It was just a facade. As the aura radiated enough to make Van Thien step back in fear, Lai added insult to injury with his words. Even if I let you use one hand, you are still no match for me. He could not accept such a brutal truth just yet, but he still tried to save face. Litivam, this is all you're doing. Since I perfected this technique this afternoon, I have not used it once. His gaze sharpened unusually. Being suppressed like that pushed Van Thien to the edge. Even his master said you should not use it casually unless absolutely necessary. The blurred figure, half like a Buddha and half like a beast, embodied the intense pain coursing through him. Despite enduring an overwhelming pressure, he gritted his teeth, determined to regain his dignity. But today, under Van Thien's command, fists and kicks flew straight towards the spot where Leufam stood. He had to die. For everyone else, it might be terrifying and dangerous, but for him, it was nothing more than a cat's scratch. Paf. He was focused entirely on his technique, so he did not notice Leufam's expression. The diamond fist style was impressive, but Leufam effortlessly blocked every attack. The battle escalated to a breathless climax when Van Thien's punch suddenly halted. With a stubborn refusal to accept defeat, he prepared to unleash his power after the shout. Diamond Force. Unleash. Leufam had been patiently defending all this time just to enjoy the show, and his opponent certainly did not disappoint. The fact that he could master the diamond technique was quite impressive. But every good show must come to an end. Once the thrill faded, he decided to take action and put an end to it. Van Thien could never have guessed that his opponent could block the attack he had trained so long to perfect with just one hand. His belief that he was a genius shattered as Leufam calmly dismantled it. No way. No way. The energy he had left was running low. Or let us be real. He was beyond his limits. But he still forced himself to speak clearly. Your strength is impressive. You could take any of my punches without a scratch. Leufam might be at the master level. But he had no qualms about saying this was the technique he had worked hard to learn. And it was useless against him. Perhaps Van Yin never expected to fail. So he never considered that Leufam would strike back. Now, it is my turn. Qian Zheng, who was nervously watching from the sidelines, quickly seized the moment to intervene. Let's in. Please go easy. But his words came too late as Leufam's counterattack closed in. It was then he realized the danger. Leufam stood tall. His punches packed enough force to shatter his opponent's defenses. Van Thien, trying to block directly, was forcefully pushed back against the wall. Blood spraying. Gasp, gasp. He stared, horrified, at the wall that had shattered from that punch. What the hell? Everyone else was equally in disbelief. Leufam, is he even human? Although it was clear he was in the wrong, Qian Zheng still wanted to seize the opportunity to save him. Let's in. I have known Lokui Van Thin since he was a kid. He is the son of a friend of mine, and he is not a bad kid. Moreover, the incident at Ven Ho Alley has nothing to do with him. Every word you say is just an attempt to save face. Now that the old master Tron Hinlal Si has passed, I hope you can show some mercy and spare him. He knows that the relationship is not strong enough, so he uses that name, hoping you will take pity on him. Moreover, he is a member of the Dragon League, and later on, Lu will surely find a use for him. Luckily, thanks to that sincere heart and wise move, he decided to let it go for now. Out of respect for the old man, I spared his life. Xiao Fan completely understood how someone like Lei Qian would feel, so he quietly looked down at him and asked, Lei Qian, are you submitting or not? As expected, life experience taught him nothing. Even after being spared, he still spat out every word. I am not submitting. It seemed he had his own limits and stubbornness. Saying, Lei Qian can handle this alone. I do not need anyone begging for me. His teacher remained resolute, kneeling there, while the second master could only point and curse. You scoundrel. After all, he was still his friend. So the old man reluctantly set aside his pride and tried to help his teacher. You do not need to worry about this trash. I will take him back to his strict father. No more causing trouble. Outside, the sun was still shining peacefully. And as he walked to the gate, someone spoke up. This trouble is my fault for not thinking things through. He obviously knew what to do to make amends. So he straightforwardly promised.
Yeah, sure.
Starting tonight, Chen Jia will be removed from the forces in Shuozhou. And I have instructed them to quickly restart the Wanhua project. Once everything settles, Xiao Fan will leave the Chen family and head to the work site for a checkup. Xiao Fan carried years of longing to meet his dad. But the first thing he heard was an argument. Old lie. What makes you think my King Shan is not good enough for your son? Those harsh words made him suddenly go silent. He could not believe it. She was out there with that worthless woman. It turned out his dad, Kung Shan, was busy trying to smooth things over. Kung Shuang, do not get angry. I understand Zhao Fan. He is not like that. The more he listened, the more he realized he was being cornered. I think there is a misunderstanding. When he arrives, I will ask him, of course. She was seizing this chance to squeeze him for everything. What misunderstanding? I never expected your precious son to abandon my daughter. How could he do that? Going around in circles, they finally hit the main point. You will have to compensate my daughter for what King Shan went through. Otherwise, this won't end well. Those demands left King Shan flustered. How could Xiao Fan not see through such blatant intentions? Indeed, I guessed correctly. Kung Shuang and her mother would not let it go. With that thought, he began to feel uneasy. She called his dad from Vanzhou just to milk him for cash. But it was not the right time to turn things sour, so he had to swallow his anger. Thinking, I was nearly ruined by that mother-daughter duel. Xiao Fan was lost in thought as he politely knocked on the door, only to be dismissed by King Shuang like he was nothing. How infuriating. It was not until Queen Shuang opened the door that his memories continued to flood back, recalling how Yang Shakun had betrayed him and sent him to jail. Still imagining a day when Kung Shuang might have a change of heart. No matter how much time passed, Xiao Fan could not forget that painful moment. But when he got out of prison, all he found was his father's cold corpse. That night, heavy snow fell, covering all the crimes in the world. Right now, you just need to push everything down. Like so? You are really something. You even had the guts to come here. Have you thrown your conscience to the dogs? Come on. Why did you leave my daughter? It is a shame you do not care at all. Just rushed over Hugdan's son. And dad. That unexpected move left him stunned. Xiao Fan. What is wrong with you? You tell yourself deep down that in your past life, your father's death was a regret you could never make up for. As you lean your head on that warm shoulder, you feel more resolute. You have been reborn to live again, finally meeting Dad. This time, I will use my life to protect him, not letting him suffer any more injustice. In a corner where no one can see, a surge of rage is waiting to explode. I must uncover the truth behind my father's death and make those responsible pay back 100-fold. Blood for blood. Seeing his son cling to him like a child, he comforted him, amazed at how this kid, after just over a month apart, could be so emotional. Little did he know. To him, a year is just a blink, but for his son, it felt like thousands of years had passed. After letting go, Xiaofan still smiled happily at Dad for a long time. In his past life, he had cultivated into a transcendent being and never expected he would see his father again. Since his rebirth, this has been the happiest day of his life. Even though Dad looks so much older now, with gray hair and a hunchback. Finally, Riwa could not take it anymore and shouted to break this irritating scene. All right, are you two done yet? Once she got their attention back, she turned to Than Song and demanded, like so, since you are here, what do you plan to do about the loss you caused Than's son? My daughter has been by your side for so many years. You need to clarify this after thousands of years. Xiaofan is no longer that easily bullied young man from before. He is spinning the truth. Talking nonsense. And it is truly shameless. Deep down, he can't help but sigh. Even in the immortal world, there are very few people as thick-skinned as that mother-son duo, Gu Than Song. Seeing him being disrespectful makes Rihua turn her attention to an easier target. Like Xiaofan's dad, look at you, raising such a mouthy kid. And you dare argue with me. You are really out of line. Than's son, still confused about what is going on, turned to ask Xiaofan. All right, Xiaofan. Stop arguing. What is really going on here? Once both sides sat down, Than's son calmly presented his argument. As parents, we hope you two can stay together. After all, you are college friends with a close bond. Riwa, wanting to reap the benefits, immediately raised her hand to refuse. No way. Do not call me that. I can accept it. Not only was she pouring her heart out, but she also used her daughter to persuade him more easily. Your son is doing great now, surrounded by beauties. What is this about the #1 CO and stunning women? With all those famous actresses and wealthy heiresses around him, it is like he has got his eyes on my Than Song. Hearing her wild, absurd claims, he shook his head in disbelief. How could that be? If my son had such great skills, I would not need to sell our house in town. He tried once more to open a path for reconciliation. Riwa, Xiaofan is still young. Give him a chance. After all, you two have been together since college for over 2 years. It would be a shame to break up over something so trivial. Would not it? Don't you agree? Strangely enough, Naha actually accepted the gift from that uncle. All right. I will give him a chance to keep dating my daughter. Of course. A greedy person like him will never settle down. So she confidently raised her finger and said, but I have one condition. Than Sun thought she was finally coming around, so he happily agreed. Go ahead and say it. This answer conveniently matched her intention. Meanwhile, he did not notice her smirk. Filled with delight after finishing her tea, she casually glanced at him and said, buying a house for my daughter can be discussed later. Leufam sat quietly to the side, increasingly feeling like he was watching a comedy. The foxtail had already slipped out. She is trying to trap me, knowing that I broke up with Ngo Than Suong a long time ago, and still attempting to deceive my dad. However, he still trusted his father's stance a lot, but without concrete proof, he knew his dad would be furious. I need to show Dad the true face of this mother-daughter duo. So he started laughing and said, buying a house. Even the villa in Van Ho Alley is mine. Do we really need to buy a house? Just one casual comment from him was enough to make Madam feel like she was about to spill her tea. If Dad liked it, he could just pick one. Nahada coughed and patted her chest in disbelief. Litium, are you daydreaming? The Van Ho Alley is yours. Are you saying you are the owner of Van Ho Alley? Her attitude was indeed not disappointing him. Leufam admitted straightforwardly. You are right. I am the owner of Van Ho Alley. Than Song could not handle it and had to call for help. Litium, I really did not expect you to turn out this way. Lying through your teeth for the sake of appearances. Nada aimed her words at his dad once again. You just arrived in the city, so you would not know. The Van Ho Alley project has been abandoned for years. They say it is haunted, and no one dares to go there. The more she spoke, the more she thought she was right. But now, who knows why it is being developed? Inside, there are luxury villas, rumored to weigh hundreds of tons, costing several million. She would never realize how ridiculous she sounded now that everything was out in the open. Her son dared to claim he was the owner of Van Ho Alley. It was laughable. In Than Son's heart, Leufam was still the ordinary son he had known, so he quickly interrupted. Leufam, do not talk nonsense anymore. Do you really think I do not know what you are capable of? He only thought that Leufam, relying on his own efforts, could scrape together enough for a down payment on a house in the city, which was already impressive. His worries and concerns were not unfounded. If he had such abilities, he would not have struggled before coming to the city. I still need to bring 200,000 to Ngo Than Song's house as a betrothal gift. After that, a probing conversation stretched on until night fell. He walked with his dad, persuading him that he had booked a 5-star hotel for tonight. But Than Son firmly rejected the idea of extravagance, saying there was no need for a 5-star hotel. One night there is too expensive. Just staying here is fine. Not only did he refuse, but he also gave Leufam a lecture. Leufam, Dad has not been in the city long, and your salary is not high. Don't spend too much. He could only nod obediently because he understood his dad's personality. He would just go along with what his dad wanted. Just as Xiaofan was happily chatting with his dad, whom he had not seen in ages. His phone slipped from his pocket with a loud buzz. On the other end, a cheerful voice reported that Xiaofan had some contracts that required his signature, and he needed to come over right away. The night had fallen, but work still needed to be tackled. He spoke up to his dad. Dad, if there is anything, just call me. I have some contracts that need signing at Wanhua Alley. I am heading out. Xiaofan, stop joking around. This is not Ngo Than Song's place. You do not need to pretend anymore. If you have something to do, just go. No need to explain. After a moment of affection, his dad turned serious and warned him. But son, I am telling you, do not exaggerate anymore. You were not like this before. Now, I do not know whose contract this is. And Xiaofan could only chuckle, ruffling his hair in response. Dad, some things can't be explained in just a few sentences. You will understand later. Knowing each other so well, he turned to leave but not before reminding his dad. And do not let Ngo Than Song's mom fool you. Don't he listen to their house buying plans. His dad waved his hand, chuckling. All right, I got. Xiaofan was pretty sure his dad was still worried about his marriage. What does this punk know? Without showing any sincerity, that girl is not going to agree anytime soon. In this world, what parent is not concerned about their child? A new day arrived quickly. The morning peace shattered by the ringing of the alarm. Cheng Shan hurriedly picked up the phone. On the other end was the excited voice of Natha. Old Lai. About what we discussed yesterday, buying a house for my daughter, you can't refuse. He chuckled in agreement. Of course. Today, I will take Xiaofan to look for a house. I will send you the address. After hanging up, he anxiously glanced at the cash he had on hand. The more he looked, the more worried he got. He had just sold land back home, borrowed money from relatives, and even dipped into funds meant for a coffin, scraping together 100 grand. Holding the contract in hand, he resolutely thought it was for his son's future worth every penny. Early in the morning, Nada had eagerly shared the hotel address with him. Just a glance at it made her scoff. Poor is still poor. In a place like this, his son thinks he is the boss of Wanhua Alley. Then she casually confessed to her daughter. Thank goodness we did not choose that little brat's name. Otherwise, it would be a lifetime of suffering, from her personality to her actions. She is just a carbon copy of her dad. Like Xiaofan left his dad here like it is a cheap model. Only the farmers live here. After all, he is the teacher of the great young lady. How did it come to this? Hearing this, Nahada sighed again, shaking her head in disappointment. This situation made Than Song feel like she finally found her place. Like so, no matter how powerful he thinks he is, in the end, he is just a broke loser with no skills. The boss of Wanhua Alley. We are here today to buy a house. Let us see how long you can keep up the lies. When Cheng Shan arrived, she was busy admiring herself in the mirror. Sorry to keep you waiting. Upon seeing him, she seized the opportunity to make her request. Old Lai. Today we are going to check out the villa in Wanhua Alley. Your son said he is the boss, so tell him to set one aside for us. Those words shocked Cheng Shan to the core. He hurriedly tried to explain. That is just what the kid said. I do not want to embarrass myself by discussing our finances. Honestly, we can afford a villa. I have heard they go for several million. I am not afraid of you laughing at me. I am getting old and have never been in a villa. The way they look so shabby and poor just makes her laugh even more. Country folk really are country folk. It seems like they still can come to an agreement. So Than Sen suggests, how about this? Since it is almost time anyway, let us grab some food first. Then we can take our time discussing things. I will mention my son, and I will call Leufam to come over. I am treating for lunch today. Right after I said it, I called Leufam, asking where he was and if he was free for lunch with me. Unfortunately, Leufam is not in a good position right now, so he declines. Dad, I am currently studying with the director's department at the Van Ho Villa area. I might not be able to make it for a bit. His voice echoed outside. I am the head of the Van Ho area now, and there is a ton of stuff waiting for me to handle. He always thinks his son is just bluffing, so he awkwardly says, I am sorry. Nadiev rolls her eyes in disdain. Still using such an old phone. It is seriously outdated. She even snatches the phone from Thun Sen's hand to one-up him. Tu fume. You still have not stopped bragging. Well then. Let us go buy a house in the Van Ho area. I can't wait to see how much longer you will keep pretending. Seeing the mother and son determined to leave, he becomes even more flustered and panicked. Then Sung asks Mom. Please wait. This is all a misunderstanding. My son is not that impressive. He is just talking nonsense. But that arrogance from Sazeng 1T let Night He be persuaded. His son always talks a big game. Bragging is in his blood. What is he planning to do when everyone in Van Ho calls him out later? Are you telling me to hide this ugly mug? The sky's as blue. And the sun's warm. Signaling a good day ahead. The group of parents arrives and gathers around the table to listen to the staff introduce the Van Ho Villa area. An investment of several billion from our boss. Van Sen is stunned, while Nadefo marvels. Van Sung is completely enamored. This villa is really beautiful. As they look at the luxurious house, he quickly whispers to her. Hey. It is too expensive. Should we check out another place? But she completely ignores him and insists. I am here to find Latifafam. Your boss. Call him out here. Pronto. Upon hearing that name, the staff hesitates to respond. I am sorry, madam, but we only have Trido. Tributrun Heng here. There is no. It seems like that answer pleases her. So Nanatra immediately looks up at the sky. Lo. Do you hear that? There is no Lao here. And definitely no one named Lo Tu Fam. Plus, I am used to getting my way. So now, you better call your son over here for an explanation. Faced with this undeniable reality, he can only sigh. That kid Tu Fam really does not think before he speaks. But why do these two, mother and son, have to act like this? They do not care about saving face for others. The more he thinks, the more pressured he feels. So he quickly speaks up. Mom Than Sung, how about we let it go? Give the kid some dignity. My son is not difficult. He is just being himself. He does not mind that his child is just an ordinary person. If he is really that capable, why should I waste my energy worrying? This young lad just does not get it yet. I hope you and Than Sung can find something for Once we finish brainstorming, he will throw out the next suggestion. Let us head out to the suburbs and check it out. The house prices there should be a bit cheaper. Little did he know, even after he gave in, she still shouted her determination to make him embarrassed. Is he even paying attention? Telling my daughter to live in the suburbs. He is not worried about losing face. But I sure am. Dan Sen was panicking, trying to intervene. But it was pointless. Without money, he came here to embarrass himself. Why not rush back and borrow some cash? Now he is dragging her down with him, right in broad daylight. In front of everyone. She pointed at him and yelled. Which is why I said, even if you have chickens, do not marry into a poor family like yours. You want my daughter to live in the Northwest with your son. Then she turned to her daughter and shouted. Than Sen stubbornly believed his child had a crush on Than Sung. While Than Jiab kept trying to convince her. Wait a minute. He said. In response, he was met with cold, ruthless words from Not Afe. Don't he call me that? I do not want to lose face. Than Sen was determined to persuade the two women. Mama Than Sung. I will be honest with you, I only have 100 beng to my name. That is all the money I have. So I really can't afford the villa in Van Ho Alley. I hope you and Than Sung can understand my plight. He never expected Nachi to come up with a new idea. Shocked to find out this guy had 100,000 beng. After we get the fire under control, we will kick their butts out. Of course. She agreed, urging him to continue. If we rent it out, we can make a few thousand in rent each month. Or when house prices rise later, we can sell it for a big profit. This time, it was Than Sung's turn to play the good girl. Uncle Lelo. It is really okay if we do not have money. The most important thing is still character. You have to be honest in life. Lotivam. I am really upset about this. Every word she said seemed sincere. But it was nothing but bragging. I want to hide it from you. Uncle. Fapu has been chasing me for ages. And I could easily pick someone better than your son. But I still chose to stay with him, because I thought he was still a decent guy. But now he has thrown away what little advantage he had left. She even flipped from being the betrayer to playing the victim. Uncle Lelo. You can blame me for how things turned out. If you want to blame someone, just blame your son for not having the guts. You have to be honest in life. The more he listened to her, the more troubled he felt. Tu fume. It is all my fault for not having the ability, after struggling for half my life. I can't even afford a house for my child. And now it affects her and her boyfriend not being together. I can predict that this marriage is not going to happen. Just then, a clueless kid suddenly appeared and recognized them over here. So Henan quickly shifted closer to probe the situation. Auntie. They ansizing. What are you two doing here? Hen does not care about anyone else, but gazes lovingly at her. Than Song. Last time, I was wrong. And I deeply regret it. I have been looking for a chance to apologize to you these past few days. Can you forgive me? The scent of wealth clings to Han. A true master of the game. Old Lai. Did you see this? This is young Master Dong. His dad is the principal of the prestigious Eastern Star Academy and also runs a big company. Using this guy to step on others is clearly mess. Wang's game powerful and influential. Now that is what you call a promising young master compared to young Master Dong. Your son is completely out of his league. Now, thanks to that sharp tongue of his, he has caught everyone's attention. And this person is Dan Song, fearing being misunderstood as poor. Quickly tries to cover up her embarrassment. That man is like Xiaofan's father. Just an old country bumpkin. Just earlier, he was talking about buying a house for her. Every word she said felt like a weight crushing his shoulders. In the end, he only has 100 grand in his pocket. Not enough to buy anything. While two younger siblings and their mom stand by. Feeling humiliated, regardless. Dan Sun still has some pride. No one can stand being insulted by someone like that. Niece, your words are a bit out of line. You should at least call him uncle. Since he thinks Dan Song will one day be part of their family. He is patiently trying to explain the situation to her. It is not that he does not want to buy. Honestly, that villa in Wanho Alley is just too expensive. Where would I find that much money? What parent does not want their child to live a happy life? Who would be thought he would seize the moment to throw fuel on the fire? Dan Song is not wrong. That old man should not show off when he has no money. He just thinks he can bully him more easily. Like Xiaofan is not the same as before. He is now gaining support from many bosses in Shizhou. I can deal with him for now. But this old man is like Xiaofan's dad. So I need to humiliate him this time. Mentioning this, the young master arrogantly hands her a shiny key. Here. Dan Song. I have a 130 square meters apartment in the Xiaoyang community. I am giving it to you as a gift since your birthday is coming up in a few days. This high-value gift will surely soothe the vanity of that mother-daughter duo. She snatched it from his hand without a second thought. Really? The Xiaoyang community is the most expensive one in Shizhou. An apartment there must cost over 4 million. To repay such a generous gift. She wasted no time jumping up and wrapping her arms around him for a sweet kiss. I love you. You are so good to me. I forgive you. The sweetness of her words left him stunned before Dan Song could process that shocking moment. Her friend had already taken advantage of the situation. You see, this is a promising young man. A house worth over 4 million. He just gifts it away. Unlike your brother. Tight-fisted and embarrassing. Every word she said was aimed at provoking him. Wanting him to feel ashamed and step back because of his poverty. Dan's son, even now, is haunted by the image of her smiling face, making him feel sick to his stomach. He has always endured insults because he felt his family was at a disadvantage. But that last act crossed the line. Niece. What is the meaning of this? Who is this person? Who does that punk think he is? Acting all high and mighty. Let me make it clear. Dan Sung is my girlfriend. And a poor guy like him is not even close to being worthy of her. It seems that mere words are not enough. So he snaps his fingers to signal something more. The security captain immediately appears on the scene. Young Master Dung. What can I do for you? The reason he refers to Ding Thigu as the young master is because he is a well-known, rich, second-generation heir. Rumor has it that Dazung Thigu has been negotiating business deals with the director of the sales department. Preparing to meet the real big boss of Vinenho, his eyeing a character like, that is not someone you can afford to offend. This little mouth of his makes Thuko-kan think he can do whatever he wants. Looking down on others. Get this old man out of here for me. Venho Eshung is the most upscale villa area in the region. And this bumpkin has no business being here with his arrogant and reckless nature. He actually believes that Lal Leufam has humiliated him in public too many times. He seizes this opportunity to vent his anger on Al's father, who cares if this old man is Lo Leufam's dad. The real drama begins when there is a stir from above. Since this is still just a trial phase for the business, we have some time until the official trading day at Venho Hivdying begins. The company leaders are cautiously approaching the young man. Even though Trido Tying is responsible for big events like trading launches, he still needs lost direct input. Another person jumps in. Is not today your first time at the sales department? Should I have my subordinates come to meet you? Suddenly, their business conversation is interrupted by a ruckus downstairs. Get lost. You poor scum have no right being here. Someone sees the flames of anger rising. Seriously. These days you can find all sorts of people, including those who bully the weak. I am here for business. So you better get out of my way. The marketing staff, noticing his embarrassment, mutters to themselves, this hick thinks he can come in here and buy a villa. What a joke. And the colleagues nearby are snickering along. Standing next to someone like this makes me feel ashamed. Can't he see that this place is not meant for a country bumpkin like him? While Than Song and her mother are reveling in their victory, Thukan adds, people like him should never be allowed in here. Got it, the guy with a heavy shove quickly takes the order. Got it. Young Master Dung. If this old man dares to come back, I will break his legs. The response to his cringeworthy flattery is a cold question. Who do you think you are going to break the legs of? Turns out, Leufam, who had been discussing business, shifts his focus to his beloved father. How could he let them lay a finger on him, finding himself in this situation? Tukan can only curse his luck. Why does he keep running into this guy everywhere after trying so hard to feel superior? He is still losing ground. Leufam, who let you in here? I just kicked your dad out. And people like you do not belong here at all. After so many embarrassing moments, it seems he has not learned a thing. And today, he gets another resounding slap from Leufam. Furious, he declares, "You dared to chase my dad away. You must be tired of living the grudges that have built up over thousands of years." Xiaofan did not just slap him once. As he finally breaks free, the unbearable humiliation ignites within him. Yelling, "Security! Security! Catch this little brat for me." That guy just now, trying to butter him up, quickly threatened to break young Yang's legs. Get him out of here. For someone who has been through countless storms like him, these ordinary folks are nothing. The whole group, trained to perfection, did not even get close to their target before they were foaming at the mouth and collapsing. Seeing them sprawled out on the ground in shock, he was not surprised at all. Now, his superior divine energy he had been cultivating was finally paying off. Dealing with these pests only requires a single terrified glance to knock them out cold. Physically and mentally, they are drained. How could Xiaofan forget how he leveraged young Yang to mess with his dad? He decisively stepped on his face and said, "Remember this, you want to break my dad's legs? You better check if you have got what it takes. And remember, do not ever look down on others with your dog eyes." After he dealt with that guy, the security chief rushed over, panicked, asking, "What just happened?" Young Yang, even while being a pain, is still smooth and direct. He thinks he has the right to point fingers here. "Director Du, call the cops and have him arrested. He is causing chaos in his business office, even taking down the head of security totally lawless." After shouting orders, he was still smug, flaunting his fragile little smarts. "Like so? I admit I can beat you. Just wait for the cops to show. Even if you are tougher. Are you really going to take on the police?" His inner nature continued to clash with his grand ambitions. He came here today to find Director Du, seeking his help to get in touch with the big boss behind Manhwa Hudong. He hoped to establish a partnership. But even though his brain is muddled, he knows he is from a business family. Manhwa Hudong is the most upscale villa area in the city, with hundreds of villas in the whole community. Besides this place, there are dozens of garden villas and massive construction, something he has never heard of. If you are in business, you have to seize opportunities. Plus, if a project is successfully partnered, there is plenty of money to be made. Otherwise, that guy Chen Xianfu would not be so desperate to squeeze in. He saw the profits waiting here. It is just frustrating that a rich kid like him can see the money but fails to read people. The boss he wants to connect with is even weaker than Xiaofan. "I did not expect to see you here. Why are you here?" That question seemed a bit redundant in that situation. "Manhwa Hudong is my turf. Why would not I come?" His tone was straightforward enough to leave the other party stammering. This is just a misunderstanding. Thankfully, with his vast experience, it is not hard to twist the story around. In fact, young Yang came to discuss a partnership with him. This is truly a case of getting familiar without a fight. But still, they are not strangers. Maybe that arrogant fool has no idea that he just insulted himself while trying to play it cool. This dumb Yang kid. Didn't he say he was here to negotiate? Why poke the bear with Mar? Lion dragged me into this mess too. He continued to rub his hands together, laughing nervously, saying, "Hey, for my sake, let us just drop this. Okay." But responding to him was not just a simple task. It required the strength I have been honing all this time. You know, his flattery was completely ridiculous and only made me even more annoyed. I reminded him of his face. The supreme celestial technique is terrifying and haunting, and now he is experiencing it firsthand. He is practically shaking in his boots. The punishment has not even stopped yet, as my anger is only growing stronger. I am not about to let them slide so easily. He is just a coward in my presence. Those guys dared to kick my dad out. If I let this go, how could I even call myself his son? Luckily for him, I am someone who knows when to hold back. I recognized that he was not aware of the situation, so I let him off the hook this time. Then I pulled back my energy as he staggered and fell. Finally, I darkened my expression and concluded that he would not need to come back here anymore. No one expected that chaotic scene to be handled so swiftly by a young guy like me. Get lost. The way Tukan acted, along with my command, made it clear to even the dimmest of fools that something was up. How could they not see it? This guy, like Xiaofang, is actually the mastermind behind the Wanhua Lake project. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. Damn it. I am always in his grasp. This guy is my ultimate nemesis. Meanwhile, a fierce-looking guy barged in with his bodyguards, shouting loudly, "What a bunch of blind idiots. Even Li's dad dares to kick me out. You all do not want to work here anymore. Right. A bunch of useless losers. Just moments ago, those marketing ladies were laughing and mocking him. And now they are bowing their heads, apologizing, saying, 'Sorry. We were blind to your greatness.'" After clearing the way, he turned to me and asked, "How should we handle this?" Outside, he looked serious, but inside he was just as concerned. Even though Xi Fang is my good buddy, I need to give him some face in front of everyone to boost his reputation. He did not disappoint me and raised his hand, pointing down to the ground, bowing his head in apology. The 4 words he said were gentle, yet they had a tremendous impact. "What?" One of them, with a superiority complex, immediately reacted. "What are you trying to do? What is so great about making me serve you? Working for lowlifes like you two is just disgusting." In front of that kind of person who does not fear the consequences, I calmly used the supreme celestial technique. "If you dare to humiliate my father, whether you are male or female, you will face serious consequences." Letting her impulsive behavior lead to a chance for her to experience the horror those other guys went through was the plan. The only difference this time is that I wanted to go easy on her. As she felt her body heating up, she panicked and screamed, "Fire! Why am I suddenly on fire? Someone. Anyone. Help me." The colleague next to her was so terrified by my threat that she nearly lost her legs. She hurriedly knelt down, saying, "It is our fault for not seeing the mountain of greatness before us. Please, we beg you, spare us." It is not just her. Even that smug mother and daughter duo were completely shaken, thinking to themselves, "Can you believe it? Like Xiao Fan is actually the big boss behind Wanha Hu Dong. How could this be?" Even rich kid Yang Kaiao Kun is eagerly waiting to team up with him. It is obvious who is taller and who is shorter. Even a fool can see that. It was only at that moment that Ri-H realized the mess he had made. So embarrassing. The son of Old Li controls the entire Wanho Hudong. And I was foolishly mocking him for not being able to buy a house. Just look at that attitude. It is clear that the daughter is truly her mother's child. Both mother and daughter are regretting their choices. Turns out, not only is he skilled, but his ability and status are also top-notch. Yang Qiaokun can't even compare to Like Xiao Fan. He is not even in the same league. All that praise she showered on him before, now she is crushing it underfoot, and here I was, foolishly kicking Like Xiao Fan. Is there anyone in this world more clueless than me? This is just plain stupid. But now that they realize and regret it, what does it matter? All of Like Xiao Fan's attention is focused squarely on him. "Dad, I have specially saved a villa right in the heart of the community for you. Enjoy your retirement. It should be easier to picture. Just imagine you watering the flowers in the yard and feeding the fish during your free time." I know he will be shocked when he hears this. But the moment has come, and I am ready to give him everything. Once this is all over, I will spend time crafting longevity pills for him. Right now, I have only found some ghostly energy. I still need those special herbs and a few other essential medicines. While Like Xiao Fan was deep in thought, Chang Shen felt overwhelmed. In just a month, Like Xiao Fan had changed so much, but with so many people around, I can just ask him right now. I will wait for a chance later. But honestly, what parent would not be happy to see their child succeed? In short, my son has money now and is doing exceptionally well. In the end, he is still really happy, but he has so many more questions. Does Like Xiao Fan know how much that huge villa costs? Although Chang Shen guessed it was a crazy price, he never imagined it would skyrocket to such a staggering number still. 70-80 million is nothing to sneeze at. Like Xiao Fan casually tossed out those numbers, but to him, it felt like astronomical figures. He jumped up and shouted, 70-80 million. Chang Shen clenched his fists out of regret and frustration. That villa should have been mine compared to Like Xiao Fan's villa. That 200 square meters house that Yang Qiaokun just gifted is nothing at all. Rai-Hei forced a stiff smile as he approached to smooth over the sudden turn of events. He thought, that is just classic. Before she could even express herself, Chang Shen cut her off. Don't call me that. I am just an old country guy. I can't even handle your business. Rai realized he was on the losing end, so he softened his tone, trying to pull back a bit. Well, it seems like we can have Chang Shan marry Like Xiao Fan. That is a blessing he has worked a lifetime to earn. She felt that dragging this out would not lead to anything good, so she quickly sped things up. Actually, I have already consulted someone about the date. The 8th of next month is perfect. Let us just go ahead and get them married. It is settled. Chang Shan stood by, looking a bit awkward, seeing the two of them facing the Shu with no regret. Then Sen furrowed his brow and fell into silence. In the end, he decided to take a neutral stance and not intervene too much. He respected Leufam's opinion. Show a little attitude. Will you? He felt that when it comes to the major affairs of his son, It is best to respect Leufam's opinion. Then Sen hurriedly stepped forward to grip Leufam's hand tightly. Leufam, can we start over from the beginning? However, he did not give her any dignity at all and coldly yanked his hand away, saying, "Get lost." His daughter was hurt and embarrassed, finally revealing the arrogant nature of that woman. Leufam, my daughter likes you. That is the fortune you have accumulated over several lifetimes. Look in the mirror and tell me what is unworthy about her. If you want a figure, she has got one. If you want beauty, she has got that too. Even if you set the world on fire, you won't find a girl as good as her. To protect Then Sen, she led her away, determined to draw a clear line between their families. Yeah. Do not act tough with me. You will never find anyone better than my daughter in this lifetime. If you do not believe me, just wait and see. At that moment, Bine suddenly appeared, exuding confidence with 2 bodyguards standing stiffly beside her. I do not like hearing that from you at all. She stepped forward and gently pulled Leufam's arm into her embrace. Bine smiled smugly, helping Then Sen widen his narrow perspective. This must be Leufam's ex-girlfriend. Right. I am really disappointed. There are plenty of beauties chasing after Leufam, and each one is way more charming than you. From what I know, you are just the daughter of an ordinary family, currently a teacher at the prestigious Zigfengjiang school, earning only 5,000 yuan. Each sarcastic remark made her complexion pale, leaving her standing frozen as her opponent continued to mock her. A girl like you finding a prince charming like Leufam. That is the luck you have accumulated over several lifetimes. What a pity. Not only do you fail to appreciate that, but you also humiliate yourself by kicking Leufam aside and rushing into the arms of that jerk. 100 or 1,000 of those jerks would not even equal a single hair of Leufam. Even not H was dragged down by her daughter this time. She was determined not to let that woman off the hook. This old lady must be the mother of Ungo Van Sung. Right, even though she is older than me. She looks ancient. She has got to be in her 60s or 70s. Right. The dirt is almost up to her neck. Bohai really knows how to hit where it hurts, making that woman furious for being looked down upon by someone her daughter's age. I am only 55. This damn girl dared to call me old and said the dirt is about to cover me. Are those words even from a human? Isn't he that just wishing me dead sooner? Even though her rage was blinding her vision, she quickly noticed her 2 bodyguards glaring at her like they were monitoring a target. Realizing that messing with this girl was not a battle she could afford to pick, since both mother and daughter were in a weak position, Nanchave had no choice but to endure the humiliation while Van Sung hurriedly left, all while Boe's taunts echoed in their ears. After all, being old does not mean you have to let others look down on you, and you should not judge people through a narrow lens, or you might just miss out on a golden son-in-law. Do you see how big of a loss that would be? Van Sung's mom weakly walked away, and even though she was nearly out the door, she still had to endure her mockery. I guarantee you, her daughter will never find a man as handsome as Leufam. Haha. After they left, she shyly realized she had shown up a bit too abruptly without any warning. I talk so much, I forgot to introduce myself. Bao Nai flashed a friendly smile and casually asked Than Sun first. Uncle Lee. I am Leufam's girlfriend. Yeah. Which left him utterly astonished and delighted. Her bright face and polite demeanor made him very pleased. He nodded in response, realizing that this kid, Leufam, was even more impressive than he imagined. This girl was way prettier than Nugo Than Song, had a great presence, and knew how to handle herself, and sweetly called him uncle without skipping a beat. Than Sun unconsciously compared Bao Nai to Than Suong, and in his heart, he rated her much higher. Plus, she looked so gentle and graceful. She must be from an elite background. Standing next to this girl, Ngo Than Song truly did not hold a candle. After finishing their introductory chit-chat, Leufam shot a glance at Bai. She immediately caught on and coordinated with him. Uncle, you just got to the office. Let me show you around. Still, she felt a bit regretful. She had so many questions she wanted to ask Leufam. It seems today is not the day for that. The reason she was asked to take Than Sun away was that the next scene could get pretty bloody. He secretly hoped his dad would not witness that scene. From a distance, Leufam spotted the cowardly look on Tukan's face. The moment their eyes met, Tukan immediately turned and bolted. But how could he let his opponent get away so easily? He mustered strength in his arms, ready to move. His hand reached out with eerie precision and grabbed Tukan by the throat, sending him into a panic. Leufam, what do you want? He did not even bother to respond. Instead, he hoisted Tukan high into the air. Then, without holding back, he threw him hard against the wall, causing debris to scatter everywhere. Even though Tukan was seriously injured and blood was oozing from his mouth, he still managed to stammer out, Leufam. Yeah. Cough. His body was temporarily unable to rise, but he still tried to sound tough. You can't kill me. I have got connections. He paid no mind to Tukan's empty bravado and boldly declared, Tukan, the grudge between you and me won't be wiped away so easily. We have got plenty of time. We can take it slow. He then stomped down hard on Tukan's foot, making him cry out in pain. Today, I am just giving you a taste of revenge. This grudge ran deep, like an ocean. And Tukan was an enemy he could not shake off in 2 lifetimes. Tukan, in my previous life, you were one of the main culprits who caused my father's death. But compared to the humiliation and suffering I have endured, breaking just one of your legs is still not enough. He pulled out a gold coin and grinned. Don't worry. I won't let you die that easily. Tukan could only watch in horror as the coin flew towards him at an unbelievable speed. Just that simple action carried immense power, creating a cloud of dust upon impact. He decided that today he would only handle Tukan this much and turned away, saying, beating you is just a way to relieve some of the torment I have endured for so long. Missing Khan was rolling on the floor, clutching his stomach in agony. Leufam. You dare. My face. It hurts like hell. The only reason Leufam stopped was that he wanted to save some energy for later. If he killed Dong Thigokine so easily this time, it would be a total walk in the park for him. He wanted Dong Thigokine to die in torment and suffering, only then would it feel justified for everything that bastard had done to him. Plus, he had already figured out that Dong Thigokines' audacity to show up in front of him had to be orchestrated by someone pulling his strings from behind the scenes. Leufam walked away with a cold, dangerous aura, having been reborn. He was more than ready to repay the debts and settle scores, revenge for revenge, and grudges for grudges. He gazed outside through the vast glass window, lost in thought, ready to unleash all his pent-up frustrations with the resolve and cunning of a true master. Sweeping through the world and shaking the very foundations of the earth. The scenery outside suddenly felt tiny in his eyes. Anyone who dared to oppose him would be met with death. If the entire world wanted to be his enemy, then he would wipe them all out. And if the heavens themselves wanted to destroy him, he would crush the sky beneath his feet. Night finally fell, but the stars and moon cast a gentle, tranquil glow over the old house. Leufam and Thon Sun were sitting together, discussing the project concerning Vine Ho Hei Jiwang. As he poured wine for both of them, he shared a story about a serendipitous encounter, saying that the old man had gifted him something precious. He was a true benefactor during his illness. Though it sounded a bit far-fetched, Leufam still felt the need to convey the truth to his father. Leufam had his own struggles and worries as a son. It was not that he did not trust his father, but he feared that if his father found out, it might bring disaster upon him. Thon Sen was completely unaware of his son's complicated feelings. He simply felt joy for his child. It turned out that the old man had taken care of him. And if that was the case, he could not forget the kindness shown by the old man. He had to repay him properly. The full moon was rising higher, and the night was getting late. While pouring more wine for his father, he decided to ask a serious question. Dad, there is something I have always wanted to ask you. With a calm expression, Leufam broached a topic his father had never considered. Where is Mom? Really, this question had weighed heavily on his mind for as long as he could remember, like a knot that could not be untangled. From the moment he became aware of the world, his mother had already left him. Even after his father's passing, she never appeared, and his father had never mentioned her. Not even a picture of her remained in the house. The only remnants of his mother were the childhood memories he held on to, where he vaguely recalled that she was stunningly beautiful. It was a pity he was only 4 or 5 years old back then. Everything around him felt hazy and blurred, and over 20 years had passed without him ever seeing her again. Suddenly, a drop of water fell unexpectedly onto the table in front of Thon Sen. Leufam looked up, his face a mix of disbelief and shock as he realized his father was actually shedding tears. Although he always appears as a kind old man, maybe a bit soft, deep down, Dad is fiercely competitive, he quietly observes, gathering his thoughts. Reflecting on how he had to endure wrongful imprisonment before, Dad has always gritted his teeth and never shed a tear. But now, just mentioning Mom makes this tough guy break down. Leufam starts to rethink things. Maybe Mom is not the one who hurt Dad in all this. There must be a hidden truth. Something unexpected must have happened back then, forcing Mom to leave Dad and me. The more he thinks about it, the more he can't contain the rage and hatred bubbling inside him, his fists clenching instinctively, waiting to uncover the true culprit. Whoever it is, if they dare to destroy his family, they better brace themselves for the wrath of this Grandmaster. After a while, Cheng Shan finally calms down enough to respond to his question. Leufam, about your mother. I still can't tell you everything right now. As the one caught in the middle, he not only has to worry about his wife's safety but also about his son. You are still too weak right now. If you go looking for her, it could endanger her and put you in harm's way. But there is one thing he does not hesitate to reveal, and he wants Leufam to know. Your mom loved this very much, and she loves you even more. He meets Fam's gaze, affirming that her departure was to protect him better, leaving behind a vague last sentence. Cheng Shan quickly turns away, using the excuse that it is getting late. Let us get you home. Leufam hurriedly stands up to follow him. Dad. Why are you still here? Dad clearly knows what you are feeling right now. Without needing Fam to say more, he turns back with a calm smile. Little Fam. I know you are now the big boss of Wan Hoa Hudong. But that money is something you earned yourself. I have lived a frugal life, so I am not quite used to those fancy hotels. Let us stick to the inn for now. It feels more comfortable. Little Fam does not want to push Cheng Shan. He just stands there waving goodbye as he walks out. As the ancient said, filial piety is about caring for your parents. You should follow their wishes, letting the elders live peacefully, so you can live your life your way. After going through a lifetime that matured him beyond his peers, his eyes reveal determination. In the past, for the sake of his feelings with Ngo Than Duong, he not only must be filial to Dad but also protect his life. In this lifetime, he vows to use his life to protect him at all costs. On the phone screen right now is the beaten-up Xiao Kun lying on the bed, complaining to the person behind the scenes. Boss, you have to avenge me. I want that little Fam to suffer more than death. Jianhao sits back, calmly advising and reassuring the other party. Connor, do not rush. It is not the right time yet. Let little Fam enjoy his moment. If he and his gang have plans to mess with me, they will regret it when the time comes. It won't even need me or you to act. The head of the gang will personally take care of little Fam. He wears a dangerously sly smile, plotting something sinister. But rest assured, I won't let you suffer either. It is a brand new day, and I am going to take a little peek at that sly guy. Like so. Welcoming the dawn is a beautiful blue sky, with rays of sunlight glistening off the sign of a shop, in stark contrast to the peaceful street scene. A secret discussion is happening in an upstairs room. Have we been keeping a close watch on that old man for the past 2 days? Have we found a chance to make our move? Lu Cheng furrows his brow as he gives instructions to his subordinate. While Yang Xiaokun is still laid up in the hospital, Tong Xiao ordered me to teach that old man a lesson. The assistant bows and reports back. Boss, the target is currently at the Antique Street, right outside our shop. Lu Cheng, satisfied, issues a new command. Perfect. Stick to the old rules. Give him a lesson he won't forget. Meanwhile, Bao Nai and Cheng Shan remain blissfully unaware of the storm heading their way, as she happily leads him around. As they approach a quiet street, she has to split from the group. Uncle Lee, this is our Antique Street. You can stroll around here for a bit. I will just run to the restroom over there. I will be right back. He smiles at the girl beside him. Sure. Go ahead. I will just take a walk here. While wandering through the Antique Street, Cheng Shan suddenly spots something for sale on a table. He picks it up, admiring it with great delight. It is a small, beautiful vase. I wonder if Xiaofan would like this. Too distracted, he does not notice a stranger rushing towards him from behind, clutching a vase. Just as they are about to collide, he finally reacts and turns around. Cheng Shan quickly leans to the side to dodge the man rushing toward him. Old man, do not block my way. Yet, despite his efforts, they still collide, and the vase slips from his grasp. Ouch. That hurt. Although Cheng Shan is now soaked and looking a mess, he still turns to confront the guy. Really sorry. But the guy had already targeted him and is acting even more aggressively, showing no mercy. Do you know what you just knocked over? Those are rare antiques. You broke it? Nah. Get the money out. A few passersby witness the drama and start whispering, but not a single person steps in to help. It seems like he intentionally bumped into the vase. Mind your own business. That guy is from Liu Chen H's shop. Do not get involved too much, or you might get mistaken for one of Liu's crew. Qian Haching is the biggest antique shop here, and Liu's connections run deep. He is not someone an average person can mess with. Cheng Shan is grabbed by the collar, and the comments around him only heighten his anxiety. I am really sorry, but how much is that vase worth? I will pay you. He figures the vase can be worth more than a few dozen bucks, maybe over 100 at most. But the amount that Yan Tai demands shatters his expectations. 500,000. At that moment, he truly feels his face pale and sweat bead on his brow, wondering if he is hearing things. How much? Yan Tai shouts at Cheng Shan, shaking his collar violently. Old man, are you deaf or something? I said 500,000. He could only silently lament his fate, thinking, man, I really hit rock bottom this time. Gotta be careful out here. Nothing scares me more than running into someone like this. After a moment, he shoved the guy away and started pressuring him. Old man, hurry up. Stop dragging this out. Thosen Sun forced a smile, trying his best to convince the guy. Listen, I really do not have 500,000. Can you cut me a break? He quickly glanced around for witnesses. Everyone had seen what happened just now. Clearly, you bumped into me. Just look at this. But it seemed like nobody was willing to step up to help or testify. People always want to avoid trouble. They will watch the drama unfold, but they will bolt if they think they might get dragged into it. Oh no. I can't get tangled up in this mess. I need to get out of here fast. The streets around were getting eerily deserted, giving that punk the perfect opportunity to flex his power. I do not care who hit who. My vase is shattered. And you are paying for it. He even waved over his buddies from a distance, threatening the old man. If you do not want to leave here today, you better watch yourself. Trapped in this situation, even a young guy would panic, let alone someone like Thun Sen. I really do not have that kind of money, he thought. Even if they were at fault, he just had to hold firm with his limits. 100,000 is all I have right in my hard-earned money for a lifetime. It is for my son's future wife. Even if it kills me, I have to hold on to it. Thun Sen offered the best deal he could muster. How about this? 50,000. I can give you 50,000. What do you say? The guy scoffed, completely dismissing him, then raised the price out of nowhere. 50,000. Are you kidding me? If you can't even negotiate properly, then it is 600,000. Make that 700,000. The punk was pushing him closer to the brink of bankruptcy. If my idiot of a kid is still around, then it is 1 million. Thun Sen cautiously eyed the group of tough-looking youths surrounding him, silently cursing himself. If I would known this would happen, I would not have stepped out for a stroll. Now I am in a predicament, and my son is getting dragged into this too. Even at this point, he was clasping his hands, begging for mercy. I truly do not have that much money. Please, you let me. Of course. The guy was not going to let that slide. It went against his whole plan. Let you go. Dream on. He gestured for his crew to take action. If you do not have the cash, then we are taking you in first. And you are calling your family to bring the money here. Fast. The guy approached, glaring at Thun Sen like he was just a helpless lamb. Just then, Blowing managed to weave through the crowd and shouted loudly, "Stop right there." She had been frantically looking around for him, having just stepped away for a quick bathroom break, only to come back and find him missing. Vonna felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. But fortunately, she saw a crowd gathering up ahead, which definitely meant something was going down. If Leufam found out she had lost him, she would not even know how to explain it. As soon as she squeezed inside, the scene that hit her was a violent grip by the tyrant, and she instantly understood that the old man was being duped. Banhai could not just stand by and watch things unfold any longer. Let go me. In broad daylight, daring to stir up trouble like this. Her aura was so strong and righteous that it made the thug flinch and reluctantly drop the old man's hand. "Who gave you the guts to act like that? Do you even know the law?" It took him a few seconds to regain his composure, and then he started fuming, thinking she should mind her own business. But the moment he saw the face of the owner of that sweet voice, his attitude did a complete 360 because he spotted fresh prey. However, if she wanted to save the old man, she would better cough up $1 million. That punk did not even know how shameless he was, trying to gold plate himself. Let us forget this. Consider it a good deed on my part. How about it? Whether in words or thoughts, he was still just as disgusting. A beauty like her. This is my first time seeing someone like this. In front of a crowd, Baonai elegantly pulled out her wallet, exuding the poise of a rich girl. What? Just $1 million. She quickly pulled out a check already filled out. Is this enough for you? Now, let the old man go immediately. He quickly snatched the check back, but it was not to spend it. Instead, he tore it to shreds right in front of Baonai. You think you can just scribble a check for $1 million and is real? Who do you think you are? How do I know if your check is legit or fake? It seemed that because she looked wealthy, VM Thit's demands became both outrageous and several times higher than before. Furthermore, if she wanted to play his game, it would be at least 2 million, if not 3 million. The anger bubbling inside her made it hard for her not to teach him a lesson. But just because she was rich did not mean she would waste her money on a scam and a loser like him. Don't get too cocky. If you know what is good for you, just take the million and scram. Otherwise, the consequences could be very serious. Baoni warned him, but deep down, she felt a bit of guilt. Darn it. Today she did not bring her bodyguards because she was out shopping with Uncle Lei. Obviously. Those words only made VM Thit think she was all talk and had no real skills. Haha. Alright. Beautiful. Then I am curious to see just how serious the consequences will be. He still used his old tricks, giving a sly glance to signal his goons to prepare for a big score. Let me be real with you. If you do not bring 3 million today, do not even think about leaving. 2 of your girls, Dansun and Bai, are being tossed into a room, and the third one is getting cocky. Old man, if you do not have cash, get lost. Each thug held one of them in front of the screen, while VM Thit continued to make his outrageous demands, insisting that their families bring 3 million here. If not, do not even think about getting released today. His true goal was just to follow the orders from above. The boss had warned him, and dealing with the old man was just a side job. The main purpose was to teach him a lesson. In his mind, he conjured up a lot of ways to torment the old man, starting with extracting every penny from him. After that, he would break his legs and toss him out on the street. Haha. Serves him right for messing with young Master Duong and young Master Tong. The only variable in this arranged situation is Bao Nai. Even though I do not know who this beauty is, if she is bold enough to step up for that old man, I can only assume I am in deep trouble. From start to finish, I have always felt like it is all my fault. Chiu. It is all my fault for dragging you into this mess. But I sensed something was off and quickly sought help from outside. Don't he worry. I just called Siafan, and he will be here to rescue us in no time. Just wait until then to see those bad guys get what is coming to them. Yuan felt utterly ridiculous at Bao Nai's confidence and optimism. Let us see who really has the guts to make me look good in this antique street. Without making a move, he reported the results to Lion. Boss Liu. We have got the person you wanted. You should come take a look. Little did they know. They were surrounded by an invisible, ominous force. Suddenly, the lights flickered like they were about to short-circuit. Yuan and his lackeys felt nothing strange. But at that moment, a mysterious force appeared out of nowhere and quietly pulled one of the lackeys from behind. Damn Dan. Panicking, reported back. Realizing, boss, where's Sir Gu? He was right behind us. This bizarre, ghostly situation had him feeling anxious and terrified. Who could it be? The speed of this mysterious force was incredible. As Tam Dan turned around, he found himself sharing the same fate as Sir Gu. Crying out, boss, save me. At that moment, Yuan was so scared. His face went pale from this unexplainable phenomenon. Who could it be? In the dim light, he searched for his lackeys but had no idea where to start. Where are they? Why can't I see anyone? Go. Tam Dan. Where are you guys? Speak up. Suddenly, Lion Yu appeared without a sound, her voice ringing clear. Uncle. Who are you looking for? Just that one line terrified Yuan to his core. It freaked him out. Where did this girl come from? Who are you? With no one else around, he immediately blamed her. Could it be you who just summoned the ghosts? Lion Yu wore an innocent expression, her big round eyes sparkling. Uncle. How could I ever do something bad? But just like that, her appearance twisted into something eerie, a red aura enveloping her. Lion Yu smiled wickedly and slapped Yuan, saying, go to hell. That slap sent him flying several meters away, shattering the decorative vases behind him. His body trembled uncontrollably, his face pale and frantic. A ghost. There is a ghost. Yuan rushed towards the big door, desperately shouting for help. Help! Someone. But before he could even step outside, Xiafan burst in and kicked the opponent hard. He took the full force of Xiafan's power. Blood that had just been swallowed came gushing out again. This time, he did not crash beside the shelf but flew straight into the pile of vases, each one shattering into pieces. Yuan clutched his stomach, collapsing face first onto the floor, unable to lift his head. It took a while before he could push himself up enough to stop his face from being beaten to the point where even his parents would not recognize him. Thinking, who dared to kick me? Just after a powerful blow, the little punk easily slammed his head onto the floor to regain his senses and wits. With just one hand, he hoisted the guy up, his eyes gleaming with danger. You are pretty bold. Breaking stuff and then pinning it on my dad. Thick gripped his arm tightly, teeth clenched in anger. This is definitely your fault. But no matter how many times he gets pummeled, he can fix that big mouth of his. Still oblivious to the danger he is in, threatening everyone like he owns the place. You dare to be so arrogant in this antique street. The boss won't let you off easy. You are as good as dead. Little Punk did not see any remorse from him and continued to slam his opponent's head down mercilessly. He was furious and determined to teach this guy a lesson today. If you love breaking things so much, then today I am going to shatter that mouth of yours. Just wait and see how you will walk the streets again after this. People outside are gossiping, and those inside are getting ruthless. Hurry. Do not just stand there watching. Right then, a group of people appeared, the leader tapping a heavy stick on the ground, signaling to stop. Lo Dutron commanded his followers to tell the little punk, stop right now. As soon as Thit saw Lu Tron arrive, he cried out for help. Boss Alu, help me. But before he could finish, the little punk smashed him in the face without mercy. Startling him, feeling disrespected, he angrily pointed and acted superior. You little brat. Did not I tell you to stop? And you still dare to hit like that? You have got some nerve. Usually, the little punk could play nice. But when it came to those who harmed his family, he showed no mercy. Who do you think you are? Standing in front of me with your pathetic threats. Alu Tran, thinking the little punk wanted to know his identity, proudly puffed out his chest. What a... You ask? Let me tell you. I am Bosalgu of Thin Hathen. In this antique street, if I say I am second, no one dares to claim first. The crowd gathered to eavesdrop, realizing they were in the presence of Boss Ulgu, the new kingpin of the underground world last month. On this antique street, anyone claiming to be the boss was swiftly dealt with by this Boss Lu, orchestrating accidents that left entire families young and old wiped out. He did not care about the truth, no matter how the story unfolded. He would find a way to pin it all on Thun Sen. First, your dad broke my antique vase. And now you are beating up my guys. I am definitely settling this score. Lu Tuhan's eyes glinted dangerously. Smirking. Let me tell you. If you do not cough up 3 million right now, no one's leaving this antique street. But the little punk did not feel threatened at all. Instead, he flipped the script on him. If you are the boss, then I want to waste my breath. Hand over 100 million as compensation for my dad, and I will let you off easy. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. You dare to scheme against my father. You really do not know when to quit. Lu Tren laughed heartily, having just heard a hilarious joke. Haha. Good. Are you sure your head's not underwater? No one has ever dared to be this cocky in front of me. After enjoying the moment, he shifted to a cold, calculating demeanor. If you want to die, I want to stop you. Just then, a gang of thugs burst into the room, all of them sporting tough looks with scars etched across their faces. The crew under Liu was so numerous that they filled half the room, a powerful force always ready to take orders, making him feel even more smug. I am giving you one last chance. Call someone. Use every connection you have to bring cash. On Xiaofan's side, it is just you standing tall against a sea of opponents. The group of thugs slowly closed in on him from all sides, while Liu pretended to be kind, dragging out the time for him to call for backup because once it is too late, there won't be any chances left. He thought these were just the reckless words of youth, so he signaled his lackeys to casually light up a cigarette. Little brat, let me be real with you. No matter who you call today, it is pointless. No one can save you. Liu exhaled a cloud of smoke and flashed a sinister smile, throwing out a fake warning. You have no idea who you are up against. You think you are a big shot, but you are not even worth me changing my expression. You just raised your phone as a gentle warning, so let me tell you, you have no clue who you are really dealing with. Tired of being disregarded by Xiaofan, was quickly losing patience. He ordered his men to take action, saying, let us see who you can call over here to teach this little brat a lesson. Just as both sides were gearing up for a showdown, a loud commotion erupted outside. Step aside. It is a tap. A tap swaggered in with his crew as if he owned the place, asking, who is causing trouble here? Liu did not expect this appearance and quickly switched to a flattering tone. A tap. Are you here to buy antiques? Let me take care of everything and have them delivered to your house. I would not dare bother you to come all the way here. But a tap did not even bat an eye. As soon as a tap stepped into the room, he bowed respectfully to Xiaofan, leaving Liu stunned. How can I assist you? You quickly summarized the situation. A tap. That guy just smashed an antique vase over my dad's head. What do you think we should do? As soon as you finished speaking, Liu was met with two glaring eyes like daggers. But a tap was more worried about the future. Oh man. Lai is angry now. If this is not handled well, who can bear the wrath of Mar? As he approached Liu, the latter forced a smile, trying to appear friendly to ease the tension. Haha. A tap. But life is not that easy. Liu never expected to take a hit like this, painful and humiliating. And buying antiques. I am buying him. Not only that, a tap went all out, throwing punches without mercy. What guts you have to provoke Mar? You really can't stay in your lane. Just then, an announcement rang out from outside. 3 more have arrived. The next person to enter was also a big name in the scene, leading a huge entourage. Liu immediately showed a smug face, eagerly anticipating the opponent receiving their comeuppance. 3's here. Let us see how cocky this kid can get now. Liba strides forward with confidence, completely ignoring the people around him. He casually brushes off the gossip from Lu Cheng. This guy is causing trouble in your territory. The only person in the room who makes him bow his head in respect is Xiao Fan. I've gathered all my subordinates. About 1,000 of them are waiting on the street, eager to serve you. It is an honor for them. As soon as Leba finishes reporting, he crosses his arms and declares loudly, anyone who crosses Lai today won't be leaving here alive. These words make Lu Cheng so nervous he stands up in a panic. What have you done? Old man. But then, our announcement echoes in the distance. Mayor Tran is coming. Not only does he bring people, but also an escort of vehicles. Hearing this, the old man lights up, thinking this person might actually be his savior. Mayor Tran. Because of that, Lu Cheng returns to his arrogant self, showing no fear as he taunts Sao Fan. Keep being cocky, kid. My uncle's here now, and no matter how many people you call, they won't stand a chance against him. This time, the old man is sure victory is in his grasp. Mayor Tran is actually a distant relative of his, and he is confident the mayor will back him up. Just wait until Lai Xiaofan shows up. Along with that, a group who dared to confront him, and lay by, he is going to make them regret it. Just as a Fu is about to sneak past, Lu Cheng rushes over looking pitiful. Uncle. Save me. Save. But the old man only wants to distance himself from the trouble. Lu Cheng's words are like whispers buzzing in his ear.
Wait.
Uncle. Do not you remember me? I am the son of your sister-in-law's cousin. The first person a Fu approaches to ask is still Xia Fan. His tone equally fierce as the two before him. I have uncovered the whole story. This Lu guy has been causing trouble on Dugu Street, harming innocent passers-by. This is not his first offense. Someone like him needs to be dealt with. A Fu loudly and completely denies any connection. I have no ties to this Lu guy. He internally recalls a past incident. Last time, when the famous actress Mu Rongquanshe was kidnapped, if it were not for Mir Lai stepping in at a crucial moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. He might even lose this mayoral position. Lai truly is a blessing in his life. He then goes into more detail to prove to Xia Fan that he has mentioned gifts more than once. They wanted to come to my house to bribe me, but I chased them away. Xia Fan not showing his trust. The old man becomes even more determined about his goal. Anyone brave enough to mess with like Xia Fan is basically messing with me. Trana. Suddenly, a battle tank appears outside, kicking up clouds of dust with every move. Soldiers step down in unison. The onlookers nearby are probably seeing this fierce sight for the first time. A military tank. There are not only soldiers lying in wait around the building, but also snipers peeking out from the tank's roof, their guns all pointed at the person inside the building. Lu Duchuan and his subordinate were frozen in fear as red laser dots suddenly appeared on their bodies. The one being escorted by a whole convoy is Tu Vin. He stepped down and immediately called out for Lao Tian San. Under the hundreds of piercing gazes in the room, the opponent calmly reported the situation. He mentioned the previous mission to protect the Zi Min Tin Tum, which I had helped him with after receiving your call. I quickly gathered my subordinates to come here. If you have any orders, feel free to speak up. Lu Tran's subordinates were sweating bullets, whispering nervously to each other. What is going on? Are we about to declare war? Why are there even tanks and snipers involved? Only now did he realize he was dealing with someone powerful, losing control over the situation. Inside, he cursed that damn Digong Thu Kine. If it were not for him provoking Lao Tiu Fam, Tung Thigu would not have pushed me to step in for him. I seriously can't wait to take down that Du Thu Khan right now. Isn't he this a trap? They could set up a whole operation like this, attracting so many big shots. Even the military got involved. Someone this powerful. I can't afford to cross them. Lu Tram quickly bowed down at your feet, saying, Lo Tinsen, it is all my fault for being blind. I have offended you. Despite all the evil he would done, he still clung to a glimmer of hope, begging you for mercy. But before he could even finish begging, Tiu Fum kicked him right in the face. He threw back the same threat Lu Du Tran had used before. Were not you wanting the 3 million from my dad? Here's your 3 million. Do you dare to take it? Lu Tran's face went pale. Speechless. Tiu Fum not only refused to let up but shook him like a rag doll to snap him back to reality. Then he finally loosened his grip on Lu Tran's collar. The moment Lu Tran was freed, he immediately bowed his head repeatedly, desperately showing remorse. Lo Tinsen, I won't dare again. I promise. I won't ever do it again. Please. Can you just let me go? In response, he was met with Tiu Fam's stark expression, just like a living underworld king, letting him go. Not a chance. Instead of getting his hands dirty, he ordered someone next to him. A tup. Take your people in and smash this guy's shop to pieces for me. He quickly stepped up to accept the order.
Yep.
Lo Tinsen. After receiving the command from Tu Fam, a tup did not act directly but delegated the task to his underlings. This L2 guy specializes in setting traps and scamming people on this street. The antiques in his shop are all fake, using cultural relics to deceive people. They are not worth much, but the installation equipment in his shop is pricey. Smash it all to bits for me. Lu Trem could only stand by helplessly, watching his life's work turn to dust in just one day. Please do not. They executed Logu Trana's orders without a care, focused solely on completing their task, smashing everything in sight, from the least valuable items to the most expensive ones. Nothing was spared. I am about to meet my ancestors, but my greedy nature is making me regret it to the core. No way. That is going to cost me a pretty penny. Little Fam feels like a tap going solo is not enough mayhem, so he calls in Lai Ba for backup. Lai Bei, level this store of his for me. He happily accepts the order. Sure thing. Like Sing, Lu Cheng did not expect him to strike so ruthlessly and decisively. Drive. What? Before long, a crane truck arrived to dismantle the entire old house with its grand facade, in front of a crowd of onlookers. The old man did not care about his dignity as he knelt, lamenting over his lost fortune. Now, it is nothing but his scrap yard, China City. My creation. I spent over 100 million to buy this China City. Lu Cheng, holding onto a piece of debris, drowned in sorrow over losing so much. But Little Fam's tormenting revenge was not done yet. I am giving you 1 month. Within that month, you must rebuild this shop, fix it up real nice, and make it look just like before. After that, I will come back to smash it again. And I will do it 3 times if I have to. You shot a tiny bit of power at him as a warning. If you dare to cheat, I will take your worthless life. The old man immediately fell flat on his face before the place that once held all the aspirations of the fiery iron merchant. And as for you guys, you dared to hide and act tough. You little punks. Leufam just waved his hand and sent all 3 of them flying. Blood everywhere. It was a brutal sight. Long ago, he set his own principle: anyone who dares threaten the Father of the Heavenly Lord, anyone who lays a hand on him, better be ready to meet their maker. Just then, he had bound bring Cheng Shan over, and his face was a mix of disbelief and shock. Leufam, these guys are just kids, with just 2,000, 10,000 years in the heavenly realm, having gone through countless upheavals in life, up and down, witnessing numerous superpowers rise and fall, and then fade into oblivion. What Leufam has experienced and done is far more terrifying, and at the same time, he has personally sealed the fates of many supersects. The scene of devastation was perhaps a once-in-a-thousand-year event. Celestial lords from within and outside, hundreds of thousands of corpses, blood flowing like rivers, the sky stained red. In the following days, tranquility reigned at the house, bathed in the soft light of dawn, as father and son Cheng Shan shared dinner together. Leufam, next week is ancestor worship. We will head back to Yunzhou tomorrow, he replied while eating. Got it, Dad. He also did not forget to comment on his daughter-in-law, and that girl young boy is not bad, kind-hearted and really beautiful too. Cheng Shan cheerfully added, making his son blush. That kid is all grown up now, old enough to marry. Even that Wang next door has a grandkid to dote on. The hopeful words from Tan Bok made him awkwardly get up from the dining table. Hey wait, do not. But this little punk's phone suddenly buzzed. Ding ding ding. And whatever was said on the other end made Cheng Shan's face darken. He slammed his hand on the table in frustration. What? Why are not you letting me participate in the ancestor worship? This is truly outrageous. After that, he grimaced with anger and said to the other end of the line, no matter what, I am still a descendant of the Li family. Fine. I will go talk to Uncle Tu about this. The phone call took him from one surprise to another. What? This is Uncle Tu's idea. Even though the other side's intentions were clear, he did not back down. Anyway, no matter what happens, I will definitely participate in the ancestral ceremony this time. After stating his point, he hung up without waiting for a response. Then, in pain, he held himself tightly. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? Xiao Fan rushed behind him to get him a glass of water. Dad, please do not be angry. What on earth happened? Don't let your anger affect your health. He quietly channeled more energy into his father. I am here for you. Looking at his frail father, he softly reassured him, even if the sky falls, I have got your back. Deep in thought, he pondered. I silently transmitted a stream of pure energy into my father's body, helping him circulate his meridians. If this anger builds up inside him, it will seriously harm his health mildly. It could disrupt his yin and yang balance. Severely, it could trigger a health crisis. Cheng Shan felt distinct changes in his body while sitting in the chair. What just happened? Why do I feel so much better all of a sudden? He absent-mindedly sipped water to soothe his anger. At this moment, Cheng Shan shared with his son about the earlier call. Your second uncle called me. He told me we can't attend the ancestral ceremony next week, because he thinks it would embarrass the Li family. Cheng Shan could accept many things, but not that he and his son were seen as without roots. No matter how you slice it, we are still descendants of the Li family. What gives them the right to treat us like this? Trying to push us out like that is just outrageous. Even so, he understood why they acted this way. After all, it was really just because they looked down on their family for being poor. His older brother and second brother basically looked down on him. The eldest brother's family is in business, living a life of luxury, and gaining a bit of fame in Yunzhou, while the second brother's son works for the government, young and loaded. Cheng Shan's eyes, filled with sorrow, closed tightly. Among the 3 brothers, he was the only one running a small workshop making household items, struggling to make ends meet. Every action of his was under Xiao Fan's watchful eye. In his past life, those 2 uncles treated his father with disdain, cold and indifferent, lacking even a hint of family affection. He recalled the memories of his father's funeral from his past life. They did not even show up when his father died. On the day of the burial, they merely sent someone from their family to pass through as a formality. One could say they radiated nothing but disdain and mockery. A flame ignited within Xiao Fan. This time, it was even more outrageous. They would not even let his dad participate in the family ancestral ceremony. It was clear they did not treat him and his father like really family members at all. He spoke up to soothe his father. Dad, you do not need to stoop to their level. I am here for everything. Meanwhile, he was still speculating. They must have heard that Dad sold the workshop and lost everything. Now they feel safe with their backing. It is truly unbearable. Leufam shot up, his voice firm and unwavering. No matter what, we have to return to our roots. I want to see who dares to stop me. In his mind, he silently plotted his strategy. In his past life, both he and his father had suffered humiliation at the hands of those who bullied them. This time, I have been reborn. I need to repay those humiliations from before, making them regret ever crossing me. At the station, trains lined up, ferrying passengers to their destinations. Leufam gazed out the window, lost in thought. Not long ago, he had been on this very train for his rebirth. But that time he headed to the county to find Nungo Than Dong. While now he was returning to Van Cha, he closed his eyes, reflecting. Although the destinations were different, the purpose remained the same. Leufam quickly clarified the main reason for this trip: to wash away the humiliations of the past, to take revenge, and to settle scores. Finally, the three of them stepped off the train after a long journey. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Fuang Hu Dong calling. Leufam recalled memories from his childhood. Fuang Hu Dong was a classmate from middle school, someone he shared many memories with, and they both grew up in Van Cha. Even after moving on to high school and college, he had never lost touch with Fuang Hu Dong. A cheerful voice came through the line. Hello. Leufam. I heard you are back in Van Cha. Have you arrived yet? It is the birthday of our class president, Truong Liquian. You absolutely have to be there. He happily replied. I am here now. And I am on my way over. Leufam hopped into a taxi, his mind racing with plans for the days ahead. Originally, he intended to drive the luxury car that Shu Lion had gifted him back to Van Cha. But since his father disliked that car, claiming it was too fast for him, he reluctantly chose to take the bullet train instead. Still, he had asked Shu Lion to arrange for someone to bring that luxury car to Van Cha for him. He was deep in thought. Was not he just going to a birthday party for the class president? No need to make a fuss. He was not the type to show off. Then Sun and Lin Yu got into the car. He turned to his son and said, Leufam, you are going to meet your middle school friends. Right. I won't interrupt your gathering. I will head home first. Hearing this, Leufam felt relieved and replied. The service vehicle sped along the road, and he stood waiting for another ride to take him to his destination. The wind whipped past the roof of the black car as it raced down the highway. Xiaofan had not escaped his own thoughts. In his past life, he remembered that after attending the birthday party, class president Truong Liquian mysteriously vanished. He recalled that chaotic image of her, and by the time the police found her, she had gone completely off her rocker. Her mental state shattered. Xiaofan felt sympathy for her tragic fate. Eventually, her family had no choice but to admit Truong Liquian to a mental institution, and her life thereafter was nothing short of a nightmare. As his expression grew serious, he began to ponder. Reflecting, looking back now, this whole situation is just too strange. The class president, Truong Liquian, had been through something at the party that turned her into a complete mess. Memories from school began flooding back. I remember back in middle school, my math scores were terrible. I was always at the bottom of the rankings. After classes, Truong Liquian would always stay behind to help us struggling students with math, rain or shine. There was one time she had a high fever, and everyone urged her to go to the hospital, but she insisted on finishing her tutoring session with us first. At that moment, you witnessed the kindness of your classmate, the class president. You were feeling under the weather, but you should really go see a doctor first. That beautiful girl replied with something you will never forget. Just let me finish this last bit for you guys, and then I will go to the hospital. Xiaofan did not forget his own struggles back then. When I was in middle school, my family was not doing well. My dad had not started his small furniture workshop yet. He was just a worker at a furniture factory, barely earning 800 dong a month, and often going without pay. He recalled those awkward moments. While other kids flaunted their brand new backpacks, he was the only one lugging around an old, tattered bag, patched up with pieces of fabric. That student faced all sorts of hardships, and in his memories, he was the only one showing up to school with such an old backpack. Every time that happened, it sparked laughter from others, and some classmates would wait by the school gate just to tease him, making him their source of amusement. It seemed fate had a twisted sense of humor, too, because after summer break ended in 7th grade, the school piled on all sorts of fees. Dormitory fees, tuition fees, it all added up to 1,700 dong, and despite his dad's efforts, they were still short a few hundred. Blood is thicker than water, and in this case, it would have hurt less to drown in water than to face this. Back then, Uncle Bay and Uncle Hai were loaded, and my dad took me to ask them for a loan. The result? Not a single dong to spare. And they kicked us out. Get lost. I am not lending you money. Sure, we have cash, but it is for our dogs, not for you. They did not just refuse to lend money. Those folks did not forget to stab him with their nasty words, calling him a broke loser who could not even spare a few hundred dong. Might as well just head to the grave then. Get lost. Why do we have to deal with a useless idiot like you? It is really like spitting in our ancestors' faces. Xiao Fan still remembers that biting cold wind from that year. Even though it was already spring, it was freezing. The chill cutting right through to the bone. But the cold wind was nothing compared to the icy indifference of Uncle Bei and Uncle Hai. Their words felt like daggers piercing his heart. The moment his father was hurt etched itself deep into his young mind. Even to this day, he remembers it vividly. His dad had to hold back tears as he walked away. Than Sun turned to look at his young son, Xiao Fan, and said, "You can blame others for this." His dad might not have had the strength, but he told him that as he grew up, he had to make something of himself. Otherwise, people would look down on him. Those words were like a source of motivation. So at that moment, he silently vowed to earn as much money as he possibly could, outstanding as ever. "The humiliations my father endured will one day be repaid to you 100-fold. The cruel reality may shatter my determination in an instant. But this small difficulty is something I can't solve. It is just a few $100. Once again, I have made my father worry. While my classmates have paid their tuition, I am the only one still short on cash, enduring countless teasing and mockery. Haha, just a loser." That year, even old Ju did not have it easy with Cam. She kept pushing for the money, making my dad anxious to the point where, by morning, his hair was almost completely gray. My classmates are always heartless, making fun of me, and many in class, upon finding out I can pay my tuition, only add fuel to the fire with their taunts. But there is one person who always quietly helps me. Xia Fan. "Come over here." Lei Quan pulled me to a secluded corner of the school. I had no idea that a middle school girl would help her friend like this. "Xiao Fan. Take this money and pay your tuition. Okay, if you run into any trouble later, remember to find me." That moment is etched in my mind to this day. She was so considerate, helping me while preserving my dignity. Even now, thinking back, my heart feels incredibly warm. Xiao Fan remembers her family situation back then. To be honest, her family was not wealthy either. But when it mattered, she stepped up to help. And that is truly commendable. She asked the driver to pull over. "Please stop for a moment. I need to buy something." The car came to a sudden stop at her request, and I stood in front of a closed door, a bit dazed for a moment. After finishing what she needed to do, Xiao Fan got back in the car and said, "That guy helped me get through a tough spot. And now that you are in trouble, I can just sit back and watch." I felt a surge of indignation. As the great Hein Tianzong, I repay kindness with kindness and repay hatred with vengeance. Anyone who dares to touch a hair on my head is an enemy of the great Hein Tianzong. The car arrived at its destination while I was lost in thought. Venshu is just a small county town. Its economic level far behind the prosperous coal city of Dainhai. If not, why would Ningqiu then Xtong and her mother look down on me like this? Xiao Fan headed towards a crowd gathered at the only 3-star hotel in Venenchiu, where only the notable people could be seen. I remember not long ago I could not even afford a meal here. My pockets were emptier than my face. Looking at the familiar figure in front of me brought back memories of that semester. Thankfully, I had free meal vouchers from Fang Haiwu Wang, swiping his meal card for half a year straight. Indeed, even though there were many hardships, it was thanks to a few people like Haiyu Wang that I did not lose hope in life. Faflung Haiwung is incredibly generous. He never kept track of such things. In class, he is the one I truly respect, aside from the class president, that is Fang Haivang. At that moment, he also spoke up. Hearing my old friend's voice, I happily replied, "Haiyu Wei Yung." He ran over and hugged me tightly. "Xiao Fan, why do you look so thin? Where did all your food go?" After taking a good look, I can't help but comment it has been ages since we last met, and you seem more spirited than before. Looking sharp, buddy. Xiao Fan can't stop praising his friend. "You are still as strong as ever, like a little bull." As you laugh and chat, you can't help but reflect it has been over 1,000 years. Even if I am a heavenly being, but this genuine friendship, I keep it buried deep in my heart. It is only with friends that I am this warm and fuzzy. In my heart, Feng Xiaodong holds a spot as important as $1 million treasure. The memories I have been holding on to ignite, making them cherish each other even more. Haha. Saidong talks about his life now. Xiao Fan. After I graduated from college, I did not go for further studies. Instead, I went back home to inherit my dad's business. Our family runs a clothing shop with about 700-800 employees. Living the good life here. I guess you could say I have some stature. Turns out, he wants to help his buddy live a better life and makes a proposal. "I heard you are interning as a teacher at a high school in Suzhou. Xiao Fan. How about this? My team could really use a vice captain. And I am keeping a spot just for you. Come back to Wenzhou. It will be easier to take care of your dad too." Unexpectedly, this joyful moment hardly lasts as a group of tough-looking guys strut over. "Wait, is not that the infamous Patch King? Like so? I heard you went to Suzhou to propose to your girlfriend and got booted out. Embarrassed here was not enough. You had to get humiliated in Suzhou too. You are really something. You have embarrassed all of Wenzhou with that one. Both Xiaodong and Xiaofan can keep their calm when they see this group. Seriously. Dude. What is your deal? You are just standing there all brooding and silent. Back in school, this guy was the notorious bully in class. I used to carry a tattered backpack that was so patched up it looked like a quilt. He always had his gang waiting outside school every day just to laugh at me. Back then. The last thing I wanted was to run into these jerks. Xiaofan recalls those turbulent times. Every time he faced Feng Xiaodong, he stepped in to defend him. Like a protective big brother looking out for his little bro, he reassures himself now. These bullies are just flies buzzing around me. Has anyone ever seen a big river team up with a fly? It is just lowering your own worth at that point. The bully sees Xiaodong strutting in and says, Feng Xiaodong, what is with the ruckus? Go somewhere else. He thinks everyone's still scared of him, so he is trying to take advantage. Like so. What did you bring for the class birthday today? You are not planning to mooch a meal off us. Are you? Let me tell you. This is not a place for you to eat for free. Liuba. Lurking behind. Whispers his wicked plan. Let us mess with that broke like Xiaofan. I bet he has got nowhere to eat. Let us give him some leftover food later. Wrap it up for him to take home, and savor it slowly. He is puffing his chest out. Like so. What do you think about this plan? Laughter erupts chaotically. Totally out of control. Ha. Little Fam did not realize that his face was holding back a storm of emotions. Back in middle school, it was these two who always bullied and mocked me. While the title of King of Patchwork was given by Liu Bai, the pain from those years quietly awakened in my mind. It had been so long since I could lift my head in front of my friends, whether it was homework or extracurricular activities. I always had to retreat into a corner. Even walking meant I had to hug the wall tight. Life was a constant pressure from my peers, making it impossible for little Fime to forget that deep-seated insecurity, which had been my companion throughout those 3 years of middle school. But luckily, in that basket filled with black beans, there were still 1 or 2 white beans shining through. If it were not for the support and encouragement from the class monitor and Dong, I honestly do not know if I could have survived those 3 years. He silently thought about the status he now held as the supreme leader, looked up to by many. If a mere bug dared to bounce in front of him, it would be crushed without a second thought. Little Fam told himself, in this life, I basically do not have to lift a finger. He turned around, not hiding his intention to provoke them. And I did not care at all. Liuba, if you want to eat, just wait a bit, I might give you my leftover rice. Just like that, he successfully baited them. What did you just say? Say it again if you are brave enough, he cursed loudly. But inside, he was a mess. Damn it. Little Fam had only gone on a little trip. Yet now he was acting all high and mighty. Seeing Lubo pointing directly at him, he felt a surge of anger and disbelief. Before he could speak, Dong jumped in first. Liuba, who do you think you are? Let me tell you. Little Fam is my brother. If you insult him, you are insulting me too. He clenched his fist, ready to give a warning if you keep causing trouble. Do not blame me for being rude. Knowing those were not just empty threats, Quan quickly stepped in to block Li Ba, saying, Get lost. He did not forget to add, Like Xiao, today you are lucky. Just wait and see. Little Fam was not going to hold back either, reminding him, I want to send that message to you too. If there is a next time, you want to be so lucky. The group stormed off in a huff, taking their own anger with them. Let them gloat now. There will come a time when they will be embarrassed. The whole courtyard fell silent, leaving just 2 people lingering until the very end. Before leaving, Dong kindly suggested, Little Fam, here is 10,000. Take it now. Later you can give it to the class monitor as a gift. He explained the reason for the money, fearing that if he did not, then Quine and Liu Bei would embarrass him. Although grateful, Little Fam gently declined, his words soft yet firm. Dong. Thank you. But I have already prepared something for the class monitor. Besides, it is something very precious that money can buy. When the party started, music played to draw everyone together for the celebration. Happy birthday was sung, and a gigantic cake was lit with candles. The whole class gathered around to cheer. Happy birthday to the class monitor. Do not forget to make a wish. Under the watchful eyes of their classmates, Doi adjusted her crown with a smile, inviting everyone. All right. Let me cut the cake for you all. Haha. But one person, clearly bored, interrupted. Excuse me. Can I say something? The atmosphere was thick with tension as I looked around, remembering the gifts you all gave to the class president. The most precious present, a shiny Volkswagen Beetle directly from our money bags. That bold declaration sent the crowd into a frenzy. No way. I heard that our moneybags has been chasing after the stunning class president all along, from day 1 of school till now. It is clear that she has been giving him the cold shoulder. Lu Feng, who is on the rich kid's side, Was not shy about stirring the pot. You have to know, even the cheapest Volkswagen Beetle costs about 200 to 300,000. And he just casually gives it away. No wonder he is a second-generation rich kid. He has got cash to burn. A girl nearby turned to her friend, whispering to make sure she understood in a small county like Vanzhou. Having a 200 to 300,000 car is already impressive. And giving away something that pricey, that is next level. The rich kid acted all humble, looking proud as a peacock, saying this was just a small token of his appreciation, wishing Liu a happy birthday. But inside, he was plotting something much darker, convinced that with this Volkswagen Beetle, he could win over Cheng Liuan. I can believe there is a woman out there who would see such an expensive car and not be tempted. My approach to wooing women. It is straightforward. I throw money at them until they submit and obey. Sensing the mood turning sour, Sidong leaned in and whispered, "Wait, you probably do not know, but this rich kid has a history of playing with girls' feelings and then tossing them aside. Rumor has it, there was a college girl who got pregnant with him, and he just ditched her. Everyone knows that in such situations, it is rare for a girl to have a happy ending. Later, that college girl, out of sheer anger, did something drastic. Her tragic death did not even faze a guy like him, and her family came looking for Zhou Qianda to settle the score. But then, for some reason, there was a car accident, and her entire family was wiped out. Every time Sidong thinks back on that, he is still outraged that justice was never served. Everyone knows Zhou Qianda was behind it, but without evidence. And with all the power his family has built over the years in Vanzhou, nothing ever happened. In the end, it all just got swept under the rug. Liuan took a small step back. Looking nervous, she softly declined. Zhou Qianda, thank you for your wishes, but your gift is too precious. I can accept it. As those words left her lips, the room fell silent for a moment, and everyone held their breath, wondering how she could be so brazen. If it were me, I would have snatched it up long ago. If you do not want it, then fine. But doing this in front of everyone makes Zhou Qianda look bad. Someone remarked, noticing the rich kid's expression darken. Luba quickly switched topics to ease the tension. All right. Let me read off the list of gifts from the others. Without waiting for anyone's approval, Luba casually listed all their gifts as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Zhang Tao, 1,000 yuan. Wang Shan, 1,002. And Fang Chaodong, 10,000 yuan. He proudly proclaimed. And I am at 20,000 yuan, as usual. Not one to miss an opportunity for some calculated teasing. Here comes our classmate like Xiaofan. Guess what? What precious gift will he give to the class president? Lubei next to him can't help but burst into laughter. He even pretends to be serious. Luba. All right. Enough with the fishing in troubled waters. Hurry up and make Luba laugh out loud. Huh. Qianda standing next to him is thinking. Remember when Li Xiaofan was just a poor student? His home was practically falling apart. What kind of gift could he possibly give to the class president? Someone chimed in. That is right. At least it should be 200 yuan. The other classmates started murmuring. Do not joke around. 200 yuan can get you anything these days. At least it should be 1,000 yuan. With someone like him, I bet he can't even afford a meal. Where would he get 1,000 yuan from? Thinking that silence meant submission, Luba kept talking more, his tone oozing smugness. Maybe everyone still does not know. Like Xiaofan is currently doing an internship in Taijiao at a school in Shizhou, earning only about 3,000–4,000 yuan. Plus I heard he is being bullied by his classmates. Then he brought out that gift, ready to make a fool of himself. Let us see what Like Xiaofan's gift to the class president really is. He tossed out a charm. His attitude so showy it was almost unbearable. It was just a piece of ordinary paper. Nothing special at all. Please take a look. And Xiaofan did not say anything, just silently analyzed in his head. This is a peace charm I specially made for class president Zheng Liquan. You must know that in this world, each charm, Taixuanchenza, draw can definitely fetch sky-high prices. Back in the day, many superpower factions used celestial bodies as gifts for me. They begged for just one charm. But I could not be bothered with them. Now, even though my cultivation has not fully recovered, this charm, drawn by me, is absolutely a priceless treasure. Don't think of it as just a Volkswagen Beetle. Even 100 or 1,000 supercars do not compare to 1/10 of this charm's value. Even though those guys laughed straight in his face, he remained silent, his gaze unwavering. Zheng Liquan is always at risk. Giving him this charm is like indirectly saving his life. Which is why I said, the gift I give is beyond monetary value. His eyes locked onto their reactions. But unfortunately, these ordinary folks in front of him could never see it. Right. Xiaofan looked at the crowd around the charm. They're shallow, crude perspectives. All they saw were mere symbols. Then everyone burst into laughter, the sound echoing throughout the space. Haha. After laughing for a while, they switched to wide grins. Haha, like so. Is this the birthday gift you gave to Zheng Liquan? I see this is something you salvaged from a trash bin. Thinking they had pushed him into a corner, they became even bolder. Like so? Your face is really thick for the class president's birthday. You can't even bear to spend a few hundred yuan. The poorer you are, the stingier you get. That is exactly the kind of person you are. Leufam clearly disagreed with this behavior. Luba, give me back the charm, she frowned, responding sharply. No matter what, that was like Xiaofan's sincerity. You guys should not mock him like that. Leufam recalled when Xiaofan gave her the gift. That charm was something like Xiaofan had just handed to her when he entered the lounge, and she had casually placed it in her bag. At that moment, she happily accepted the charm. Thanking you, Xiaofan. While secretly speculating, it must have been Liu Ba who took the charm when I was not paying attention, wanting to use it to humiliate like Xiaofan. Little did I know, Liu Bei's shamelessness and stupidity had reached a whole new level. He snatched the item from her hand, saying, Class monitor, do not be mad. I have not finished yet. Striking a pose, he waved the charm in front of the person who gave it to him. Like so? You really are getting more ambitious by the day. He held up that worthless piece of paper as a gift for the class monitor. Just to mooch off the food here. You definitely can't eat here. So just wait a bit and I will take whatever's left over. You can pack it up and take it home. Thinking it was worthless, Liu Bei casually threw it on the ground, bringing this to embarrass himself in front of everyone. What do you mean by this? It is almost like a talisman drawn by a kid. Anyone looking would think Xiaofan gifted it to Liu Bei. How disgusting. He spat directly on the charm lying on the ground. Not only did he toss it aside, but he added a mocking remark that just poured salt on the wound, making it truly nauseating. Observing everything unfold, Xiaofan felt a surge of indignation. Seriously? I secretly slipped him 1,000 earlier so he could bring it here to save face. Not to end up embarrassed in front of our classmates. He could not hide his frustration at his friend's indifferent attitude. Thinking Xiaofan would actually bring something valuable, who would have guessed it would turn out to be a piece of trash? But blaming him would not help. After all, Xiaofan is my good buddy. Without hesitation, he stood up to defend his friend. Liu Bei, you are crossing the line. Xiaofan suddenly jumped up, raising his hand to stop Xiaodong, saying, for the sake of our classmates here, I will give you a chance. Pick that charm up off the ground and clean it for me, then kneel and apologize. I will let this go. You were already angry. And adding that disgusting image made your emotions flare up even more. Honestly, I have given you enough face. After all, today is the class monitor's birthday, a day meant for joy, and I did not want to see bloodshed. So I am letting Liu Bei off the hook this time. If this had happened in the Hall of Immortals, someone would have dared to insult the charm of the Celestial Master. They would have been dealt with swiftly. Blood would be spilling everywhere. Liu Bei would never accept such a demand. What? You want me to kneel and apologize? Are you out of your mind? But no one expected that Xiaofan would deftly grab and twist the arm that was pointing at him. Liu Bei fell to the floor in pain, crying out, my arm. You grabbed him by his sweaty hair, lifting him up. You little bug. How dare you insult my charm? Xiaofan spat out curses. Do you even think you are worthy of this? His face quickly swelled up like a bee sting. After slapping him, you tossed Liu Bei to the ground like a rag doll. Lick it clean. In pain, he cowardly pleaded. I will lick it. I will lick it right now. Please do not hit me anymore. Though disgusted by his own vomit, he gritted his teeth and licked it clean. Xiaofan silently watched, his gaze revealing not a hint of emotion. Anger surged as he cast a spell over the dirty paper, magical energy flaring violently from his fingertips. This dirty thing. How could I possibly gift it to the class monitor? Finish it all. As Liu Bei was licking, the paper suddenly floated and crumpled itself up. A second later, it jumped right into his mouth. Xiaofan looked down, as if staring at some nameless nobody. Liu Bei, you little pest. How dare you provoke me? I bet he is on his knees, coughing his lungs out. Water. Water. Xiaofan stomped heavily, stepping right on Liu Bei's head, which was down on the ground. You really have no idea who I am now, no matter what I do. The anger won fade. Back in school, did not you give me the nickname King of Snacks? You probably never thought that today you would be trampled underfoot by the King of Snacks and me. And Xiaofan started to unleash his fury by kicking repeatedly. At that time, you could insult me all you wanted, but you should not insult my dad, saying he is useless. Just a deadbeat who can't even support his own son. The pain from all those years can finally be voiced. What do you think you are? You think you can say those words to my dad? Liu Bei lay on the ground, bloodied, begging for mercy. Mercy. Please. Like so? I swear I won't do it again. Your violent outburst made the atmosphere unusually silent. Even if anyone had something to say, they did not dare. This is still the timid like Xiaofan from back in school. But now, he is truly a god of slaughter. After the beating, you turned and walked away. When Xiaofan approached Qian, No one dared to step in and stop him. The sheer force radiating from you made the guy take a step back. Sweating bullets. Like so? What do you want to do? But then something appeared that made him tremble. It was the corpse-like aura emanating from Xia Fan, Qin Da. Even though he could not see it, being the target made it hard not to feel something. Why do I feel like I am facing a legendary monster? The way you advance step by step, like a brutal reaper, seemed like your very hand could rip him apart. Even now, his brain was functioning in a strange way. No way. This is absolutely a mistake. How could I be scared of a little snack king, Koyan, to put on a cocky front? Like so? I warn you. You will never know how terrifying I really am. You will never understand who you are dealing with. Of course, he had reasons to be so brazen. Even though Koander appears to be a rich kid from Yunzhou. What you do not know is that I am hiding many secrets behind my back, especially those terrifying powers. Thinking that the silence was fear, he continued his dramatic performance, smirking at his classmates. You better kneel and apologize to me now. It is not too late. Otherwise. Before he could finish, he got hit hard in the face. Moneybags could not believe his ears. Hands on his face like a heartbroken kid. How dare you? His mind was screaming. What just happened? I have secretly trained under a master. My skill should rival that of a top martial artist. Yet I could not even dodge a single slap from Like Xiaofan. How is this even possible? Feeling irritated, Xiaofan landed another slap. I just hit you. So what? He was mocking the vulnerable moneybags. And everyone around was taken aback. Look at that. Even a single slap from Like Xiaofan had moneybags reeling. It is Like Xiaofan's demeanor was comically like he was swatting at flies. Who would have thought this seemingly weakling was actually a hidden master? Whispered comments reached Moneybags' ears. Like so? How dare you pull that in front of my crush? The goddess of my dreams. Furious, he raised his fist, ready to throw down. But Like Xiaofan effortlessly stopped him with just one hand. Moneybags. I would like to say the same thing to you. With a powerful chop, Moneybags was sent crashing into the wall behind him. He lay there, groaning and defeated, his once proud face now crumpled in pain. Cough. Cough. Like Xiaofan approached slowly, his footsteps heavy, sending shivers through the guy lying on the ground. Moneybags trembled like a cornered animal, his eyes wide with panic, leaning down. Like Xiaofan whispered just loud enough for him to hear. You will never know how terrifying I am. You will never understand who you are up against. But those words did not seem to frighten him. He wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes still burning with resentment. Like so? I know you actually like the class president, do not you? Georgia's eyes glinted as he looked away at her. But sadly, neither of us will ever have her. His words made Like Xiaofan turn to glance at Li Qian. There she was, standing in the room, looking worriedly at them. Because the fate of the class president was already sealed. And no one could change that. In this invisible chess game, Moneybags kept making moves, hoping to turn the tide. Like so? I admit you are impressive. I underestimated you. But you are still not a match for my master. We will just have to wait and see. Leufam, I admit you are quite impressive. I underestimated you. But you still can't match my master. If you doubt it, let us just wait and see. Those words made him furrow his brow slightly, a hint of suspicion flickering in his eyes. Could it be that the sudden misfortune that befell the class president in his past life was connected to that brat Tinzai? With thoughts racing, he decided he would help the class president clear this mess as a way of repaying a debt. He fiercely kicked the jerk again, thinking he would use Tinai to lure out whoever was behind Jia. First, he even pressed his foot into Jia's weak belly, making Tinda wince in pain. After feeling satisfied, Leufam turned to leave, casually dropping a line. Hey Tinya, even if you tell the guy behind you to come find me, good luck with Jia. A little reminder for him. Even if he is a god, I can still take him down. But that guy seems a bit hard to control. Haha, do not get cocky. Leufam, your karma is coming. And I will make you wish you were never born for crossing me. Tuan's mouth kept running. But in this world, money and connections rule. Even if you can fight, what is the point? Do you have as much money as I do? Every word from Guy was noted in silence. No politeness here. I can drive a Land Rover worth 890 ki here. While a broke loser like you had to take a taxi. After a while, Tundai finally managed to stand up straight. So what is the point in beating me? You are still just a broke loser without a dime. Wake up. Women nowadays love money. Jia's bruised face tried hard to maintain a tough look. But Tinzai was still just a regular guy like anyone else. There are not many things, but money is plenty. The cash at home could choke a broke loser like you. All that rambling just to get a response from Leufam. I do not care about your little fortune. So if you think you can drive your junk of a car here, go ahead. My racing machine is worth more than yours. And I realized something. This Tunze really does have money. I heard from Futong Haiyu lying that his family owns a bunch of factories. But that worldly stuff does not even register on my radar. Tin Zai's tiny brain could not fathom that you would respond like that. Where's your racing car? If you are tough enough, drive it over here for everyone to see. Tun Zai's crew was just waiting for a chance to jump in like hungry piranhas. I clearly saw Leufam take a taxi here. Exactly. You do not even understand the basic controls. Without money, how can you afford one? And you dare compare cash with a millionaire. Open your eyes and look. How many people in all of Vine and Jeonju can drive a car worth 80-90 ki? And Leufam did not bother with that. He asked Ulbaquine, "Boss, you do not mind if I drive you home? Do you?" Lu Quine smiled and nodded, agreeing without hesitation. Of course. But I would rather walk. Leufam, will you take me home? You can tell that is a half-truth. From the hotel to her place. It's got to be a long trek. So saying she wants to walk is a cover-up. She really wants to chat with me. A faint smile crossed her lips. It turns out the boss is still a kind-hearted girl. Leufam turned to reassure Ulbaquine. I appreciate your kindness. But I actually have a car. Just wait for me at the hotel entrance while I grab it from the parking lot. The meal ended quickly, and everyone started heading out to the parking lot. Tun screamed after them. I spit on you. You think you have a car? It was like they had short-term memory loss. His crew seemed to forget who had just beaten them out of the parking lot. You have got that junk car. Right. Country bumpkin Leufam has that junk. They were smug. Disgusting smiles. Full of arrogance. Tossing out a mocking comment. Surely just bragging. I wanted to see where that guy got his hands on a supercar. On one side, Ulbaquine had complete faith, believing in Leufam, knowing he was not the type to boast. On the other side, Dong was absolutely worried. I have known Leufam since we were kids. How could I not understand his family situation? Even though things have improved a bit for his family in the past 2 years, there is no way he can afford a supercar worth over $1 million. How could Leufam be so full of hot air? What on earth are we going to do about this mess? Time passed, and Kianda anxiously checked his phone. Yeah. Waiting without any results was starting to eat at him, and he could not hold his filthy mouth shut any longer. It has been so long, and Leufam still has not come back. I told you, that kid is just a broke loser. These two were like a well-rehearsed act. Daring to come in front of me and brag. It is like playing with fire. They are really asking for humiliation. It is no. I bet that loser's sneaking away right about now. Leufam was loudly mocking, saying that a poor loser like him could drive a supercar. He might as well take a rickshaw. He was desperately trying to convince Ulbaquine, saying, look, class monitor, do not wait anymore. Leufam has definitely bolted. Another girl chimed in. Class monitor, you are way too trusting. If I were you, I would be already taken a ride home with Kianda. The guy's eyes were icy, glinting with darkness and danger as they rested on her. Ulbaquine, let me take you home. He offered. You wait for Leufam all you want, but even if you wait until dawn, he is not coming back. Just then, a sound like a tiger's roar echoed from afar, startling Kianda. What was that? A low, red sports car raced towards them, its headlights shining and filling the space with noise. Someone shouted a warning. Careful. Kianda. The driver slammed on the brakes, tires screeching against the ground, leaving a cloud of smoke behind. The car made a perfect drift in the courtyard, sending the crowd into a panic. But above all, it was the identity of the person inside that shocked everyone, especially Ulbaquine, the owner of that shiny beauty. Leufam opened the car door and said, Class monitor. Hop in, an experienced classmate exclaimed. I can't be seeing this wrong. Is that a Ferrari? Kianda was sweating bullets. Wait a second. I have seen this car before. It is a Ferrari Portofino, worth nearly 20 million. A limited global edition. One of his followers gasped in shock. Kianda, you are not joking, right? 20 million. And it is a limited edition. How on earth could Leufam drive something so high-end? Ulbaquine climbed into the passenger seat and gently shut the door, shyly saying, Thanks. Leufam. This is the first time I have ever been in a supercar like this. Just witnessing that made Kianda's blood boil. Damn it. I was just beaten by Leufam before. Hope and regain my dignity with that car. And now here I am, getting crushed by him all over again. He turned back to look at his own car, feeling a storm of envy rise up within him. Compared to his Ferrari, this Land Rover of his was just a piece of junk. It was simply no contest. Like a volcano that has been suppressed for too long, he unleashed a flurry of furious kicks, feeling utterly humiliated. This was just too embarrassing. He frantically called out, I can't take this anymore. With a heavy heart, he climbed into his car. Tonight, his pride was completely shattered. He pulled out his phone and punched in a number to call someone. If he did not take down that Lexia phone, He would not be able to shake off this burning resentment. When the other end picked up, he snapped. Hello. In stark contrast to the cheerful atmosphere around Xiaofan's car, the air around us smelled of cheap scheming. Who would have thought that in just a short time? That fuming face would brighten up like he would just hit the jackpot. Like Xiaofan. Are not you the meddlesome type? Well, tonight I am going to make sure your world comes crashing down. As the night fell, the streetlights flickered on, illuminating everything. The flashy red car zoomed down the road, and he remembered when he had no money for tuition. It was you who lent me 1,000 yuan. That bond means everything. I will never forget it for the rest of my life. Don't worry. As long as I am around, no one will dare to bully you. I will protect you, keeping you safe and sound, with blessings and fortune. The calm expression on his face eased Li Quan's heart. Xiaofan, with your words, I am satisfied. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked, It seems like you are doing well out there. How could you afford such an expensive supercar? What have you been up to since you graduated? Xiaofan shared about his life. Actually, I am just an intern teacher at a school, and this car is borrowed from a friend. A thought flashed through his mind. For now, this car was still registered under the name of Shu Lion. This made Li Quan think, well, that makes sense. Xiaofan is just an intern teacher. How could he afford such an expensive car? It is just a loan from a friend. Feeling reassured, she did not forget to offer a piece of advice. Xiaofan, I recommend you be careful of Kinda. It seemed Li Quan had begun to grasp the cunning nature of Qianda. He was not simple. His family had both money and power. And there were people behind him that you would not want to mess with. The atmosphere inside the car grew thick, suffocating every sound. I know you are good at fighting, but the people backing him are not just ordinary folks. They are like gods. She shuddered slightly, her face losing all color as she recalled. You can possibly fight against them. I advise you to get out of Vanzhou quickly. Take your father and leave as far as possible. Don't he ever come back? Xiaofan froze, feeling as if he had just uncovered a long-hidden truth. It was indeed like that. In his past life, Qianda was definitely connected to the mysterious disappearance of Zhang Li Quan. Otherwise, he would not have said such strange things earlier at the hotel. A vague energy suddenly emerged, and Xiaofan recognized it immediately. It was the energy of Yin Yang's dark force. His gaze flicked quickly yet sharply, and the class president had a hint of ghostly energy about him. Even though this aura was weak and muddled, the mere fact that ghostly energy could manifest on Earth was astonishing. Xiaofan recalled the dizzying sensation from witnessing that power, still in awe. You see, that ghostly energy is the essence collected from the ancient ghostly oath, battling the wind and rain, gradually cultivating demon energy. A dark power originating from the underworld was in stark contrast to the pure energy he was training in. Reflecting on the time he trained in solitude, the celestial bodies he accessed were drawn from the first part of the pure energy scriptures. Those scriptures were passed down from ancient times, originally from the sacred tree of enlightenment, drawing energy from the sun day and night to cultivate. Gradually, that energy transformed into an extremely powerful force. If he successfully cultivated the pure energy scriptures, he could even absorb the sun itself. Then, he could use the true fire of the sun to advance his cultivation. But this powerful path would generate a lot of ghostly energy as he reached higher levels. Where there is pure yang, there is ghostly energy. Where there is pure yang, there is true yang. Yin and yang support each other to form the ultimate balance. He was almost at perfection. But at the crucial moment, all his efforts evaporated like smoke. In his past life, even after successfully cultivating the pure energy scriptures, he could not take the final step due to not finding a way to nurture it. Remembering the arduous journey back then, his heart sank. He had searched the celestial realm for traces of the ghostly body that once appeared, but to no avail. That is when he realized that in the celestial realm, the ghostly body had long since vanished. Deep down, Xiaofan never forgot that incomplete ending. Otherwise, he would not have fallen victim to the 10 great celestial lords' joint traps with a smooth ambush. He felt the bitterness of resentment right there. Even the Book of Secrets was snatched away from them. A faint, disdainful smile appeared on his face, but even so, what of it? Unable to find the ghostly body, he could not unlock the Book of Secrets either. In their hands, it was just a worthless piece of paper. He smirked at the thought of them. The 10 great celestial lords probably never even dreamed that the Book of Secrets they told to acquire was nothing but a useless manual. Yet, the legendary ghostly body has appeared in the mortal realm. Lu Qian glanced at the scenery outside. Her voice floated softly like a gentle breeze. Xiaofan. His ears were muffled by his thoughts, not responding to her call. But the ghostly energy within the class president was still very weak. To truly transform into the ghostly body, there was still a long way to go. Furthermore, this transformation could not be completed in the mortal realm. The spiritual energy on Earth was nearly depleted. Only by going to the celestial realm and entering the ruins where the ghostly body once appeared could he hope to evolve successfully. So it seemed the future paths for both Luquine and himself lie in the celestial realm. Earth is merely a tiny starting point. Xiaofan looked ahead with vacant eyes, a chilling sensation coursing through him. Whether for the ghostly body or to repay his debts, we have to save the class president from this nightmare. And Luquine is trying once again to bring you back to reality. Tu Feism. What are you thinking? She furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze filled with confusion as she stared out the window. Do you feel the road is strange tonight? Both of them sensed something was off, like something was quietly unfolding. Did not it? But Tu Feim did not share what he knew. Being the Celestial Supreme, he could feel danger lurking all around without even looking. The path they took twisted and turned as if cursed. This dangerous aura felt like a net slowly tightening around them, gradually leading them into a dire situation. A fleeting detail caught Luquine's eye, jolting her into realizing something was wrong. Tu Feism. It seems like we are back where we started. Look around. It all looks the same. He quickly recognized the oddity to this was an illusion. And encountering such a trick at this late hour was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Tufo Firam had been in the immortal realm long enough to see through these lowly tricks. What they called an illusion was actually encountering something unclean. They seduce human nature, draining souls and turning people into puppets. Tales like this have always come with their own peculiar myths. Back in the day, the elders used to say that some travelers on mountain paths often faced such occurrences. Mysterious stories always carry their own eerie charm. The road underfoot appears rugged and winding. Yet in the blink of an eye, it suddenly transforms into a clear, wide path. And they just keep walking. A man's foot accidentally kicks a stone on the ground, momentarily snapped from his daze. The man instinctively screamed, "Ah!" Turns out, that tiny stone saved him from stepping into the jaws of death. While the unlucky soul fell and hit the ground hard, finally waking up, he discovered a bottomless abyss right in front of him. Drenched in cold sweat from the fright, he was lucky to have escaped with his life. Not every story ends well, though. Others have found themselves directly stepping into the void, plummeting down the cliff to a grim fate. Many eerie tales have been passed down, some even wilder. When I was younger, I heard the elders in the village tell of a man who never believed in spirits or ghosts. One night, he went out for a drink, but on his way back, for some reason, he wandered into a small forest west of the village gate, where there were 2 graves, and he climbed all over them. By the time people found him, it was a horrific scene. He had smashed his head against a tombstone and died, his brain even spilling out. The police arrived and cordoned off the scene but found no clues. It was such a bizarre incident that even the cops could not get to the bottom of it. And ultimately, they just gave up. Luquine looked around, feeling a chill run down her spine. Tu Feism. No matter what happens, you must not go and check it out. You need to drive away. Got it, she quickly reassured him. Class President. If you are in trouble, how can I just ignore it? Don't worry. No matter what happens, I will be here to back you up. Despite her fear, she did not forget to worry about her friend. But what can you really do? You do not have that kind of strength. Don't think you can defeat the Shadow Master. I am telling you, you are not even close to their level. Just get out of here. Suddenly, the sky opened up, pouring down bright red rain. Tu Feim stared at the liquid on the windshield, feeling a chilling sense of dread. Blood rain. Just as he was trying to process what was happening, a figure appeared out of nowhere, standing right in front of the car. As soon as he saw them, he slammed the brakes. Luquine was thrown forward by the sudden stop. The ominous Shadow Master stood boldly in their path. Tu Feim slowly got out of the car to take a closer look. It seemed all the strange phenomena they were experiencing were orchestrated by this person. He quickly pulled out an umbrella to shield them from that bizarre red liquid. Luquine stepped out, taking a stand. Shadow Master. This has nothing to do with him. Let go. The guy did not hold back and kicked out, saying, if he has crossed paths with me, then it is fate. I can let him slip away. With that, he began to lose his cool, shouting, Aching Luquine. You know what is good for you. You should come with me now. Don't make Master wait too long. You know how he is. She did not back down, replying defiantly, I am not going back with you. With that, she launched herself towards a nearby tree. The surge of power activated, allowing her to grip the tree tightly. Then she flipped around and started climbing down. Luquine's body began to change, her nails growing long and sharp. She dove down, aiming her attack straight at the Shadow Master, while Tu Feim stood back, quietly assessing the situation. If Chinga Luquine carried the spirit of darkness within her, then she was definitely different from ordinary people. Her strength had already surpassed that of any martial artist, reaching a level of mastery long ago at least stronger than the Shadow Master from before. But he quickly realized how formidable his opponent was. Unfortunately, compared to the Shadow Master before him. Lu Qian still fell short. The Shadow Master simply smiled, a wicked grin creeping across his face. Well. With a casual flick of his wrist, he sent her flying into the air, completely underestimating her. Tu Fuvam reacted quickly. Leaping up to catch Lu Qian, he gently helped her dispel the dark energy. It was too dangerous. If she hit that electric wire behind the tree, it would be disastrous. She would definitely be seriously hurt. This Shadow Master was ruthless, clearly not showing any mercy. They slowly landed safely on the ground. Tu Friam handed her the umbrella and instructed her carefully. Leprepi Trifung. Just stay here and do not wander off. Leave the rest to me. When she saw him resolutely heading toward the Shadow Master, she rushed to stop him. Tu Fizum. What are you doing? I told you to get out of here. Don't go over there and court death. You are no match for him. A sharp pain shot through her chest, leaving her body numb. Lu Qian realized the guy's power had increased. The blood shadow technique of the Shadow Master had reached its peak. Could it be that he had become a true master? If not, there was no way she would not be able to withstand even one of his blows. She clutched her chest in agony. Feeling overwhelmed, despite the pain, she still worried about her friend. Just moments ago, while Tu Fem had managed to take down the Shadow Master, he was merely starting to reach the peak of internal energy cultivation. I can't even match his power. And this little brat is blindly arrogant. He is just asking for trouble. She tried to call him back. Little Fam, watching him walk away. Lei Qian could not help but think about everything Little Fam must have gone through these past few years. But in my heart, Little Fam is still that kid who needs my protection. He is so soft-hearted. And I feel like his big sister who has to look out for him. For the sake of his safety, I decided to step in. No way. I can't just stand by and watch Little Fam throw his life away like this. Lei Qian spoke up, trying to negotiate. Feng, just let him go. I will go with you. Isn't he that enough? The guy smirked dismissively. Chuang Lei Qian. You really think you can bargain with me? This kid is going down tonight. No doubt about it. Before coming here, he got a heads up. Just now, Azodana called me, specifically mentioning this kid and begging me to make sure he dies. Feng lowered his guard, preparing for the showdown. It is impressive that like Xiaofam could take down Xiao Kanyade. But that is where it ends. His strength is definitely no match for Chuang Lei Qian. Even she was sent flying by a single blow from me. And in front of me stands just a tiny bug. He pointed directly at Little Fame. You are just a lowly little bug. Then he coldly ordered. Now, if you kneel and beg me, maybe I will be in a good mood and spare your life. Little Fam was not about to back down. Responding. I want to say the same to you. You better kneel and apologize to the class president right now. Or I will make your life a living hell. Feng was intrigued by this, raising his hand to condense a storm of blood. Look at that. All these fighters outside are so cocky. I will use one strike to turn you into minced meat. He launched a direct attack, eager to see how cocky Little Fam could still be. Red whirlwinds enveloped and surrounded his entire arm. A bloody storm brewing. A hand of dark energy formed, aimed straight at Little Fam, but Little Fam remained calm, flashing a confident smile. This guy is a true master. How interesting. I am curious to see just how powerful masters on Earth really are. Without hesitation, he unleashed his own hand of green energy to counterattack. The clash of their powers created a massive pressure, with stormy winds howling. Feng's arrogant laughter rang out. Huh, kid. You dare to lay a hand on a master. You must be looking to get yourself killed. Lei Qian covered her face, unable to watch any longer. It was too late. Finally, Little Fam's power completely overwhelmed Feng, easily shattering his attack. The guy watched in shock. No way. My bloody storm attack used at least half my strength, and yet he blocked it. Lei Qian heard the commotion, and curiously peeked to see what was happening. She gasped in disbelief. Little Fam. How can you be this strong? Pulling back his power. He laughed triumphantly. Feng. I was still holding out some hope for your master-level strength. How ridiculous, I must have overestimated you. Feng was furious, still trying to act tough. Looks like I underestimated you. But you are still going to die today. With that, another wave of blazing red energy was summoned. A massive vortex of power emerged, sucking in all the rainwater. The rumble of the whirlwind blending with the crazed voice of the guy. I am going to make sure you die without a grave. A swirling stream of bright red water gradually morphed into the shape of a gigantic tiger. It followed the commands of the wind spirit, roaring ferociously, while our hero stood ready to face it. Unflinching, his eyes lit up, calling forth the divine beast, the supreme celestial companion. Unleash. The fiery phoenix spread its wings powerfully, charging directly at the opponent. A deafening explosion erupted along with a blinding flash of light. Lu Qian hurriedly raised her hands. It was too dazzling. When everything finally settled down, a deep hole appeared in the ground ahead, a bloodied hand protruding from the rubble. This scene sent a wave of unease coursing through her. Without a second thought, she rushed forward. Tu fume. Panic coursed through Lao Quine as she frantically dug through the debiras. Tu fume. Are you okay? She quickened her pace, her voice trembling. I will save you. At that moment, Tu Pham stood behind her and cleared his throat. His call made her freeze in her tracks. Class representative. Completely drained of strength, he smiled calmly. I am right here. Lobaquine looked at him, and then closely examined the person under the rubble, her heart racing in disbelief. It turned out that Tu Fusham was indeed a profound master hidden in plain sight. The wind spirit, a towering expert in her eyes, was toppled by Tu Pham in one fell swoop. She was astonished by the power he had concealed. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it was real. Tu Fusham noticed that the chaotic scene around them had started to return to normal. The blood rain and illusions were indeed gone. Lu Quine watched him approaching, her heart still racing. The wind spirit was not even a match for Tu Pham anymore. He was not the timid Ta Pham who let others bully him any longer. Was he? He extended his hand and gently said, Class representative, I told you, no matter what trouble you face, I will handle it for you. You still do not believe me. She grabbed his hand to stand up, shyly replying, It is not that I do not believe you. Tu fume. But you have truly amazed me too much. Looking at the guy lying unconscious on the ground, she still felt a twinge of concern. But this wind spirit was, after all, just a mere master-level threat. The real threat was his master. And Tron Kunged. Master Tron. Lu Quine recounted everything to Tai Yu Pham, explaining how Master Tron had been pressuring her to become his disciple, wanting her to follow him for training. She had always refused, sensing the heavy aura of malice around him. After discovering the old man's wicked plot, she had been hiding, especially recently when Master Tron had sent his minions to warn her, delivering an ultimatum, 3 days to comply, or he would forcibly take her away. Lo Quine understood the strength of those people. Perhaps Tu Pham did not know that the minion was actually a direct disciple of Master Tron, or else he would not dare act so arrogantly. As she spoke, her face paled with fear. Tu Fume. You have not encountered Master Tron, so you do not know how formidable he truly is. Then she continued to share everything she knew. Master Tron. He's not human. He's a god, a being of divine power. I heard it with my own ears. He struck with such ease that he could wipe out an entire sect of cultivators in the blink of an eye. It is truly terrifying. Li Kuai tried everything to dissuade him. Xiao Fan. You need to listen to me. You are no match for Master Tran. It is still not too late to leave Vien and Chu now. But Xiao Fan stood his ground, unwavering. If I leave, he will definitely make things difficult for you. That would be a huge hassle for me. But for you, it is just a minor annoyance. Seeing her friend risk his life, she exploded with frustration. Xiao Fan. You are being reckless. What do I have to say for you to believe me? You are fundamentally outmatched by Master Tran. Just go already. I do not want to drag you into this. Xiao Fan quickly tried to reassure her, hoping she would trust him. Class monitor. Give me a chance to repay your kindness. Li Kuai could only sigh in exasperation at his stubbornness. Xiao Fan. If I had known this, I would not have lent you that 1,000 yuan back in school. Then I would not be dragging you into this mess. He sincerely expressed his feelings. I am a class monitor. Even without the 1,000 yuan, I would still help you. Don't forget we are classmates. Li Kuai understood his good intentions but could not shake her worries. She knew Xiao Fan meant well. But how could he possibly stand against Master Tran? Master Tran had skills that made killing a master look as easy as squashing a bug. By now, it was late at night. Yet some buildings still had lights on. Li Kuai prepared to get out of Xiao Fan's car, not forgetting to turn back and say, Xiao Fan, thanks for today. Be careful on your way back. In a cheerful mood, he waved goodbye. Sure. In the quiet night, only the dim streetlights remained. As Xiao Fan drove alone down the empty road, when he reached a seemingly safe spot, the car came to a halt. He got out and opened the back door, where Yin Feng had already regained consciousness, and asked, Where's Master Tran? Seeing no response, Xiao Fan grabbed him by the collar and pulled him out, thinking to himself, I intentionally spared Yin Feng's life. He wanted to use him to find out who the mastermind behind all this was, eliminating the root cause and helping the class monitor resolve this mess. Yin Feng struggled in pain but still tried to act tough. You think I will betray my master? No way. Xiao Fan was not deterred by his threats. Playing tough. The interrogation techniques of my master, the Supreme Celestial, have at least 100 different methods. I will try them all on you, and even if you do not die, you will wish you had. After several minutes of struggle, he finally could not hold back and cried out. All right, I will talk. Please, just let me go. Yin Feng, terrified, began to spill the beans. Master Tran. My master. is hiding deep in the mountains of western Ven and Shu. That mountain is called Sun, stretching for hundreds of meters, with a big river running through it. And it is home to venomous snakes and fierce beasts. And Leufam continued asking, "Are you familiar with Sun?" The guy obediently recounted, saying there are many legends about Sun. Some claim there is a mountain god there. He shared everything he knew, mentioning that since ancient times, monsters and demons have caused endless trouble, especially during the full moon. The locals would slaughter pigs and goats, performing rituals to the mountain god to ask for protection from those evil spirits, hoping to save themselves from calamity. Some even say that the mountain god is the biggest demon trapped within Sun. There have been strange occurrences throughout history, especially during the 1930s-1940s when China was engulfed in war. A group of bandits killed and set fire in Ven and Shu, committing every crime imaginable. Luckily, the locals are still united. The militia is ready to protect the people, preparing to lead them through the treacherous Shuangmang Mountains, away from the Vancha district. But what follows is a tale of poetic justice. The bandits are hell-bent on total annihilation. Hundreds armed with guns and cannons storm into the Shuangmang Mountains. And coincidentally, it is a full moon night. The mountain deity of Shuangmang Mountains slowly awakens from its deep slumber, shaking the entire mountain range. The mountain god stands tall and imposing behind them like a colossal sentinel, with horse-head faces. Hundreds of phantoms emerge, resembling a scene straight out of hell, and in the end, not a single one of those bandits makes it out alive. They all perish among the mountains. As the chilling tale unfolds, sweat beads form on the brow. In recent years, locals have formed a specialized team to patrol the Shuangmang Mountains. But then, a catastrophic landslide occurs, an earthquake that only happens once in a century. Just as the rumors said, the mountain god is furious. The green-eyed guy finishes his story, saying that the Shuangmang Mountains resemble a terrifying giant beast, its gaping maw stained with blood, devouring countless lives. Just thinking about the horrifying visage of the mountain god sends shivers down his spine. And from that point on, no one dares to approach the Shuangmang Mountains. The locals say that just mentioning the Shuangmang Mountains sends chills down their spines, fearing they might anger the mountain god. Hearing this, Xiaofan finds the upcoming events to be incredibly intriguing, especially if everything the chill teller said is true. Xiaofan gazes up at the sky, lost in thought. However, what piques his interest is not some Master Chen or whatever that lowlife, the celestial sovereign of Taixuan, is beneath his notice. What really excites him is the Shuangmang Mountains themselves. Next to him, the chill teller is slumped against a red car. Suffering, Xiaofan barely pays attention to him, lost in his own musings. His intuition screams that the Shuangmang Mountains are anything but ordinary. There is definitely some mysterious story waiting for him to uncover. The chill teller, his face pale and trembling, finally speaks up in a weak voice. "I have one more secret. But you have to let me go first. And then I will tell you." Just as he finishes his sentence, Xiaofan delivers a punch so hard it sends him spitting blood in agony. "You think you can bargain with me over a little shrimp?" Xiaofan warns loudly. The chill teller, realizing the terrifying power of this guy, quickly backtracks. I will talk. Please, do not kill me." His mind races in panic when the power within like Xiaofan erupted. It was so terrifying that it left everyone in shock. Just how far has he trained? As he rubbed his face to ease the pain, he slowly explained that during the call with me, he felt that killing just one of them was not enough. The guy was sweating bullets, terrified that tonight, Hu Chinde intended to lead a group into your house, planning to kill your father too. He wanted to wipe your entire family out. Hearing that his family was in danger, Xiaofan felt a surge of rage. How dare that Q guy target my father? If he is going to be that cruel, then he better not expect any mercy from me. Suddenly, Xiaofan shoved a white pill into Q's mouth, then turned his back and coldly explained. "This is a pill that will rip your insides apart. The poison will kick in after an hour. By then, you will be writhing in agony until you die, turning into a puddle of goo." Sitting on the ground, was desperately gagging, trying to spit out the pill, coughing and choking, terrified of death, he dropped to his knees, begging Xiaofan, "Please spare me. Don't kill me." Xiaofan did not flinch. He laid down the conditions. "If you follow my orders, I will give you the antidote in an hour," he added sternly, threatening Q. "Of course, you could always run back to your master on the mountain. But let me be real with you. I am the only one who has the antidote right now. You can test that theory if you want." Q was petrified, stammering, "No. I will do whatever you say." By now, night had fallen. The sky was covered in clouds, but the stars still shone brightly. Suddenly, the car headlights flickered on, illuminating the dashboard, signaling it was 12:25 m. Xiaofan, gripping the steering wheel, smirked wickedly. "Just you wait." In an instant, He slammed on the gas. And the car shot forward like a bullet. Whoosh, rain began to pour, accompanied by thunder rumbling in the distance. At the small, humble house, the thunder boomed across the sky, mixing with the relentless downpour. A group of people suddenly appeared, some wielding clubs, others brandishing knives. Standing in front of that tiny house, the leader, Q-Da, laughed heartily. Like so? I bet you never saw this coming. Did you? With my connections in Yunzhou, getting your home address was a piece of cake. He turned to his crew and instructed. Remember, once we get in there, anyone you see, take them out no mercy. Just make sure to kill them. Got it, the others responded in unison. Got it, boss. Immediately, one of them kicked the door open and rushed inside. The sounds of struggle mixed with cries for help echoed through the house. Help! Ignoring the chaos and the screams for help, Q-Da sat back in his car, puffing on a cigarette. Smugly saying, like so, in my trunk, I have got a whole can of gasoline just for you. I have planned this out perfectly. Once this is done, I will throw in another can of gas for your family, in one big fire. Everything will be erased, and no one will know it was me. Q-Da. Who did this? Huh? Tunlai looks up at the ceiling of the car, grinning with a sinister smile that sends chills down your spine. Ah, Leufam. I bet you are down there meeting the king of the underworld right now. Don't worry. I will send you off on your journey, so you won't be lonely over there. This is what happens when you cross me. Suddenly, Tunlai sees something being flung into the air. Ah! That body crashes down onto the windshield of his car, leaving him completely stunned. What the hell was that? The windshield is soaked in blood as the body slowly slides down, revealing a familiar face. Tunlai gasped. No way. How can this be? It can't be? He can't believe his eyes. Rubbing them in disbelief, this can't be happening, but the truth hits him hard. He is not hallucinating. Realization dawns, and he screams in shock. Dad. How can it be Dad? His hands tremble uncontrollably. Dad. Just then, another body, a woman, slams into the car door, and an unidentified voice echoes. Charged with drug trafficking. Your family has raked in millions from this crime, ruining countless lives in the process. The eerie allure of that voice sends chills down Tunlai's spine, and he stammers. Who is talking? The voice continues, outlining the sins of Tai's family, his brothers colluding in heinous acts, employing ruthless tactics in Veninetchu County. Tunlai's patience wears thin as he struggles to open the car door. The scene before him is utterly horrifying. He stutters. Brother. Brother. Dad. My brother. Tunlai rushes to embrace his blood-soaked brother, desperately pleading. Wake up. Please wake up. The chaos inside the house escalates. Cries for help ringing out. And without a second thought, Tunlai charges inside. He throws the door wide open. And inside, he sees a group of people mercilessly beating a woman with sticks. Tunlai panics and yells, Stop. You guys, stop it right now. Hearing their master's voice, the crowd turned to look, their eyes bloodshot and grinning eerily. Tunlai frantically pushed through them, shouting, Get the hell out of my way. His voice dripped with a chilling menace. Leufam, the accused, was the wicked woman who had forced another to hold her mother's lifeless body. Her face shadowed with despair as she stammered. You're okay? Right. That voice continued, echoing the tale of the college girl who had been toyed with and tossed aside. It was she who had pushed her to the brink, leading her to commit such shameful acts. Tunlai's eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down his face as he mumbled, You all. The voice still would not let him go. Then, the girl's family came to stir up trouble, as she and her husband had intentionally orchestrated a hit and run, leading to the entire family being brutally killed. Furious, Tunlai grabbed Liu Tao by the collar, shouting, Are you all blind? Who told you to lay a hand on them? With that, he threw a punch that made Liu Tao cry out in pain. You guys are all monsters. My family has been killed by you. Tunlai kept kicking at them. You scum. You animals. Liu Tao, feeling wronged, protested, Boss. Did not you just tell us to go in and take them out? We were supposed to beat them to death. You know, we were just following your orders. Tunlai turned to snatch the knife from him. What the hell are you doing? He lashed. Tunlai swung the knife, slicing into Liu Tao's arm. I told you to kill like Xiaofan's father, not to go after my family. Tunlai then pointed the knife at Gu Hao, shouting, You all deserve to die. Tunlai, like a madman, swung the knife wildly. You all deserve death. He panted heavily as his minions struggled on the ground. Liu Tao cradled his bleeding shoulder and winced. Ouch. Suddenly, clarity returned, and his eyes widened in shock. He gasped in horror as he looked at Sun Fingjing lying on the ground, covered in blood. No way. That can't be Zhao's mother. Lu Tao kept rubbing his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. This can't be real. It can't be happening. He recalled just 10 minutes ago, when he had kicked the door down to rush into the house. Those guys with knives had claimed it was Saifan and his father. Zur had said, "Kill one person, and you will get 100,000. Then take them all out for me." Right in front of him were Lin Fan and Cheng Shan. They charged at Cheng Shan with knives, full of determination. But now, Li Tao was paralyzed with fear, unable to grasp the situation. The people I attacked were clearly Xiaofan and Xiao's dad. This is so bizarre. Han's voice turned frantic, dropping as bad as he realized. I have met my end. I distinctly remember killing that little brat. The echo of his words jolted the other two awake, their eyes wide with surprise. Where's that little brat? Guha shot back. You are talking nonsense. I personally chopped him down. What does that have to do with you? In the midst of the chaos, a familiar figure stepped forward. Qianda. Have you regretted it yet? The little brat calmly replied. It is a shame that the good deed you thought you did was a colossal mistake. The truth is right in front of you. You ordered your people to kill your own parents and brother. He scoffed, his gaze sharp as a knife directed at the guy. Qianda. You wanted to wipe out my whole family. Right now. You are just smashing a rock on your own foot. At that moment, a dark wind appeared. Even though I have only just become a master, my specialty is illusion magic. Proud of his own abilities, the dark wind explained. I used illusion magic to confuse them, making them mistake Qianda's family for mine. Then he looked at you with a pleading expression. Could you possibly give me the antidote? The little brat smirked. Not in a hurry. Just waiting for Qianda. Qianda was taken aback at the situation. Dark wind. Did not you kill the little brat? Why is he still alive? The dark wind placed a hand on his chest and shouted. Shut up. You are just a registered disciple of Master Chen. Well, I am a true disciple. What right do you have to call me senior? Don't get too familiar with me. And besides, do you have the face to question me about this? If it were not for helping you, I would not have been caught up in this mess by mere. Saying that, the dark wind angrily pointed at his own face. Even my handsome face got all messed up because of you. Right after, the dark wind grabbed Ka by the collar, pulling him closer. You almost got me killed. Qianda pointed at himself with a thumb, shouting angrily, then target me. Why involve my parents? The little brat slowly walked forward, speaking as he went. Qianda. Should not I be the one asking you this? He shot him a piercing look. Tonight. Why did you drag my father into this? You want to help my family? This is all you're doing. The little brat began to threaten. Qianda. By tomorrow, you will be the most famous person in all of Yanzhou, maybe even the whole country, for hiring someone to kill your own family. Hearing this, Qianda could not help but shudder, immediately picturing those shocking headlines about rich kids hiring hitmen to kill their own siblings, heartlessly slaughtering their relatives. The little brat smirked. You will forever live in agony and regret. As he finished, he pulled a contract from his jacket and held it out to Qianda. And by the way, I thought you loved showing off your wealth to intimidate others. I am going to turn you into a penniless loser. Sign this asset transfer contract, along with Qianda's family's fortune. He shouted angrily, swatting it away. Little brat. Do not even dream about it. I am an idiot if I sign that. The little brat gathered a small amount of spiritual energy in his hand. You do not have the right to refuse. A loud clang echoed as the knife on the ground flew up, plunging straight into Qianda's right hand, causing him to scream in pain. Then, Xiaofan tossed the contract straight onto the bloodied hands of the guy, and the blood instantly soaked through the paper. He then snatched the contract back, now stained with the guy's blood. Qianda gritted his teeth, ready to grab it but missed. Damn it. Xiaofan quickly tucked the contract back into his shirt. Qianda, from today onwards, all the assets under your name will be registered under my father's name. Just then, the loud siren of a police car blared from outside. They stopped in front of Xiaofan's house. A group of people stepped out of the car, dressed in black suits and sunglasses. They marched toward his house. The door creaked ominously as it was pushed open. Xiaofan, holding a police badge, his gaze icy and voice sharp, said, I am the deputy chief of the special task force. Everyone freeze. In an instant, the scene was completely under their control. Xiaofan frowned, feeling annoyed. Why was he here? Kuo Yun leaned on his chine, surveying the scene, wondering what the hell had happened here, and who these people had killed. You kicked him in the leg to signal. Right. Qianda sent someone to do this, did not he? Yin Feng. The guy yelped. Yep. It was Qianda who brought them here. I will testify. Qin quickly grabbed Qiao Yun's arm, explaining, Chief, they are in cahoots to frame me. You have to believe me. They set me up. He turned and pointed at Xiaofan and Yin Feng, blaming them, saying the real culprits were Xiaofan and Yin Feng. And they were the ones who were trying to harm him. He continued to complain. The dead were my family. I swear I did not kill them. Kuo Yun turned to Xiao Fan, a mocking tone in his voice. I thought you were someone important. Turns out it is just Xiao Fan. Causing trouble right after coming back. Didn't he my dad call and tell you guys that you two were not allowed to participate in the ancestral ceremony this year? Why do you still show your faces here? Xiao Fan recalled the identity of the man in front of him. Liqian, the son of the eldest uncle, and also the most outstanding in the Lai family's younger generation. He thought back to the past. Since childhood, Liqiao Yun had excelled in everything, but that also made him arrogant and disrespectful. The memory of Xiao Fan forcing a smile in the face of Qiao Yun's bullying surfaced, as he always teamed up with the second uncle's son against him. The whole Qiao Yun family, dressed in luxury, laughed mockingly at Xiao Fan and his father, especially the Li Qiao Yun family, who had always looked down on him. They kept sneering and belittling him, believing that only by stepping on them could they show off their superiority. Xiao Fan snapped back to reality, pointing to remind him to do his job properly. Liqian, let me remind you. The one causing trouble here tonight is Q and Da. Coming here to kill is also kind-ass doing. If you are the deputy chief of the task force, find the evidence at the scene yourself. I should not have to teach you that. I clarify my right to participate in the ceremony. Moreover, I belong to the Li family, and the ancestral ceremony is to pay respects to our ancestors. Not for you two to be honored. You threaten me with that face. So you do not have the right to keep us out. You have no business standing in front of me saying this. Tu Van was taken aback by his attitude. Why does this cousin of mine feel so different from before? If it were a while ago, Lai Tiufam saw me and froze up like a mouse caught by a cat, too nervous to say a word. Instead of acting all tough like he is now, he thought for a moment and convinced himself he figured it out. Maybe Lai Tiufam was just too angry to be scared of him. Not to mention he is just a broke loser. He turned back to say to you, Lai Tium, do not get cocky, no matter what. You were at the scene tonight, so you can escape being involved. Tu Van ordered his followers. Where are you? Search thoroughly. We can miss any small detail. The group jumped into action, ready to comply. On the ground, the corpse was still oozing blood. Suddenly, someone reported. Deputy Chief, the initial investigation has yielded results. A direct report came through from the recorder, stating that all the thugs at the scene claimed they were hired by Tukan Da to kill anyone they saw. Just chop them down. A 9 pulled up the computer with the crucial video. Additionally, the cameras at the front door captured them storming into Mir Lai's house. 2 gasoline cans in the trunk were opened, and we also found 2 large barrels of gas in the back of Tukan's trunk. Clearly, they planned to set the place on fire to destroy the evidence. A 9 pointed at the 2 guys in cuffs behind him, and more importantly, Tukan personally killed 2 of the thugs. Wrapping things up, he pointed at Tukan Da to charge him. The evidence was overwhelming, and there were plenty of witnesses and material proof. Tukan Da quickly grabbed Tu Van's hand and begged for mercy. Deputy Chief? Please. I did not kill anyone. I was framed by Lai Tu Fame. You have to believe me. Someone else set me up. Tu Van felt annoyed hearing this. Even though he had a decent relationship with Tukan Da, who often showered him with gifts, this guy dared to drag him into such a huge mess. He yanked his hand back, scolding. Who are you calling brother? Don't throw around titles like that. Tu Van pulled out a small cloth to wipe where Tukan Da had touched and said, We uphold strict discipline. We show no mercy to criminals. Where are you? Cuff him and take him away. Tukan Da was cuffed and taken away by the officers. They quickly got into the car, speeding off. Meanwhile, Tu Van and 2 others stayed behind, wanting to take Tu Fam with them. He waved his hand. Lai Tium, you were also at the crime scene. You are a suspect too. Where are you? Cuff him, but deep down, he held a grudge against Lai Tu Fam. You dare to stand against me. I have hundreds of ways to make you regret it and show you who the real boss of the Lai family is. A direct officer stepped forward, extending his hand. We kindly ask you to come with us. A Zhang, holding the cuffs, chimed in. Team, this is a serious matter. Do not resist. The fire in Tu Fam's eyes burned with rage. Get lost. Both a Zhang and a direct stumbled back, eyes wide, while he mocked. You little bugs think you can mess with me. Xiao Fan swaggered over to Tu Van, and as I arrived at the crime scene, I was immediately under suspicion. What kind of logic is that? You get close to him and mockingly say, by your logic, are not you also at the scene and under suspicion too? You added, Lai Tu. Do not think that just because you are the deputy chief of the team, I am going to be scared of you. Let me tell you straight up, even if the chief of the report team came, you would have to show me respect, let alone a little deputy like you. Xiao Fan pointed outside, loudly threatening. If you know what is good for you, take your people and get lost. If not, do not blame me for being rude. Tu Van crossed his arms, arguing back. Like so? Are you trying to intimidate me? He was not scared at all, pointing back at you. The chapter chief is the head of my department. And you dare say the chapter chief should respect you? I have been around long enough, and I have never met anyone as shameless as you. Who do you think you are? He got more heated, dragging your dad into it. Your dad is a poor loser. And you are just the kid of a loser. Your whole family is just a bunch of born losers. He did not believe it and spat, thinking he could be friends with the chapter chief just because of you. I spit on that, Xiao Fan, even though furious, held back from acting out. Lie to you? How dare you insult my dad? You ordered him. Apologize to me right now. Tu Van snickered with glee. You want me to apologize? Like so? What are you even? I will let you know. I have never respected your family. Do you remember that time when the whole family gathered? And I called your dad a poor loser in front of everyone. Did he dare say a word back then? He burst out laughing mockingly. He could not even let a peep out. Ha. Hearing that, you slapped him hard across the face. Lie to you? You do not respect your elders. Immediately, Tu Van covered his face. Furious. Xiao Fan, how dare you hit me? Are you asking for trouble? So what if I hit you? A yin. You come up here and slap him twice for me. A yin followed orders. Yep. Line Sing. A yin started slapping him repeatedly. Tu Van could not handle the humiliation and reached behind to grab something. I am the deputy chief of the report team. You two dare to mess with me. You are both dead. He tried to grab his gun but could not find it. Wondering where it went, Xiao Fan held up his gun, taunting. Lie to you? Is this what you were looking for? Tu Van recognized it, pointing at the gun in surprise. That is my gun. How did it end up in your hands? You put both hands into crushing the gun, treating it like scrap metal. And Xiao Fan tossed it aside and told a yin to keep going. A yin. Keep hitting him. Plus, you have to control your strength. If you hit him too hard, he might not survive one punch, the guy said seriously. Understood. He started going all out on Tu Van while Xiao Fan said, Lie to you? Before, at the family gathering, you repeatedly humiliated my dad in front of everyone. And his cries of pain echoed. Come on. Xiao Fan's face turned serious with anger. A dog like you does not deserve to be treated with respect. A yin chased after him, wanting to hit back. Stop right there. Tu Van ran away, not forgetting to shout back. You bastard. You can hit me. The guy kicked him right in the back, and his two subordinates stood there in shock. Jaws dropped, unable to believe their eyes. Did I just see that? The normally high and mighty director getting chased down. I have never seen anything like this before. Who the heck is that guy? He jumped into the car, slamming the door, and shouted at him. Like Xiao Fan. This is not over between us. As Taiyuan sped off, he added loudly. Just you wait, with his arms crossed. He stood there thinking. Like Xiao Fan. This is just the appetizer. Just wait until the day the Li family chooses their clan leader. I will take care of you then. And all the humiliation my family and I have suffered. You will pay for it tenfold. The next morning at Xiao Fan's house. He was inside with Cheng Shan and Lion Wu. He told his dad, Dad, this is the 2-story house I bought for you. The environment here is really nice and perfect for you to settle down. He paused, recalling how last night their place got wrecked by those thugs hired by Qiao Xinda. So they seized the opportunity to buy a new house for him. He thought about his dad's grave, the past life, and this one, whether a mere mortal or a celestial being. His father's death had always been the greatest regret in his heart. He continued his thought, glancing at his dad, who was smiling, and thought, if the heavens have given me another chance to be filial, I must cherish it. He felt irritated thinking about those who humiliated his dad, those who hurt him. I have to make them kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Meanwhile, in another part of the house, as everyone was having a meal together, his dad reminded him. Xiaofan, tomorrow is the family reunion dinner. Your uncle and second uncle are coming back, so make sure to come home early. Xiaofan felt a surge of anger. His uncle and second uncle were the very ones who constantly pushed his dad aside and oppressed him. He gripped his chopsticks tightly, recalling how the family business left behind by the Li ancestors was supposed to be shared equally between his dad and those two uncles, to carry on the family legacy together. But instead, his uncle and second uncle hoarded it all for themselves. To them, it was all about money and status. Family bonds meant absolutely nothing. Lost in thought, he noticed his dad, who was eating. Looking puzzled, his dad was honest and straightforward, never one to fight for such trivial gains. While he himself had never cared much for those little benefits, Xiaofan tightened his grip, silently resolved. This time, I am coming back to reclaim our voice, not just for my dad, but for myself too. Looking at the family photo missing a corner, he reflected, and also for the mother he never got to see, seeing his son lost in thought. Changshan could not help but advise him. Saifan. Tomorrow at the family reunion dinner. Try to keep your temper in check a bit. Saifan smiled faintly and replied. I know, Dad. But in his heart, he silently added. But if they act up, I won't hold back, but just wait until then. If my uncle and second uncle dare to show off, they better not blame me for being rude. The dark night sky was lit up by countless stars, and tonight felt especially beautiful. Xiaofan sat in meditation in the room, energy swirling chaotically around him. Ever since he consumed the cosmic pill gifted by the celestial master, his cultivation had been on the rise. If he actively practiced, the speed of his advancement would skyrocket, mastering the realms of this mundane world. The thought barely registered on his radar. Deep down, he was crystal clear about his goal. Only by reaching the innate level and returning to his original state could he break open the skies and return to the celestial realm. His gaze sharpened, a glint of excitement in his eyes. The first thing on his to-do list: eliminate the 10 great heavenly lords, reclaim his natural talent, and avenge the suffering he endured before. Lost in thought, Xiaofan suddenly snapped back to reality, and of course, it was all because of that adorable snow fairy. Just as the peaceful night enveloped him, his phone's ringtone shattered the silence. Beep, beep, beep. He picked up the call, and a familiar voice rushed through, tinged with panic. Xiaofan. Bad news. The class president is missing. He frowned. What is going on? Take a deep breath and tell me. The voice on the other end steadied itself before recounting the whole story. Last night, did not we celebrate the class president's birthday? When I dropped her off too early, she did not have time to grab gifts from a few friends, so I helped her tidy up. I plan to bring it to her today. Xiaofan. Do not get the wrong idea. The class president invited me and some friends over to her place. Remembering what had just happened, he continued. When I got to her building, I called her, but no one picked up. I looked up at her window, and the lights were clearly still on. I felt a rush of urgency, so I went up to check on her. But when I got there, the door was wide open, and the place was a complete mess. I thought something was seriously wrong, so I immediately called you. I still remember the scene. I walked into a nightmare. Things were tossed everywhere. I panicked, shouting, Class president. Are you home? Xiaofan suddenly recalled something and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Last night, he had given the class president another peace talisman, infused with his own vital energy. Who would be thought that to play it safe? He left his vital energy on that talisman, and it would activate so quickly. With that, he reassured his friend. Xiao Dong. You do not need to worry. I will go look for the class president. Hearing this, his friend frowned in discontent. Xiaofan. How can you say I do not need to worry? You are just going to search by yourself. The class president went missing in the middle of the night. Something must have happened. Do you think I am the kind of guy who backs down? Plus, I will bring a few more people to help look. Strength in numbers. Xiaofan casually picked up Lianu, who was still half asleep, and replied while on the move. No need for that. Bringing those guys along is useless. They would only get in the way. I can handle this alone. And Xiaodong remained stubborn, insisting. But they are all waiting here. Xiaofan. Come with us. If something happens, we can coordinate together. He sighed softly, shaking his head in resignation. Fine. I will head over right away. Shut down the machine. You immediately use the Supreme Celestial Token to assess the situation of the ceremony. On the way to get the car to the venue, your mind is racing with every possible scenario. And sure enough, I can feel my true energy radiating from that mountain of the serpent. The ceremony is most likely in the hands of that Master Chuan. Lianu has just groggily woken up. Master, it is so late. Where are we still going? Hong proudly introduces the muscular man beside her. Fuang Hudong. Let me introduce you to my boyfriend. His name is Kachi Qian, the champion of the provincial martial arts competition, and in the national tournament held last month, he even made it into the top 10 strongest fighters. He cheerfully extends his hand for a shake, surprised that Ka has achieved so much truly impressive. However, he coldly brushes past and ignores them. Hong continues to sing his praises. My boyfriend is so incredible. Do you really need to say anything? Countless girls chased after Chi Qian back in the day, with a proud smile. She adds, but in the end, he was won over by me. I am not like those country bumpkins, pretending to be regretful. I could not attend the class gathering last night, because I was out watching a movie with Chi Qian. She says. She scans the room, seeing it in disarray. But I heard something happen to the class leader, so I rushed here with him to see if we could help. Then, she points to a scrawny man intently typing on his laptop. Continuing, but do not worry. Everyone. His name is Ajiang, the new disciple of Chi Qian. Don't underestimate him just because he is not as buff as Chi Qian. He is actually a nationally renowned hacker, actively searching for the class leader's whereabouts. Suddenly, Chi Qian furrows his brow. extremely irritated. Fuang Hudong. Who is the guy you just called? He sure has a big mouth. He dares to say the people I find are useless. He is really asking for trouble. While he is secretly hyping himself up. Since I started my career, anyone who dared to act arrogant in front of me has been crushed by my power. He thinks. Growing angrier, his pride rising like a raging fire. How dare he look down on me? When that little brat returns, I have to show him just how strong I am. Seeing her boyfriend insulted, Hahoang can't keep her cool, frowning in defense. Fuang Hudong. The guy you just called is Leufam. Right. He has really gone too far. Does he even know how to talk? She thinks back. Recalling. I remember when we were in school. Leufam was especially meek. He would not dare to stand up for himself when others bullied him. It is shocking that after just a few years of work, he has become so arrogant. Reflecting on the past, she recalls that Leufam was not bad looking back then. She had a secret crush on him, but later, seeing him too timid, too cowardly, and in a particularly poor situation, she felt no sense of security and actively cut ties with her feelings. The more she thinks about it, the more victorious she feels. It is clear now that breaking it off was a smart move. Leufam could never compare to Kachi Keen. Simply put, they are on completely different levels. Just then, footsteps echo as two figures enter together, one big and one small. Upon seeing the newcomers, Hudong immediately breaks into a bright smile. Leufam, welcome, man. You finally made it. I have been waiting forever for you. Just sizing up the guy who just showed up, filled with disdain. Turns out he is just an average dude, strutting around like he owns the place. But he has got nothing going for him. Even the weakling behind me is stronger than him. This wannabe had the audacity to talk down to me over the phone. Talk about asking for trouble. Lowering my gaze, I see Lian Yu in kid form, and it makes my blood boil. Plus, he brought a little girl with him. What is he trying to do? Wait for everyone to lose their cool. I can't take it anymore. I push Xiaodong aside and stride right up to him. Questioning. Hey. You are the one who was throwing around all that trash talk on the phone. Right. You looking to get yourself killed. Xiaofan sizes him up too, and probably figures this is the guy Xu Xiaodong brought along. He coldly asserts. Everything I said is true. If you do not want to meet your end, then stay away. Li Nu sticks his tongue out at me, then glances back at him with a gleam in his eye. Of course. If you keep talking smack, I won't hold back either. Knowing he is aiming that at me, I am furious, rolling up my sleeves and charging in. Yelling. What do you think you are doing? Say that again if you are so tough. Saxo Dong senses the tension and quickly intervenes. Calm down. Calm down. We are all here to help the class president. No need to ruin the vibe. I do not back down. Throwing shade at Aisha Fan. You think a big-headed idiot like him is gonna help anyone? By the time he gets here, he will be lucky if he can save himself. Coming along is just signing his own death warrant. I enjoy this moment. Throwing his own words back at him. It feels so satisfying to vent my frustration. Not done yet. I keep attacking. What does he even know about the missing student? He knows nothing. Running here to scream for help. Isn't he that just making everything worse? Getting everyone all riled up behind him for no reason. Ignoring his pointless insults. Xiao Fan speaks up calmly. Our main target is Mount Changmang. We need to keep our focus. I know what is important right now, saving the person in need. No time to waste arguing with that brain-dead idiot. Hearing this, I shout. You think Mount Changmang is just a joke? Who would believe you? Just as the tension is rising, a Sidong suddenly chimes in, his voice bursting with excitement. Master, I finally found it. He quickly shares his findings. The last phone signal was from Mount Changmang. He rushes over to the screen to check. Sounding skeptical. What did you say? Sure enough, the coordinates pop up on the computer, showing Mount Changmang. Now, even if he does not want to accept it, he has to face the truth. It is really at Mount Changmang. His face flushes red. Thinking. Damn it. This is happening way too fast. Dots start creeping in. A Sijong. My disciple is no slouch and is actually a well-known hacker in the country. Chi just stared at his disciple, who had just hacked into Trongongalo Quayan's phone tracking system, finally pinpointing her location. He could not wrap his head around it. How did a Citring manage to find her so quickly when it took him almost half an hour? Lo Tiwufum just showed up and immediately knew the exact spot. Completely baffled, he scratched his head and guessed randomly. What? He must be just taking a wild shot. Then he headed to the designated location with the group. In the quiet night, the two cars zoomed along the winding mountain road. When the cars came to a halt, the engines cut off, restoring the natural stillness. Everyone got out of the vehicles, and before them stood the massive Thiru Mung mountain, looming in the night sky. Haiyu Wang tried to observe the path ahead and announced. Up ahead, the mountain road twists and turns, and the cars won't be able to make it through. Looks like we will have to hike up the mountain. Who knew Thungamung would be this eerie? There is not a soul in sight, and the atmosphere feels downright spooky. Over here, Lin Yu excitedly said to Leufam. Master, the ghostly energy here is even thicker than when I was at Fe Farang Ho. It has been ages since I experienced such pure ghostly vibes. Meanwhile, Hye-chun clung to her boyfriend's arm in fear. Chi-si-kin, I am a bit scared. I have often heard the old folks in Vainanchua say there are many unclean things in Thenging Menging Mountain. Chi-kin smiled confidently, patting his chest. With me here. You do not have to worry. Just stick with me, and I promise everyone will be safe. He then turned to look at the group behind him, his eyes flashing a hint of something if anyone was scared. Now's the time to head back. No need to drag everyone down. Hye-chun nodded in agreement. Leufam, I remember back in school. You were such a coward. Getting bullied without standing up for yourself. This is not the place for you. You should head back. She glanced at the two fools in front of her and added, I want to say the same to you. Thigo Meng Mountain is not as simple as you think. I advise you to leave while you still can. Etchung shot a disdainful glare. A coward like you. Who are you scaring? Honestly, Leufam is way behind Chi-kin. You are just hiding and trying to scare others with empty words. She strode ahead of them, her demeanor calm but laced with barely concealed contempt. Do whatever you want. Lin Yu was buzzing with excitement beside her, humorously chiming in. Master, let us get up the mountain. The ghostly energy up there must be way stronger than down here. Suddenly, a soft voice called out from behind. Hey Ye Jiang. Hai Wang leaned in and whispered. Have you guys ever seen Tai Leufam in action? He is actually really impressive. His voice dropped in awe. Last night, Leufam took down that bully right in front of all his classmates. That fight was something else. You have not even seen it up close. He continued, but she did not seem to care, glancing at Chi-kin and confidently declaring, well, Fun Ho Yang, Leufam is just a useless nobody. Keep bragging. My boyfriend did not just win the provincial martial arts championship. He has a bunch of other titles too. And he is in the top 10 strongest in boxing competitions. Hye-chun smugly challenged, even if 10 bullies charged at once. They would not stand a chance against my boyfriend. Let me tell you. Leufam does not even compare. Rung Hai-wu, feeling utterly powerless, asked Hank, why do not you trust me? Leufam overheard their conversation but stayed silent, silently scoffing. He thought of her as nothing but a tiny ant, too clueless to realize she was just a disciple of the unremarkable Tron T-Dun. Yet still dared to act all high and mighty in front of him. Efshun continued, her tone dripping with challenge. If you have got the guts, prove it. Otherwise, I am just going to think you are full of hot air. The main character of their story ignored the jabs. Having already made up his mind, he was not going to waste his breath explaining anything to them. The priority right now was to rescue the class president. He did not have time to waste on these people. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, Master, there is a fork in the road ahead. It looks like a path leading up the mountain. The group below faced two diverging paths, and Chi-kin turned back to shout, hey, if you see a way, use the GPS to figure out which route we should take. He quickly typed on his computer to locate their position. Master, we can see from Trenegalud Quian's phone GPS that the left path is the closest. Almost simultaneously, Lin Yu pointed in the opposite direction, confidently stating, no way. We should go right. Hearing this, Atseng turned around sharply. You little brat. If you do not understand, stop talking nonsense. The right path is a detour. There is no way we can go that way. Angrily, she shot back. Don't call me a brat. Considering age, you should be calling me auntie instead. And I might just let it slide. Chi-si-kin, losing his patience, urged. Atsidi Jung, stop arguing with a clueless kid. We are going left. Leufam, trying to be helpful, warned. This is your last chance. Do not take the left path, or you are all going to die. He pointed directly at her. You little punk. Who do you think you are? Last time we went into the mountain, we nearly died. And we are still alive now. Right. And now you want to charge in and fight. Do you really think I won to beat you up? Hye-chun hurriedly intervened. Forget it. If he does not want to come with us, let him go the other way. That way, he can drag us down with him. Sihung was not fond of Leufam either. You little brat. I will let you off this time. But if it were not for the master stopping me, I would have already knocked you out. Then they followed the couple. And Leufam remarked, Master, we will leave him behind. He watched as they took off and predicted. I can sense that the left path has something dirty about it. Those guys, Kachian, are definitely going to meet their end in there. He Wang spoke up to comfort him. Leufam, Do not mind what they just said. He placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, his eyes filled with genuine concern. If Hing is still our classmate, let us stick together. If anything happens to them on that road, we can rush to help. He felt a solid confidence rise within him. Last night, witnessing Leufam in action, he knew Chi, despite his achievements, stood no chance against him. It was just a shame that He Turing and the others did not realize this. After hearing this, Leufam fell silent. Contemplating, after a moment, he turned toward the three of them and said, "All right, I will give them one more chance." Chi smiled widely, replying, "Sounds good." In the stillness of the late night, Ahong clung tightly to her boyfriend, nervously voicing her concerns about the treacherous path through the mountains. The black fruit was everywhere. Chi, do not you think the trees along the way look like monsters? It is really frightening. Suddenly, a horrifying scream echoed from afar, causing her face to pale. The sound sent chills down her spine. Her whole body trembled, her voice weak as if she were about to cry. "Can we turn back? Let us wait until morning to continue." Chi flashed a confident smile. "Hahoang, with me here. What are you afraid of?" Just then, Akong looked back and shouted, "Master, look behind us." He turned his head with a mocking grin. "These scaredy cats must be terrified. I thought he was tough. But in the end, he is just following us around, begging for protection." A wicked thought crossed his mind. "But I have made my decision. If danger strikes, we will use them as human shields." At that moment, a desperate cry rang out ahead. "Help! Help!" A girl was struggling to support an elderly woman, crying and pleading. "My grandma's foot is trapped under a rock. We can't move. Please help us." The old woman moaned in pain. "Anyone, help!" Lunyu immediately became alert. "Master, something's off with these two. They do not seem human." Hiu Dong, seeing the scene before him, rushed forward. "Little Fam, that old lady's foot is trapped. Let us go help them." You frowned and stopped him. "Hold on, let them be." Then you used your ability to glance at the two strangers. Supreme Master, instantly. The image that appeared in your eyes was of a twisted pair of demons. Sure enough, the old woman and the girl were spirits of this place, transformed to prey on others. Little Fam shut his eyes and shook his head gently. This cursed mountain is filled with spirits, wreaking havoc on the world. They refuse to reincarnate, unwilling to endure suffering, and thus become these vengeful spirits, killing countless people. It is a shame that these spirits do not understand the cycle of reincarnation. Only by entering that cycle can they find release, reach the mysterious path, break free from their chains, and ascend to the next world. Chi noticed that the people behind him were too scared to move and let out a scoff. "What a bunch of cowards." He ordered his disciple, Kuong, "Go help that old lady up. Do not act like those scaredy cats. They must have been scared out of their wits already." He quickly agreed. "Got it, Master." Using his strength, he gently lifted the rock off the old lady's foot. "Grandma, let me help you get this rock off." After being rescued, the old woman smiled kindly. "Thank you, young man. You are such a good person. Heaven will surely protect you." The girl also cheerfully hugged Kuong's arm. "Big brother, you are really a good person," making him shyly scratch his head. Then, feeling a sense of superiority, he turns to the group behind him. "Hey, that little rabbit over there. Do you have anything to say to me now?" But they just stand there, looking dumbfounded, unable to hold back a response. Meanwhile, and Shikin and Heijing are pale with fear, instinctively backing away. Liano crosses her arms, her face a mask of disdain. Foolish child. Seeing their expressions, a sitting is bewildered. "What is going on with you all? You look so weird." Shikin stammers, pointing nervously behind him. "A Sichong. Behind you." Ahing screams in panic. "Ghost. It is a ghost." At that moment, a cold hand suddenly rests on his shoulder, and an old woman's voice chimes in. "Young man, you truly are a good person." In front of Ixtong stands a grotesque face covered in sores, as if the old woman had come to his door at midnight, hungry enough to eat him alive. And just like that, she opens her mouth wide and lunges forward. As the old witch bites him, he can only scream in pain. "Master, help! Save me, Master!" At that moment, Chi-Kin snaps back to reality, shouting, "A Sichong!" He quickly rushes over, determined to help. "I am here to save you." With all his strength, he delivers a kick, saying, "Take that." He lands several kicks on the witch's back, but she does not budge an inch. Meanwhile, Chi-Kin, terrified and astonished, thinks to himself, "How is this possible? I am the champion of the entire province." With a single kick, she could easily shatter a heavy wooden plank weighing over 20 pounds. Yet this old hag remains completely unscathed. Another flurry of punches, and the chief is watching as the old witch lunges at him. She is totally fine, even turning back to threaten him. Hey, young man. Are you looking to give this old lady a massage? Don't get too eager. Wait until I finish eating him. And then it is your turn. Hearing this, Chikin quickly backs away, gritting his teeth in fear. Thinking, this is truly a demon. She just devoured a giant. The demon lady loses her patience and sends him flying. Get lost. He yells out in pain. That cute girl from earlier has transformed into an ugly monster, with a full stench. She taunts. Izu. I have always been envious of prettier girls. So your body must taste pretty good too. As it approaches, Ahong is so terrified that her legs tremble, and she can move. You. Do not come any closer. The little demon cackles. I have not had human flesh in over a decade. Tonight's gonna be a feast. Seeing the little demon getting closer, Ahong screams. Save me. Chikian. Help. He quickly grabs a big rock and hurls it at the demon lady, shattering her into pieces. Die already, but she is unfazed. Laughing maniacally. Then she lunges with her claws, looking for trouble. Scratches appear rapidly on Chikin's body as smoke pours out of him. It is converted into energy for the demon lady to absorb. Sucking out his life force, his body gradually becomes shriveled, unable to resist, only able to cry out in pain. She continues to drain him until the very last drop. The once muscular Chikin is now just a withered shell tossed aside. The demon lady chuckles darkly as she approaches Hahong. Now it is your turn. How utterly hopeless. What to do now? Chikin is dead. This situation is really unsafe. Are we all going to die here tonight? She runs her long, slimy tongue across her face. The stench overwhelming. Pretty girl. Do not bother resisting. Just let me feast on you. As the demon lady prepares to finish off Hahong with her sharp teeth, Hahong screams in terror. Danti. Help. Meanwhile, Hu Dong sees the horrifying scene and quickly urges his friend. Little Fam. We have all been classmates. You have got to save Hahong. You are the only one who can help her now. He can only sigh. Then, he unleashes the powerful breath of a supreme god to intimidate the two demons. His voice icy and sharp. Get lost. The two little demons are instantly thrown back. That is enough killing for one night. Just in the blink of an eye, they are blasted away. The impact causes an explosion. Rocks flying everywhere. But they only suffer minor injuries, the demon lady angrily declares. I did not expect you to have some skills. No wonder you dared to invade the mountain. But all of you will die tonight. Barely escaping, Hahong runs back to everyone. Little Fam. Help me. Over here. The demon lady and the little demon are merging, finally forming a new monstrous entity. It roars. Without warning, it leaps right in front of Little Fam. Claws ready. Boasting. Time to die. But before even touching a single hair on Xia Fan, Yin Ning was pushed back by a barrier that surrounded her. It laughed defiantly, like a turtle pulling its head in, thinking it could stop me with this. Suddenly, it squinted in shock. Right. Yin Ning found herself trapped in a sphere of spiritual energy, and exclaimed, How is this possible? When did you lock me in here? Please let me go. Little Fam looked down at him, suspended in the air, and said, I know that cultivating is not easy, and I was going to let you live. But if you are this clueless about your limits. With that, he thrust his hand forward, gathering spiritual power. So it is time to say goodbye. With those words, he clenched his fist as if crushing something. High above, and Nin inside the sphere exploded, blood spraying out like fireworks. Suddenly, Lian Yu's sharp eyes caught sight of the lingering soul of the dark energy trying to escape. It panicked and fled. Oh no. This person is terrifying. I need to report this to Master Tran immediately. But she gripped its tail tightly. Furious. It screamed. You little brat. Or I swear I will eat you alive. Lianu was not afraid of such threats. You want to eat me? Sorry. But you look way more delicious. She opened her mouth wide and sucked the dark energy in. Hahong watched the entire scene. Astonished. Am I seeing things? I can't believe Lu Hao-Fam is this powerful. In the blink of an eye, he took down those two terrifying monsters. Compared to earlier, Chikin would not even last a second now, and was wide-eyed in disbelief. Is this really the same Lal Hiu Fam who used to be weak and timid? When did he become this strong? Now I see the truth. It turns out my feelings led me astray. And Lal Tiu Fam never even cared about us. He urged everyone on. Come on. The class president is waiting for us to save her. Hahong quickened her pace to catch up with him. Now I am just frustrated. Lal Tiu Fam, if you had the power to save people, why did not you act sooner? If you had, Kachikin and Ajayang would not have met their fates. He was irritated by this attitude. If you are going to talk back. Ha Hoang. Do you think Chi Qian and his disciple died because of me? Don't forget. Before all this happened, I warned you. I advised you before entering the mountain. And I advised you on which way to go. He shook his head. Too bad you all chose not to listen and instead mocked me. Tu Funum did not even glance at her. It was truly their bad decisions. But even so, for Feng Yahayu Lying's sake, I decided to give you one more chance. When I encountered those two monsters earlier, I warned you again not to go that way, only to be met with your scornful smiles. His tone turned icy. Throughout the journey, I reminded you over and over. M's eyes flashed with doubt. But did any of you ever listen to what I said? Ha Hong wanted to argue but could not find the words. Ha Wang placed a hand on her shoulder and advised. Ha Hoang, you should be grateful. Tiu Fum saved your life. He is your savior. But she stubbornly dismissed his good intentions. He deliberately ignored us when we were in danger. How can that be considered good? He sighed helplessly. Clearly, no matter what he said, Ha Hong would not take it to heart. The four of them continued climbing the mountain through the stillness of the night. Ha Hoang, both scared and anxious, spoke up. Why have not we arrived yet? As they passed through the trees, everyone suddenly stopped, with sharp eyes. Yu Wang spotted something. In front of them was an ancient formation surrounded by 3 stone pillars. He shouted. Tu Fume, check this out. He pointed at the trembling figure sitting in the middle. It is the class representative. Suddenly, the top of the stone pillar flickered with light, and a stream of black smoke began to form. From within that smoke, a massive chain descended straight down. It gradually extended, slithering into the formation. Their target was Li Qian. Each iron chain writhed and crept closer to her. Then, a dark, oppressive aura wrapped tightly around her. She gasped, and the chains pulled taut, causing her to cry out in pain. Ouch! The group froze in fear, and Hai Weng hesitated to speak. Tu Fume, what is going on? The class representative looks terrifying. He frowned and explained. Someone's using force to capture Lao Qian as a sacrifice, making her absorb the cold, evil energy from that mysterious chain. Staring intently at the chains tightening around Lu Qian, Tu Fume assessed the situation. A normal person could not withstand that cold, evil energy, but Lao Qian, with her background in the Yun realm, had the yang energy to counteract the transformation of the cold energy. He furrowed his brow, worried about his friend's condition. The problem was, that cold energy was incredibly powerful, and Lu Qian's yang energy was too fragile. If this continued, she might not be able to resist the cold energy, and could become a soulless corpse. Just then, she struggled to open her eyes and saw everyone. Panicking, she exclaimed, Tu Fume, why are you guys here? Then she shouted urgently. Hurry up. This is not a place for you to be. You will regret it if you do not leave now. Suddenly, the chains loosened. Retracting slightly, Lu Qian finally caught a break. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. Paf. Then she coughed repeatedly, and helplessly collapsed to the ground. Tu Fum saw the situation was dire and shouted. Class representative, I will save you. He rushed towards the formation. But suddenly a cloud of smoke appeared, and a voice boomed. Stop! A man in a green robe approached, his face stern. Loba Qian saw him and mustered her remaining strength to plead. Master Tron, please spare my classmates. They do not know anything. I promise they won't say a word once they leave. The man coldly sneered. You think I am going to let them go after they have messed up my plans? Don't even dream about it. Then he tossed something, saying, but since they are your friends, I will let them go quickly. A sharp fang landed at Taiyufam's feet, and the man arrogantly declared, you would better pray I do not have to get involved. You will die much worse. Tu Fum laughed in response. You think you are the only one who gets to talk tough around here? The one who is going to die is you. He then challenged. Let Lao Qian go right now, or do not blame me for being ruthless. Hei Ye Zhang, standing nearby, frowned, realizing this was the legendary Master Tron. Lo Tivam, this time you are definitely done for, he thought smugly. You were just watching her in danger without doing anything, and now it is karma. Master Tron is notorious for his cruelty. Not just in Venexine, but even throughout the entire Thiennam province. He is a terrifying, dominating presence in his eye. Filled with deep resentment, he gazed at Xiaofan's back. To him, Xiaofan was like a god, a deity up in the heavens. Crushing Xiaofan's reasoning was as trivial as squashing an ant. His blatant stare was completely unnoticed by the other party. The old man suddenly changed his tone. Xiaozi, I know you have some skills. Otherwise, you would not have taken down those 2 mountain spirits. Even my disciple, Yin Feng, fell to your hands. He glanced at Xing, knowing full well that this young lady harbored resentment towards Xiao Zi for not saving her boyfriend. Or else he would not have died so wastefully. He pointed at Xiaofan and asked, "Isn't it true that you really want to kill him to avenge your boyfriend?" Hearing this question, Xing hesitated. After a moment, she furrowed her brow in anger and reluctantly admitted, "Yep." Master Tran. Xiaofan clearly could have saved them. But he just stood there watching them die. A person like him, who is not worth grieving over. I need you to kill him to relieve my hatred. The other party smirked with disdain. This kind of bug is not even worth my time. But since you want revenge, I will give you a chance. With that, he clapped his hands, and a pearl was spat out by the spirit. Cough cough, the pearl fell and cracked, emitting a dark, oppressive aura around it. The spirit, already injured before, was dealt another ruthless blow that made her fall to the ground and faint. While the old man calmly picked up the pearl, he tossed it forward with an authoritative tone. "Swallow this pearl." Then he added, "Only then can you take revenge on that little punk for your boyfriend." The pearl flew toward Xing, and she hesitated for a moment. But then, she reached out to grab it. When Xiaodong saw this, he quickly tried to stop her. "Xing, you must not do this. Xiaofan just saved your life. How can you repay kindness with hatred?" Xiaofan stared intently at the pearl in her hand, frowning in suspicion. The pearl contained the dark energy that the spirit had just absorbed, and he could not help but feel uneasy. Despite her fear, she still put it in her mouth and slowly swallowed it. Immediately, dozens of ghostly figures appeared around her, and a surge of power began to swell. Ahom looked up at the sky, raised her arms high, and shouted, calling forth the 100 ghosts. At her summons, a torrent of energy rushed into her body. Her body transformed, eyes rolling back and veins bulging. She gasped for breath, feeling the spirits empower her. Ahom smirked. "Xiaofan, you are going to die." She stretched her long, a sharp claws and charged at him like an arrow, a whirlwind of dark energy swirling around her. The nearby Xiaodong was blown away by the force of the wind. He struggled to keep his footing against the fierce wind. What happened to Ahom? Why has she suddenly become this terrifying? The force of her attack nearly sent him flying, realizing things were not simple. He shouted, "Xiaofan, get out of the way." Meanwhile, Lianu seemed to be gathering her strength as well. On the other side, Ahom was completely out of control, consumed by thoughts of revenge. "You won't run away. I will rip your insides out." Xiaofan observed everything intently, quietly analyzing and risking his own life in the process. The influx of so many angry spirits made her energy surpass even the dark winds from before. She shook her head in disdain, thinking, "But you are still just an ant like before. What is different besides your size?" As she lunged toward him with her sharp claws, he remained calm and mocked her. "You think you can fight me? You really do not know your own limits." Just before her claws could reach Xiaofan, Lianu charged in from behind to intercept her. She had transformed back to her original form, blocking the attack while saying to him, "Master, after I absorbed the mysterious jade, I needed time to restore my magical essence. I never expected this place to gather so many spirits and dark energy. It has helped me recover and even gain power quickly." She began to gather energy into her hand, then shouted loudly, "Spirit energy condense." Instantly, a massive axe appeared in her grip. Lianu confidently brandished the weapon and charged at her opponent. "This is just a low-level spell to summon spirits. Let me show you what real demon cultivation looks like." She swung the axe in a beautiful arc, slicing straight into Ha-Hong and knocking her back. She fell hard to the ground, crying out in pain. Lianu looked down at her, triumphantly grinning. Ha-Hong clenched her teeth, her body trembling with rage. "How could this happen? I won't accept this." Lianu turned to boast to Xiaofan. "Master, my power has improved, has not it?" He teased her back. "It is all right, I guess," she shot back, slightly annoyed. "What do you mean?" "All right. I am definitely much stronger." Just then, she suddenly shrank back down to the form of a child. Oh no. Her magical essence could not hold anymore. Though injured and unable to stand, Ha-Hong still managed to reach for something. Leufam tightly grips the spirits, effortlessly capturing them. He squeezes harder, shouting loudly, "Come to me." Zikong observes and evaluates from the side, thinking, "This kid is impressive. I never expected him to reach master level." Stepping into the transformation state, suddenly, he changes his expression, raising an eyebrow in disdain. "But so what?" He then casts a spell, releasing a thick cloud of black smoke from his arm. "Today, you will have to swallow your anger and die." Old man. Zikong writes characters in the air while calling out, "Seal of the Ghost." Once finished, he directs it toward Little Fame. "Come back to me." Caught off guard by the smoke, it is hard for him to block this deadly attack. Sure enough, as the characters touch him, his hand instantly freezes. It quickly spreads throughout his body, and just before he is completely frozen, his gaze remains calm. not showing a hint of fear. Zikong looks at Leufam, now encased in ice, and smugly says, "I told you, kid. You are no match for me." He slowly approaches, chuckling with delight. "With your level, there is no way you can break my illusion. You want to have a chance to survive. Your life force will soon be drained, becoming nourishment for me to elevate my power." "Huh," Zikong gleefully suggests. "If you know what is good for you, quickly kneel and beg for mercy. Who knows? I might spare you." But not letting him gloat for too long, the ice suddenly shatters into hundreds of shards. Leufam successfully breaks free. He steps forward, his eyes blazing like a fiery phoenix, and smirks in disdain. "Just a little low-level trick like this, and you think you are impressive?" Seeing this, Zikong's expression changes. He can't believe this kid managed to break his illusion. "However, my power has long surpassed the transformation state, nearing the limitless divine state. Even the slightest step into the divine realm has not been crossed. At this point, I must reveal my trump card. I admit I underestimated you before, but if you refuse to submit, then I will just have to kill you." He then opens his mouth and spews out a thick fog. It spreads wide, accompanied by booming lightning that flashes with purple sparks. Zikong seizes the moment, soaring high into the air, with the white shadows flickering in and out of view along with his movements. The entire mountain is now engulfed in flames, with relentless lightning striking down, creating a surreal scene. Zikong hovers in the air, proudly surveying his handiwork, and declares, "Inside this illusion crafted from my lifelong essence, my power has reached its peak. Even facing a true divine expert, I can hold my own." Leufam stands below, watching that self-satisfied old man gaze up at the sky. He flashes a sinister smile and commands loudly, "To you mortals, I am the demon lord ruling over everything. Kneel before me." Lin Yu, hiding off to the side, can't help but frown in awe. He has turned this vast mountain into a hell on earth. This old man's power is terrifying. Ha Huang, despite suffering significant injuries in the previous battle, still keeps a close eye on everything, wearing a confident, victorious smile. With such tactics, Master Tran truly is a bona fide immortal. This time, like Xiaofan is definitely done for. Xiaofan smirks arrogantly, thinking, even the celestial beings have to bow down before me now. He quickly gathered his spiritual energy into one leg, proudly declaring, "It seems there is no one left who can outsmart me, so this match should come to an end." With a powerful stomp, the ground shattered. As he soared through the smoke, flying thousands of miles high, Xiaofan landed hard on a high rock, sending debris flying everywhere. Then he began to cast a spell, his eyes suddenly igniting with fire. A massive phoenix appeared from thin air, diving straight towards him. He shouted, "Get down here from the sky." The old man replied nonchalantly, stating he was not ashamed. Then immediately chanted a spell to draw his sword from its sheath. Suddenly, it transformed into a sharp spear. The old man waved his hand, and the spear, made of countless evil spirits, flew down rapidly, saying, "Kid, your speed is just way too slow as a snail. Thinking you can compete with me, the old hack. You really are asking for trouble." The sharp tip of the spear thrust hard into Xiaofan's stomach, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. From nothing, he sneered at the ground below. "This is the fate of those who oppose me." Suddenly, the old man's eyes widened in shock. What? Below was Xiaofan's body, but now it was slowly dissipating. In the blink of an eye, all that remained on the ground was the spear buried deep. Out of nowhere, a voice echoed from behind the old man, saying, "So slow you dare to challenge me." Unbeknownst to him, Xiaofan had already appeared behind him, a shadowy figure mimicking his movements, saying, "I will just return your own words back to you." The ghostly fingertips of Xiaofan flickered with light, and the incantation resonated, declaring the celestial body technique, "One strike that shakes the sea." As the words ended, he lunged down, crushing the old man, causing him to scream in pain. As he was pushed forcefully against the cliffside, the old man's eyes rolled back in disbelief, thinking, "How could this be? I poured my life's work into crafting this illusion, and it was easily shattered by this brat." With inertia, he fell heavily to the foot of the mountain, where Xiaofan approached him. Xiaofan delivered a statement filled with charisma, causing the entire space to fall silent. "If it were not for me wanting to see just how skilled you are, I would have already killed you with a single blow." The old man staggered, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. His power was overwhelming. He could not even withstand one strike. If this continued, he would be dead for sure. Realizing the situation, he bowed his head in defeat, lowering his weapon without daring to resist a word. He then repeatedly knocked his head, begging and pleading, "Please spare my life. You babe, do not kill me." Without any warning, Xiaofan suddenly stomped hard on the old man's head, forcing him down to the ground. His gaze then landed on Ha Hong, who was sitting there in shock. "Ha Hong, your revered Master Tran is now beneath my feet. Do you have anything else to say?" The color drained from her face, panic evident in her eyes. "If I had known it would come to this, I should have listened to like Xiao Fan from the start and avoided this path. With her hands clasped in desperation, the girl begged for a glimmer of hope. Xiao Fan, you all blame me for being blind. Please forgive me. Give me one more chance. Can you? You remained silent, coldly turning your head away. Suddenly, a chain came crashing down from above like a serpent. It wrapped around her body, causing Hong to scream in panic. The chain, charged with electric shocks, sent her writhing in agony, choking on her pain, unable to endure any longer. She collapsed. While the chain clung to her body without letting go, Xiao Fan watched the scene unfold, his eyes filled with meaning as he asked, Izeng Zikong, is this your doing? Upon hearing that, the old man hurriedly waved his hands, stammering in denial. It was not me. It was not me at all. This has nothing to do with me. This altar was built 100 years ago on the Thorny Mountain. Besides, those iron chains are very sinister. When they go wild, they will even attack me. The old man knelt on the ground, looking up to explain. I only came here to cultivate the yin-slaying energy. I do not know anything else. His voice trembled, tears streaming down his face as he repeatedly pleaded. Please. I worked hard to cultivate. Do not let it all go to waste. As long as you do not kill me, I swear I will be your loyal servant. Repay your kindness. The moment those words slipped out, Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow, his gaze becoming distant. He thought to himself, in the future, my cultivation will only get stronger, and the tasks ahead will only multiply. After all, Lai Bai is just an ordinary person, limited in power. I truly need a capable subordinate at my side. After some consideration, he made a decision. Out of respect for your awareness of the situation, I will spare your miserable life, but from now on, whatever I do, you must follow my orders. Overjoyed at being spared, like Xianqing exclaimed, from now on, my life is yours. I won't dare refuse even in the heat of the moment. Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively, his tone as commanding as a servant's. Just get lost for now. I will find you later. The old man hurriedly scurried away. Ecstatic, standing by and witnessing everything, Yidu felt a chill run down her spine. Is this still the Xiao Fan I knew? How has he changed so much? Xiao Fan gently lifted the head of the unconscious girl, leaning down to feed her a strength-enhancing pill. This black pearl was originally a vital essence formed from the accumulation of the yin-slaying energy in Zhangli Quan. The cold, sinister energy on the black pearl was absorbed from the iron chains earlier. His deep, abyss-like gaze lingered on the friend who lay motionless in his hands. Could someone as ordinary as Hong really unlock the 100 souls within her? It seems the secrets of the yin-slaying body are more than I imagined. His thoughts quickly connected the dots into a logical sequence. Realizing that Zheng Zikong had exploited Zhang Liquan's yin-slaying body to absorb this cold, sinister energy for himself. But now that Zheng Zikong had been schooled by him, he would not dare to harm anyone again. Uncertain of when Zhang Liquan had woken, her weak voice immediately caught his attention. Xiao Fan. Thank you for saving me. The group slowly departed, moving at a leisurely pace. Carrying a hint of fatigue, they walked in silence, with one person glancing back at the mysterious iron chains they had just left behind. Everywhere, there is an unmistakable sense of strangeness and danger. Recklessly having a meal could lead to peril for both Fuang Hiu Dong and Zhang Liquan. Just like what happened to Ha Hong earlier, the only option is to wait until my skills improve, and then return to investigate the outcome. Liquan's crystal-clear voice rang out, brimming with joy. Xiao Fan, you truly amaze me. Tell me, where did you learn all these skills? Even Master Tran could not stand up to you. Xiao Fan kept a calm expression, spinning a tall tale that nobody would believe. Once, I went on a solo trip to Shuxin. I got lost and fell off a cliff. But luckily, an old Taoist priest saved me. He taught me everything I know. She nodded slightly, as if she understood what he was trying to convey. Well, if Xiao Fan did not want to share more, she would not pry. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Hu Dong quietly trailed behind the group. He felt that he and Xiao Fan were no longer on the same level. He always saw Xiao Fan as a brother he needed to protect. But now, he never expected him to become someone he looked up to. Xiao Fan sensed the shift in the other's mood. It was surprising how this trip created a wall between him and Fuang Hiu Dong. With eyes like a hawk focused ahead, he knew that Fuang Hiu Dong would always be his comrade through thick and thin, no matter what challenges he faced. He would be ready to lend a hand. Later, on a bright and clear morning, Xiao Fan and his father stood in front of a grand hotel, where each year, they performed ancestral rites. His elder uncles always hosted a family gathering, but Venanchu is just a small county in a city. This is the only 3-star hotel available now. And his uncle believed that booking a table here would reflect their family status. He wore a distinctly sad expression, just like last year. They had not even been invited to the family meal. Sigh. Seeing this, Xiao Fan quickly offered reassurance. Don't worry, Dad. This hotel is our family's place now. Just watch. No one will dare to stop us today. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small box. Here you go, Dad. You have never worn a decent watch. This is a gift from the kid at OU. Try it on. Knowing it was a gift from OU, his dad eagerly put it on. That kid really has a heart. This watch must be expensive. Without further ado, they both stepped inside. Come on, Dad. All right. In a private dining room of the hotel, the Lee family was having a lively time, laughing and joking away. Suddenly, the door swung open unexpectedly. The young ones looked on in surprise, while the older folks fell silent, staring towards the entrance. Standing there were the solid figures of the father and son, quietly imposing, making a lasting impression. Before they could even step fully inside, Cheng Lin shot them a piercing glare. What are you two doing here? Didn't I warn you not to come? Why on earth are you crashing our high-class meal? Sitting down to eat with these two poor souls only drags my family's status down even further. If anyone outside sees this, I won't be able to show my face again. Inside, Xiao Fan's confidence begins to swell. After all, his father did not have the strength to sit down with that sore uncle back in the day. But now, as the revered Taixuanzun, I hold a high position in this world, basking in the worship of thousands. Quietly, I am preparing a seat for my father, as if that is the least expected. Even sharing a meal with these crickets is already giving them a huge boost. Xiao Fan chuckles softly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. This seat should have been for like Xiaoyan. But that jerk is stuck in the hospital for now. He gently pulls out a chair next to his father and sits down. Le Chenglin, this hotel is under my name now. His unexpected words leave everyone speechless. What does it have to do with you that we are here to eat? Then they burst into laughter like a market full of roosters. Ha! Chenglin laughs loudly, then mocks. Old 3. You really raised a wonderful kid. After laughing, he starts acting all superior, showing zero respect for his elders. How dare you use my full name? You have really grown some wings and forgotten your roots. Do you even still see me as an elder? Chengshan, wanting to keep the peace, speaks calmly. Big bro, do not get mad. Xiaofan is not lying. He happily shares about his son's success. My son is not like he used to be. You guys should not judge him with your old eyes. He has improved a lot since we last met. Van Van laughs so hard that tears stream down his face. Haha, you are talking about like Xiaofan. Right. He speaks in a confident and assertive tone. I was going to give you some face. But since you are bragging like this, do not blame me for exposing everything. Without any shame. He details everything about Xiaofan as if he knows him inside out. I heard you are interning as a teacher somewhere in Xiaozhou. The salary is around 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. How did you turn into the boss of this place in the blink of an eye? Turns out, the tendency to step on others for fun runs deep in this family stamina. Do you know the 72 transformations of the Monkey King? Or are you still dreaming? Haha. Xiao Nu glances at her brother, adding a light comment. Van, just let it go. It is better to pretend you did not hear. Let us keep some face for the father and son. Like so. My third brother is old enough, and still has to help his son lie for his sake. Her crafty eyes scan around to agree. They are showing off their shoes. We can make a scene. Right. We should be gracious. Haha. Van agrees. Haha. She is right. We should be gracious. He stands up, pointing directly at Xiaofan. Like so. Or should I say? Li General. Since you claim to be the boss of this 3-star hotel, then if you are dining here, the receptionist should be attending to you. Right. How dare he not come? But no worries. I know it. Van continues to use his troublemaking mouth to stir the pot. I will call him over to serve you. Li General. And pour you a drink. Dan Lam sat there, eyes burning with irritation. A frown creeping in as he thought. What is the point of all this? You guys showing up just to save face. Can't you see how hard it is for a guy like me trying to be the big brother here? Across the room, Van Feng sat alone in the corner, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table with hidden meanings. It is birds of a feather flock together. Who do you think you are? Comparing your family status to ours. You really have no shame. Without a hint of embarrassment, he started bragging about his son, whom he considered a treasure. Van, my son, just got promoted to vice principal at an elite private high school. Sure, he is still not as accomplished as the eldest son, but the future is bright. Even if he is sent to the countryside, he will still stand out as a talented individual with a name and status. Hongmei really is a chip off the old block from the Li family. Even as a woman, she is still fierce. Cheng Shan, your son's just running his mouth, and you endorse it. Just wait until the receptionist gets here. I will see how you two figure this out. Seriously. It is not like you are the hotel's big boss or anything. What a joke. I thought Van was calling someone important, but it turned out to be the hotel manager. Tran Lo. Hello. Principal Li. And greetings to you two esteemed uncles and aunts. Van pointed at Xiaofan. Grinning like he was up to something. Manager Tran. Let me introduce you to this guy. He just happens to be the big boss of your hotel. I wonder if you knew about this. Hearing this, he instantly stomped his foot in denial, claiming it was nonsense. His eyes made others uncomfortable. How could I not know? Where did this kid come from? Daring to pretend to be the boss of our hotel. Talk about having guts. On top of that, he shamelessly introduced himself as the hotel owner. Does he even know this hotel is owned by the Kia family? The heir does not just throw money around. He even dined with friends the other night. Van stepped up confidently. Like so? The hotel manager already said it. Do you have anything else to say? At this point, Cheng Feng even threw in some idioms to mock Xiaofan. There is a saying, a man who does not share the same ambition is no friend. Like so? It does not matter if you are broke or have no future. But lying is a whole different ball game. Got it, huh? Hong Mai's mouth is like a venomous snake. Every word is sharp as a knife. Why go through all this trouble? Looks like someone's been embarrassed after getting called out. This place is not exactly for the poor. Who told you to bring such shame upon yourselves? Heh. The tactics were not complicated. But they were effective. It is all about knowing which way the wind blows. Turns out everyone in this room had their sights set on this kid. Time to play it cool with Leufam Van. He slammed his hand on the table, face full of fury and intimidation, saying, Who the heck are you? Why are you pretending to be the owner of our hotel? And what is your agenda? Xiaofan kept silent, letting his opponent vent all his craziness. If you do not come clean, I will call security to take you away. He rambled on, just trying to get one word from him. If you do not believe me, then call the hotel manager here. Those words ignited a fire in the heart of the one who measures the truth. The kid is getting cocky, talking back more and more, with a stormy expression. He hurled accusations at the little brat as if trying to push him into a corner. The kid knew full well that our vice president, Kyung, has an important contract to sign in 2 days and can't pull out now. That is why this little punk intentionally came over to stir things up. Seeing the situation get tense, Van Sun sitting nearby called out. Tu Fium, the sly face of Chen La, suddenly turned fierce, as if he were a gangster. Today, if I do not teach you a proper lesson, tomorrow even stray cats and dogs will think they can waltz into the hotel pretending to be the boss. He roared, commanding the security to come down right away. Security, get this little troublemaker for me. Then Vin Fin brotherly concern. Come on, let it. This cousin of mine has been poor since childhood, always struggling at the bottom of society. It is not easy for him to come here and pretend today. Director Tron, for my sake, let us not make a fuss over him. After all, we already know what kind of person he is. Chen Ling's attitude shifted dramatically, giving no room for questions. You little brat. Today I will let you off because of Principal Ella. But if you dare show up at our hotel again, I swear I will take you down every single time. For some reason, the kid decided to leave his dad alone in the room. Dad, I will step outside to make a call. Just wait a moment. 3 minutes later, after Tu Fum finished his work and came back, then Van started bragging about his new gadget. Check this out. Cousin. This is a Patek Philippe watch I just bought last month on my business trip to the US. Taeyu and Geki's eyes lit up at the sight of the luxury watch, praising it. That watch is gorgeous. How much did it cost? Cousin, he was eager to show off, confidently responding. It was not too expensive. Just around 200,000. Than Feng sitting next to him pulled up his sleeve to flaunt his own watch, saying, Look at this. My son even bought me this Rolex. It is also worth over 100,000. Than Lam, sitting across from them, smiled brightly but felt a pang of dissatisfaction inside. If it were not for our family's special status, I would not be so loose about flaunting wealth. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for the second brother to show off like this. He was worried that others would not realize how wealthy he was, so he pretended to stretch his hand out, saying, Speaking of watches, I have to thank Than Vidine. He even gifted me a Rolex. I checked online, and it is listed for 70,000 to 80,000. I really did not waste my efforts spoiling him. Hong Mei, fearing he would be overshadowed, chimed in. Yep. This watch of mine was also a gift from Than Vien, and it is worth several tens of thousands too. He waved his hand dismissively, presenting himself as generous. You guys do not need to thank me like that. If anyone deserves thanks, it is my clueless principal. Than Lam was not pleased to hear that. Clueless principal. Why say it like that? He launched into a tirade. Think about it. I went on a business trip abroad, all expenses covered by the public funds. If I did not spend it, what a waste. Than Sen and I just sat there grimly, not even bothering to chime in. Then Vien began to boast. There was this one time I went on a 3-day business trip to an island nation, switching between 3 7-star hotels. enjoying travels, accommodations, transportation, and luxury watches, all funded by the public budget. I even managed to withdraw my tuition fees several times a year. After all, they can trace it back to me. So what is there to be scared of? Every word he utters feels like he is trying to force everyone to acknowledge his superiority. Don't forget. My kid's school is an elite private institution. The students here come from wealthy families. Money is never an issue. And the principal of my kid's school is in Kao Prefecture, far away from here. Not only that, but he also takes pride in reminiscing about his lavish vacation. The principal in Kao Prefecture basically has no clue about what happens here. Which is why every time my kid goes on a business trip, he makes sure to spend like there is no tomorrow. After all, he will just ask for reimbursement later. Van keeps rambling on without a hint of boredom, which is why I said, you all should thank my clueless principal. Without his generosity, how could everyone have such fancy watches? Leufam quietly records everything on his phone. He pretends to ask to trap the girl. Leufam. What is the name of your school? He proudly replies. It is the Eastern Elite Academy. Ever heard of it? The principal is in Kao Prefecture. The other person thinks he is looking for a job and shakes his head vigorously. Lexio. Do you really want to be a teacher at my school? Too bad. We have enough teachers already. Then Feng pats him on the back, pretending to feel sorry for Leufam. Van. No matter how you slice it, Leufam is your cousin. It would be pretty awkward for a vice principal like you not to help him out. He quickly connects with the guy. You are absolutely right. By the way, my school has a security guard position opening up next week. How about Leufam? You come be the security guard. It is close to home. Right. Haha. He says, I appreciate your concern for my job, but let me give you some advice. Do not take money that is not yours. Doing shady stuff will catch up with you one day. Then Van's face twitches when he gets schooled. Lexio. Are you challenging me? Everyone around chimes in. Wait. You can just let that slide. Yeah. Then Van has skills like that. Xiaogok chimes in with a jab. Lexio. If you are so great, why do not you buy your dad a nice watch? He sits next to her, laughing mockingly. Haha. Before she can finish, she suddenly realizes something. Wait. Xiaogok's eyes flicker. Clearly conflicted. The watch her third uncle wears looks familiar. She thinks she has seen it on a global luxury jewelry website. It may not look flashy, but it is sold for a sky-high price. Realizing she is getting lost in her thoughts, she shakes it off before it is too late. Then Van raises an eyebrow at her strange reaction but stays quiet, gently reassuring her as usual. Sao Ningok. It is just a watch. What is so surprising about it? If you like it, I can just buy you a truckload. Without hesitation, she nods in agreement without saying another word. Then Van. A gentleman's word is his bond. You can go back on it. He does not forget to puff himself up a bit. A piece of junk like this. Not just one truckload. I could bring home 10. Deep down, he chuckles, thinking only people like Leufam and his dad would wear such trashy watches. What a disgrace. After hearing Van's agreement, Xiaogok cautiously steps closer and whispers something loaded with meaning. Van. About that watch your third uncle has. It is just like a watch called Hot Blood that you know of. They look exactly the same. The price tag for Hot Blood is around 70,000-80,000. And that is in dollars. Converted to yuan, that is over 5 million. His words may seem light, but when they hit Vevan, it is like a waterfall crashing down, washing away all the calm in his mind. What the heck? He shook his head lightly, as if trying to brush off the concern from that reminder. No way. No way. Without needing to hold back, he wiped the chair clean, pointing a finger at his opponent as if trying to pierce the air. Stop messing around. This watch is definitely a fake. Absolute counterfeit. Seeing him make a scene, the father and son pair just sat there, silent observers like front row spectators. Totally unfazed. Don't think just because you are feeling big-headed, you are some kind of elephant. Let me tell you, acting like this just makes you more of a spectacle. Though the fire of irritation still smoldered in his eyes, he did not say anything more, as if even the irritation was hesitant to speak up. He just could not believe that a broke loser could actually wear a watch worth hundreds of thousands. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a deep, powerful voice rang out, cutting through the tense atmosphere. If you want to know whether this watch is real or fake, let me step in with some confidence, with firm steps and a polite tone. He continued, then allow me to appraise it for a moment. Shall we? Then Ven, true to his reputation, opened his mouth and unleashed a barrage of words that made everyone else want to pretend they were deaf. Who are you? Can you see we are eating here? Why do you just barge in? I have to file a complaint against the director first. But he just scoffed at those words and walked straight up to Cheng Shan with utmost respect. Sir, could I trouble you for a moment to borrow your watch? To establish some trust. He gently pulled out a business card and presented it with both hands. showing his seriousness. "This is my business card from the 10th session of the Wanzhou Watch Industry Association." Lai Shi. With a focused expression. The other party lifted the watch closer. His gaze sharp as a knife. Every detail of the item reflecting in his bright eyes. In those eyes was a whole world of excitement. "Sir, I assure you on behalf of the Wanzhou Watch Industry Association," with a beaming face. He officially declared his verdict. "This watch is an authentic Swiss timepiece. And furthermore, it is from the world-renowned Breguet brand, the top-tier luxury line." Li Shi seemed to recall every detail from that auction years ago. "And personally, I recall this watch. I believe it was bought by the female CEO of the Aoyang Group for over 5 million. The moment Leufam heard that name, she could not help but recall the moment she anxiously handed the watch to him. Leufam, tell me, do you like the gift I gave you?" In that moment, he realized the true value of the watch. He never imagined Aoyang Bahai would gift such a precious watch to his father. She truly had a kind heart. Dan Van was so stunned. He felt like his soul was about to leave his body. Damn. This watch from Leufam is really worth over 5 million. He started to fidget with his wrist, gently pulling down his sleeve not to keep warm, but to hide from the silent embarrassment closing in on him. With his watch worth 200,000. Was not he just inviting humiliation compared to that guy? Hong Mei also retracted her sharp, cat-like hands, feeling the sting of crossing paths with someone leagues above her. Across the table, Than Lam and Than Feng silently withdrew their confidence. Like two wolves whose fangs had just been broken, frustration bubbled in their minds. Lo Tam, clearly flaunting a watch worth over 5 million, who pretended to be a clueless old man. They would encountered many fakes, but never anyone like him after years of living in the shadows. Today, Than Sen finally felt grounded like a mountain, truly at ease. Even the big brothers had moments of humiliation. He could not help but think that he owed a thank you to that kid. Dean Ruby. For today's events, everyone seemed frozen, caught in a bewildering and awkward scene, unsure of where to hide their faces. Tran Ong Ying burst into the room like he was on fire, breathing heavily with panic in his eyes. "Principal Elsu, I just heard you called for me. What is going on?" The moment he saw the figure standing in the room, he felt all the blood drain from his face, turning pale as if he would seen a ghost. "Kong, Vice President Kang, what are you doing here?" His face twisted in disbelief as he noticed the person he usually feared now obediently standing beside Leufam. Speaking respectfully. "Principal Elsu, I sincerely apologize for making you wait. I received your call and rushed over immediately. Examining watches is just a personal hobby of mine." With a serious expression, he carefully reported the entire situation, each word measured as if afraid of causing misunderstandings. "Right now, I was the only one aware of the hotel's change in legal representation. The higher-up still had no idea. Let alone a minor manager like him, he had no right to know about this." He turned back, his tone sharp as he scolded Tran El-Ging for his unforgivable negligence. "Director Tran, Principal Lu just took office, and someone like you dares to stir up trouble." Ignoring all the gazes around them, then Venom charged forward, confronting him directly. "Director Tran, what the hell is going on?" Already fired up from the shocking slap, Tran Ling's eyes bulged in anger. "Shut up. This mess is all your fault. And you still have the nerve to ask me." He had just been on a roll. But now, seeing Leufam, his head hung low, looking no different than a puppy whose tail had just been stepped on. "Principal Elsu, I really did not know it would be embarrassing." He dismissed Tran Lai as if he were nothing. "Don't call me that. I am here to pick a fight. Didn't you say you would have security throw me out?" His hesitation gave way to stuttering. "Well, a loud slap rang out. And he had no idea what had just happened, only that his cheek felt like it was on fire. The force of the slap knocked him off balance, sending him tumbling backward. "Oh my." With a glare full of contempt, Lo delivered another kick as if to unleash all his frustration. "Get up, you useless piece of trash." Tran Ying, terrified and dazed, scrambled to his feet, grasping the edge of the table. It felt like his life was hanging by a thread. "Principal Elsu, please, just give me one more chance." He thought he would hear something comforting. But instead, Leufam grabbed him by the collar and slammed his face down, treating him like a convicted criminal. He struggled to break free, the slap not only stinging but also shattering the last bit of his pride. His eyes filled with the same disdain he often showed to others. A cold glance sliced through the crowd of relatives, who stood silent as stone, their heads bowed low, barely daring to breathe. "I let him see the person through the door." His voice was as sharp as ice, purposefully emphasizing each word. "I let him intimidate others." Even with his face swollen and twisted like he was holding 2 buns in his mouth, Xiaofan showed no signs of stopping, wide-eyed as he tried to figure out who I was. Van stood frozen, eyes wide in horror at the scene before him. But inside, He could not help but mutter curses under his breath. Annoyed, thinking Xiao Fan was definitely mocking him behind his back. Only when he calmed down did Xiao Fan slowly pull out a napkin to wipe his hands as if brushing off dirt. In that moment, his voice rang out, sharp as ice, issuing a domineering command to go report to the finance manager and get lost. Hearing this, Tran Liang begged desperately. Please. Have mercy. I really need this job. He threw away his pride, bowing his head repeatedly to the ground, his voice trembling as if he was about to cry. I have the elderly and children at home. Every month I have to pay rent. If I have no income, my whole family will have to follow me out to face the cold winds. Not a flicker of emotion crossed his face, because those words sounded too fake. If he valued this job, he should not be helping the enemy, becoming a dog for Lithan Van. Tran Liang's sobs echoed throughout the room, mixed with Xiao Fan's cold indifference. Running a hotel means you have to greet guests with a smile. Someone like him, looking down on others, did not deserve to work here. Just get lost. He turned away, his gaze dispassionate yet heavy, pointing directly at Than Van as if issuing a death sentence. Of course, if he really could not find a job, he could look for Lithan Van. Was not he still in need of a security guard? His sharp words struck like daggers, leaving Than Van speechless. But Xiao Fan did not care, casually giving orders. As for these people, they are all useless to me. My hotel does not welcome them. The reasoning was simple.
Yep.
His casual wave of the hand was like a supreme command, and the security rushed in, their tension palpable like a drawn bowstring. The security guards lined up neatly, their gazes as sharp as knives, plunging the room into a stifling atmosphere of fear. Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard what our mirror, Lai has said. So please, do not force us to take action to kick you out. Van stuttered. Shocked, the authority was established. And despite their resentment, the crowd had no choice but to grit their teeth and leave the scene. As they passed by Xiao Fan, the sound of their retreat echoed through the room like a wounded beast. Like so, do not get too cocky. We will see what happens next. Hong Mei stood firm, refusing to leave, desperately grabbing Xiao Fan's hand as if clinging to a last chance. Xiao Fan, do you remember how much I loved you since you were little? She emphasized each word, unashamedly revealing the deep emotional wounds she had buried if she truly cared for him like that. After you started school and did not have money for tuition, my father went to your house to borrow money, but you did not give him a dime and coldly provoked him, like someone seeking justice. I did not let it slide but continued to expose the hypocrisy, chasing my father out, hurting him deeply. She clenched her teeth, swallowing her humiliation. Xiao Fan, you have got it all wrong. How about you bring your dad over to my place tomorrow? I will cook up a feast. And you and your brother-in-law can chat for a bit, aren't we family? Surely we can resolve any misunderstandings. After all those polite words and fake pleasantries, the only reply they got was a cold get lost. Seeing Xiao Fan still unmoved, the couple's faces flipped like a switch, their fake smiles turning into harsh glares.
Fake.
I am talking here. Xiao Fan, why are you talking to me like that? I am your sister-in-law. Don't you have any respect for me at all? Seriously. What is with your tone? These people were truly shameless. Just looking at them made my blood boil. I said, you need to leave. Finally, security had to step in, awkwardly requesting, you two, please leave. Then, from inside a car, a familiar voice piped up.
Bro.
Something's off here with the Lela family. Without money or connections, how could he possibly buy a $500,000 watch? And how could he even own a 3-star hotel? Cheng Lin nodded, finding that reasoning solid. Yeah, that makes sense. There is definitely something fishy going on here. Everything happened so suddenly. That kid startled me. Looking back, I am sure something's not right here. My mind was foggy like morning mist as Than Van drove, torturing himself with tangled thoughts. Could that kid have hit the jackpot or something? Or maybe he robbed a bank. Just how is he pulling this off? His mouth ran a mile a minute, driving Cheng Feng nuts. He slammed the seat. Forget about that kid. Let us just stick to the plan. His eyes glinted with cunning as he laid out his scheme. I heard that Sun Ki got beaten up by Leufam. Let us send him to settle the score with Ella. Isn't Tilo sitting on a pile of cash? Let us make him hand it all over, without a moment's hesitation. Than Van snapped his fingers. Okay, let us synchronize our efforts. I will also have my friends in Shikao keep tabs on Leufam's movements. A spark of realization lit up Cheng Feng's face as he reported back. Right. I got word a few days ago that the big boss from Manhwa has come to Vevenin Shu. He is a major player and our family's benefactor. Not everyone saw the potential, but that info was a golden opportunity for someone sharp. Most of the Lo family's ventures are tied to Manhwa projects. I have staked all my assets on this. So we absolutely have to track down this big shot and build a relationship with him. The more he spewed golden words, the more excited the two accomplices became. Once this project kicks off smoothly, we could rake in a small fortune in just a year. Just wait and see how Leufam would act tough then. I could bury him in cash. Then Van spoke confidently, his voice steady as if he were betting his life on it. Don't you worry. I am already working on building connections. Leufam is just some Nuvir rich. He won't make any real waves. Just when he thought he was in a weak position, Cheng Lin had a light bulb moment. Also, it is on you, Tao Vun, for being under scrutiny these past few days. If Tio Ven were here, there is no way Leufam would dare to act out like this. It was not until now, after a long moment of listening and pondering, that he slowly spoke up, revealing all the thoughts he had been secretly preparing in his mind for a long time. When Tio Ven returns tomorrow, I will have him check if this Xiao Fan has any hidden charges or if he is on the run from the law. Then, with a smug look on his face, sitting arrogantly, he added that if Xiao Fan was indeed suspicious, we could just have Tio Ven take him in, saving us all this hassle. Hearing this, Tio Ven felt even more self-satisfied, if that is the case. Then great, in an mysterious house somewhere, the sound of his laughter echoed lightly as he comfortably chatted with his son, saying that today, at the hotel, both of us really made a name for ourselves. I have honestly never seen Li Qinglin and Li Chengfeng so taken aback. Finally, after so many years of hiding, he let out a sigh of relief, shedding the weight that had pressed down on his heart for a lifetime. The anger that had been building inside me for so long was finally released today. You sat quietly, eyes focused on your father. Xiao Fan, you have grown up now, and as your dad, I can't pry too much into your secrets. In that moment, you were no longer the worldly wise person, but just a child listening respectfully to his father. Although we got to vent a bit today. Remember, your uncles and aunts have been doing business in Ven and Chigu for over a decade. Once they unite, their network of connections is incredibly complicated, and here we are, just the two of us. How could we possibly compete against them with such a weak foundation? We do not have the wealth they do, nor the backing they have. Ironically, in that emotional atmosphere, Xiao Fan could not help but sprinkle a bit of self-glorifying shine on himself, talking about lineage and fortune. Who could possibly match my prowess? I am the strongest support. Countless powerful forces in the universe bow before me, begging for my protection. You chose your words carefully, pouring all your sincerity into a solid promise. Dad, do not worry. With me here, no one can bully you. They have taken our assets, but I will make them spit it all back out. Seeing his son so resolute, a proud gleam sparkled in his eyes. Xiao Fan, I trust your abilities. Watching his son grow up, he could not help but feel nostalgic. Time truly does make one feel old. When you were little, I was your shield against the storms. Thon Sun gently shook his head, the corners of his mouth curling up into a warm smile. Now that you are grown up, I am no longer of use. You do not need flowery words. Your humble speech is enough to show your love for me in your heart. Your father will never grow old. In the future, this house will be yours to carry. Just enjoy your blessings, Dad. Xiao Fan let his mind drift with his emotions, unconsciously envisioning a future where, once he reached the pre-heaven realm, he would transcend time and space and take his father along with him. He slowly took out a notebook he had prepared long ago. Dad, let me teach you a set of mental cultivation techniques. If you practice a bit more regularly, it can help prolong your life and keep your body healthy. Xiao Fan sat silently, his eyes shining with warm anticipation, eagerly watching every slow movement of Thon Sen. This foundational technique from the Tai Hien sect is also to prepare for Dad's future ascension to the celestial realm, laying a solid groundwork. Father is getting old, and while I have plenty of powerful techniques, none of them are suitable for someone his age to practice. He gently supports his dad, every movement careful as if afraid to hurt him. Now, let us absorb this energy like this. The time spent together practicing has become a rare moment frozen in time. Back in the celestial realm, I sat among billions of stars, surrounded by countless experts. Warriors were as plentiful as raindrops. But all I found there was a cold cycle of killing and looting, no chance to enjoy the heavenly bliss like now. Slowly, he guides his esteemed father through the very first moments of practice. When suddenly, a loud crash echoes from outside, shattering the tranquility within the house. A chubby dog leads a gang of thugs armed to the teeth as they barge in. Leufam, hearing the commotion, rushes outside to assess the situation. A raucous crowd storms into the yard without so much as a "by your leave," and he angrily flings the door open to confront them. His sharp eyes narrow as he glares at them. Who are you? And who gave you permission to barge in here? Van Sun exclaims in disbelief. Inside, his loyal dog silently curses them. Just a swarm of ants, not even worthy of his attention. The old man whispers from behind. Be careful. Leufam, the ringleader, is called Sun Qi, a ruthless thug known for his cutthroat dealings. He has done plenty of wicked things, driving many to the brink, even causing death. Fear grips him as he takes in the current situation. The people of Van Chu call him Chijuo BB behind his back, a name that can't be fully revealed. Van Sun turns to plead with Sun Qi. Please, We have no grudges against you. Why have you brought so many people here? Little did he know. Today he came here to demand justice for his nephew. Old man. I will come whenever I please. My nephew Liu Bei was beaten into the hospital by your son. And today I am here to collect some money for his medical bills. He does not need a hospital bill. He quotes his own price. I won't make it difficult for you. The total for hospital and medicine is 3 million. Hearing that jaw-dropping amount, Van Sun gasped. What? 3 million. Are you guys serious? He frantically confirms. Leufam really did beat Sun Qi's nephew into the hospital. His calm voice rings out like a death knell for any lingering doubts. You have shown mercy already. The moment those words are out, the crowd erupts like a hive of disturbed bees. Screams echoing deafeningly. Old man. Your son admitted it, what else can you deny? Let me make this clear. If I do not get that 3 million today, neither I nor my brothers are going anywhere. Right. We are not going anywhere until we get the money. Van Sun writhes in helplessness. Like a fish out of water. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Do you guys have any sense of reason left? Where am I supposed to get 3 million for you? The shouts continue to ring out. Daring to lay hands on the nephew of the illustrious Sun Qi. They must really want to die. Sun Qi opens his mouth, and his words are as sharp as daggers. That is your problem. I do not need to know how you get it. But today you will hand over 3 million. Or else, and Liam Moy begins to threaten. You must have heard of Sun Qi's methods for debt collection. Just as the tension reaches its peak, a familiar voice cuts through the suffocating atmosphere like a knife. Sun Qi, the trio of the Law family has officially arrived. So why are you here acting all tough? A few minutes ago, Van hopped into the car, excitedly saying, Dad, I finally managed to dig up the dirt on Leufam. Wanna guess how? He eagerly shared the juicy info he just got. Turns out, Leufam is being supported by a rich girl in Sfu, living off her like a kept boy. I mean, where does he get all that cash? He bought a watch worth over 5 million. And even the 3-star hotel he stayed at is one of the assets under this rich lady's name. His arrogant tone echoed in the car while Leufam was just a mere intern professor, barely scraping by with a few $1,000. And thus began the wild game of telephone. But now Leufam is broke. He got dumped by the rich girl. It seems the investigator is not exactly reliable. Not only that, but not long ago, Leufam and his dad went to propose, only to be kicked out by the girl's mom, turning them into a laughingstock at school. The two Lo siblings were thrilled by this news. Could it really be true? They could not imagine how ridiculous this news was. Plus, Leufam's teaching skills were pathetic. Every time there was a test, his credentials did not hold up. And there were times he got kicked out of class by students. Even the security guard did not take him seriously. He lounged back in the driver's seat, knowing that Leufam's time at the school was running out. If he kept messing up, he would be kicked out for good. Things had spiraled out of control. And he heard Leufam had offended quite a few second-generation rich kids in Stu. So he had to scurry back to Vien Enchu with his tail between his legs. Everyone's father can rest assured. I heard this news directly from the vice principal, and Feng Tri, at the Sufchu campus. You can totally trust it. He even emphasized this over the phone. The vice principal told Annie why with a condescending tone. Don't he be fooled by Leufam's bravado. In reality, his pockets are emptier than his face. Why else would he run back to Vien Enchu instead of thriving in Sufchu? Turns out it was Qiu Fai, his good friend, who helped deceive them. And the 3-star hotel was actually way back in Vien Enchu. Vice President Kongs still did not know Leufam had been dumped by that rich lady. So everyone had fallen for his tricks. As soon as he hung up the phone, he worried about his friend whether these fake news were all just a tu floy to get him to spill to Leufam Van. Poor Leufam. He just came home to visit family. And all this chaos blew up. Meanwhile, in the home of his father, Leufam smirked, watching them fall for the trap he set. Leufam. What are you all doing here? He casually became the spokesperson for the group. Leufam. Now I finally know your secret. At first, I thought you were rolling in wealth. But now it seems you are just a notorious little rat in Sfu. So he continued to imply he knew all about Leufam, saying that he could not survive in Sufchu anymore, which is why he sulked back to Vanichiju. He wanted to be a big shot but got dumped by the rich lady. And when he went to propose, he got thrown out. Then Ven still boldly spouts unverified information. The most embarrassing thing being that a student kicked him out of the podium. How could such a person still call himself a professor? He continues to act all high and mighty. But rumor has it he has been demoted to a security guard at the school gate. No matter what, he is still a graduate. Now he is just a doorman for someone else. What a disgrace. He has made his whole family look bad. Ven can't he help but remember that awkward situation at the hotel. That uncomfortable feeling still lingering in his heart. Thinking about the events from earlier, he is holding back his anger. After all, he is the vice principal of the prestigious Eastern Star Academy. Yet he is being outdone by a nobody like this. The guy is shouting so loud he is spitting everywhere. If he dares to impersonate the owner of a 3-star hotel, he should take a good look in the mirror at his own lack of virtue. Leufam watches the clown strut around in front of the crowd, daring to come right up to him and show off. He can't help but feel disdain. He intentionally let Phi spill these fake news stories to expose the true colors of IEB, Andy, and EAZOA to his father. Once he finishes, Leufam finally speaks to send the guest off. And as soon as he is done, he adds his 2 cents. Then Lumram chimes in with a tone dripping with contempt. Look at this. Really? You think you are the hotel owner now? Leufam? Well, guess what? You do not have your buddy Kwang backing you up here. Then Fong points at Leufam, ordering Sua. If this brat does not know his place, teach him a lesson so he understands reality. Immediately, he leads his gang forward, wielding a huge stick. All right, all you guys, get in there. Leufam opens his eyes wide, glaring at Suvif, just as he is about to deliver a slap. Tufurum coldly barks. Get lost. A powerful gust of wind suddenly blasts away the gang in an instant, their cries of pain echoing. Even the 3 low guys standing outside get blown away. The wind is too strong. The force is truly astonishing. The gust seems to obliterate everything. Leufam stands coldly, watching them get tossed out onto the street. When he comes to his senses, he realizes the opponents have vanished without a trace. The shocking scene leaving the 3 utterly speechless. Then Lum speaks up, his face showing a mix of amazement and fear. This is unbelievable. How did Leufam suddenly become so powerful? He turns to the others and continues. I did not even see what happened before we got kicked out. We can just keep throwing rocks at them. We need to think of another approach. Then Fong quickly adds, his face betraying his worry. I swear. When I saw Leufam, it was like he was using some kind of magic. Just like the old folks in the village say. Could it be that he really learned some basic spells? Which is why he is now so close to the rich beauties in Sweet Shu. Senkian turns around confidently, patting his chest. Scared of what? If this kid really knows some spells, then my uncle is a famous Taoist priest. People in the martial world call him Elzues. His skills are top-notch. He has got quite the reputation in his Sechukhu for his mastery over all kinds of magic. Just as he finished his sentence, he pulled out his phone and said, the only reason he had to return to Van and Chu was that he had crossed paths with someone from the department of Zhou. I will call him. He was overjoyed and said, yep. Let us do it Senkei's way. No matter how much it costs tonight. We have to invite Master Ulgu here to hunt down that demon. Leufam, hearing this, then Ven made up his mind. His face twisted with fury. It would be best if they all died, crushed like bugs, so that Leufam's family could never stand up again. As night fell, a crowd started moving through the streets. At that moment, Then Lum, then Ven, and Master Lugu's entourage had arrived. He spread his arms and spoke. Master, it is right here. Safely turning back, he reminded Seni King, I will give you a break this time. And then there was Tu Bai, who revealed himself after being bullied, warning not to mention that I had offended someone in Sefi Chu and had to return to Vani Chiju. He stroked his beard, a smug look on his face, saying, at that time, I was just careless, and that bastard's crew caught us off guard. But during these days, I have been focused on my training in Ven and Chu, and my skills have improved. If I ever run into him again, I swear I will make sure he can eat or get away. Senki eagerly asked, Uncle El Du, will you show us some of your legendary skills tonight? This guy has some exceptional demon magic. Even I can take him on alone. We will need 10 elders to handle him. Safely squinted. Scanning the surroundings, he pointed at a house shrouded in mysterious mist and said, the demonic energy is thick. It is definitely a den of demons. Everyone rubbed their eyes. And he asked curiously, Then Ven, what kind of demonic energy is this? Why can't I see anything? Am I just imagining things? Then Lam chimed in. I can't see anything either. He then added knowingly, Uncle, if Master Olgu says there is demonic energy, then there must be. I knew something was off about Leufam. Master Olu took one look and saw through their true colors. Just as he said that, he pulled out a bank card and proudly showed it, making Safely's eyes widen. Master Olhu, please. You must catch that demon and eradicate them completely for the Lo family. Then Feng added, that is right. Master Olhu. But tonight they are probably all fast asleep. We have to root them out tonight and eliminate potential threats for good. He responded with a saintly demeanor, but quickly tucked the bank card away, saying, as a righteous person, I want you to stand by. Then he took out a carefully wrapped vial and confidently announced, tonight, I will use poison to combat poison and wipe out this demon family. Without hesitation, he quickly uncorked it. Suddenly, a dark mist poured from the vial and gradually formed into a scorpion. He declared, this cursed scorpion is a treasure I caught from the Menmin Mountains. It can devour both people and demons. Van Lam, standing nearby, was terrified, saying, "Whoa." The crowd looked at it and smiled with satisfaction. Safely continued, "I have used a special poison blended with demonic energy to nurture it. Originally, I wanted to save it for that brat in Insfachu. But tonight, I will let you all witness its power." The scorpion spit out a stream of light green liquid. Like acid, the liquid splashed against the wall, leaving multiple stains. In an instant, the drool had corroded a large section of the wall, enough for it to slip through. Safely stroking his chin, he expressed satisfaction with the recent performance. This poisonous creature only obeyed him, not caring whether the kid knew any magic or not. Not a chance against my king scorpion. Master Liu has entered the game, and a tiny demon can't even catch it. The three of them standing behind were equally amused. "All right. We will be waiting for good news from Master Liu tomorrow," Safely replied. "Once morning hits, you will be expecting a handsome reward." Confidently, he slipped through the hole in the wall, following the scorpion. Once inside the house, he calmly commanded, "Listen up, little treasure. Today you are allowed to feast. This family is your midnight snack." His words made the scorpion unable to hide its hunger. "Make sure to clean your plate." Unable to wait any longer, it sprayed drool all over the floor, continuing to coat the walls. And just like that, it sprayed until the entire house seemed covered in that sticky drool. Safely shouted from behind, "Crawling bug." Opening the precious jar, a wave of demonic energy burst forth with a hiss. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless insect-like creatures, roughly the size of human heads, flew out. The king scorpion immediately darted upstairs, stopping in front of a misty room. Suddenly, a hand shot out and grabbed its tail. Lin Yu asked in confusion, "Isn't this scorpion too big? What is going on?" She landed with another girl on the ground where a group was causing chaos. Safely turned around and shouted, his face clearly showing annoyance. "Who are you?" Fuming, he rushed forward, grabbing the old man's collar. "Old man, I was just about to ask who you are. Making a ruckus in Liz Villa at midnight. Do you want to die?" Safely replied loudly, "You little brat, I warn you. Keep your hands to yourself." Even though he spoke fiercely, he could not help but sweat. Reluctantly adding, "I am the great Master Liu in all of Wanzhou. Only Master Chen from Changmang Mountain can be compared to me." "Master Chen? Have you heard of him?" "Just saying it might scare you silly." Hearing that, the fuming Li Nu could not hold back anymore, and slapped Safely on the head, grumbling, "Damn it. Master Chen is my mentor. How dare you use my mentor's name like that?" He stared fiercely at his opponent. "Even my mentor is not a match for her. Who do you think you are?" Meanwhile, the scorpion, being held by its tail, felt incredibly wronged as it struggled and thought, "What kind of storm has not this king scorpion seen? And now, a little girl is grabbing my tail." It immediately sprayed a stream of drool in Lion Yu's direction. Infuriated, a bit of drool hit her face. She wiped it off with her hand and said, "You really have some guts." Little bug, Linu could not hold back anymore. She started hitting the demon king scorpion mercilessly. It could only lay there and take it, eventually twitching and raising its white flag in surrender. Her face was filled with fury as she leaned down, continuing to taunt, "You have got some ghostly energy on you, little scorpion. For me, that is quite a rare delicacy." She turned to the side, calmly saying, "Little Fengzi, that old man and those golden bees he brought are all yours." He immediately replied, "No problem." Just after that, she continued to threaten the scorpion, asking whether the good little boy wanted to be roasted until red, or stewed until tender, or crispy on the outside and delicious on the inside. Meanwhile, it could only shrink and tremble in fear. The next day, a car was waiting outside Little Fam's house. 3 people stepped out, beaming with excitement. Van confidently said, "Dad, it has been a whole night. Lo Ti Wu Fem must be done for. If not, why is there not a single sound?" He turned to find someone to back him up. X1 Key. "You tell Master Liu that after finishing, he did not say a word, making us wait so long. It is really getting on my nerves." Than Lam nodded in agreement. Van is right. Today is not just Lo's family ancestral memorial day, but also the day we choose the next clan leader. We need to wrap up the old third's business quickly so we can head back to the old La family house to prepare. Seeing this, Than Feng happily chimed in, "Big bro, look how impatient you are. Anyway, this time they are just going through the motions for you. Everyone knows you are the next clan leader of the Lo family." Just then, Van interjected, "Dad, are you guys done? I can't wait to see how Lo Tu Fime meets his end." He cheerfully said, "I have been looking for a team of foreign experts all night, specifically to retrieve the bodies of the Lo family. Senikian could not help but clap. Everyone is pitch black. Van Hine is really generous. Bringing in foreign experts to handle the bodies. He pretended to be sorrowful, wiping away a tear. Of course, I am generous. After all, Leufam is my cousin. As his older cousin, I definitely can't let him go out lonely. In the next moment, he flipped his expression and smiled widely, waving his hands. You guys, get up and start singing. Let us add some music to lift the mood. The group carrying the coffin immediately burst into lively dance as they entered the house, reminding each other not to be too gloomy and to keep it festive music for celebration. Haha. Then Van kicked the door open without hesitation. Leufam, we are here to collect your body. However, the scene inside was completely different from what he imagined. Lianu was happily roasting the Demon King scorpions, and Tukan, along with his disciples, were obediently kneeling at Leufam's feet, calmly sipping his drink. He said, You all must be pretty disappointed that I am not dead. Leufam, why are you all looking so stunned? Keep talking. His sharp gaze cut through the crowd as he added, I heard every word you said outside. They seemed unable to believe their eyes. Van pointed ahead and asked in confusion, Leufam, you are not dead. He continued questioning Tukan, who was dutifully keeping his head down. Master Liu, what are you doing? Tukan finally dared to lift his head, looking as pitiful as a child. You little newbie. I clearly ran all the way to Vanning. It is all your fault for getting me into trouble with Lao Wateet's son for the second time. Even my precious scorpion got eaten. Next to Lianu was peeling away the outer shell of the king scorpion, revealing the delicious white meat inside. She chewed the meat while encouraging. Old man, your precious scorpion is really tasty. Hearing that, his heart felt like it shattered into 100 pieces. After finishing her meal, she cheerfully said, Now that I am done, I can finally replenish my depleting energy with this scorpion. Sitting on the sofa, she seriously questioned Master Liu. It seems you were not lying. What happened last night really was someone instructing you to stir up trouble. Lin turned to the nearby Changshan. Dad, this time you have seen the true colors of these people. Right. Van angrily chimed in. Master Liu, do you really dare to betray us? Cheng Feng could not hold back and pointed directly, saying it without fear. Well, you con artist from the Jianggu, you have taken so much from us. And you can even handle a small matter like this. Suddenly, Cheng Shan raised his hand to signal for silence. All right. Stop talking. I really did not expect you two to do something so heartless. The other party, hands on hip, wanted to reason. Third brother. So what if the whole Li family knows? Do you really dare to lay a hand on me? Cheng Feng then leaned on his shoulder and shouted. Third brother. Let me tell you. Today's ancestor worship is actually to select the next clan leader for the Li family. And the only successor is our big brother. He continued to intimidate. Opposing big brother means opposing the next clan leader of the Li family. Do you believe that big brother could erase you and your son from the family tree right now? Shanky saw this and wanted to add fuel to the fire. Old man. The only reason I did not strike last night was to give you a chance. If you do not know right from wrong, don't forget. There is still 3 million in hospital fees. If you do not hand it over now, I and my brothers will smash your house. Van chimed in. Exactly. Like so. If you dare go against us, the consequences will be severe. I suggest you think about your own strength first. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Fan swung his hand in a wide arc, delivering a slap that felt like thunder to the faces of those two guys. Cheng Feng caught him, angrily shouting, Like so? You dare hit my son. He turned to Cheng Lin and said, Big brother, I need to go back and tell the old clan leader to expel these ungrateful disciples from the Li family. Xiao Fan stood up. Serious? You want to expel me? Well, today is the perfect day to settle everything involving the Li family. He turned to announce, Dad, I will head over to the old Li family residence later. Cheng Shan nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Zikong appeared out of nowhere, blocking the door and startling everyone. How do you plan to handle these people? Anxiously glancing in that direction, his face showed obvious worry. Even Master Chen Zikong of the Shangmang Mountain bowed to Like Xiao Fan. Here I, still opposing Like Xiao Fan. He tightly shut his eyes as if accepting defeat. Even 100 years of my own training would not match up to him. He then hugged Xiao Fan's legs, sobbing and pleading. Please. Old man. Look, I have already admitted my mistake. Can you please show me some mercy and let this slide just this once? If I had known you were here, even if I had 100 guts, I would not dare touch the great ancestor. Xiao Fan then returned the favor with a kick and calmly said, Let you go. Didn't you want to release the scorpion to eat me? And it was kicked down and could only groan. Ouch. Xiao Fan's face suddenly darkened, and he asked with a sharp tone. Master Liu, it has been a while. I wonder if you have cured your fear of ghosts yet. Hearing this, the old man jumped in shock, his demeanor utterly panicked. He glanced over at Sai and decided to stop talking. Thinking, if that idiot dares to use my reputation to con people, I will let him handle this mess. The old man replied while conjuring up a ghostly head with a fierce, ominous glare. I have a plan for dealing with those deceitful fakes and the spirits. My ghostly head feeds on their souls. And in half an hour, they will be so scared they will only see demons and not even a shadow of a human. The ghostly head lunged towards the group, sending them into a panic. Shouting, "Ghost! A ghost! Outside!" The group carrying the coffin hurriedly rushed toward the door, terrified out of their minds. Screaming, "This is too scary. They have all gone mad." They dashed past Taejohn's group, shouting, "Run it." The old man saw this but said nothing, just quietly watched them go. From inside, a crowd of terrified people rushed out, their faces pale as ghosts. One even wet his pants, crying out, "Help, there is a ghost." The group with Taejon reached the gate only to quickly cover their noses. Grimacing, one of the clan members grumbled, "Yikes. It stinks. This is truly disgusting." Seeing the chaotic scene before him, the old man exploded. "Tai Ling. Tai Feng. What the hell are you doing?" The members of the Li family, who had just been hit by C's magic, looked ashen. They stared at the people outside, all of whom had transformed into ghastly faces, whispering in fear, "Laita? Laita?" The whole group clutched their heads, screaming in terror. "It is a ghost. A ghost." Suddenly, a loud slap echoed painfully across Tai Feng's face, leaving him reeling to one side. Taejin stepped forward and delivered a stinging blow to Tai Ling, grumbling, "What a disgrace. Losing face in front of everyone. Even a small fry like Lai Taishan is giving us trouble. Get him down and make him pay." Xiao Wen, seeing her father in such a sorry state, rushed over in concern. "Dad, how did you end up like this? It must be that annoying Lai Xiaofan's fault." He excitedly urged Taejon, "Chief, you have to stand up for our family and for the entire Chan Yun clan." At that moment, Xiaofan slowly stepped out with his father and declared, "Dad, let us go to the old estate and reclaim everything that Uncle Da and Uncle have stolen from you over the years. Let us see who dares to stop us today." The old man saw them and slammed his cane down hard, shouting, "You think you can just waltz in here and say whoever dares to stop you?" He then spat directly at his opponent. "Lai, you have really raised a good son. You must be surprised by how he stutters. You old chief, what are you doing here?" Taejin cleared his throat and replied, "Lai, today is an important day. We should have chosen the next clan chief. You two have no right to come to the Lai ancestral estate, because your names have been erased from the family tree." Xiaofan glared fiercely at the old man, feeling even angrier. "If it were not for the old chief looking down on my father and making things difficult for him, how could Uncle Da, Uncle and that little cousin dare to treat him this way?" You harbor a deep resentment for those who use their family ties to bully others. All of this is backed by that old patriarch behind them. Xiaofan stands tall, arms crossed, defiantly challenging. "What right do you have to stop me? Can you truly speak for the ancestors?" The old man strikes his cane against the ground, furious at this arrogant kid who dares to speak disrespectfully to him. And here he is, dragging up old grievances back then. "It was your father who ignored my warnings, stubbornly clinging to that vixen, resulting in a wayward child like you." He points a finger directly at Xiaofan, lecturing him about bringing disgrace to the Li family. "These are the consequences your family has brought upon themselves." The old man uses his authority to bully the weak, showing no reason. If you want to blame someone, blame your father. This is all his fault. It is all his stubbornness for wanting to be with that vixen that has caused our Li family to offend the powerful families of the capital. Cheng Shan could not take it anymore and interrupted him. "Shut up. It is one thing to insult your son, but disrespecting his mother crosses the line. Old patriarch. Why bring up the past again? You can look down on me all you want, but you can't humiliate Xiaofan's mother." The old man is taken aback, surprised that Cheng Shan stands up to resist him. He angrily retorts, "Has this vixen ever offended you?" He vents his long-held grievances, explaining that years ago, for the sake of the family, he forced a marriage upon him, while all he wanted was to pursue his own love. What is wrong with that? Because of this, for over a decade, you all have been trying to overthrow our family, wanting to erase my father and me from the genealogy. They always thought Cheng Shan was easy to push around. But now, hearing his words, they are wide-eyed in disbelief. Finally, he chooses to rise up against them. "You all truly go too far." Yet, the old man deliberately ignores him, insisting that whatever he does is beneath their notice. "In short, you and your father are no longer considered descendants of the Li family." The old man switches topics to boast about accomplishments. "Look at that Xiaowen kid. He is already the deputy director of the reporting bureau at such a young age. I hear he is getting promoted next week. A shameless individual." Through the old man's words, becomes a prodigy. And even that Qin Wen is now the vice principal of a prestigious school. Next month, He will be promoted to principal. And he is also helping the second son manage the family business. Even if the old man does not know the details, he praises him endlessly. More importantly, today he even invited a big shot from the prefecture, the big boss of the Wanhua real estate. Hudong, a mysterious young man from a powerful clan. Having a mountain like that as his backing, our Li family must seize this opportunity to rise up and become a top-tier noble clan. The old man keeps taking jabs at Cheng Shan. Look at your good-for-nothing son. I heard he is just a lowly intern teacher. The old man learned about Cao Fan's situation and found more reasons to gloat. He sold off all the land and factory to curry favor for him, only to be kicked out by the girl's family. What a humiliation. In reality, all he cares about is the family's reputation. Like so, a person like him simply does not deserve to be a descendant of the Li family, only bringing shame and lowering our heads. If he had even half the talent of Sa Wen or Qin Wen, even just a fraction of their capabilities, I would not have chased him out of the Li family, even though it is super annoying. You still have to grit your teeth and listen to the old man preach. So if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not having the guts. This society is ruthless. You know. And then he goes on with that preachy tone that just grates on your ears. Fine. I am just passing by to teach you a lesson. So do not even think about thanking me. As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Feng jumped in, saying, Old third, I told you not to mess with us. But you did not listen. And now you are embarrassing yourselves in front of everyone. Cheng Lin smugly added, Listen to others when they say to eat well. Yet you stubbornly insist on cutting off your own nose to spite your face. Now who can you blame? Those clan members are just following the reckless nature of the family head. Seriously. You guys are lucky to be part of the Lai family. Just drop the Lai surname already and stop embarrassing us. Cheng Shan, who is usually gentle, was trembling in fear, his face pale with terror. At that moment, someone quickly stepped up to defend him, saying, Old clan leader, I believe Cheng Shan was not at fault in that incident years ago. Ming Zhong appeared without hesitation, firing back at the crowd. You guys have gathered here in such numbers to attack a father and son duo is not that a bit much. Cheng Shan was incredibly grateful to see him, letting out a sigh of relief. Ming Zhong, you really have it tough, being the only one from the Li family willing to stand up for me, he said. Xiao Fan recognized him as the family's benefactor. Ming Zhong, who was the only one willing to speak up for his father. Even when my father passed away, it was only Ming Zhong who stood by me, helping me with 20,000 for my father's burial. At this point, the old man continued to use his authority to threaten. Le Ming Zhong, you are just another distant cousin, and yet you dare to talk back to us. What gives you the right to stand here? Furious, he quickly pulled out a notebook hidden inside his robe. Then he took a brush, licked it a couple of times, and prepared to write, thinking he could just talk back to me. As he flipped through the pages, he threatened, Li Qingshan, like so? Open your eyes wide and see starting today. You two are erased from the family tree. With that, he really did strike their names off the list. Anyone who gets in the way will be crushed. He smiled wickedly and added, and you, Le Mingzhang, are not you the one who loves to meddle in others' business? You are getting your name crossed off too. He was so angry that he did not hold back anymore. Out with the old. I have had enough of this family. You guys either suppress and tear each other apart or engage in petty power struggles. There is nothing familial about it. After some thought, Ming Zhang still wanted to wholeheartedly follow his cousin. Cheng Shan, this place won't keep you. But there are other options. We can just leave if we have to. Why stick around to endure this rage? Seeing their lack of fear, the old man schemed again. Le Ming Zhang, do you think this is over? He ordered the clan members. Get over here and drag those two sorry excuses for family down below. Each of them gets 50 lashes. Then kick them out of the Li family. They approached, each holding a stick, ready to surround them. Xiao Fan had watched enough and was fed up with the scene. Those pathetic insects. With a simple stomp, energy surged around him. It formed a protective sphere around the mountain and Min Trung, knocking the clan members away. Oh wow. They fell over like weaklings, smashing their faces into the vomit left by those Lai guys. Now, it was Xiaofan's turn to speak up. Old fool. I did not want to waste my breath on someone as ignorant as you. I have put up with your nonsense long enough, but you dare to humiliate my father. And my mother's turtle too. When the elder could not do anything to him, he was left trembling with rage. Xi Fan took the initiative, unafraid to shoot back at the old man. What are you? You can't even tell right from wrong. You do not deserve to be the clan leader of the Li family. The old man was so furious that blood vessels popped in his eyes, grinding his teeth in silence. Xi Fan stood tall, unashamed, cursing him right in the face. You are utterly useless and an idiot. How could the prestigious Lai clan let a lowlife like you be at the helm? You are out of your league as the clan leader. He glared intensely, emphasizing each word. Get out of my way. The elder was shocked, never expecting Xiao Fan to say such things. This is unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. With that, he coughed violently, blood spilling from his mouth. Cough, cough. Then, he suddenly collapsed, and the clan members rushed over. Elder. Elder. Are you okay? One knowledgeable member quickly checked on him. Elder. Wake up. Chang Lin, unable to do anything, turned to blame Safan. Fan, you ungrateful dog. You made the elder so angry he might die. Cheng Feng had just been a puppet, going along with the misery. What a tragic situation. Old third. Look at your son. Daring to humiliate the elder in front of everyone like this. He thinks he has the right to give orders. Why do not you kneel down and apologize to the elder? The foolish clan members jumped in. And kneel down. Hurry up and kneel. Look what happens to those who anger the elder. Siphon was not easily intimidated. Faring back. You want me to apologize? Then who is going to apologize for my father? Who will apologize to my uncle? He kept trying to reason with them. You all conspired to steal my father's entire fortune. Who is coming to apologize to my family? Do you think your pathetic little group is worthy of me apologizing? Can you even bear the weight of that? Saiwan, who looked down on him, did not let a single word pass. Fan, when it comes to relationships, status, or social standing, you are nowhere near me in Kingfeng. Xiphon, with your ridiculous attitude, you dare to say the elder is not fit to lead the Li family. What makes you think you are? You should take a good look in the mirror. His words made all of them burst into laughter. Ha ha. The elder pointed a finger at Xiphon, trying to mock him. Fan, do you really think you can be the leader of the Li family just because you are a little famous? You are such a fool. The clan members seized the moment to flatter. Elder, look at this kid. He has lost his mind for real. How could an ordinary person say such things? He must be sick. Maybe he got caught in a door. The mountain dog sat there fuming. You little brat. You just fell for my charm. If you have the guts, call my boss here. Siphon remained unfazed, waving dismissively. Go ahead and call him. I will be right here waiting. On the other end of the line, Long was fuming as he heard the news. He flicked his cigarette, cursing under his breath. How dare they mess with my people on my turf? They have got a death wish. He paced back and forth in the room, venting to Fatty. Senny Kane. You said his name is Leufam. Right, what a coincidence. Juto Tine just told me. My Honeha was ruined by this brat. And he wiped out over 10 years of hard work in Ven and Chu. When he finally got his little brother on the line, Long was ready for action. I am going to make this punk pay. Thought he had the upper hand. Though Lam was feeling cocky. Lotivam. You are as good as dead. The boss of Sengi is on his way. Long smirked. He is the emperor of Ven and Chu. One stomp, and the whole place shakes. And I have heard. He is notoriously protective. Mess with his people, and you will pay dearly. Sinsimhard laughed arrogantly. My boss really is something else. Once, some guy from another province came through Jiang Long. And when he did not show respect, my boss locked him in the bathroom and took him out right there. Those words made Tu Van smirk. I can't wait to see if you survive today. Lotivam. Van Vinnen chimed in. Come on. He is tough. He thinks he can be the head of the Lao family. Maybe in his next life. Haha. Min Trung turned to his friend in a panic. Van Sen. Is Long really coming? What should we do? He clenched his fists, eyes filled with confidence as he looked at his son. Min Trung, I believe in you. He expressed his pride. My son has changed. He is not the same as before. He stays calm and collected during tough times. And he won't do anything unless he is sure about it. I won't have to worry about him. Van Lum did not buy it. Scoffing. Oh please. You are just bragging. You are all in over your heads, and still trying to comfort each other. Than Feng stroked his scruffy beard, chuckling. I advise you to have your son kneel at the door when the young master arrives. Maybe the guy will take pity and spare your lives. Simsuan tapped a wooden stick in his hand. Looking smug. Lalu, if you can to kneel, I will break your legs for you. Than Sun turned pale, trembling like a leaf. Seeing his opponent scared only fueled Suanke's delight. He waved the stick toward him. How did your son just hit me? Once the young master arrives, I will make sure you regret ever crossing me. Watching his father being humiliated, Tiu Fum could not take it anymore. You want to die? He shouted, launching a devastating kick that sent Sentai Fie flying, blood spraying like fireworks. The blow was so powerful it sent him crashing from the yard into the street, howling in pain. Then Ven, seeing him sprawled out, lost it and started cursing. Like so? You think you can mess with me? Just wait and see how you handle the wrath of the young master. You are frowning like a kid, relying on that useless dog that only knows how to eat to threaten me. His face turned pale the moment he felt the pressure from Xiao Fan, shaking like a leaf. Too scared to fight back. Realizing he could not win, he leaned in and whispered to Tiao Yun. Big bro, suddenly. I have got a brilliant idea. Let us invite all the big bosses we have contacted to come and help choose the next clan leader. He picked up his phone to call, knowing there would be a lot of powerful figures from Van and Chu showing up even if like Xiaofan is tough. He better bow down, or he will never think about rolling in Ven and Shiju again. Outside, the roar of powerful motorbikes could be heard, rumbling in like thunder. They are all rough guys crashing into the Li family's place. Kuao Long, leading this pack, shouted arrogantly, "Where's like Xiaofan? Get out here and die." The dog was on the ground, trembling and begging for help. Big bro. Big bro. Save me. Seeing his subordinates in such a sorry state, he seethed. So you dare to beat up my men and leave them like this? If I do not regain my face today, how can Kuao Long ever show my face in Ven and Chuju again? Who would dare to be my little brother after this? Now Qiao Long finally noticed Tiao Yun and greeted him warmly. "Aren't Tao Yun? Long time no see." Kuai Long came in with pleasantries. Having already heard from Lai Desan that Tiao Yun had been promoted to deputy director of the secret department. Plus, he is about to be officially recognized. I am here to congratulate Director Lai in advance. You are shooting straight to the top. They happily shook hands, and he added, I also heard today's the day for Lai's clan leader selection. You better let me. Kuai Long. Take part. The guy was already flaunting. Have you seen like Xiaofan? Even the big shots like Kaiao Tao are coming to participate in the selection. Everyone else was all smiles except Tao Yun, who was just waiting to face the wrath of Qiao Tiao. Suddenly, a clan member burst in, excitedly holding an envelope. Elder, we have a big boss bringing gifts. They were all puzzled. What is going on? The beautifully decorated envelope opened to reveal a long message filled with text. The clan member began to read. From the head of the Ven and Chigo Merchant Association. A gift of 1,000-year-old ginseng. Wishing the Li family prosperity and growth. The owner of the Heavenly Pavilion gifts a box of exquisite porcelain, specially to the ancestors of the Li family. The next name caught him off guard. Yoyana, CEO of the Ouyang Group, sends a gift of office supplies. A dragon-styled ink table, and a stunning painting of the 8 noble steeds by the esteemed Master Yu from the art house. A long line of people kept bringing in gifts without end. The experts from the second-tier associations. The chief advisor bringing treasures. And 3 special gifts was wishing. Lai blessings. Longevity. And prosperity from the top figures in the eastern region. Each gift was carefully placed in the courtyard. And they were all huge boxes. Heavy to lift. In no The yard was piled high with a mountain of shimmering gifts and offerings. The Luo family members were all smiles. From the old man to the big shots of the Vian and Chu Trade Association. Who would be thought they would gift us something? Right. And let us not forget Lo Quanch, the master of the second-tier region, whose reputation is enough to make anyone tremble. The clan members were buzzing with excitement, especially about the female CEO of the Wu Ding Group, the stunning top executive of the region. As soon as she laid eyes on the mountain of gifts from Thai Kin, her eyes lit up like fireworks. Coming straight from the head of the Vian Trade Association. No less. When did we, the Law family, get to know such powerful officials? Moreover, we clearly held a ceremony. So why are these nobles from the region showering us with gifts? Tu Van seized the moment to flatter. Old patriarch. You are famous all over Vianchu, held in high esteem. When it comes to history, everyone must call you elder. The gifts from these nobles all carry well wishes for the Luo family's ancestor ceremony. So it must be because of your reputation. Today is a significant day for our Luo family's ancestor ceremony. And they probably wanted to make sure they got to meet you, so they brought gifts beforehand. Then Ven took the chance to elevate the old man even higher, saying, you are absolutely right. Big bro. It is all about respect and connections. Plus, these big shots must be come here, because they have heard of your fame. He did not forget to butter up Tu Van either. Old patriarch. You saw it too. Right. Even that young gang leader showed you respect when he met Big Bro. Those words were like honey to Thai Kin. But honestly, it is still the old patriarch's extensive connections that really shine. I truly admire you. It is like I am bowing down in awe. I am just making a few calls to invite some small-time bosses to help me save face. I never expected the old patriarch to be so impressive. Casually calling in someone as significant as the head of the Vining Chagu Trade Association. I have got to say, Ven is a master of smooth talking. Plus there is the big boss and the top lady of the region, the prestigious family heads, and the stunning CEO. Not to mention that Tron Vaquan guy. Their reputations are legendary. This time, Lo Ti Wu Fem won to stand a chance to act tough in front of us. Suddenly, one clan member noticed something off. He pulled out a note from a gift box that read, Congratulations to Lu Thai Hein. He hurried to report to Thai Kin. Wait. Old Patriarch. The name on the gift from the head of the Vedani Chu Trade Association is Lo Thai Hein, The old man was stunned, scratching his head in confusion. That is strange. My name is Lothai Kine. Not Lothai Hein. Did he write it wrong? Other clan members chimed in worryingly. Yep. Old Patriarch. They must be mixed up the names. A few Lo family members threw in some comments to save face for him. Exactly. That must be it. Nobles can be forgetful sometimes. Exactly. Who else here besides the clan leader has the right to receive such grand gifts? Hearing this, Taijian felt ecstatic. Thoroughly pleased. If it is not him, then who could it be? Surely not that shabby Xiao Fan. Lion Wu spoke up to bring them back to reality. Lataik Xuan is my master's name. You ignorant fools. With that, laughter erupted endlessly. Haha. Qingyun certainly did not believe her, thinking this little girl was joking. Lataik Xuan is Xiao Fan. Are you saying that big bosses like these personally give gifts to Xiao Fan? Haha. Do not make me laugh to death. A clan member stepped up, acting all high and mighty. Kid. Your childish face does not understand. I won't hold it against you. Just apologize to the clan leader, or I will beat you up. Lion Wu felt annoyed at having to listen to his lecture. You want to die? She immediately unleashed her energy to threaten the group. Xiao Fan needed to step in to stop her from causing trouble. You used a gentle yet commanding tone. And she was not wrong. I am indeed Latai Haoyan. The crowd burst into laughter. And Than Van's voice dripped with disdain. Like so? Do you really think you have accomplished something just because you are standing there, with that smug face? Xiao Van sees you as nothing but a joke. Like so? You have really got some nerve. Do you see those big shots from Vine Cheju, who have not even arrived yet? So you are using this chance to desperately gold-plate yourself. Than Lam and Than Feng did not miss the chance to mock you either. I suggest you take a hint. Knowing your limits is essential. Those gifts are clearly meant for the old patriarch. Yet you dare to claim they are for yourself. Truly. Your whole family is both broke and greedy. If you actually intended to give those gifts to him, I would have to start calling you daddy. Xiao Fan listened to all this with a calm smile, waiting for the real show to unfold. At that moment, a convoy of luxury cars began to roll up in front of Lisa's gate. Than Van confidently stepped forward to welcome them. Like so? All the big shots are finally here with their gifts. Your lies are about to be exposed. Let us see how you spin your way out of this one. With a serious expression, Than Van pointed and ordered the servants. Hurry. Clear these gifts away and make way for our guests. They bowed and complied. By now, the luxury cars had filled the entrance. From the vehicles, several high-profile Markfest executives stepped into Lisa's house. Everyone greeted each other politely. Director Li, Vice Principal, it has been a while. Hope you are all doing well. What a surprise to see you personally cheering for our Lisa. Senior Manager Li. What wind brought you here? Please. Come in. And Manager Nu. You are here too. Than Van, with an air of arrogance, adjusted her glasses and said, like so? Do you see the difference between you and us yet? Besides your fighting skills, what else do you have? What can you possibly use to compete with us? Do you have any friends in Veen Anchu that can help you out? If you are so capable, why did not you call someone who can help you get your justice back here? Svan smugly pointed at you, signaling that maybe you should rethink your strategy. That is right. This society runs on connections. Like so? You are just a bag of meat with a simple brain, and your intellect is barely developed. Compared to us, you are not just slightly behind, you are miles away. Van chimed in, specially noting that a significant figure from Shuazhou was coming to Vine Chu today for the selection of the clan leader. He is the mastermind behind the Wanhua Hodong Empire, an absolutely key figure in Shizhou, famous in high society. It is said that many people find it hard to even meet him. Those two thought they were high and mighty, enjoying their hip-hop moves. Thanks to the backing of this big shot, later on, our Li family will become the top aristocratic clan in Yunzhou, and stepping out of Yunzhou won't even be a dream. Then, Ven suddenly remembered. What about King Ven? That big shot from Shizhou Swan Hoa Hodong you mentioned has not shown up yet. There is no way something went wrong. Right. Should I make a call? He held his phone, ready to dial. But for some reason, he hesitated. Seeing so many people surrounding Little Fame, he put his phone away. No rush. The big shot will definitely show up. Until then, let us enjoy watching Lai Little Fam meet his end. Kuei Long took a long drag of his cigarette and raised his voice to question. Little Fam, did your subordinate get beaten by you? He crossed his arms defiantly. So what if I did? Hearing this, the guy seemed a bit taken aback. The poor guy sitting on the ground begged. Big brother. Please. I am not the only one. My uncle and my nephew were also beaten by this Little Fame. He has really gone too far. Kuei Long pondered the situation. This kid is causing quite a scene. Dressed normally, living in a two-story rural house. It is just as the phone said. He is a useless trash that the Li family does not even bother with. He pointed at him and shouted, stop talking nonsense. I am not afraid to let you know. The brother of Kian is my brother. Kuai Long played it cool, even though he did not know how this kid managed to steal the fortune from the Kian family. If Qian De was dead, all the wealth should belong to him. Then he smirked. I suggest you obediently hand over all of the Qian family's assets. Or else, you will regret it. Little Fam, exuding a cool challenge, was not afraid of anyone. So what are you going to do? Seeing that his opponent was unfazed, Kuai Long lost his temper. Is Little Fam blind or something? Can't you see that I brought a whole crew of guys with me today? Plus, there are many bosses from Yunzhou here. Aren't you feeling a bit cocky? If you are so tough, show me what you have got. He spread his arms wide. Challenging. Come on, hit me if you can. Not wanting to let Q Long down, he delivered a hard slap to the face leaning against him. The sound of the hit echoing in surprise among the onlookers, especially the stunned Sky. The guy let out a pained yelp, and Tiu Fum felt a rush of satisfaction. If someone wanted a fight, who was he to deny them their wish? Qi Long clutched his cheek, yelling loudly. Hey, this little punk thinks he can just run wild. Bring it on. Just then, he suddenly heard something. Turning around, a supercar came crashing down from the sky, its voice echoing. You can go this way. You can go this way. Qi Long and his crew stared up in shock. What the heck is that? Meanwhile, a Land Rover landed on the ground, causing everyone nearby to scramble to get out of the way. Oh man. Watch out. What is going on here? The car's navigation system announced. You have arrived at your destination. Your humble servant awaits you. Qi Long, feeling irritated, kicked the car door open. Who the hell are you? Daring to drive arrogantly in front of Q Long. You must want to die. The front door swung open, hitting someone from inside the car. Ven Thin stepped out, scoffing at the navigation. It says you can go this way. It is just that there are too many cars parked out front. Did you really think I could not drive in here? He strutted forward, ignoring everyone around him, and accidentally stepped on Qi Long's foot. When he realized, Ven Thin did not feel guilty. Instead, he grew even angrier. So what if I am arrogant? If I want to go, not even the heavens can stop me. Then Ven thinks he came for her and is overjoyed, whispering to Thai Kind. Little did she know, Ven Thin from the Thong Long Great Assembly is also here. That is right. It is the famous Wei Thagu from Sa Chu, the clan leader. I can believe Zi Thigu is attending our Elo family's ancestral worship ceremony. He starts bragging about Van Thien's status. The Thundering Long Special Forces is the elite unit of the entire military. Their team members are the best of the best, selected from hundreds of soldiers. Each one is a top-tier soldier equipped with the most advanced tech, specializing in carrying out extremely dangerous missions. The opponent's reputation is something else, and Lei Thigo's name rings like thunder in their ears. His master is the chief instructor of the Thainan Long Special Forces, Long Thivnit, achieving great things at such a young age on the battlefield. Everyone in Estachu knows him and has heard his name. The Keen, feeling proud, looks at his two grandsons showering Vie Thigu with compliments. Surely Zie Thiu came because of Tu Van, at such a young age. Tu Van has already become the head of the ancestral office. With a bright future ahead, the rise of our Lo family depends entirely on Tu Van now. Being praised, Tu Van feels ecstatic. Even Drea Thigu personally came all the way from Suf Chu. He never thought he could shine like this. With Dea Thigu as his backing, is not his path to an official career just a hop, skip, and a jump away. Thedikin steps forward, welcoming Gui Thigu with open arms. It is truly an honor for you to attend the Alo family's ancestral worship ceremony. He turns around, addressing the older man angrily. Hey old man, who are you? Dante blocked the way. Seeing the cold response from the other side, the old man is taken aback, feeling a little uneasy. The Yin Het speaks up. Louis Ka, that guy over there. He looks at Tu Fum and assesses him, saying, I really do not understand why Tu Vin, the chief officer, wants Ala Tu Fum as the chief instructor of the Thang Long Special Forces. Ven Thin brushes off his words. The Yin Enchet. Shut it. I may not like Lo Tu Fum either. But remember, we have an important mission today. One that takes precedence over everything else. You doubtfully ask him. Are you the one who initially sent the challenge letter? I can believe you are also from the Tharing Long Special Forces. Ven Thin explains. Lo Tu Fum. The Inhevid is my subordinate. We are here because we have business with you. You think they are just here to pick a fight, still salty from their previous loss. Seeing Tu Fum act so haughty makes him furious, radiating an overwhelming aura. After all, it was just one loss. Luki Van Vin is only beneath my master. Long Thivnit, I am done backing down. Laixia Fan. Let us settle this like men and have a fair fight. I won't lose to you again. That old guy outside is just butting in. He does not even know what is going on. Does he, that little brat? Laixia Fan. has been kicked out of the Li family. He is just an intern teacher. The old man pointed at his prized grandson. Bragging about him, today's main character is my eldest grandson, Xiao Yun, the deputy director of the Li News Agency. You are here today to congratulate him on his upcoming promotion. Right. Xiao Yun is the most outstanding talent of our Li family's younger generation. He could not take the old man's nonsense anymore and shot him a glare, saying, "What are you rambling on about? A mere deputy director. And he thinks he can make me come here. The head of your agency should come to me if they want to talk." The Li family members were stunned when they heard Chen declare this, falling into a shocked silence outside the gate. Someone shouted, "Make way! Make way!" The bodyguards filed in, leading the way for Shu Lion, the grand lady of the Xu family. Everyone turned to look, their faces showing respect. In unison, they greeted the young lady, who slowly walked in, embodying her noble status. The old man thought Shu Lion came to honor him, jumping with joy. Little did he know, even the grand lady of the Xu family herself was here for the Li family's ancestral ceremony. The Xu family is a big player in both the underworld and the upper world. Could it be that the Li family is finally bouncing back? Indeed, the land of Wenzhou is too small now. It is no longer enough for the Li family. From today, the Li family will step out of Wenzhou and head to Shazhou. He slowly walked forward, warmly greeting Lady Xu. This is the head of the Li family. She did not respond at all and just brushed past him, leaving him standing there in shock. When Qian saw Shu Lion, his eyes lit up, and his cheeks flushed with excitement. He immediately broke into a warm smile, placing a hand over his heart to show sincerity. "Shu Lion, I did not expect you to come. You did not know I was coming today, did you?" But she ignored him, coldly turning her back without even a glance. Qian was crushed, and Tianhe stood beside him, giving him a supportive pat on the shoulder. Shu Lion stopped in front of Xiao Fan. She clasped her hands together respectfully and bowed. "I apologize, Master." Then two men slowly walked in. It was Zikong and Yin Feng, their voices sharp as they announced, "Who dares to disturb?" Seeing Xiao Fan being bullied like this, the old man stepped in. "That blind dog dared to provoke you." Kuai Long turned pale at the sight of him. The old man clenched his fist menacingly. "Now I will make sure he disappears from this world," Kuai Long stammered, nervously greeting Zikong. "Master Chen, I did not expect you to be here." He was shaking in fear, pleading, "Senior brother, save me, please." "Who the hell has the guts to save that guy? I am losing my mind here, please. Do not throw me under the bus in front of Miss Shi and young Master Loi. I am just trash. I can't even hold a conversation, let alone stand up to the notorious Master Tran. I can't believe he is siding with like Xiao Fan." Kuai Long realized he messed with the wrong person and immediately dropped to his knees. He was banging his head on the ground like crazy, begging, "Miss Shi, Master Tran, spare me. Please spare me." Lunu rushed in, ready to deliver a brutal blow. "You just said you wanted to hit me, right?" Kuai Long quickly turned around and desperately denied it. "That was not me." She did not care at all and kicked him right in the rear, saying, "I do not care whether it was you or not. I hold grudges for a long time." He was sent flying, screaming in despair, "Help me." Gradually, that figure faded away. The opponent had entered the realm of bliss. She grinned wickedly, chuckling, "Just keep flying up there for a while." The old man was now pale with fear, sweating bullets. He still had the nerve to ask about Tiat Line. "Wait, miss. Are not you supposed to participate in the ancestral ceremony of the Li family? What is going on here?" Without a moment's hesitation, she slapped him hard, making sure he understood. "You really overestimate yourself. What do you think you are? Do you really think you are worthy of talking to me? You guys chased out a real big shot like my teacher. You do not know good from bad." Dan Van stubbornly tried to assert dominance, joking, "What are you talking about? Lai Tiu Fam is some kind of big deal. Let me tell you, the real big shot is about to arrive." He had not realized the gravity of the situation yet. That would be the principal of our Eastern Noble Academy. And on top of that, he is the #1 master in the field. Dan Van thought there was still a chance to turn the tables. After all, how could Lai Tiu Fam compare to him? The laws were way too full of themselves. Exactly. We still have an ace up our sleeve. What is there to fear? Today, we are going to stomp the Lai family underfoot, ensuring he can never rise again. Tiat Lion, upset, stood up for Tu Fam, saying, "You ignorant fools can see the mountain for the trees. My teacher is the big shot you are all waiting for, the big boss behind the vast Li Hodong Empire, the principal of the Eastern Noble Academy, the top master in the field, and his other name is Li Thai Hoan." At that moment, a badge flew towards him with a loud voice. "Litium, this is the badge of the captain of the special forces of the Shanglong, which Commander Devin ordered me to bring to you." When he heard the call, He jumped and looked around. With a confident demeanor, he effortlessly caught the badge. Van Thien's expression was tense. He felt uneasy about handing over the commanding badge of the Shanglong to Leufam. But Tiat Lian was right. A tiny little badge means nothing to our Shanglong squad, not even worthy of cleaning my shoes. Yet he has the nerve to embarrass himself in front of so many people. All of my carefully laid plans have been shattered. How can this be? Leufam is actually Li Thai Huan. The old man who used to pressure Leufam's family was now anxious and restless. Tu Van and Than Van were worried about their business going down the drain. But even Miss So and young Master Loi were saying the same thing. Could it be that the big shot we have been eagerly waiting for is Leufam? Than Van was now realizing that fear was creeping in. What about the project that the Lai family is collaborating with the vast Hodong enterprise? Leufam, let us get one thing straight. We have drained our wealth for this collaboration. And you are not going to be stingy about money. Right, even Chang Feng is coming to you. Begging you. That is right. Little Fan. At the end of the day, we are all family. Even if we cut off our limbs, we still share the same blood. Taejian has completely changed his attitude towards you. Little Fan. Just now. The old chief was just joking. You did not take that to heart. Did you? The old man, seeing the situation, immediately decided that you two will always be part of the Li family. I will put your names back on the family register right away. I am trying to win you over. Little Fan. And everything that belongs to your ancestors will be returned in full. How does that sound, Little Fan? Do not be ungrateful. This is the best deal I can offer as the head of the Li family. The conditions are already generous enough. You do not even want to consider it, and just shut me down. No need to make it so complicated. Because you see, I am no longer the head of the Li family. From now on, I have been dismissed. Taijian was taken aback, his spirit soaring high. He felt humiliated by your words but still tried to salvage some dignity. Little Fan. Do you even realize what you are saying? If you are going to be so stubborn, do not blame me for being rude. His words were both humble and threatening. I admit that Shan Yun and Xiao Yun are not as good as you. But in the Li family, my word is the law. I set the rules. And I have erased the names of you two from the family tree. You have no right to say that. Little Fan understands the situation better than anyone. He directly proposed a competition, stating that rules set by humans can certainly be broken. I do not mind handing the choice back to the members of the Li family present here. The lowly relatives of the little brat were already sweating bullets, silently listening to the tense words. Let us have an election right here, where everyone can vote to choose the next Li family leader. You smirked, confidently throwing down the challenge. Do you have the guts to do that? The old man clenched the registration book in his hand, immediately accepting the challenge. What do I have to be afraid of, a punk like you, who has not even hit puberty, dares to provoke me? That is just asking for humiliation. Taejian turned to the Li family members, excitedly calling out, now, who agrees to make me the head of the Li family? Raise your hands. Yet he felt quite pleased with himself. So what if Li Little Fan has the snow lotus and thunder clouds? This is a private matter for the Li family. Outsiders have no say. He proudly stroked his beard, thinking he had the victory secured. Besides, with my years of reputation, I am the ultimate authority in the Li family. Who dares to oppose me? Then, a heavy silence fell over the room. The family members were hesitant to make a move. What now? When Taijin saw no hands raised, he felt humiliated and turned to Chang Feng, saying, Big brother. Second brother. What is going on? The old man was losing face, and his attitude grew even more desperate. Why is not anyone raising their hands? Chang Lin bluntly told him. Chief, can't you see the current situation? Even the Sui family is lining up. What is the point of this charade? Besides, you are getting old. Maybe it is time to retire. The teacher could not hold back any longer, pounding his chest in anger and declaring, You brat. What are you saying? Take a good look at your conscience. Do you really think those words are worthy of the investment I made in you? Chen Yun. Just going with the flow, replied, old clan leader. We only want what is best for you. You are getting old. It is time to take a break. He nodded in agreement. You are right, he was worried, trying to speak respectfully while gauging his younger brother's attitude. Little Fam. I won't hide it from you. I have actually felt for a while that you are the best choice for clan leader. By the way, about this year's budget allocation for the branch school. What do you think? You cut him off, not letting him beat around the bush. Li Chenjian. As the vice principal of Dongfang High School's branch in Yankao, you are abusing your position for personal gain, embezzling school funds and acting as a middleman for profit effective immediately. You are fired. His words left him stunned and frightened, not expecting to be cornered like this, still refusing to accept his fate. He tried to fight back, saying, What nonsense are you talking about? I can't understand you. You are slandering me. I will have to sue you. Without saying much, Little Fam quickly pulled out his phone, ready with a recording. He cranked up the volume so everyone could hear clearly. Listen up. While I was on a business trip abroad, all that money was just for food expenses. It would have been a waste otherwise. Those were his own words, clearly proving his guilt. Once, I stayed at some 7-star hotels abroad, for travel expenses, room and board, luxury goods, and even construction costs for the new school. Hell, I even skimmed off part of the tuition fees. After all, who is going to trace it back to me? What is there to be afraid of? Hearing this, he was so terrified he could barely stand. Little Fam closed in on him, saying, Li Chenjian, I tried to advise you to reflect on your actions, but you would not listen. Now, it is time to face the consequences. Shu Lion waved her hand, ordering her subordinates to prepare for punishment. Li Chenjian, you better spill everything you have swallowed in these past few years. Then Feng rushed over, crying and pleading. Little Fam, Chenjian was just momentarily foolish. Please, I am begging you, go easy on him. You reminded him of the cold-hearted actions he took back then. Uncle, when my father could not pay his tuition, he came to you begging like this too. You pulled away from him angrily, questioning, but did you ever help our family back then? That is the consequence of your family's own making. Little Fam recalled the painful struggles of the past. How his father begged those two wealthy families like they were gods. But they never showed any mercy. The more he thought about it, the more resentment he felt towards those heartless rich folks. Even when his father was so low he could not get back up, they just laughed at him without a shred of sympathy. Now the tables have turned, and Little Fam impatiently asked them, do you still have anything you want to say? The clan leader's face went pale, unable to speak, just trembling and staring. He remembered every word you said, slowly plotting his revenge for the humiliation they had to endure. Didn't you just say that if I were Lai Taixuan, you would kneel and call me dad? The crowd was stunned, their eyes wide in shock and anxiety. The clan leader refused to accept this humiliation, loudly protesting. Like Xiaofam, do not push your luck. What gives you the right to make me kneel? Some of the clan members were loud and defiant, saying, you stand there. We have not even acknowledged you as the leader of the Lai family yet. No kneeling. Everyone let us go. Do not pay attention to him. Like so? What right do you have to make us kneel? Xiaofan raised his hand decisively and commanded, a kneel. A gigantic hand appeared from above, gradually descending towards them. The elder was directly pressed down and cried out, Izu. The source of the power was non-lethal, but the immense pressure was bearing down on them. It was terrifying, and I was about to cave under it. Seeing them still stubborn, he immediately exerted more strength. Kneel or not. Cheng Lin was still trying to hold out, refusing to kneel. Second brother. How about you kneel first? Cheng Feng was also reluctant. No way. You are the big brother. You should kneel first. One person could not hold on any longer and collapsed, while a clan member sobbed and said, I kneel. I kneel. The others, unable to withstand it, gradually dropped to their knees. I kneel. Like so? Please Zaza, spare my life. Seeing that they had all knelt, he knew to stop the spell. The elder obediently complied, begging Zaza to spare them. Xiao Fan approached with an overwhelming attitude and simply said, Family tree. Xiao Fan did not wait for the elder to comprehend. He directly used his power to snatch the family tree from the elder's hands. With minimal effort, the book effortlessly settled into his grasp. The elder panicked and shouted, Like so? What do you want to do? He calmly flipped through the pages while explaining, if it were not for you old man giving orders from behind, the ancestral legacy would not have been swallowed by my uncle and second uncle. Xiao Fan flipped through until he reached the page with the elder's name and stopped. He used a bit of power to separate the elder's name from the page. Today, you humiliated my father in front of everyone. Without hesitation, he crushed the text, declaring, as of, I have erased your name from the family tree. You are no longer a member of the Li family. The elder fumed but could only grumble. You ungrateful brat. You are a disgrace. Not stopping there, he decided to eliminate this threat at its root. Li Qingfeng, Lixil, and Li Qingyun. You four have tarnished the Li family's reputation, and will also be erased from the records. They stood in shock, frozen as they listened to his verdict. From now on, you are no longer part of the Li family. You cannot take any of the ancestral wealth with you. Chang Lin, desperate, tried to salvage his fate. Xiao Fan, I came here to support you with Xiao Yun. He thought a few sweet words would get him off the hook. Yeah. Right. Like so? I have always cared for you the most. You can't just kick us out of the Li family like that. Xiao Fan looked at their fake sweetness and scoffed. Do I need your support? Don't think just because you are fancy, you can boss me around. Tu Van was not going to take any more humiliation and fought back angrily. Like so? Do not get too cocky. He still dared to act tough, trying to face off against you. Let me tell you, I am the vice captain of the reporting team. If I truly want to turn the tables, no one will have peace. Suddenly, something startled him, and his face turned pale with fear. Linu casually knocked down a branch, sending debris flying everywhere, teaching him a lesson about the limits of his arrogance. Your reporting team leader once got crushed by me, and if you keep acting tough, tomorrow I will make sure you change your name to Crumble Team. The four of them were now utterly hopeless, left with no choice but to accept their fate. Min Trung did not let them linger any longer and immediately called for the clan members to drive them out. Did you not hear what the new clan leader said? Get lost. Xiao Fan watched the chaos unfold and began to think instead of Min Trung asking to come back. Seeing those pests finally getting kicked out, he sighed in relief. Today, both his father and he along with Min Trung were sure to face cruel humiliation at the hands of those people, reenacting last year's tragic drama. Once those guys were gone, Xiao Fan felt relieved enough to ask, Dad, I can't just sit around at the lighthouse anymore. Managing the family should still be your responsibility. Now that life was peaceful, he had successfully avenged his family, and it was time to hand over the clan leader position back to his dad, so Min Trung could be there to help too. Dan Sun seriously accepted his son's handover. All right. I will make sure to manage the lighthouse well for you. He patted Xiao Fan on the shoulder, smiling with pride. Xiao Fan, you have accomplished so much today. I am so. If your mother knew about today, she would be so proud. He had complete faith in him, and would always support him from behind. I know you are truly capable. You should not stay in a small place like Ven Chu, but wherever you go from now on, I will always support you. Min Trung had always been there for his family. Xiao Fan. Rest assured, I will definitely help Dan Sun manage the lighthouse well. At this moment, Tite Lin approached politely and greeted. Hello, uncle. My name is Tite Livin. She introduced herself grandly to Thun Sen as the disciple of the master. Apologizing for being late and hoping the elders would be understanding, the old man thought to himself. Seeing her beauty and talent, this young lady is as stunning as Otto Daopu Lahai, and she seems to have a good relationship with my son. Suddenly, she presented him with a small, sparkling box, formally gifting him a bracelet made from agarwood, a treasure once given to her family by the eminent monk of Wuda Mountain. Thun Sen was utterly astonished to see such a precious item for the first time. The monk had said that wearing this bracelet regularly could help calm the mind, promote well-being, and extend one's life. He shyly returned it to her, saying, Miss S. This gift is too valuable. I can't accept it. Ki Lian, sensing his discomfort, nudged it back into his hands, saying, Please accept it, uncle. This is just a token of appreciation from someone who is a disciple of the master. Like me. At that moment, a few new figures entered through the gate. They all seemed to be big names in business, drawn here by the fame of the young master. Greetings. I heard today is Lo family's ancestor worship day. We came to extend our congratulations. They bowed respectfully, each taking turns to offer their well wishes to Mir. Wishing you happiness, prosperity, and longevity. Congratulations on becoming the new clan leader of the Lao family. May you soar high. The sky was a brilliant blue, the air crisp, and the mountain views were layered and breathtaking. Everyone had changed into formal attire and gathered at the ancestral altar on the mountain to pay their respects. Thu Sensen spoke on behalf of the family. Ancestors above. Lo Thunsen, the 10th clan leader of the Lao lineage, report to you. Today, the entire Lo clan gather to honor the primordial ancestors, seeking blessings for the souls of our ancestors in heaven. Surrounded by fragrant smoke, everyone focused solemnly, praying for happiness and prosperity for generations to come. Honoring the Lo family, they all bowed in unison, repeating Thun Sun's words. Lao clan, seeking blessings for the souls of our ancestors in heaven. The scene was powerful and solemn as he led the group, praying for endless happiness for the Lalo family. Finally, he carefully placed 3 incense sticks into the burner. After this, Thun Sen began to consider the matters concerning the family members at home. Although some had followed the previous clan leader in doing wrong and oppressing the less fortunate, including his own family, he generously chose to forgive them all. Today, I won't hold your past misdeeds against you, but from now on, we must rebuild our reputation together and revitalize the Lu family. Those forgiven felt deep remorse for their actions and sincerely reflected on their mistakes. The clan members bowed their heads respectfully as they listened to Thon Sun, a clan leader. At this moment, he could not help but feel proud of the talented Tiu Phim. It was all thanks to his son that he could stand as the clan leader. If only Tiu Phum's mother could see how bright our future is. Just then, a strong man was driving. Ven Thin followed Thin Het through the winding mountain road when suddenly, the main headquarters of the Thirang Long team sent a new mission. Their target this time was a vehicle speeding straight ahead towards Thaksay Sun. At the mountain's peak, with clear skies and the sun shining, a voice broke through the quiet. Master. The decree. This time, The chief wants us to go to Vane Changchu to investigate that guy Lila Leufam. To assess his true strength. It seems he is talking with someone of high status. I have heard Leufam has a deep and unpredictable cultivation level. Having reached the master realm at such a young age, Chu Sen interjected. Worried before they even met. Telling the master. Not only is Fio the man not his match, but even Fiumma Menchason then on was crippled by him. I can't believe there is such a talented young person in this world. He shot back angrily. Nam Thin Hun and that idiot Fio Than Min are nothing but trash in my eyes. Especially that old man Nam Thin On. The master looked down on him, refusing to acknowledge anyone superior to him, even with his age. His cultivation does not even match mine, just relying on his status. If he were not my senior brother, I would have kicked him to the curb ages ago. Hey he thought too highly of himself, thinking he was the best. Back then, I was in seclusion training. Otherwise, there is no way those two useless guys would get to handle something as important as protecting the superstar Mevza Dung Hoon. The master leaned against a high rock. Rambling on. Not only did you fail to protect anyone, but you also embarrassed our sect. Getting crippled is what he deserves. Hey he looked down, spotting Lo Teufam's group led by Than Sen. Is that little punk Lo Teufam? To me, he is just an insignificant ant. No matter how much he has managed to harm an Then Han, his skills will never compare to mine. Then I will keep a close eye to see if he has anything special. After all, even masters have their strengths and weaknesses, and I am supremely confident in my abilities. I have been stuck at the master level for years now. No matter how powerful my skills are, crushing this brat should be as easy as pie. The judge just laughs maniacally, imagining it. But honestly, killing him would be too easy. The guy next to me has been watching him jump around like a fool for a while now. What if he hears my name and freaks out enough to run away? We should not be doing this. Zhu Shun hesitantly speaks up. Judge, this is not really a good idea. After all, in the martial world, each person has to bear their own consequences. Upon hearing this, the judge turns and glares at him, threateningly saying, Zhu Shun, are you trying to teach me how to act? He then grabs Zhu Shun forcefully, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Stammering, I did not mean it. I swear. The judge swiftly moves aside and warns him. Remember, in this world, only the wicked stand strong, especially that brat like Xiafang. He has disrespected our Avaloham and made us lose face. The judge continues plotting, thinking that if he does not teach him a lesson, it will make our sect look weak and easy to bully. He strides past the whimpering Zhu Shun. Ouch! Ignoring the guy writhing in pain, he walks away, deciding that this is how it will be. The scene shifts to traditional houses that exude a solemn, ancient vibe as three men step into a room where someone is already seated. Waiting, Cheng Shan cuts straight to the chase, saying, I want to take the property left by Lai Chengfeng and Lai Chenglin for myself. But this money must be used to help the Lelo family, who are struggling to make ends meet. Upon hearing this, they all nod in agreement, happily going along with it. The chief, Eatv Vung Trung, says, let us do it this way. You are being fair and just, all for the sake of the Lao family. We are on board. Just then, footsteps approach. As soon as Cheng Shan sees Tu Fum walk to the door, he tells the others to leave. Let us pause here for today. Lina responds on behalf of the three. Yep. Sure. As the group departs, Tu Fum quickly calls out, Father. As soon as he arrives, he immediately asks about his mother. Dad, you should tell me about her now. Right. Yu Fum has always been troubled by this question. In his previous life, he never got to see his mother even once. In this life, no matter what, I have to make up for that regret so our family can be reunited. Cheng Shan's expression darkens as he sadly explains. Tu Fium. Even though I have become the head of the Olo family, our strength is still lacking. In Veen, even second-rate families are not considered significant. And in the broader scope of Shiju, we have no standing at all. He slowly stands up, his words weighing heavily. And your maternal family is a colossal force in the realm of Huaxia. Taking slow steps outside, his heart is heavy with thoughts. If I just go looking for her now, I would only bring trouble upon myself. Cheng Shan understands Tu Fam's feelings but does not want him to face any dangers. Xiao Fan, I know you are not the same person you used to be. But you need to understand that there are always mountains higher than the one you are facing. It is better to wait until you are stronger before you speak. And Xiao Fan really did not want to hear this. Feeling utterly frustrated, every time the topic of his mother came up, his father would deliberately change the subject to avoid deeper questions. At this moment, Cheng Shan, looking somber, called him over. But father has a wish. Hoping you can help me fulfill it. He listened intently, urging his father to continue. With great difficulty, he shared his long-held feelings. Years ago, Your mother and I defied everything to be together. Facing fierce opposition from both families, especially from your mother's family, who always viewed me as a thorn in their side, scheming to eliminate me at every turn. I was gentle and had no standing, fully aware of my place. Your mother's family is a true aristocratic clan at the top tier. To them, I was just an ant, utterly unworthy of your mother. Being together with her was like tarnishing their prestigious family name. He reminisced about the woman he loved, the pain of self-blame growing stronger. Your mother faced immense pressure for being with me. She truly sacrificed so much. I only regret being a useless father, keeping our family apart for over a decade and making you lose your mother's love from such a young age. As he spoke, tears streamed down Chang Shen's face. He hoped Xiao Fan would understand him. So please, do not blame your mother. It is all because I lack the strength. Every word he said made Xiao Fan feel the depth of his father's sorrow. In the past, his father must have endured a lot just to be with his mother. Xiao Fan took his father's hand, urging him to believe in him. Dad, do not worry. He looked at him with determination, assuring him that he would help fulfill this wish. One day, he would bring his mother home so their family could be reunited. His father, moved, wiped his tears and continued discussing matters with Xiao Fan. I miss your mother too and hope that day comes soon, but for now, there is something I need you to do. Chang Shen choked up, recalling the rainy night full of struggles 20 years ago, when your mother and I ran away from home, being hunted down by many powerful members of her family. If it were not for a noble friend of mine stepping in, your mother and I would have been lost to their cruelty long ago. Facing a group of high-level assassins alone would have been impossible. But that friend was gravely injured because of it. For over 20 years, his wounds have not healed, blaming me for dragging him into this mess. Otherwise, he would not have ended up in this situation. It has been a long time since he had the chance to visit his benefactor. A while ago, I heard from someone in Hannan province that his condition has worsened. Chang Shen entrusted this important task to Xiao Fan, asking him to represent the family. Xiao Fan, did not the Yanzhou Merchants Association send several boxes of nourishing herbs yesterday? Now that I have just taken over the management, there is way too much stuff. If you have time, could you take some of the Qinshan ginseng to my friend? Please also check on his health for me. He happily accepted, not wanting to burden his father with more worries. Dad, do not worry. A kindness is like a drop of water, and I will repay it like a flowing stream. What is more, for saving a life, I will head to Hannan in a few days to help fulfill your wish. The next day, Xiao Fan hit the road early in the morning. Shu Lion joined him, but it was unclear what his plans were. Master, we have arrived at the Merchant's Mountain. Lionu jumped out of the car right after him, pausing to take in the surroundings. He felt relieved that the business back in Vanzhou was wrapped up. But before heading to Hannan province to visit his father's friend, he needed to grab the treasure here first. As he pondered, he strode confidently toward their destination. From the moment the reincarnation began, the mysterious altar on Merchant's Mountain was the first place on Earth where he encountered celestial treasures. If his true form had been discovered, why would not he collect them? This was just an unexpected delight for this family mission. Leufam had already been waiting for him, ready and eager. Xiao Fan, I heard you were coming to Merchant's Mountain today, so I got here early to wait for you. The dark winds and the chaotic energy are all up on the mountain waiting for you. He nodded in acknowledgement, signaling everyone to hurry up. Let us move up the mountain. Xiao Fan led the way up the steep slope, with the other three following closely behind. Suddenly, a blazing red iron chain lashed out fiercely toward them, just as they stepped onto the mysterious altar. They were caught off guard by the dark winds that fell upon them, causing immense pain. One lucky guy crash-landed into a bush, his body bruised and battered. The moment he saw Xiao Fan, he crawled and sobbed, desperate for help. You finally made it. The iron chain on the altar has gone berserk for some reason, and even with my master's help, we can't subdue it. The one above was struggling to hold on, waiting for him to arrive. You need to be careful. Each of these 9 iron chains carried an incredibly terrifying dark energy, their power equivalent to a full force attack from a grandmaster. I can barely hold on any longer. Leufam sensed the overwhelming strength and was filled with fear. Why had the altar's chains become so formidable? Even the 2 grandmasters working together could not handle them. Shu Lion, who did not know much about dark winds and chaotic energy, felt even more confused. She thought to herself, they are both grandmasters. After surveying the altar, Xiao Fan decided it was time to take action. Those 9 iron chains were a grave threat, and based on their cultivation levels, they were not strong enough to counter it. Stay put. Leufam did not want to stand on the sidelines, so he summoned his energy to help out. Xiao Fan, my physique is special. I can withstand the dark iron energy from the chains. I will join you. Shu Lion insisted on following, saying, Master, as your disciple, how can I back down when danger arises? I need to go with you. He did not want them to face risks, so he cleverly urged them to stay back. We need to refine the 9 iron chains on the altar later. The real reason I called you all here today is for something else. With that, He moved toward the chaotic energy that was struggling to contain the powerful chains. He carefully assessed the heavy dark energy on the altar. Those 9 iron chains were no ordinary objects. They might even be one of the rare treasures from this place. Zikong had already exhausted a fair amount of energy and quickly asked for his help. Lend me a hand, with the 3 of us joining forces, including my apprentice. We should be able to deal with those iron chains. Leufam unexpectedly pushes the old man aside with a strong shove, catching him off guard and sending him flying. The old man is losing his footing, while you are already ready to fight alone. Stepping up to the altar, you stand firm amidst the demonic trap, using your strength to create a solid protective barrier. The iron chains start targeting you for an attack, but can break through your sturdy shield. Suddenly, 9 chains detach from the altar, locking their sights straight on Leufam. They form a massive vortex, slowly encircling you. Yet, you remain completely unfazed, calmly waiting even as the chains wrap tightly around your protective shield. Only when the 9 chains fully bind you do you begin to unleash your powers. Lequai and Tiat Lian outside can gauge the situation, worrying deeply for your safety. Leufam, Master, although Mfeng has faith in you, there is also a fear of a worst-case scenario. What if even Mir Lai is not a match for this altar and those 9 cursed chains? At this moment, Leufam's voice rises, his mediocre talent now channeling a powerful purple energy that starts to break through from within. With just one strike, you effortlessly shatter those stubborn chains, leaving yourself completely unharmed. The chains snap into pieces, crashing down to the ground, spontaneously igniting in a fierce blaze of magical energy. Yet, they start to move, slithering on the ground. They gather together, slowly intertwining to form a single entity. Finally, the cursed chains morph into a gigantic, menacing serpent. The enormous python retaliates, breathing a blazing fire directly at Leufam. You stand completely undeterred, calmly raising your hand to use your power. A protective shield manifests effortlessly, halting that raging fire in its tracks. From the sidelines, Tukan warns you. You must be cautious of this cursed energy. When I faced them earlier, I did not realize how silently it was corroding my meridians and spiritual energy. Leufam, with calm determination, slowly pushes back the serpent's flames. You have calculated everything, commanding the others to assist 5 of you. Position yourselves at the 5 directions of the altar, following the great elemental shield method. Ducklin and Lequai, who had been anxiously waiting, immediately comply upon hearing this. Yep. Master. Leufam. I understand. Leufam stands at the center of the altar, while the remaining 5 take their positions at the corners, successfully creating the elemental barrier. Fong can only follow orders, still trying to grasp your intentions. Master. What does it mean for Mer Lai to have us occupy the 5 elemental positions? Tukong begins to ponder the significance of this elemental barrier method. Could it be that Meh Lai is well versed in barrier techniques, but those techniques have been lost for centuries? Is it possible that Lai is the legendary barrier master? At this moment, Leufam's resolve is firm as you prepare to execute your plan and path of cultivation. The ability of one person is limited, especially in a place where spiritual energy is as scarce as a desert. If you can gather a few allies, it will bring great benefits in the future. As the elemental barrier activates, the strength of the 5 awakens, drawing in the spiritual energy all around. You sit in the center, chanting spells to absorb all the power of the serpent after successfully defeating it. Now you explain to everyone. I have refined all the cold, dark energy of this place into spiritual energy, and how much I can absorb depends entirely on your own potential. A massive surge of energy floods toward all 5 of them at once, ready to be received. Tiat Lin feels an overwhelming power and gasps in amazement. She realizes she has reached a new level of ability. I can't believe I have suddenly broken through to the grand completion stage of inner strength. She beams at Leufam, who is still focused on maintaining the link. Silently, she thanks him. It all feels like a dream come true. I used to think I could never compare to the masters. To me, they seemed like deities. But now, the distance between me and the masters is just a single step away, thanks to the blessing of my mentor. Meeting my mentor truly is my greatest fortune. Lequai also senses her power gradually changing. The air around her solidifies into a bone-like structure, and she feels her body transforming in miraculous ways. She is thrilled with her new abilities. This cold, dark energy once only brought her pain and despair. Now, she can easily control and play with it. And instead of harming her, this energy can be manipulated at will. Meanwhile, the wind energy, after absorbing enough, also opens its eyes wide in shock. After testing its strength, it realizes that even the shaky foundation of the Master's realm has suddenly become incredibly solid. From nothing, he never expected his abilities could still grow. That is right. Even my long stagnant cultivation path seems to show signs of expansion. Could it be that I can take another step forward in this lifetime? He looks at Leufam with even greater admiration. This is all thanks to the divine gifts we have received. Lin Yu, however, feels completely out of sync with everyone else and is annoyed. How infuriating. Despite trying several times, he sees no changes. Why is everyone else transforming while I am still stuck? At that moment, Leufam focuses on entering a different state of thought. The midday holy body is the supreme cultivation technique of the myriad realms. Tune tree. You are ready to upgrade your abilities. The first step? Cultivate the holy body. Endure countless hardships. Be as tough as glass. And keep your mind as steadfast as iron. Your inner strength slowly ignites. And the second step of the midday holy body technique begins. Allowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to condense into a spiritual liquid, flowing through your entire body's meridians. At that moment, the spiritual liquid bursts forth with a powerful wind, creating immense pressure that bends trees and sends birds flying off course. Toin Livin, worried, calls out, "Why is there suddenly such a strong gust of wind? What is happening to the master?" Realizing the issue, Leufam becomes even more confused. This pressure is unexpectedly scarier than that of a master. Is Leufam going to be okay? From nothing, it is hard to assess the current situation accurately. Who knows? According to my old friend Alho Tin Sun Zhang, he slowly stands up, feeling a slight numbness throughout his body, but absorbing so much spiritual energy from the primordial serpent has only condensed into a single drop of spiritual liquid. To cultivate the holy body to grand completion still requires a long time ahead. Even though his power has been upgraded, he still feels something's off. Plus, the earth's spiritual energy is thin. Even though I have broken through to the prey heaven realm, my foundation is not solid yet. But seeing everything going smoothly, I can't help but feel happy for you. Master, congratulations on your successful breakthrough. Your cultivation level has risen a tier now. Meanwhile, Leufam has been anxiously waiting. When she sees her friend safe and sound, she lets out a sigh of relief. Leufam, as long as you are okay, that is what matters. Earlier, when you broke through, you honestly scared us. From behind, Dremfeng steps up to inquire. "Man, Lotsin, what realm have you reached now?" Lung has tried to think it through, but everything seems off. Transforming. Transcending, or perhaps a realm even higher, he curtly replies. Pre-heaven. This answer is beyond their understanding, so he questions. Pre-heaven? What kind of realm is that? I have never heard of it. Does your master know? The elder beside him, hearing his words, is wide-eyed in surprise. Pre-heaven. From his years of learning, the elder has come across this realm. He recalls reading about it in an ancient text about the pre-heaven realm. But that was just a tale from thousands of years ago, and it has been lost for a long time. Having had doubts before, he grows even more curious about Leufam. Could it be that Lo Tyson Sign has always been practicing the cultivation techniques from 1,000 years ago? What is Lul Tin Sun's true identity? Meanwhile, Lianu, whose cultivation has not shown any signs of change, worries about her own progress, especially since her master's strength has become even more formidable. If her cultivation stagnates, won't she be left behind by the younger generation, as everyone discusses? Tai Lin recounts the earlier scene. Master, the moment you broke through was truly terrifying. The wind was so strong that we could not even lift our heads, and even the distant mountain peak was swaying. Hearing this, Leufam becomes serious and thinks, wait, even though I broke through to the Pri-Heaven realm, based on my current strength, I should not have been able to shake Tharing Mang Mountain. Based on his intuition, he stands up to investigate. There must be something hidden in this mountain. Suddenly, Thuong Mung Mountain shakes violently once more. Tai Lian is startled, unable to grasp the situation. What is going on? Why is Thingagamen Mountain shaking like this? Zhuami Feng, equally puzzled, turns to him and asks, didn't Luo Tianxin just break through? Could there be another senior breaking through here? Just then, a gigantic beast's paw with sharp claws bursts through the ground. Lu Qian, worried about injuries, shouts a warning. Be careful. Everyone, get out of the way. The claws lunge directly at them. But thankfully, everyone leaps away just in time. Lianu, feeling the heated energy, is irritated. What the hell is this? Who dares to sneak attack me? Sure enough, being experienced, she quickly regains her composure and casts a spell. Reveal yourself. And Domi Feng understands and immediately activates his power to counterattack. Take a hit from my attack. Blood Storm, his massive hand, along with swirling magical energy, slowly approaches the target. Suddenly, a gigantic tail appears behind the two, launching a surprise attack. They were ambushed out of nowhere, and by the time they realized it, it was too late to fight back. Not good. The heavy tail swung with tremendous force, and no one knew how the two were faring. Meanwhile, a terrifying foot was preparing to deal with the three girls. They joined forces to create a protective barrier, trying to withstand its power. Tai Lian's abilities were fundamentally not strong enough, and compared to this fierce beast, She could not hold her ground. Game over. Who would have thought Thundazan Mung Sun was hiding a monster like this? Lai Kwaiman's shield was beginning to crack. And I heard that Thungan Sun has always had a legend about a mountain god residing in the mountains. Shortly after, the protective barrier was destroyed, and a powerful force sent the two flying. The backlash left Tight Livin injured internally. But thankfully, Lai Quan managed to catch her in time. The two of them huddled together in fear, retreating to avoid the beast. Could this monster really be the legendary mountain god? Linu was ready to step up and fight solo. Thinking, what the heck is a mountain god anyway? To me, it is just a stinky bug. Without hesitation, she charged straight at the monster. With a grin full of excitement, she unleashed her full power, determined to fight to the end. Thinking, let us see if I can roast this thing for dinner. Linu slid gracefully and landed directly on the beast's claws. She swiftly focused her energy to strike at its foot. But just a second later, the cut vanished into thin air, leaving no mark on the beast at all. Linu's face turned ashen with fear. She could not believe she had not cut through. Just when she lost her focus, the monster raised its claw to retaliate. Luckily, Tiu From appeared just in time to pull her back, avoiding a dangerous blow. He had been observing closely from the sidelines. Noticing that the beast was still lurking, hiding in the shadows, he prepared to use his ability to drag this monster out from underground. With incredible strength, he slammed down, causing the ground to shatter. The entire mountain sank into a deep pit with just one strike. From the dark depths below, the eyes of a colossal creature suddenly glimmered. The whole body of the beast emerged, towering like a mountain, roaring with thunderous sounds. The tales of this terrifying creature had been enough to scare anyone. But seeing the mountain god in person was even more frightening. The master is the mountain god. The mountain god it is. So the legendary mountain god from folklore really exists. And I am scared stiff. But why did the mountain god come up from underground? The old man suddenly realized the issue. Could it be that the iron chains on that altar were actually sealing the mountain god inside the Thangma Munning mountain? But who set up the altar to bind the mountain god in the first place? At this moment, the beast opened its mouth, inhaling everything around it. Not good. This creature has been starving for hundreds of years. And now that it is awake, it wants to swallow the whole mountain. The force of the wind it created was like a hurricane, making it hard for them to stay grounded. It was impossible not to notice the mountain god's terrifying energy, urging everyone to leave the mountain immediately. If they did not hurry, they might just end up as its next meal. Seeing you standing still, Lequine shouted, "Little Fam, we should really get going. It is way too dangerous here." But you felt an intense curiosity about this monster. And it could not have come at a better time, just as I was worried about breaking through. My realm is not stable yet, and I never expected this beast to show up right at my doorstep, ready for me to sharpen my skills. You activated a new flow of power and successfully absorbed it, wanting to use the mountain god as your training partner. Well then, today I am going to fight to train. With that, you stomped your foot down for momentum, shouting with all your might, "I will use you to strengthen my innate realm." Little Fam leaped right in front of the beast and unleashed a thunderous punch that sent it reeling. The mountain god was momentarily stunned, shaking its head to regain its composure. Then it roared loudly, opening its massive jaws to create a sphere of power. The monster let out another roar, lunging forward with its claws ready to grab you. Little Fam swiftly dodged, his mind calm and calculating, recalling his past life where his cultivation soared in leaps and bounds. In just a century, he had reached the pinnacle of the immortal realm. However, this also led to an unstable foundation, ultimately resulting in him being ambushed by the 10 great heavenly lords. Having experienced this, you gain profound insights. In this life, you must take things step by step and solidify your foundation properly, cultivating each level to perfection. With that thought in mind, Little Fam gathered energy, delivering a powerful strike innate first thrust. Following that was a resounding punch, its force exploding like thunder innate second thrust. Seeing the opponent stagger for a moment, you immediately leaped into the air, launching a blazing sphere of magical energy innate third thrust. Not letting the opportunity slip away, Little Fam clenched his fists, channeling spiritual energy into a devastating punch that descended like a storm innate eighth thrust. The explosion caused a significant shockwave, truly pushing the monster to its limits. At this point, Little Fam was feeling drained but gritted his teeth, channeling every last bit of strength, gathering spiritual energy in his hands, and growling softly innate saving thrust. The condensed spiritual energy formed an incredibly powerful beam, drilling deep into the beast's core, tearing it apart into two pieces, scattering it into nothingness innate great perfection. All of Sunthun's spiritual energy was instantly absorbed by you, leaving nothing behind. As the hazy mist finally lifted, the majestic figure emerged, cloaked in a radiant light like a deity or hero. Tu Fume. The remnants of spiritual energy from the fierce battle gradually flowed back into his body, claiming its new master. Witnessing the entire spectacle, Tight Lian felt a twinge of doubt. Her master had truly toppled Sun Thun. But why did she sense that her master had grown stronger yet lacked the fierce aura he had when he first broke through? She gazed at him with admiration and reverence. Could this be the legendary Praheaven master they spoke of? It is truly a mystical brew that is hard to comprehend. After completely defeating Sun Thun, Tu Fume, overflowing with confidence, gently touched down. At last, he had solidified his Praheaven realm. Returning to his original state, his aura now calm and contained. He wore a satisfied expression as he realized his plan was unfolding perfectly. His profound foundation now as solid as the towering Thenga Mengi mountain. Unbreakable. Tu Fam had also noticed Lin Yu's concern and explained that her cultivation could not be shattered like theirs because, as a demon cultivator, she could not absorb the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy that he had used his Taiho Hein genuine energy to refine. Not wanting her to miss out, he delivered the good news. Sun Then had been sealed for 100 years, and the source of the demonic energy from Thingmeng Meng Mountain truly originated from him. Take this opportunity to absorb as much as you can. Excited by this, she eagerly grabbed the entire stash of demonic energy from Xuan Then, realizing it was incredibly pure. I won't hold back anymore. At that moment, a sinister wind blew, and their minds connected in a flash of understanding. Both of them knelt on the ground, pleading, Master Lai, please accept us as your disciples. Yet, Tu Feng bluntly stated, honestly, your talents do not even come close to Tight Lian's. Even being my signed disciple won't be a walk in the park. To join my Taihoan sect, you will have to start as low-level servant disciples. Still, I won't be too harsh. If you show promise, I will reward you with entry-level techniques from the Taihoan sect. They looked at each other. Seeing a glimmer of hope, they repeatedly expressed their gratitude to Master Lai, pledging never to forget his great kindness. Suddenly, Lin Dubry noticed that Su Thun's body was beginning to transform. His entire form ignited in a blaze of demonic energy, gradually taking shape into a demonic core. As Tai Yu Fum looked over, it was fully formed and shot up into the sky. She squealed with excitement like a child, urging him, Master, look, that is Shu Then's essence. He did not waste any time and shot out tendrils of demonic energy like ropes to chase after it. The essence was swiftly intercepted and returned to him. Today's visit to Thajung Meng Mountain had truly exceeded his expectations. It seemed he had reaped a hefty harvest, not only breaking through to the Praheaven realm, but also capturing Su Then's 100-year-old demonic core. He carefully handed it to La Qian, cautioning her, though the matters in Vanichu were settled. Next, I must head to Henan to visit a friend of my father. Because of my trust and belief in your abilities, I know that you, Xiao Fan, have a lot of confidence. And class representative, your physical condition is exceptional. This 100-year-old spirit pill can only be used by you to suppress the yin and xuan body. So I need your help to bring this spirit pill back to my villa in Shezhou. She happily agreed right away. Xiao Fan, you have helped me with so much. How could I refuse such a small favor? Giant Lian also volunteered to escort her. Teacher, I will go with her to Shezhou. You can rest easy and head to Henan. It felt like the air was charged, as if preparing for a storm. At this moment, Xiao Fan and Liu had returned home. And as he opened the door, he called out, Dad, I am. But the only response he got was silence. The dark room held no one. He looked around anxiously. Master, have you not left? Why is uncle still not home? An uneasy feeling welled up in his heart. He tried calling his dad but could not get through. Sorry. The number you dialed is currently unavailable. At that moment, in the private mechanical organization. Xiao Fan, it is raining today. Your dad came home early. He is not at the old mansion. Hearing his voice, the elder felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He thanked the elder, but his mind was in chaos. I understand now. Ming Zhong. After hanging up with Ming Zhong, he tried calling his dad again, but all he heard was the same response. Sorry. The number you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Even after several attempts, the result was still the same. Fear gnawed at him. What if something bad had happened? Could it be that the second and third uncles from the family were waiting for a chance to take revenge? Xiao Fan thought seriously. Out of respect for my father, I let the two families off the hook. I never expected these people to be so ungrateful, daring to target my father. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone rang. Startling him, a challenging voice rang out. Lixa, are you feeling anxious right now? The moment he heard that, his face changed. He sensed danger approaching. If he wanted to save his father, he needed to get to the abandoned building on the outskirts immediately. On the other end of the line was a madman laughing. A rising young master. Can't even protect your own father. How pathetic. Haha. He was the one holding his father captive, boldly instructing him. Remember, I am giving you half an hour. If you do not dare to come. Suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed, along with a threatening tone. Just wait to receive your father's corpse. At that moment, He had his father bound tightly, hanging in agony. Xiao Fan was so furious that he crushed his phone in his hand. You dare to kidnap my father? Do you want to die? He and Lian Yu immediately jumped into the car, ready to deal with this arrogant fool. The car sped down the empty road leading to the outskirts. The gloomy sky had started to sprinkle raindrops, and Xiao Fan's face looked grim. He focused on driving as fast as he could. The car flew through the pouring rain. A loud clap of thunder struck, causing the car to swerve and come to a sudden stop in front of the abandoned building. Without wasting a second, he jumped out. The umbrella quickly opened, shielding him from the heavy rain. Lian Yu trailed behind with an umbrella, doing her best to shield him. The judge was sitting atop the building when he spotted the figure below, his excitement palpable. The raucous laughter of Han Ho mingled with the thunder, making everyone jump. Haha. Xiao Fan quickly saw Han, along with his dad bound and captured, standing in the pouring rain, and shouted out, "Tomorrow, I will be waiting for you. Like so? You have got guts? I thought you would not show up. I am impressed. Really impressed." Haha. Chang Shan did not want him to get caught up in the mess, so he yelled, "Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan. Do not come here. It is dangerous. Get out of here. Quick." But there was no way he could just stand by and watch his dad suffer. He reassured him, "Dad, do not panic. I am coming to rescue you right now." The judge merely watched this touching father-son scene unfold, not making Xiao Fan wait long, and leaped down from above and asked, "Like so? You want to save your father? Don't he rush?" He and landed gracefully, finally introducing himself. "Today, I am here to make sure you die without confusion. My family represents the three paths of justice. And the judge you knew was actually my second senior brother." And stepped closer, bluntly stating his intention. "I came here to deliver a challenge letter on behalf of my senior brother." And Xiao Fan found it puzzling as he watched Han flail his arms, thinking it was completely unnecessary, and continued to laugh maniacally, imagining his imminent victory. "You are about to die at my hands." Huh. He danced around in front of Xiao Fan, noting he must have just stepped into the master realm. His aura was weak and utterly unremarkable. "What is the so-called master boy? His strength is just pathetic. I was hoping for a bit more from you. But honestly, you are just a massive disappointment." Trying to scare you, and boasted about how dangerous he was, asking if you knew how long he had been stuck at this master level. 7 years. Suddenly, the judge punched the wall with force and yelled, 7 years, and went wild, punching and screaming. "I have been stuck here for a full 7 years. Lian Yu watched, growing impatient. The master was acting like a total nutcase, laughing one moment and furious the next. Surely, there was something wrong with his brain. The judge began to stroke his chin, deep in thought, and taunted, "Like so? You should save your strength. There is no need for the sect leader or my senior brother to step in. If you are smart, just take yourself out to avoid a painful end." After he finished rambling, you jumped straight to the point, demanding he release your father, and eagerly admitted he was there to handle things. "What could you do about it? If you were not convinced," he suddenly yelled, "do you believe I can take you down with one punch?" Then he unleashed his power, ready to attack you with the 5 elements crushing fist. Meanwhile, Zhu Shan had a mission at the Great Wall and was anxiously watching from the sidelines. It seemed the young master was just a joke, compared to the judge, who had accumulated 7 years in the master realm. The gap in power was just too massive. The judge was the second master in the Ada Ho sect, right behind the sect leader, and was tagging along out of admiration for this power. The Ain Ho sect's 5 elements fist was legendary, with 12 forms perfected to the point of being as pure as fire. A regular master would not stand a chance against the judge. There was once a new master who challenged him. The result: before he even stepped through the door, the judge knocked him out with a single punch. Just like the situation at hand, Han was confident you would be defeated. "Like so? Well, like Xiao Fan." Facing the judge's 5 elements crushing fist, "You dare to be so arrogant. The fire fist is powerful and fierce, so prepare to have your head smashed." In the heat of battle, the judge lunged at you, but you effortlessly dodged and was momentarily taken aback by your quick reflexes. The force of his attack was strong, and since you dodged, the wall behind you took a heavy hit. Not wanting to be humiliated, he turned to intimidate you, thinking he could avoid your 5 elements crushing fist. But the real skill of the Anhal sect lay in the 24 forms of its fist technique, and continued to channel his energy, preparing for a more powerful technique, the Tiger's Fury. A lightning-fast punch came at you, but you nimbly dodged it. Then he unleashed a series of attacks, the Moonlit Monkey, delivering devastating blows. But you easily saw through them. At this point, Han was panting, worried about your talent, wondering what was going on. "This little punk is clearly not fast at all. Why can't our proud 24 styles of French boxing take down these Han? Look at the new Han in the ring, panting like a dog. Go on. Laugh at him. This is all you have got. There is no way the Han can tolerate this humiliation and won't pull out a decisive move. Comparing strength with me, I can see he is losing patience." Outside, Chu Shan is cheering him on, still believing in his master, daring to stand up against the judgment of his master. Like Xiao Fang is definitely digging his own grave, no doubt about it. The strength of the Judgment Master is well recognized in the boxing world. He has not witnessed your power yet, so he is running his mouth. But no one under my class can rival him, especially not the Judgment Master. That scoundrel charges at Xiaofang again, aiming to deliver a final blow. All Xiaofang does is raise a hand and smack him, sending him crashing sideways. He hits the ground headfirst with such force that it cracks the earth. Finally, he lays there, completely motionless. The Judgment Master tries to get back up, embarrassed, and shouts, like Xiaofang. But before he can recover, Xiaofang grabs his face with his hand. Then he effortlessly lifts the hand up, showcasing his impressive power. A little ant dares to act tough in front of me, touch my dad, and you are crossing the line. Xiaofang warns him to remember this for his next life. Do not act all high and mighty like that again. With that, he unleashes his magic, making the hand explode into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, not even a speck of dust remains. Only the rocks and debris are left, echoing around, while the hand has completely vanished. The only thing left on the ground is a fragment of the hand himself. Chu Shen witnesses this horrifying scene, trembling with fear. There is no way this is happening. The Judgment Master, who had the title of the unrivaled sect leader, just died like that. Even if he strained his eyes, he could not find even a shred of his master's remains. In an instant, he was obliterated. Not even a piece of clothing left behind. The hand turns pale, quickly looking for an escape route before Xiaofang finds him. Suddenly, a metal rod flies toward his only escape. Lion Yu had already arrived to save Cheng Shan, grabbing hold of the hand, saying, "Where do you think you are running, you fap?" She kicks the chubby Chu Shan, sending him free falling from the top of the building. He lands right at Xiaofang's feet, and thanks to his blubbery flesh, he hardly feels a thing. As he opens his eyes and sees Xiaofang, his face goes ashen, stuttering in fear. Like Xiaofang. Like Xiangxin. Xiaofang looks at the hand's pitiful state with disdain in his eyes. Chu Shan, wanting to save his skin, bows and pleads for mercy, begging Xiaofang, like Xiangxin, please spare my life. The plan to kidnap your father was all the Judgment Master's idea. Since there is some sort of connection, Xiaofang decides to show him a bit of mercy this time, saying, "Go back and tell your old master that I received your challenge. I will come to the boxing world to find you soon." With that, Xiaofang dismisses him, ordering, "Get lost." The hand knows he should comply, obediently responding, "Yep, yep, yep. I will leave right away. I will be gone instantly," and jumped up and bolted away like a madman, probably fearing that if he hesitated even for a second, he would end up dead. After dealing with those two losers, he rushed to support the mountain that Lian Wu had previously grinned at. Xiaofan, do not worry about me. He carefully sheltered the umbrella while helping his father down, finally feeling relief when he saw his dad safely sitting in the car, although Xiaofan noticed his father was not in great shape. Thankfully, there were no serious injuries, thank goodness. Dad is okay. Today's events really gave him a headache. If it were not for the fact that Chu Shen had to die, I would have wanted to take down the entire Xingyai clan to pay for my father's troubles. Then the car began to roll away. The dark clouds in the sky started to dissipate, and the rain slowly turned into just a few scattered drops. Everything had temporarily settled down, and the scene shifted to a train station. Xiaofan got ready to board the train with Lian Yu, while everyone at home hurried to say their goodbyes. To ease his mind while working, Ming Zhong proactively assured him, "Xiaofan, with the mountain clan and me here, you can relax. Not every clan member is eager to be a lapdog for the clan chief." Many clan members actually kept a neutral stance when it came to colluding with Li Qinglin and Li Qingfeng. He happily reported on the results from the past few days. Now relying on the mountain clan to be the clan chief, more and more members of the Li family were willingly supporting the mountain clan, contributing their share. The two Li family members accompanying them were also happy to chime in. "Yeah, Clan Chief Li handles the job fairly." He treated all clan members with fairness. Unlike the old clan chief who hoarded all the benefits for himself, Cheng Shan even handed him a big bag, reminding him with great care, "Xiaofan, this trip is to Henan province. You must visit that old friend of your father's a bit more. This bag is something he gave to your dad 20 years ago." He had prepared everything meticulously, hoping his son would pay attention to etiquette. "If you take this bag, he will know you are the son of Li Qingshan. All the precious herbs your father packed are in there too. Remember to give them to him. If they run into any trouble, you should lend a hand." Lin Yu, standing next to him, showed signs of being bored and got his head patted with concern. "And little Lian Yu too. Make sure to take care of yourself while you are out." Given the dangerous events from the past few days, he reminded his dad to be cautious. "Dad, I know. You have to stay healthy in Wenzhou." He left Yin Feng behind to be responsible for escorting his father. Yin Feng, Well, I am not in Wenzhou. You must protect my father at all times. And accepted the order, assuring he would do his utmost. With me here, nothing will happen to Clan Chief Li. Suddenly recalling what had just happened made him furious again. I do not want to see any more judges popping up. While I can reward you, creators and craftsmen, if you do not perform well, I can take it all back any time. Han trembled under his power, stammering an oath. I guarantee that Yin Feng will absolutely risk his life to protect Clan Chief Li's safety. The train is about to leave the station, so you can temporarily feel at ease and focus on your work. Then Sun and Min Trung wave goodbye through the window, their emotions tinged with a hint of reluctance as Xiaofam heads off on his journey. The train takes off, speeding toward the next destination. Li, munching on snacks while enjoying the scenery to kill time. When suddenly, Xiaofam's phone starts ringing. Beep beep beep. He sees the caller. It is Ayang Bunai and immediately picks up. On the other end, a sweet voice chimes in. Xiaofam, you have been in Wenzhou for so long. When are you coming back to Shizhou? He replies seriously. I just set off for Hannan, so I can't return to Shizhou for now. The scene shifts to outside the Ayang Group building in Shizhou, where she paces back and forth in her office, wanting to talk to him. Xiaofam, do you really have to go to Hannan? Actually, I need your help with something. To save time, she dives straight into the issue. I have a cousin in Hannan who runs her own company, but she has been dealing with some tricky problems lately. Someone is deliberately causing trouble for her, and she called me for help. As her cousin, I can't just stand by and watch, so I had to send someone over to assist her. I intended to handle it quietly, but this situation seems more complicated than I thought. The person causing her trouble has significant connections in Hannan, and everyone I sent there got schooled. In the end, I had to return to Shizhou. This is too much of a hassle. And honestly, I could not think of any other way, which is why I am asking for your help. Xiaofam senses her worry and agrees to lend a hand. Sure. We know each other well enough. I will help you out. Hearing him quickly agree, Bunai cheers up. Xiaofam, if you can help me, that is just perfect. She casually shares more details to keep him in the loop. By the way, my cousin's name is Jiang Huanyan. She is from the Jiang family in Hannan. But speaking of her family, they have had some really bad luck. My uncle once shared some stories. Originally, the Jiang family was quite a prestigious clan in Hannan. My uncle, who is also Huanyan's father, was once a respected master, admired by many. However, due to his sense of justice, disaster struck many years ago. My uncle got seriously injured while protecting a friend from a powerful family, and despite numerous treatments, nothing worked. His health declined rapidly. Bunai recalls this with a touch of sorrow, noting how it caused the Jiang family status to plummet from nobility to obscurity, ultimately becoming a third-rate clan. Now, the Jiang family is in a dire situation, being targeted by other families in Hannan, ready to swallow them whole at any moment. Xiaofam realizes the connection. Jiang family, Jiang Huanyan. The head of the family injured while protecting a friend. Isn't this the Jiang family? My father wanted me to go to Hannan to repay a debt of gratitude. I can't believe Jiang Huanyan is Ayang Bunai's cousin. He smiles with a knowing glint, feeling that life is full of coincidences. Especially during the time his father was in Shizhou. Ayang Bunai took care of his father meticulously, no matter the big or small things. Before they parted ways, she even gifted him a watch. He owes her a lot, and he definitely has to step up and help. Ever since his rebirth, Ayang Bunai has been a significant presence in his life. We have to help her out. It looks like this trip to Hannan is mandatory for me. Suddenly, Takai pops up in the train car, phone in hand, love streaming like crazy. My dear, you always say I usually flaunt my fancy cars, yachts, and private jets, but look at me now and clearly does not know when to hold back and is loudly mocking the other passengers. Today, I am bringing you all to ride on this public transport for common folks, where we just passed a bunch of hillbillies who can't even afford a decent seat. Leufam is trying to avoid trouble, so he just ignores Han. Crammed in, feeling like he is about to suffocate. As Tika walks past them, he suddenly turns back, fixating on Lu. He does not hesitate to strike up a conversation with her. Hey, little sis. Those spikes on your head are super unique. Are you cosplaying or something? Assuming she might not believe him, Han intentionally shows off. I am live streaming right now. I have tens of thousands of fans watching. Mind if I touch those spikes on your head? Lian, who wants nothing to do with Han, is shocked when he boldly grabs at her spikes. This move sends her into a rage. Still clueless, casually keeps touching them, as if he is testing something. These feel pretty solid. How much did you spend on these spikes? Can you sell them to me? Lian, fed up, snaps at a gate. Get lost. Don't bother me, or I swear I will twist your arm. The immediate pain makes him yelp out loud. The sharp pain shoots through my arm. I can't take it. He grits his teeth, pulling his arm away with all his might. Ouch. That hurts. That moment accidentally gets captured on the live stream. And the audience can believe he is losing to a little girl. What a shame. It is definitely performance art. I am impressed by her acting skills. When he finally realizes what is happening, Tukan can no longer keep up his smile. Sweating a bit, he forces a grin. Yeah. Everyone saw through me. That ouch was just part of the show. At that moment, Tukan accidentally bumps into an old, neatly arranged backpack on the floor. His crude tone could make even the kindest soul furious. Dear fans, you won't believe what I just found. A filthy, torn up suitcase and a poor little guy, seemingly not satisfied. He leans over to Tu Fushim. Did you fish this out of the trash? Seems Tukan has no concept of decency. It is disgusting. Seriously, right now. Leufam has reached his breaking point. Little did he know that Han's next move would be even more foolish. He straight up kicks Leufam's suitcase. Don't to block my way. Leufam generously gives him one last chance to turn back. Put the suitcase back where you found it. It seems this guy has never been taught a lesson, as he still sounds cocky. Dear fans, did you hear that? This punk wants me to put the ripped suitcase I just picked up from the trash back where it belongs. He shamelessly boasts about his stuff. As long as you do not dirty my limited edition AG soccer shoes, we are good. Then he pulls out his wallet and reveals a stack of cash. At this age, I can believe there are people who can even afford a bag. Tukan shoves it in Leufam's face in the most disrespectful way possible. Whatever. Today I am feeling generous. So here's a little cash for you to buy a new suitcase. That guy just stomped all over someone else's stuff, and does not even feel bad about it. To top it off, he is bragging like he is superior. Kid. Do you even know who I am? I am still live streaming. You know. You really want to test me? I could make you viral in an instant. Leufam could not hold back any longer and shouted. Get lost. Who knows if this guy's just weak, or what? But hearing that made him crumble. He fell flat on his back on the train floor. What the heck? But the other guy thought he fell because of the train. Oh man. How do you even drive like that? I can believe a gust of wind knocked me down like that. Just then, my phone buzzed. Zekai glared at Leufam, huffing. Consider yourself lucky this time. Don't let me catch you again, or I will make you regret it. Turns out it was his girlfriend checking in. Babe, are you on the bus yet? My friend and I are at the East Henan station waiting for you. Han replied. Yeah, I am on the bus now. Just a few more hours and we will be in Henan. Zekai was still fuming about earlier when he bumped into some broke little punk. What a drag. Lianu was furious, saying, that guy has some serious guts. I am going to take him out. Her plan was quickly shot down. There is no need to waste time on someone so beneath her. Unable to get her revenge, she decided to munch on a snack to calm down. Thinking, I should have just broken his arm earlier. Suddenly, a wild thought popped into her head, and she jumped out of her seat, asking, excuse me, can I go to the bathroom? But the direction Lianu was heading was the same way Zekai had just gone. She was fully charged, radiating power before transforming into a fierce adult version of herself after absorbing all the mountain god's energy. Now I can freely manipulate the law of tuning. And I have not even told my master yet. She spotted Zekai right in front of her. Her voice was smooth, gliding like a whisper on water. Hey there. Little cutie. Zekai heard someone calling him and turned around. Lianu flirted. Got a long enough line to come over and have some fun. He could not help but get excited at the sight of a girl. This guy really does have the luck of the draw online. Then he started showing off on social media, bragging not just about his looks, but also about having a stunning beauty cuddled up next to him on the bus. Even though Lianu was not on board with it, he shoved his phone in her face to get more views. Fans, follow me, and let us see how this playboy handles a beauty like her. Lianu tilted her head back, yanking his shirt to pull him into another room, slamming the door shut behind them. Zekai thought he was about to enjoy some sweet moments, wondering if she wanted to get frisky with him in the bus. But Lianu glared at him with fiery eyes. Trust me. Things are about to get wild. Inside the room, strange sounds of shouting erupted. What the? Zekai was getting pummeled in the face by Lianu, begging her to stop. Please. No more. Don't hit me. But his pleas fell on deaf ears as she was too caught up in her excitement, unleashing all her pent-up energy. A few minutes later, the door creaked open. Tukan was thrown out like trash. Catching the attention of the train staff, he spotted his savior and quickly shouted for help, saying he was attacked. Save me. Save me. The two staff members rushed over, asking immediately what happened. Because this guest. We are staff on this train. What is going on? Who hit you? He pointed to the closed room in front of him, saying, it is a girl, a violent one, with black hair, wearing red, and she is really tall. Go catch her for me. The two staff members, without thinking twice, knocked on the door, saying, hey in there. You have committed intentional harm to others. A face appeared at the door, and I command you to come out immediately. When one of the staff pulled the door open, they found a little elementary school girl trembling inside, saying she was just using the bathroom. The scene before them was completely different from the information they received, leaving them a bit confused. How is this a little girl? Sir, is there a mistake? How could a little girl hit you? TK, with a face full of disbelief, thought, no way. That violent girl was definitely in the bathroom. He immediately recognized Lian Yu as the one who had twisted his arm earlier. Why are you here? Where's that violent girl who hit me? Do you know her? The young train staff asked Lian Yu. Little girl, did you see a black-haired girl in red come out of here? She pretended to cry, saying, Uncle, I am all alone here. There is no sister. I am just a kid. How could I hit someone? Hearing that response, TK was furious. No way. This girl almost broke my arm. She must be in cahoots with that violent girl. I have to call the cops. Before he could do anything, his body was pulled back. Stop right there. Now. TK went from being a reporter to a perpetrator. Here's a man trying to bully a child in broad daylight. Do you think I should arrest you right now? The two staff members immediately took him away, not forgetting to reassure her. Little girl, do not be scared. You can go back now. In this moment, she still did not forget to play the victim. Sob sob. I am so scared. Please do not arrest me. As she turned away, the tears turned to air immediately. He, daring to mess with me. If I do not kill you, consider yourself lucky. Then she happily skipped back to her seat. Leufam suddenly asked Lian Yu, are you out causing trouble again? Realizing she had been caught, she quickly apologized. Haha, I promise I won't do it again next time. Suddenly, his phone rang a few times. A voice boomed through, making a young man respond. Hello. Is this all Leufam? I am an employee from Mazdong Hongsa. You need to come immediately. Hongsa has returned home without permission and offended a major director. You better go apologize quickly, but only received a cold reply. Not interested. Then he abruptly hung up the phone. Lin Yu asked seriously. Master, who called just now? Was it the big star you were protecting at the award ceremony? She reminded him with a hint of concern. Master, I think that woman is really into you. You definitely should not fall for her tricks. It is better to keep your distance. Leufam thought for a moment and said nothing. But the phone in his pocket rang again, a man with a deep, middle-aged voice. I am really sorry to bother you with this small matter, but my former colleague's daughter, Mazdong Hongsa, has gotten herself into big trouble with a powerful family in Henan Nam, and it is causing quite the headache. You keep listening for a bit longer. Right now I am overseas and can pull back. So can you take a look? At this point, you feel like you do not have time to respond, so you hand the phone over to Lian Yu, saying, you take it? She takes the call and responds sharply. Hello. Tell that woman named Mazdong whatever. The lady next to our boss is also in line but is not getting her turn, telling her to stop bothering us. Or I will make sure she gets dealt with, completing the task flawlessly. She beams like a sunflower. Done. Leufam, sitting next to her, drifts into his thoughts, realizing that Mazdong Hongsa once expressed feelings for him, but as a celestial being like Tai Hein, he has long since transcended the mundane world. Why let earthly love become a burden? He recalls another girl, but deep down, there is only one person who truly matters. Tied Heech. A different voice rings in the phone again. Leufam. It is Hongsa. This trouble is mine alone. It has nothing to do with you. Hongsa's voice echoes through the phone. Donnie, listen to them. Do not come here. A rough man snatches the phone. Bringing it closer, he speaks into it like a mob boss. Hello. You little punk on the other end. You are the one who caused my investment to flop. If it were not for you, my losses are not that significant. But if you dare to meddle in Mazdong Hongsa's affairs again, I will make sure your whole family pays the price. His threats pierce through to Leufam like arrows, making him feel the weight of danger looming over his family. You dare threaten me? I am actually looking forward to meeting you. The voice on the other end is brimming with rage. Each threat seems to cut through the receiver. Thinking of the punk on the other end, let me tell you. If you dare show up, you won't be able to handle the consequences. After being terrorized by the phone call, you change your mind. The next stop is Evan Nam. Heading to Jiang Gidabaozan. It is not an urgent matter, but on the way, you decide to help Mazdong Hongsa deal with her troubles first. In some modern house, the market directly confronts the person across from her, unleashing a torrent of curses. Mazdong Hongsa, do not be so shameless. Daring to call someone to come in front of me. Seeing her cold expression only fuels his desire to conquer. Though he is a renowned director, he can only discreetly command some second-rate actresses. Tama Liu. But Mazdong Hongsa, do not get cocky. A top actress like you, sure, I can teach. But that does not mean no one else can teach. Liu Mem, pale with fear, tries to salvage the situation. Director, This is just a misunderstanding. His words of jealousy are nothing but buzzing in his ears. He does not care to acknowledge even a word. What a misunderstanding. Ms. Dung Hongsa. Last time we collaborated with director Lin overseas. You left the set on a whim for some guy, forcing our team to replace the lead actress, unable to hold back any longer. He shouts a furious tirade, each word piercing the heavy air around them. Do you even realize that because of all the promotional work done beforehand, most fans know the lead is Mavi Dung Hongsa. Everyone's throwing a massive amount of heat her way. But what is the result? After the film aired, not only was the box office a disaster, but the insults just kept pouring in. I have been in the showbiz game for years, and this is the first time I have faced such a colossal failure. My seasoned reputation totally shattered because of her. His voice was sharp and unrelenting, fingers trembling with rage, pointing at Hongsa as if accusing her in a courtroom. And to make matters worse, the investors behind me were ripping into me too, saying all these troubles were her fault. Mavzi Dung Honungsa. I shuddered just thinking about that horrific scene when the investor told me that from now on, no more funding would come my way. Not just from them, but from any other investors. How could I keep making films like this? I begged on the floor for over an hour before they finally gave me another shot. He started laying out the negotiations. Ms. Dung Hongsa, all you have to do is share a drink with my investor, just to keep them in a good mood. After that, everything else will be a piece of cake. With schemes swirling in his mind, he knew he had to snag a Ms. Dung Hongsa today. No matter what, he brazenly tried to sweet-talk her, saying that one should always repay kindness. I am just asking you to have a meal with the big boss, not sending you off to your doom. Do you really need to get so worked up? What gives you the right to refuse? Like an unstoppable wave crashing down. He continued, let me remind you, if it were not for you, that last film would not have tanked so hard. How could the box office be in such dire straits? This is all on you. Dragging the whole crew down. The only way to salvage this is to have you join me for a meal with the big boss. The usual way to negotiate is to mix a little honey with the hammer. It is just one meal. If you can do that, the whole crew will be grateful. And I promise, any script I have, you can pick and choose. No strings attached. He even started dreaming bigger, thinking about taking her to Hollywood next. Going global, making her a worldwide superstar. How does that sound? But Hongsa coldly shot down all those plans with 3 simple words. I refuse, she countered calmly. Just asking me to have a meal. Right. If it were that simple, why did not you go? Don't think I am oblivious to your intentions. Let me tell you, I would not agree to that even if it meant my life. The Chuaban slammed the table in frustration, losing control, saying, all of this is because of you. Don't you care about the crew at all? Why are you so selfish? Leufam stood behind, speechless. Today was supposed to be about Hongsa facing the music with director Triu, but with Hongsa's straightforward nature, she ended up stepping on the toes of director Triu. And that useless Leufam could not even step up, calling him so many times and he still would not pull back. What a waste of Hongsa's devotion to him, only to let her down when it mattered most. Hongsa pointed out all the flaws on his side, boldly stating, Director Triu, stop your hypocritical games here. Even if I do not participate, that film won't succeed. Let us talk about the script. You went cheap and hired 3 third-rate writers, and the plot was all over the place, leaving so many gaps. The script is already in place. Are we really going to ignore the crew? Plus, his specialized team is anything but professional. They are just throwing things together. It is a total mess, from start to finish. All he cares about is his own twisted thoughts while filming. The most harshly criticized thing is the trash movie he produced. Does he even get that, since it is the first time someone's called him out like that? He retorted, but his voice was barely a whisper. No actor has ever dared to be this disrespectful in front of him. Ms. Dung Hongsa, that Miss Beat is just being reckless here. While Leufam quickly tries to cool his temper, the director is fine. But Beat is angry, and Hongsa is just momentarily confused. She also proves to be a very dedicated manager, which is likely why Hongsa has reached her current position. I know best how little she is worth. I can just sit back and watch her star fade here. I have to help her. Then she bowed slightly to Director Bine. Please, do not be mad. Hongsa did not mean to go over there. She is just uneasy about that investor. Niu Thugia. I have heard he is quite the charming young master. He just arrived from the Jeju Jiangbaiki area to Thin Nam, and seems to have taken an interest in Hongsa. He hates hearing this and snaps back. Enough with the chit-chat. Just spill it. What is your plan? Delgu Mem. Actually, I have a classmate in Thin Nam. Another wealthy young master. They usually hang out at the same spot. I could invite him. Nut Thugia might show some respect and go easy on Hongsa. What do you say? He adopts an arrogant tone and commands. Do as you please. But we have to go together. If that classmate does not work out, Mzi Dung Hong Sa has to make Nathakugia happy. Keep him comfortable. Or else, forget about making it in the showbiz. I will team up with other big-name directors. I will make sure she gets blacklisted. So in one night, she falls from the top and becomes the laughing stock of everyone. He is plotting all sorts of ways to ruin Hong Sa. Ms. Dung Hong Sa. What is with the high and mighty act? All I want is for Nathakugia to bully you now. That way, I will feel like I have paid him back. But if this broker says your classmate is also a wealthy young master and might know Nathakugia, then I will cut her some slack for now. Seeing her manager trying so hard, Hong Sa decided to take a step back. Alright. I will give you this one. Look, but she did not forget to lay down her terms. However, if that Nathakugia tries to push me around, I will fight tooth and nail to make sure he does not get what he wants. Leufam quickly got to work. Alright. I will call that classmate now. A little while later, she joyfully reported. Great news. Hong Sa. That classmate of mine agreed to help us out this time. Just as the two were about to leave, a familiar voice rang out. A little rich kid. Just a common guy. Yet you are all making a big deal out of this. Haha. Hong Sa lit up with joy upon hearing that voice. When she stepped outside, she spotted Leufam and Lin Yu waiting for her. Hong Sa was bursting with excitement. Leufam. She ran over. Trom. You have come. Her heart swelled with joy at seeing her beloved. Was him. The man she had longed for day and night. Finally appearing. This moment felt like a rain shower of happiness. When Lin Yu faced this scene, her eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening. She used her petite frame to pull Hong Sa away from him. Her master. I know for sure this woman is obsessed with your looks. So get off our master already. Xiao Fan pushed the other person away and said in a low voice. I already know everything. With me here, no one dares to bully you. In her eye. This was the heroic figure saving the damsel in distress for love. Ziben stood to the side. His expression dark, unexpectedly carrying a worn-out, tattered suitcase. I thought the person Mvu Dung Hong Sa called was going to be impressive. But turns out he is just a poor country bumpkin. The snobbery seemed hardwired into him. You little punk. I clearly warned you to stay out of this. Yet you still dare to come here. You even want to take responsibility. What do you have to back that up? Do you think you can just say that? Do you have any right to say that? Take a good look in the mirror and see what virtues you actually possess. You are not as innocent either. Firing back immediately. What gives you the right to speak in front of me? What does the name Ji mean to you? When they meet me, they have to kneel down and apologize for their wrongdoings. After taking a couple of hits, he could not take it anymore and jumped up. Shut your mouth. What are you talking about? Do you even know what you are saying? The name Ji is not something you can toss around like that. One of Z's fingers is already bigger than your calf. Just pulling out one hair could kill you. With his confidence soaring, he tossed out another arrogant line. Fine. If you love bragging so much, let us go meet Ji. In front of Z. Let us see how you keep up the bravado. Lumai saw the situation getting tense and heated. Hong Sa. I am not talking about you. If you like a man who is truly worthy, I won't say a word. But this Leufam. He is just an ordinary, bro kid, nothing special at all. Her words, though sharp, were brutally honest. Listen. A guy like him is not worth your time. You two are from completely different worlds. Hearing someone close talk about him like that, Hong Sa wanted to explain. Sister Lu, just hear me out. Before he could say anything, she pointed at the guy in her heart. Leufam, where are you from? What does your family do? His face showed displeasure, but he still answered. Veni Chu. Loa family, a simple answer. But it gave her the info she needed. Hong Sa. You heard that? Right. Veni Yu is just a small county in the sticks. The Law family. Never heard of them. A broke kid like him thinks he can take responsibility. Lumai continued to scold Leufam for his arrogant way of speaking. Do you even realize that it is because of you that Hong Sa ended up like this? Do you have any self-awareness? Sure. You just moved from Jiangbai to Tianan. But you dare say that the young master would kneel to you? There are limits to delusion. You know, she turned around but did not forget to remind Leufam. Know your place. When we meet the young master later, you absolutely must apologize to him. Hong Sa, listening from outside, felt the pressure mounting. Sister Ulhu. Trust me, Leufam is not an ordinary guy. He was the one who saved me from those kidnappers overseas. She looked worried at Leufam, who was silent, remembering how she had also underestimated him when she first got to know him. But ever since Leufam rescued me from that raging fire at the abandoned construction site, I have struggled to change my perspective on him. The image of him heroically pulling me out still plays in my mind, and I can't help but admire him deeply. No matter how you put it, Leufam refuses to agree. Hong Sa. Can you see the vice principal personally taking action? What does that have to do with him? After a moment of silence, Leufam shot back with sharp words. If it were not for me helping Mz Dung Hong Sa, you two would not even have the right to talk to me. He glanced over at Leufam and Trodangabanin. Their arrogance in his eyes was nothing more than a dog that should kneel down and beg for mercy when facing him. The guy confidently fired back. Good. I hope that when you meet your end, you are still so cocky. You really think you can handle me? Leufam made a pretty accurate remark about him, honestly saying that in the deep circles. There are young talents who are just as good as him, but they are much more humble and restrained, and that loudmouth accusing you of being a hollow vessel. Do you think that spouting off empty boasts makes you appear powerful? Don't you realize that the more you do that, the more you reveal your own shallowness and ignorance? Leufam seemed unfazed, closing his eyes and ordering, stop with the unnecessary words. Let us go already. My time is limited. Achi Bain, dissatisfied, grumbled as he stomped past him. Do not let this poor loser into my truck. I do not want it to get dirty. Then he loudly commanded the driver. The gas. Ha. Inside the truck. Everyone looked in different directions, each lost in their own thoughts. Their vehicle suddenly came to a halt as a pair of feet approached. The door swung open, revealing Tige, his face marred with injuries, holding a phone and filming. When he recognized who was in the truck, he grinned, unable to hide his excitement. Luuli, what is it? Are you doing vlogs lately? The big star Mufsi Dung Hon Sai and the renowned director are here. This topic is definitely going to attract a massive viewership and buzz. He had just gotten off the speedboat and rushed over here immediately. Saying that, Tati's eye stepped into the truck, turning the phone to her for a live broadcast. Dear friends, we have the big star and the famed director right here. Mz Dung Honexa personally invited me to the reconciliation of the Airplane 666 incident, and I will be live broadcasting it for you shortly. Two phones were pointed at her, making her a bit uncomfortable as she forced a smile. The beautiful image of the star was about to explode in the comment section. She truly was a superstar in the making. The goddess. Indeed a goddess. The host is so cool. I can believe even the superstar invited the host to mediate the conflict. Lu Mei turned around, annoyed, reminding them. Stop it. Our star is still a superstar no matter what. You guys doing this will affect her vibe. Hearing this, Zikai felt a bit put off but still hung up. Sigh. Immediately, her attitude shifted. She smiled and patted the empty seat beside her, saying, Zikai, our young master status is just too high. We can talk to him directly. So we have to invite him over. No matter what. You have to help me with this, she said. He responded by giving himself a thumbs up. No worries. It is just a matter of saying a few words. You guys can relax. Zikai sat down next to her, casually crossing his legs as he revealed. But I heard that the Z family recently suffered a significant loss in Shizao. Apparently, they were chased out by a young guy. So since arriving at Hannan, the young master's mood has been terrible. I have to be extra careful around him. Xiao Fan was sitting calmly behind, gazing out the window, seemingly oblivious to the hints he was dropping. I advise, if someone does not know their limits, it is better not to bring them here. Lu Mei immediately turned around to look at him, visibly annoyed, her voice no longer gentle. I do not want him to go either, but this little brat just said that the young master should bow down like a dog when he sees him, begging for mercy. Zikai heard her words like a thunderclap. Unable to believe what he just heard, he clenched his fists in anger, looking like he was about to explode as he stood up to glare at the people in the back seat, shouting, Oh my, why is it this broke country bumpkin again? Where did this gorilla come from? And what about that horned girl? Why do I keep running into you two everywhere? Zikai looked down at him with disdain, pointing a finger. Who do you think you are to talk so arrogantly in front of the young master? You must be tired of living. Do you think I want to throw you out of the car right now? Xiaofan was annoyed by his noise, furrowing his brows and glancing over, thinking that if you keep acting so cocky, I might just toss you out of this window. Zikai was completely enraged by his words, his eyes bloodshot as he rolled up his sleeves. Who do you think you are to talk to me like that? Seeing this, Liao Mei, sitting next to him, broke into a sweat, trying to intervene. Come on, Zikai. Do not stoop to his level. He is just a poor country bumpkin who has not seen the world. Fighting with him will only make you look bad. It seemed her words had some effect on him. His attitude softened a bit, but he still could not stand the guy sitting behind him. Just this once. Liao Mei. If he keeps talking big, I won't hold back. Suddenly, she shifted her focus, turning her gaze to Huang Xia, who was also sitting behind them. Huang Xia. Did not I tell you? Look at your boyfriend. If you keep following a guy like him, you might as well throw your life away. Zikai is 100 times more outstanding than him. Facing Lian Yu's displeasure, Huang Shi squeezed between them, clutching his arm shyly. You do not get it. Xiao Fan is the most amazing guy in the world. Meeting him is the blessing I earned from my past life. Xiao Fan. Do not listen to what Liao says. She does not know anything. Liu frowned. Feeling unhappy, thinking to herself, this woman really is too much. Liu Mei could not help but sigh at her words. Sigh. She still did not understand Huang Xi's feelings. Turning her head to look outside. The guy I know is 100 times better than yours. What is there to not understand? I am just trying to give you a friendly warning. You will regret it soon enough. Zi chimed in. Exactly. It is like planting a flower in a dung heap. I can believe a big star has such poor taste outside a luxurious and expensive hotel parking lot. Zikai stepped out of the car. Followed by Liu Mei, he pointed mockingly at Xiao Fan. You country bumpkin. When you meet the young master later, just be honest. Or else, if you anger him, you will be begging for mercy. The sunset was slowly settling down as the doors of the upscale hotel opened. Inside the spacious room, two men faced each other. The old-looking Chaben was smiling deceitfully, trying to please the man sitting across from him. Young master, as you instructed, I have brought Mo Ronghuan here. I have done what I needed to do. You can do whatever you want later. If she dares to not listen, just watch how I will deal with her. The man with slick back hair waved his hand dismissively. Fine. If you know how to be sensible, I will continue investing in your films. And Chaban clasped his hands together, bubbling with gratitude, while the young master raised an eyebrow, pausing for a moment as if struggling to find words. But the man's deep voice cut in. But what exactly? Chaban stood rigid, his expression turning sour as he explained. But there was this poor kid, clinging to Ms. Deng Hongsa. And me Deng Hongsa was not letting go either. I warned him. Told him that Mefsi Deng Hongsa was the girl the young master had his eye on, and advised him to keep his distance. On his chubby face, covered in ink, he recounted the story. But the kid was not even listening. Instead, he boasted recklessly, saying that even if the young master met him, he would have to kneel and call him grandpa, and bang his head begging for mercy, claiming he was just a tiny ant not worthy of Muzi Deng Hongsa. Hearing this, Nipi Vun straightened up, resting his hands on the table, rage boiling inside. Who dared to be so cocky? I have to take him down. The young master slammed his fist down on the table, fury radiating from him. All right, let us see who this cocky idiot thinks he is. Just then, the group led by Tiu Fasham stepped into the room. Lu M wore a bright, fake smile as she conversed with Trada Ingbind. Director Tridu, though not from a prestigious family in Thun, was well connected. And this friend of mine could definitely talk to the young master. TK, feeling self-satisfied, adjusted his clothes and chuckled. Don't he worry. Leave it to me. He turned to his two lackeys who were live streaming and ordered. You two, get the phones ready. Then, he focused intently on the screen. Hey, fans. Just wait and see how this young master resolves the conflict between the big star and the director. He hurriedly rushed forward in the chat room. The online excitement surged as rockets flew across the screen with his every move. Young master. I have heard about the situation already. TK walked closer to Naip's son, his attitude shifting as he clasped his hands. This is all because of that poor kid. Who won't leave Musli Deng Hongsa alone? That guy seemed genuinely trying to resolve things. Politely asking, I will get Ms. Deng Hongsa to come here and apologize in front of you. For the sake of our friendship. Why do not we just let it go? I happen to be live streaming. Nunikangda did not let him finish and swung his fist, landing a punch squarely on the kid's face, sending him crashing into the wall. He sneered, looking down at the one kneeling before him. Who do you think you are? Your face is not worth a dime here. TK, trembling with fear, kept bowing and apologizing. Young master, you are absolutely right. I am worth nothing. It is all my fault for being too forward. Please. Young master. Spare me. Realizing the situation was dire, he quickly shifted all blame onto others. Honestly, you can blame me. If anyone should be blamed, it is that arrogant brat. He is the one clinging to Muzdung Hong Sa. Meanwhile, Jabin found his words hit home, immediately fanning the flames. Young master, please calm down. This guy makes a good point. The root of this mess is that poor kid. If it were not for him, the money the young master invested in the film project would not have gone down the drain. They failed to notice the young master's increasingly darkening expression as he lost his cool, slamming his fist on the table, his face flushed with rage. Damn it, the two of them keep blabbering about the Li family. Do not they realize the one I hate the most is from the Li family? How dare they mention it in front of me? Jia Ban is sweating bullets, trying to calm him down. Young master, do not be angry. I will drag that guy here to pay for his sins. With that, the guy spun around, pointing dramatically at Typhoon. You little punk. Get down on your knees and beg for forgiveness from the young master. The cameras behind are still live streaming everything. And TA, feeling annoyed, shoots a glare at him. Get down on your knees and apologize to the young master. After saying that, he turned to the phone and gave a thumbs up, looking quite pleased with himself. On the live screen, Takai is holding his swollen face, grinning as gifts keep pouring in. Dear fans, I am personally testing this with my face. The young master truly is top-notch. That slap was legendary. It echoed everywhere. Takai suddenly turned to face Leufam and said, but now, the title of this live stream needs to change. Now the live stream is titled, How the Young Master Brutally Took Down a Poor Country Boy. Both phones streaming live shifted their focus right onto him. The chat room is about to explode with this appearance. Everyone is buzzing. Oh my. Is not that the country boy from the train earlier? So it turns out the conflict between Mebzi Dung Hongsa and the director was caused by him. That little kid should be known better. Karma is coming for him now. Could he really be Mebzi Dung Hongsa's infamous boyfriend? No way. A poor kid like him dares to compete for my goddess. Get away from her. You loser. Leufam stands there with an unreadable expression, while Elduumem walks over and mockingly points at him. Who would be thought even Trin Trido Thuji can talk back to the young master? Leufam, have you seen the truth yet? You and Hongsa are from different worlds. You do not deserve her at all. She is getting worked up, shouting at him. But what about you? Too arrogant for your own good. You even said the young master should kneel before you and beg for mercy. Now that you are face to face with him, do you still dare to say that? Chibin is riding high on this, his wrinkled face dripping with disdain. Leufam, were not you just flaunting your cockiness? The young master is sitting right here now. If you are so great, show me that arrogance of yours again. The guy sitting behind flinched at the name mentioned. Kai, thinking too highly of himself, tries to put Leufam down while puffing himself up. Leufam, I bet you are already scared and embarrassed. Although the young master just transferred from Jiang Bucks, he is from a top-notch family, and he is one of the key players in the elite circle, just beneath the legendary Tingai Thiu. And here you are, a country bumpkin, daring to insult the young master. You must be begging for trouble. Looking at the numbers on the live stream, he can help but smirk. No wonder it is the charm of a big star. The young master's stream has hit over 1 million views, an unprecedented record. He is feeling ecstatic inside. Leufam, oh Leufam, to make you kneel down and apologize to me in front of over 1 million people. I have to crush your pride beneath my feet. Yet, Xiaofan remains calm, a slight smile on his lips, saying, in your eyes, the esteemed and powerful are nothing but mere pawns in mine. In front of everyone, you loudly remind them. Even the top young master has to kneel on the ground and bow for mercy when he meets me, as the crowd gazes at you in awe. You step forward like a cloud drifting through the air, your clothes billowing in the gentle breeze, looking utterly majestic. So what if I am arrogant? It is because I have the skills and the right to be. The crowd is visibly intimidated by the presence before them. Pointing out, young master, did you hear that? They turn to see you, the arrogant brat. Pushing limits and daring to talk back to him like that. He clearly does not take you seriously at all. How could I not show the proper respect you deserve as the top young master? Zikai also chimes in with a threat. That is right. Anyone who dares to provoke the top young master is basically signing their own death warrant. They won't even know why they are dead. Please. Young master, just get rid of this brat. With your status and position, taking him out is as easy as snapping your fingers. Lu Mei, watching the drama unfold, can't help but want to join in. Honestly, you reap what you sow. You brought this on yourself. Now, who can save you? You say, just wait and see. Like Xiaofan is about to face the wrath of the top young master. Xiaofan, uninterested in their chatter, subtly hints. Don't you find this all a bit strange? I have been in this room for so long, and your top young master is so scared he won't even turn around. Do you know why that is? Zikai, overhearing, can't help but laugh, clutching his stomach. What are you afraid of? The top young master just does not want to look your way. He laughs so hard his eyes are shut, not even noticing the pair of feet approaching his face. Stubbornly continuing, top young master, I write. You kick Zikai hard, making him tumble. Furious, you little brat. You have caused me so much trouble. Do you even realize that? He turns to see Xiaofan standing calmly in the room, his face going pale with fear. Like so? Why is it him? We clearly ran all the way to the southern heavens. How did he end up here? Is he planning to settle the score with us? Beads of sweat drip down his forehead as he grits his teeth, recalling that even the mighty Jiahu, a master of internal martial arts, was taken down with one slap by Like Xiaofan. Why did I ever provoke him? The more he thinks, the angrier he gets, turning back to Zikai and delivering a fierce slap, Top young master. Why are you hitting me? Ease. Stop. Zijing seemed to ignore Zikai's words, clenching his teeth and gripping his collar tightly, internally cursing himself. This should have been behind us. The Z family could not afford to provoke Xia Fan. It was as if I could not even hide from him. I am not ready to die yet. Damn it. The two lackeys in front, recording everything on their phones, were paralyzed with fear and could not utter a word. Z Bayan's face turned purple as he looked at the deteriorating situation, feeling the urge to run. If there is nothing else, I will just be on my way. Zijing was not about to let him off that easily. He stepped forward and slapped him hard, sending the guy sprawling. Get back here. He grabbed the bald man by the head, cursing incessantly. This is all your fault. You two clowns messed up, and now I am stuck in this nightmare. As soon as he finished speaking, he dropped to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head to Xiao Fan in a desperate plea, his demeanor pitiful. I truly apologize. It is all my fault. Please. You baby. Show mercy. Xiao Fan turned to look at Liu Mei, who was stunned, and coldly replied. Didn't I say this earlier? The Z family's reputation and power mean nothing in front of me. You have to beg for your life when you see me. Do you get it now? She was terrified by the scene unfolding before her, trembling uncontrollably as her face went pale. What is happening? Under the watchful eye of Mirong Huanxia, he swung his hand and slapped Zijing. Even if I slap him, he would not dare to say a word. Right. He lifted his head, rubbing his cheek while still trying to flatter. It is an honor that you hit me. Xiao Fan turned sharply, coldly commanding. Anyone who thinks they can get a little too familiar with Mirong Huanxia, step aside. He quickly nodded, forcing a smile and backing away. Meanwhile, the directors, Zero and Zikai, looked on with pale faces. Fear etched on their features. A single stomp from Xiao Fan made them jump in shock. Suddenly, a hand snatched the phone from the guy in the pink shirt who was filming. Zikai thought he was holding the camera like a ticket to immortality, feeling all high and mighty. Xiao Fan, what do you want from me? I am live streaming here. And if you dare to hit me, a surge of green energy began to gather in his hand. A crisp crack echoed as Xiao Fan swung his hand toward Ji Kai, hard enough that the phone flew from his grip and smacked him right in the face. The slap sent Ji Kai spinning before he crashed to the ground, his phone and tripod shattering into pieces. With that sorted out, he turned to face Zhou Bayan, who was biting his teeth in fear, ready to continue his interrogation. And you? Were not you just taunting me on the phone, saying you wanted to wipe out my whole family? The guy was sweating bullets, too scared to fight back as you grabbed his collar. Each slap packed a punch against that chubby face. And next time, I will twist your neck. With that, you casually tossed him aside, the sound echoing through the room like a chunk of meat hitting the floor. Suddenly, the ringtone from the phone in your pocket blared out. The guy was still shaking, hesitating to answer the call, saying, hello, out of nowhere. His expression lit up in disbelief, raising his voice. What? Are you serious? The people from the Wong family are on their way. In front of everyone. It was as if he would found a new lifeline. Joyfully announcing. Liexia Fan, you really caught me off guard. I admit, I did not see your potential. Who would be thought that someone pretending to be poor could be this incredible? But no matter how talented you are, can you really compete with the Wong family from the Imperial line? His cheeks were flushed, and snot was running down, but that did not stop his excitement. Let me be real with you. Just now, an old friend from the showbiz world called to tell me the Wong family is coming here right away. The emblem of the Wong family and the nobles is practically materializing with every word that comes out of his mouth. They are here specifically to invest in my film project. They won't let you off the hook. Huxia Fan, you are still standing there, completely indifferent, while that chubby guy points at you, acting all high and mighty. In this world, brute force does not solve problems. And for those with such a simple-minded way of thinking, powerful figures can easily crush you. After seeing the situation change, Zen Kai could not hide his delight, thinking to himself, the Wong family. Are not they a powerhouse even more formidable than the Z family? In front of the Wong family, a small Z family is just a bunch of ants. The power levels between them are not even on the same scale. Zijing paused, wearing a smirk on his face. Though he did not dare say much, he was silently calculating who would be thought the Wong family would arrive so quickly. They are definitely going to help the Z family wash away their shame. Liexia Fan, you are about to meet your end. At this moment, Kao Ben casually pulled out a cigarette and lit it up. His triumphant face pointed at you. You little punk. Thinking you can act all tough in front of us. Just wait until the Wong family gets here. I will see how cocky you can be. The Wong family can wipe out a lowlife like you in a heartbeat. Liexia Fan did not care about what the other guy was saying, his face darkening as he looked down and said, I never said you could stand up. Cao Ben was taken aback by your intimidating aura, but just like that, he regained his bravado. Not wanting to show weakness. You little punk. Even when you are on the brink of death, you are still talking tough. The Wang family is coming soon. And I will make you beg for mercy on the ground. Like Xiaofan coldly shook his head. I have never heard of what the Wang family can do. Like Xiaofan stuck his hands in his pockets. Standing tall and confident. If they dare come, they better listen to me. Or they will end up like you guys. Even though Cao Ben felt a bit of fear, he still tried to act tough. Alright then. Let us see who is begging on the ground later. Behind Leufam's back, anger brewed within her. As Leufam was nothing but a broke nobody from some small town in Henan province. He had no foundation to stand on. What could he possibly use to compete? And where did he get the guts to challenge the prince? She clenched her fists tightly. The prince of the imperial capital was a terrifying force. Even more intimidating than the highest tiers of power. Even in the capital, he was undeniably a major player. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Regretting her choices, while the prince sought out a director to invest in a film. Who would be thought that the high-profile director would turn the tables like this? Unfortunately, after such a ruckus, that director would definitely not take any more chances. Each of those thoughts was like a heavy weight pressing down on her. Aimed directly at Leufam, who was too loud and disruptive. Leufam. If it were not for you messing things up, maybe there'd still be a chance to turn this around. You say you do not have the skills to mess things up like this. But you have already ruined the star money for this film. You really do not understand what this woman in front of you is thinking. As she pointed at a scene that made him jump in shock. Are you really offering up the star money just to this scumbag? Leufam, seemingly unrepentant, tried to defend herself. Do you think I wanted this? It is not like I had any other choice. Anyway, it is better than you pissing off the prince right now. I can't wait to see how you are going to get through this tough spot and deal with the prince's wrath. Hearing her say that, Leufam could not help but let out a cold laugh. Ignoring Leufam standing there, he turned and walked away with Hunixia. In this world, there really was not anyone bold enough to claim they could present a challenge in front of him. He lightly brushed his hand against the armrest of the chair, and then plopped down onto that shiny seat. Leufam crossed his legs, lounging comfortably. To his left was Lian Yu, and to his right was Hunixia. It was a scene fit for royalty. In front of him stood a group of clueless bystanders, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Leufam was seething with disdain, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. I can't wait to see you cry in a bit. Achi Bine, with an air of confidence, wore a smug grin. The prince was indeed a big shot. Tikai and Napi Fanjin shared in the glee, their faces twisted with malicious delight. Leufam was nothing more than a tiny stone at the foot of the mountain, so small he barely registered. He sat there, calmly pondering. Like a cricket trying to measure itself against a celestial dragon. Was not that just laughable? If it were not for helping Mazdong Hunixia, he would not even bother with these people, let alone slap them in the face. The sound of high heels echoed down the hallway, announcing the arrival everyone had been waiting for. Jabian perked up at the sound, a smile spreading across his face as he internally sighed in relief. Finally, they were here. He stretched his chubby hands toward the doorknob and opened it. Seeing the two women who just walked in, he could not hide his excitement, respectfully inviting them in. Your Highness, you are finally here. Please, come in. Come in. The woman in front wore a luxurious gown, her face marked by time yet exuding an elegant grace. She was the princess. Behind her was the youthful V Ta Nam. As they entered, Achi Bine jumped in to introduce them, not forgetting to flatter. Princess, I have heard so much about the esteemed Vekring family. I am the director you are looking for. The one with 1,000,000 hits. I have directed countless films, and I guarantee, if you invest in me, it will be worth it. But before he could finish, she impatiently cut him off. Don't get in my way. I am not here for you. Every word from Princess Wang made him choke. A third-rate director like you has no right to even speak to me. She stepped up to Xiao Fan and bowed respectfully. Hello. I am Princess Wang. This is my granddaughter, Wang Zihan. On behalf of the Wang family, I would like to form a partnership with you. If that is all right. The scene left everyone in shock. Jaws dropped. How could this be? The Wang family is a prestigious household, and even the Xi family would not dare to associate with them. Yet here they are, proactively trying to partner with Xiao Fan. And with such respect, Bian's face turned red with jealousy. How could this kid get the Wang family's attention? Talk about luck. Climbing up the social ladder like that would mean a lifetime of flying high. If it were me, I would be jumped at the chance already. Xiao Fan remained unfazed, casually waving his hand. Wang family. Never heard of it. Not everyone deserves to be friends with me. Lion Yu chimed in. Exactly. Who do you think you are? You think you can just be friends with the boss's buddy? Bin could not help but grind his teeth. Fists clenched. He was about to blow a gasket. Is this guy really pretending like that? No shame at all. The Wang family came to him, and he still refused. Seriously. That is a whole new level of arrogance. Behind them, two people were about to explode, while the Xi family members knelt on the ground, pale and internally screaming. How could Xiaofan be so arrogant? Not even the Wang family seems to matter to him. Is his situation really just a facade? Hearing Xiaofan, Princess Wang did not show any anger. In fact, her smile widened as she played along. Lai is absolutely right. You are indeed a big deal. And being friends with me might lower your worth, but the future is long. And I will show you the sincerity of the Wang family. Maintaining her respectful demeanor, she leaned down and handed him something. This is my contact number. Please keep it. With those words, Princess Wang took the young man by the hand and exited the room, leaving behind a shiny golden business card on the table. Outside, the sky was clear, and the driver bowed respectfully to the two Wang family members. The young man trailing behind looked confused. Aunt, who does that Xiaofan think he is? Talking like he is above us, completely disregarding us. Once her granddaughter was inside the car, she calmly replied, Zihan, you do not understand. Lai is a major player. He stands on equal ground with our Wang family. Even hearing this, she still was not convinced. What big deal? I do not see it at all. He looks pretty average. Way below the rich young masters I know from the capital. Princess Wang crossed her legs, staring out the window as past events on the stage replayed in her mind. There are things you do not understand. Back when I worked in Shezhou, just when luck was on his side, he caught wind of the underground wrestling competition hosted by the legendary Mether, Intran and Chugya. Countless masters had fallen at the hands of the top fighter, the fierce Ga. But when Leufam stepped into the ring, he effortlessly struck down Ga with a single blow. This guy was not just any fighter. He was practically a master himself, at least on par with the highest level of expertise. With sharp, piercing eyes, Vivring Phi revealed something to the young man. Months ago, the Z family had relied on Za to maintain their dominance, terrorizing Asfichu and even sending assassins to take out the head of the Su family. But now, the Z family found themselves chased out to Henan Nam, battered and broken. The reason? The Su family had allied themselves with Aoi Tin Sin. She turned to her inexperienced granddaughter and explained everything, saying she had quickly informed the family head of the situation. The family placed immense importance on this, insisting that I must establish a connection with Ella Tin Sin, a master who could elevate a family to greatness by stepping into the ranks of the elite. Just remember, dear, having a relationship with Altun Sun is our golden ticket. The young man felt a bit skeptical but did not press further, choosing to listen silently. Unfortunately, I had to leave Chu due to other matters. Afterward, I did everything I could to track down Lo Tin Sun, and as soon as I heard he was in Henan Nam, I rushed right over. The luxury car sped down the road like the determined spirit of the Vaviong family. Even though Latine Sign had rejected us this time, we would not give up. We must use our sincerity to persuade him. Vifoy frowned, clearly annoyed. And the funny part, those little crickets had no idea what they were up against. Daring to act tough in front of Lotine's son, they really did not know their limits. Back in the writing room, Tiu Fum stood up and approached Trido Bian, who was so scared he was stammering, bowing deeply with his hands together. Lolatin Sen. It was as if he was about to settle old scores. His expression darkening. I had just said. Who gave you permission to stand up? With a commanding presence, Tiu Fum shouted. Get down on your knees. Trido Bian immediately dropped to the floor, his plump body practically glued to it. I pressed my foot down on his head, bombarding him with questions. You wanted to cut off the funding from Ai Dung Honsa, and you were planning to team up with other directors to go against her. Tri Bubian's face twisted, tears streaming down his cheeks. I am sorry. I won't do it again. Tehufum looked down without a hint of emotion, gathering energy in his hands. It was too late for words now. A powerful blue energy radiated from him, forming into two sharp blades directed at him. Today, I will teach you a lesson. Think you can cut off Mazang Honsas funding? I will cut off your path first, without your hands. Let us see how you will shoot films from now on. Tehufum kicked Triobian in the face, sending a few teeth flying, under the fearful gazes of everyone. He simply flicked his foot, and the fat guy stumbled backward. Get lost. The other two, witnessing the scene unfold, were struck with terror. Dropping to the ground, their bodies trembling, Zhejiang continued his movements, and they all cried out in unison, begging for mercy. Lotsin, I was wrong. Please, spare my life. Don't chop off my hands. Trido Bine was repeating his head-bowing gesture, when he suddenly noticed Tiufum's shoe was pointing right at his face. Xiaofan leaves them kneeling inside, coldly walking out of the room with a few others. One she beside him glances over nervously, a bit shocked and scared by Xiaofan's seemingly ruthless methods. She suddenly changes her attitude, blushing as she tucks her hair behind her ear, feeling a sweet rush of love in her heart. but the fact that he could stand up for her makes her feel an overwhelming sense of happiness. Back in the hotel room, Zikai glances back to see if the person has left yet, seeing Xiaofan's figure disappear. He can help but wipe his forehead and let out a sigh, relieved that the tension has finally passed. Next to him, Zijing is exhausted, resting his head in silence. Zikai looks at his phone, seemingly unaware of what regret feels like. His attitude shifts immediately to one of fury as if he is plotting revenge. Zishao, are you really just going to let this punk off the hook? I can't hold back my anger anymore. Sure, we can't take him on ourselves, but we have still got Zhong Shao on our side. This is Han Nan. So what if royalty comes here? Can't we just quietly team up to take this brat down? Before Han could finish, a fireball shot straight toward his arm. Zijing's face turned pale, his mouth agape as he looked towards the source. A loud bang echoed throughout the room. Terrified, trembles and can't utter a word. The dark atmosphere reveals the silhouette of a little girl, accompanied by an eerie laugh. Outside in the hotel lobby, the gentle sunlight catches Xiao Fan and his crew off guard. Lu Mei rushes after them, waving her hand and calling out, "Wait!" He coldly glances back at her. Even though the other person does not turn around, she still respectfully addresses him. Like so, I sincerely apologize. Huang She stands awkwardly in the middle, wanting to speak up to ease the tension. Xiao Fan, thank you for helping me this time. Can I treat you to dinner tonight? Contrary to Huang She's enthusiasm, Xiao Fan maintains his indifferent expression as he walks away without looking back. No need. The earlier incident in the room makes Lion Yu wonder why the boss let those grasshoppers provoke him like that. If it were me, I would have already taken them out. Why are you letting them live? Xiao Fan walks in the gentle golden sunlight, eyes closed, thinking they are just a bunch of petty grasshoppers. I have never cared before. Only members can coexist with heaven and earth, shining alongside the sun and moon. Suddenly, he grew somber, an unusual aura radiating from him. The clean underground train station with modern trains. Once everyone disembarked, they went to collect their luggage. The announcement echoed. Passengers, the train has arrived at the Donghannan station. Please collect your luggage and valuables and exit the train through the left door. Xiao Fan, holding a suitcase, walks alongside Lion Yu, blending into the bustling crowd. Outside, a luxury car pulls up, with two beautiful girls standing by, looking like they have been waiting for someone for a long time. Suan Nian, why has not the person you are waiting for arrived yet? Sister Yang's frustrated tone echoes as she checks her watch repeatedly, wondering who this guy is that makes her wait here. En Nian stood beside him, looking just as unimpressed with that lolif. But she gently explained to her friend, listen, he is the son of an old friend of my dad's. Took the train all the way from Vinan to be here. If it were not for my dad's countless reminders, he would not have made the effort. I can't wait another minute, she said, her frustration bubbling up. I have a negotiation contract to attend to today, and if I keep waiting, I might miss my chance. Hearing this, Invian glanced over, rolling her eyes. Ven Chu, isn't he that just a tiny county back home? Enan Nyan. Why would someone from a small town come looking for you unannounced? He must have some hidden agenda. You need to be more careful. Suddenly, she remembered something and quickly pulled out her phone to search for it, saying, wait, my cousin just called me, saying she invited someone else to help me out. She told me to treat him well. She smiled softly, though a hint of helplessness lingered in her eyes. My cousin said this guy is really capable. He can definitely help me tackle the trouble with the Jiang family. But with Jiang's current state being as dire as it is, it won't be easy for just anyone to fix things. And Niven tightened her grip on her phone, feeling a chill of disbelief. After all, her cousin had sent many people before, and they all returned empty-handed. This time would probably be the same. Her hands shook with anxiety, the tension making her veins pop. Despite the disappointments, she wanted to hold on to hope just one more time. However, her cousin had never lied to her before. She was the CEO of the Ouyang Corporation. If she claimed this guy had skills, maybe there was some truth to it. Suddenly, Nahum's attitude shifted. She seemed intrigued by this mysterious figure being introduced. Enan Nyan. Who is this person your cousin is sending? Did she send a picture? Enan Nyan also felt curious about the guy and started scrolling through her phone. Let me check. She just sent me some photos. She pulled up 3 pictures, but they were all taken from behind, none showing his face clearly, only radiating an aura of confidence from the young man. Nomam leaned in to see the results but could not make out his face, leaving her a bit disappointed. What you said just now has left me speechless, her friend said, trying to contain a laugh. Enan Nyan. It seems like your cousin only sent photos of herself sneaking shots. Just then, a notification popped up on her phone, a new message. Enan Nyan. Here's a picture of Lai Baifu's son from Vinan Chu. Donnie, get the wrong guy. Both of them eagerly opened the message, excitement bubbling over. The photo revealed a gentle-looking Xiao Fan, smiling warmly and appearing very friendly. Effenine stared at the picture, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. She held the phone closer for her friend to see. Do not you think like Xiao Fan looks a bit like the guy from those photos your cousin sent? Nahum burst into laughter, immediately dismissing the idea. Are you kidding? Your cousin is the top female CEO in Suchu. Look at this ordinary kid from the countryside, how could he possibly know her? En Nian felt a bit reassured by her friend's words. You know what? You are right. A poor guy from rural Vinanchu would not even be on her radar. Even if he worked hard for over a decade, he would not come close to her little finger. In the bustling crowd, a striking guy with platinum hair is approaching, making Echenie unable to hide her shock. She quickly walks up to the cold-faced Leufam, realizing that he is none other than Leufam, the son of Lobia Fi from Vinchao. Nai takes a good look at the guy in front of her, and can't help but roll her eyes, holding a torn bag. She thinks to herself that he truly fits the bill of a country bumpkin. With a forced smile, she politely asks, "Is that you?" Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through the air from behind. "Wait, why are you so late? Don't you have any concept of time?" And Qinan strides forward, pointing an accusing finger at Leufam. "Do you even realize that Echenie and I have been waiting for you here for over 3 hours? What do you think our time is worth? Could you show a little respect for others? Your behavior is absolutely ridiculous. You know that." Her pretty face turns sore. "If it were not for my boyfriend being in Henannam today, I would not have waited around for you either." Leufam's expression is icy, his aura emanating a cold confidence as he explains. There were some issues on the road that caused the delay, and Honey can't help but evaluate him, thinking that arriving 3 hours late on their first meeting is a terrible impression. This guy seems completely untrustworthy, just as Nai suspected. He probably has some ulterior motives for coming all the way from Vien and Shu to find me. She crosses her arms and furrows her brows, ready to call him out. "Leufam, you made us wait here for 3 hours for no reason. I had a meeting scheduled with the CEO of a company today, and thanks to you, They could not wait and left." Her expression turns serious as she gestures emphatically. "This is a major contract worth nearly 10 million that you have ruined. Can you even afford to compensate me for this loss?" Leufam smirks, showing he could not care less about the two of them. After all, it is just a small 10 million project, no big deal. And I initially meant to intimidate Leufam a little, but now she is genuinely annoyed by his dismissive attitude. "You have got some big talk. Just 10 million is small change to you. Impressive? Why do not you negotiate it for me then?" Under the gazes of everyone, he confidently pats his chest and replies, "Sure. I came to Enannam to repay the life debt that Jiang Ba Fi owes my father." Hearing those words makes her pause, thinking she must have misheard what he said. He is here to repay a debt. Chaifa 9N, standing next to her, can't help but burst out laughing at his statement. Repay a debt? What could a broke country kid from Vian Cheju possibly offer? It is more likely he would need a ladder to reach that level. They look down at him, their disdain evident, and she puts her hands on her hips, scoffing at him for bringing a little girl along. Truly shameless. Suddenly, Enhai remembers something important, a realization striking her like a lightning bolt. Wait a second. It feels like I remember now. Her father had mentioned this before, that this guy and Labi Iva Fa from Vininchuo had once arranged a marriage for their child, and that child is Leufam. That thought shattered her, leaving her in disbelief, her hands clenched tight. But that was 20 years ago. Now, the arranged marriage talk feels so outdated. She looked at the somewhat awkward guy in front of her, sweat rolling down his face, and a flood of thoughts kept rushing in. But her father was a man of his word. If he agreed, he would never go back on it. She gritted her teeth, her brows furrowing as a suspicion crept into her mind. Could it be that this loser, Liexia fan, came here to mooch off her? Sure, she might be in a tough spot, but a broke nobody like him, how could he ever be worthy of her? And to think he had the nerve to talk about gratitude. Xifan, seemingly oblivious to her growing irritation, turned to her and said, "Take me to meet Uncle Zhang. I want to thank him in front of him." As soon as he said that, Hanayan's vivid imagination conjured up an image of Xiaofan like a little puppy, constantly flattering her father, wanting to meet her dad right after arriving. That tail of his sure popped out fast. Her expression immediately dropped, as baseless assumptions poured out of her. What is there to thank him for? Isn't he at our family that is pushing for this marriage? A loser like him. No way in hell would she ever marry him. Thinking she was clever, Hanayan stroked her chin and came up with a plan. She would throw him a curveball, something that would make him back off, so her father would not be angry. She shifted her tone and addressed him. Xifan, did not you say you wanted to help me negotiate that $1 million project? Well, let us see you do it now. He quietly recalled his assets and considered that the real estate project at Wanhua Lake was already on the market. He had no less than 10 million in capital on hand, and while he could pull out $1 million directly, His father wanted him to sort out the Jiang family's mess completely. After thinking it over, Saifan casually gestured, indicating he wanted to help. I know who you are talking about. I can help you negotiate. Henian perked up, raising her hand dramatically. Just so you know, this is a subsidiary of the Wang family in the capital. Fearing he would not understand, she added with a hint of kindness. You really do not get it, do you? The Wang family is a major powerhouse in the capital, loaded with cash and connections. A towering building owned by the Wang group loomed large in her mind as she spoke. If they could build a relationship with the Wang family, the Jiang family could seize this opportunity to rise from the ashes and reclaim their status as the top family in Henan. Hearing this, Saifan could not help but tap his phone, searching for information. Simple enough. Just earlier, someone from the Wang family had asked to connect with me. Now, I will call them. It struck her like lightning. His response left her speechless. Aren't you chasing them? But she quickly regained her composure and waved dismissively. The Wang family asked to connect with you. You really do not know how to read the room, do you? At that moment, Saifan's phone screen lit up with an incoming call from Wang Yun, and their hands suddenly reached for each other. Leaving the annoying fam behind who is busy on the phone, Ningya pulls her friend forward, smirking. Can you believe this guy? Who does he think he is? I have never seen someone so ridiculous. And he is trying to friend request me while being a part of the Wang family. He might as well claim he is from the United Nations. Talk about boring. Sister Nam dismisses it with a wave. Come on. Anne Nihan. There is all kinds of birds in the forest. Do not waste your time on someone so clueless. You are just lowering your own standards. Behind them, Ang Xiaofam stands with Liu, both watching the two girls banter back and forth like it is a game. In a bit, if he flops, I can already guess his excuse. Either the phone did not connect, or he will say the signal was bad. I have run into so many guys like him, with a barely concealed face of disdain. Han strides over and asks, what did your royal buddy say? Come on, do not hide it. Show me that pitch-black phone of yours. Guess what? The phone's dead. Saying that, Xiaofam casually tucks the phone into his back pocket. Just like Nam said, everything is unfolding perfectly, and both girls can't help but gloat. I told you so. Han smirked, while the other one shakes her head. Sighing heavily, as they chat, they hop into the car, ready to leave, while Liu, trailing behind, can't quite grasp their strange behavior and questions it. Clenching her fists, she murmurs, let us not worry about them. Let them fend for themselves. Meanwhile, they do not seem to care, casually turning to look back, thinking, no need to pay attention to them. Those clueless nobodies only make themselves look worse. A luxury sports car zooms past on the road. Inside the car, Sister Nam glances back at Xiaofam in the back seat, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Leufam, can I ask you something? The engine's hum mixes with her voice, making the atmosphere feel heavy. I heard some hotshot in the finance district has decided to launch a groundbreaking project. It could seriously shake up our stock market. What are your thoughts on that? Niham's face betrays a hint of skepticism, eager to test Xiaofam. She is on a mission to see if he has got any real smarts, or if he is just another clueless wannabe. He sits back, arms crossed, not even bothering to open his eyes, looking utterly uninterested. Honestly, the stuff I talk about with you does not excite me. That finance hotshot you idolize is just another nobody in my eyes. Inside, he reminisces about the days when he had countless treasures, a wealth far beyond 100 planets. It is hard to even count. He would not even bat an eye at a tiny little planet, let alone a minor finance player. Her surprise at his words is palpable. She can't help but sneer inwardly, thinking, this guy is such a braggart. No smarts in his head, yet so arrogant it is honestly baffling. But she does not stop there. She keeps throwing out what she thinks are clever questions. Leufam, if a company wants to go public, what do you think they need to prepare in terms of qualifications? At this point, Xiaofam is losing his patience, just shaking his head lightly. I do not know. Now, inside the car, an oppressive silence has fallen, each person lost in their own thoughts. Enhai furrows her brows tightly, unable to stand it, and turns around, questioning Lo Tiu Fuzum. If you do not know anything, how can you dare say you came to repay a favor? Isn't that just laughable? She bluntly states, not caring about stepping on anyone's toes, and asks, can you handle it like this right now? I will buy you a ticket home, and I will give you an extra 200,000. How about you just leave Hun Nam now? Sister Animizi, sitting next to her, chimes in, saying it is a freebie, no work and still getting paid. A windfall like that, why not take it? Not getting the response she wanted, she turns away, covering her mouth to stifle a mocking laugh. You are not talking. Are you hiding because 200,000 is not enough? Tu Fungam shows no anger at her words, calmly explaining, I do not lack money. I am just here to repay my debt. Once I settle my obligations to Uncle Jiang, I won't need you to tell me I will leave on my own. His face contorts in frustration. His eyes turn colder as he warns. Just wait and see. They will come begging her to sign the contract. Sister and easy. Irritated. Shoots a glare at him. Her patience wearing thin. Can't he that country bumpkin have a smidgen of dignity? They are from a company managed by the Wong family in the capital. Even if it is my boyfriend's company, I would not be so sure about signing. I can't believe you dare say they will come begging for the contract. A guy like you, full of hot air, really leaves people speechless. And high, focused on driving, sighs at the unfolding drama. She wonders when the person her cousin invited will arrive. The Jiang family is under heavy pressure now. If they can secure this 10 million contract. The stakes are high. Her words trail off, anxiety creeping in this time. The Jiang family might actually be erased from Henan Nam, lost in her thoughts. A woman suddenly crosses in front of their car. A loud shout echoes, warning Antoine to pay attention. Reverberating throughout the vehicle and the traffic, she snaps back to reality. Her eyes widening as she takes in the scene before her, in the traffic jam. Anai slams her foot down on the brake with all her strength. The car comes to a sudden halt. And onlookers gather around. More and more people converging. Inside the car, Anai leans down, peering over the steering wheel to see what is happening outside. Why are there so many people standing in front? Tu Fizum, in the back seat, opens the door and steps out. Seeing the boy walking toward the front fills her with anxiety. And she shouts, Lu Vo, what are you doing getting out of the car? The crowd of onlookers grows. But everyone just stares at the girl lying motionless on the ground. Not one stepping forward to help. A confused young man passing by asks another, why is this girl just lying there in the middle of the road? The other guy scratches his head, clueless about the situation. Thinking, she can't be hurt. Can she? Under the wary gazes of the crowd. Tu Phim approaches the girl. Whispers of concern erupting as if someone wanted to warn him. Don't he go over there. Be careful of a scammer. Just lying in the street to trick people. He brushes off their warnings. Moving straight toward the girl lying on the road. The girl finally got out of the car behind you. But instead of coming over, she just stood there yelling, like so, get back here. This person is definitely just faking it in the middle of the road. Seeing that you did not respond, she slammed the door in frustration, thinking to herself, this jerk is really stupid. He just arrived in Hannan. If he gets tricked here, is not that just more trouble for me to clean up? The guy in the passenger seat got out, arms crossed, watching the situation unfold. Folks from the countryside love a good scene. But this is not something you should get involved with. Better watch out or you will bring trouble on yourself. Xiao Fan ignored everything around him and went to lift the person on the ground. A question bubbled up in his mind. Did I just sense a familiar aura coming from this woman? Even though he helped her up, she looked pretty weak. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she slipped in and out of consciousness. The crowd around them gasped when they finally saw her face, and their attitude shifted immediately. Whoa, she is a total knockout. If I would known, I would be helped her up sooner. What a lucky break for that kid. So frustrating. In Xiao Farms, the girl gradually woke up, her face pale as she looked at the one supporting her. His handsome face brought her a strange sense of calm. Are you okay? She stood up with some difficulty and stumbled back into his arms, sweat dripping down like a waterfall. Thanks for helping me up. Xiao Fan gripped her shoulders and transferred his energy to her. Suddenly, her complexion turned rosy and vibrant, and she exclaimed, I feel so warm. Xiao Fan, standing beside her, spoke softly. You are okay now. She shyly clutched something in her arms, looking at the guy who saved her. Thank you. The energy transfer allowed Xiao Fan to examine her condition, and he could not help but turn his head in confusion, searching for something. That aura did not come from her. So where on earth was it coming from? Just as he was about to head towards the car, he heard a voice calling from behind. Wait, please. Xiao Fan turned around, puzzled. What else is there? The beautiful woman, looking slightly flustered, held out the box she had been carrying. About that, sir, I have an ancestral antique vase. Would you like to take a look? The price is negotiable. At that moment, Enhai came up from behind with a face full of mockery, saying, what is going on? Did I call it or what? You fell for a scammer. Only a fool like you would get caught. Sister Nai also quickly joined in, unable to hide her glee. I told you not to listen earlier, but you did not want to hear it. Now it is too late to regret. You brought this upon yourself. The onlookers started gossiping, saying things like, she is definitely a scam artist. This kid is in for a rough day. If he does not cough up some cash, he might find it hard to walk away. I mean, how often do you see a stunning beauty laying in the street for 3 days? She is clearly just out to con some perv like him, at this point. And Honey put on a sly grin, clearly wanting to help him out of this mess. Like so? The best move right now is to call the cops. This is not about whether there is a lot of money or not. Someone with such a morally corrupt character like her must be dealt with seriously. If we let her off this time, she will just keep scamming people. Her friend standing beside her quickly chimed in, saying it is true. There is no need to be polite with people like this. Letting her go this time will only make her more arrogant. Hearing their conversation made her feel a bit frustrated, and she quickly shook her head to clarify. You guys are misunderstanding me. I am not a scammer. She was explaining while gently taking apart the wrapping around the box, saying, I really need the money right now. This antique is not fake. It was left to me by my grandfather. When the old wooden box was opened, an ancient-looking vase appeared, surrounded by a faint layer of golden aura that felt a bit strange. The vase, stained by time, only made her more convinced of her thoughts. This old thing was clearly fished out of a trash bin, and she even dared to sell it for money. Sister Nunamis stepped forward, pointing into the box with disdain. I see you purposely lay on the road to con others out of their money. Right. The two of them seemed to be bullying her, and she stammered under their pressure. I really did not intend to lie down on the road. She kept explaining to everyone about her item. If I did not need the money urgently, I would not want to sell this vase. Over here. Leufam looked at the vase, his expression turning a bit grim. With the faint aura surrounding the vase, he felt somewhat unsure about it. Was it really a supreme treasure? Leufam widened his eyes, staring directly at the vase, a faint blue aura emerging from his pupils. In his mind, he shouted, Open. Then he could see through the old vase. It was a peculiar gourd surrounded by a strong aura. Seeing the scene unfold before him made him feel excited, as if he had discovered a treasure. It turned out that the elusive energy was hidden inside a small gourd. Ignoring the two girls who were making things difficult, Ika approached Leufam and quietly pleaded, If you really want to buy this old vase, let us say 10,000. No. 5,000. 5,000 is enough. A serious yet joyful expression appeared on his face. All right. I will buy your old vase. He pulled out a valuable check and immediately wrote down the amount. Then he received the box and started wrapping it up. When Ika got the check and checked the amount, she was so shocked by the number that she could hardly believe it. What? 100,000. She hurried over to him. I really do not want to accept such a large amount. That is way too much. I only need 5,000. Just give me the rest back. Leufam happily raised his hand to indicate he did not want it back. You can keep this little bit of money. Hearing this, Ika's face showed some hesitation, but she finally agreed. Okay, do not worry. I promise to return the leftover money to you. Please give me your contact information. She took out her phone and typed in his contact as he instructed, saying, My name is Leufam. Watching the smooth transaction unfold made Yun and her friend uncomfortable to the point of being speechless. Once everything was settled, they returned to their car. The engine roared to life and sped off, leaving Ika feeling grateful. As soon as they drove off, Yun could not stop biting her lip, criticizing him. Leufam, do you really not know that person is a scammer? Clearly, it is that simple. A clumsy little act like this duped you, and you wasted so much money on a cheap vase. I honestly do not know what to say anymore. Watching the other person sit there silently clutching that old box only made her more infuriated. Even if this was real, she only needed 5 grand. Just hand her that. And why the hell does he have to give her so much more? Plus, writing a check. Does he think he is rich or something? Deep down, he is just a clueless fool who thinks he is smart. It is truly hopeless. I need to find a way to get rid of him fast. The sister sitting next to her chimed in. Do you really think you can just look at something and tell if it is real or fake? I would not take this junk even if you gave it to me for free. The clear sky with fluffy clouds, and the gentle sunlight beaming down on the lavish mansion. The four of them stepped inside together, with Yun still patting herself on the back, constantly spouting rude comments. Like so? I know why you came to see me. As they reached her room, she suddenly halted, a smug look on her face. But your plan has already failed because my dad's in the hospital. Even if you want to see him, you can tea. With that, she opened the door and walked in, while Leufam followed, reverting to his indifferent state. In the room were 2 people waiting, and Yun entered, her eyes widening in surprise. Dad. Were not you supposed to be at the hospital? Why are you home? The distant look on her face showed how hard it was for her to call out her niece's name. Yun. Suddenly, the man sitting in the chair waved his hand to stop her. Zhang Shui, exuding the strong demeanor of an elder, smiled and turned to her. He looked at the boy in front of him and gently asked his daughter. Yun. I called you here to pick up your cousin. Is this the kid? She did not look pleased, not answering directly, and instead whispered to her father. Zhang Shui did not wait for his daughter to finish and smiled, raising his hand to stop her. It is just a matter of waiting a little longer. Is something so trivial making you this upset? And that contract is not a big deal. We can negotiate it. We can let it go. With that, He stood up from his chair. Zhong Shui approached the boy, wanting to get a better look at him, his voice calm yet slightly formal. You are the son of my old buddy like Xiao Fan. No wonder you looked familiar. You really resemble your father. Suddenly, Zhong Shui became excited, laughing as he hugged Xiao Fan's head, shaking it gently. This kid has grown up to be quite the handsome one. Back when you were little, I used to carry you around. Stepping back, he noticed the bag in Xiao Fan's hand, which looked strangely familiar. Isn't that the suitcase I gave your dad 10 years ago? I can't believe he still has it after all these years. At that moment, Xiao Fan, standing before someone he respected, introduced himself with a bow. Hello. Uncle Jiang. I'm a Life fan. Father has mentioned your great kindness more than once in front of me. This time I have come to Hennam to repay that debt. Looking at the man before him, he could not help but recall the horrifying events from years ago when father and mother were hunted down by those in mother's family. It was Jiang Shu who sacrificed his life to protect father. Zhong Shui cheerfully patted his shoulder, clearly already fond of the guy in front of him. Your dad's just being modest. It was nothing. Really. Suddenly, a voice from behind interrupted the harmonious atmosphere between them, revealing that you are indeed like Xiao Fan. If my big brother had not risked his life to save your father back then, he would not have been beaten to near death, almost losing his life, and he still has not recovered to this day. Under everyone's gaze, she shot him a disdainful look, blaming him and his family for the mess. It is a disaster that has caused the Jiang family to plummet from being the top aristocracy in Hennam to the bottom ranks. Each biting remark from the girl made the atmosphere grow heavy with blame directed at your father, as if he had the audacity to return after all this. The Jiang family does not welcome you. You should leave to avoid bringing us bad luck. Meanwhile, Huan Nian wore a smug expression, relishing the unfolding situation. She had never supported like Xiao Fan coming here, and now her aunt had voiced her unspoken thoughts. Zhong Shu was infuriated by his sister's words. Watch your mouth. Little sis. How many times have I told you to be mindful of what you say? Why do you never listen? With every word he spoke, her face grew more and more uncomfortable, especially since she was nearly 40 and still unmarried. All your bad luck stems from your careless talk. Zhong Shu did not mind that there were outsiders around as he directly scolded Huan Nian. If Xiao Fan came all this way to visit us, then he is our esteemed guest. We should be treating him well instead of trying to kick him out. Seriously, he suddenly clenched his fist, his voice filled with determination and an air of thunderous authority. Besides, back then, I willingly saved Cheng Shanyun. Even now, I harbor no resentment. Perhaps out of sheer anger, Zhong Shui suddenly trembled, his face turning pale as he cuffed violently into his hand. When he pulled it back, it was stained with bright red blood. Huan Nian, frightened by the scene before her, rushed over to check on him. Dad, why are you coughing up so much blood? Has your condition worsened? She looked at her dad in pain, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth, her heart aching in blame. Aunt, Dad's illness clearly is not cured yet. Why did everyone leave the hospital and come home? I stood to the side, looking down, not daring to meet her gaze, struggling to explain everything. Huan Nian. Earlier, your dad would not let me speak. But actually, we were chased out of the hospital. She carefully helped Zhong Shu to his feet. Feeling confused, Dad, why did the hospital staff kick you out? You have gotten so serious already. If this continues, your body won't be able to hold up. He looks like he is on the brink of collapse, his face drawn, shaking, and unable to stop coughing. Little Fam has been quietly watching this unfold, finally breaking the silence to ask. Uncle Jiang, is your father's illness a result of the aftereffects from 20 years ago? Zhong Shui's face is pale, one hand clutching his shirt over his mouth. Still coughing, unable to speak a word. Cough, cough, cough. As the shirt falls away, a bright red handprint is revealed on his chest, and he begins recounting the events of years past, confirming it all. The person who hunted down your mother 20 years ago was a master from your mother's clan, wielding dark and incomprehensible techniques that are utterly ruthless. Back then, I was not careful and took one of his strikes. That dark poison has lingered in my body ever since, and no matter what, I can't shake it off. Cough, cough. Looking closely, the wound seems like it is never healed. It is not just dark like blood, but there are also painful green spots surrounding it. Zhong Shu leaned slightly to ease his coughing, his voice tinged with sorrow as he laments. Now, 20 years have passed, and his strength has surely grown even stronger. While I feel like a flickering candle in the wind, my life hanging by a thread. Cough, cough. Suddenly, he clutches his chest tightly with his remaining hand, trying to stifle his cough, and from the wound, a stream of dark, ominous energy radiates. Cough, cough. Drops of deep red blood fall like rain with every move Zhong Shui makes. He passes out before the worried eyes of everyone around. Dad, please wake up. Please wake up. The dark energy keeps spreading, and his weak face breaks her heart. Someone call for an ambulance. After witnessing the chaos, little Pham steps forward and speaks up. Uncle Zhang's illness. I can cure it. Tong Yu, provoked by his words, bursts out angrily. What are you saying? You can cure it? Little Pham. Are you serious? Even the best doctors in Henan can't cure my brother's illness. What makes you think you can? You are just a kid. Right. Little Pham shakes his head, denying it. Not. Henan, who is holding her father, shoots him a frustrated look. Little Pham. If you are not a doctor, then please do not make things worse. All right. Suddenly, the wooden door swings open, and a servant from the Jiang family rushes in, shouting loudly, Master, someone is here to see you, claiming they can cure your long-standing illness. He approaches Tong Yu, revealing the identity of the mysterious visitor, and she looks astonished, asking once more, You mean the expert from the Poison King Valley, her niece? Standing nearby, calmly interjects, Henan, why are you just standing there? The expert from the Poison King is about to arrive. Hurry and go invite him in with Aunt. I have heard that the expert from the Poison King is a direct disciple of the Hidden Path sect. He can definitely cure my brother's old ailment. Daijing appears, holding a fan with an air of confidence, while Tong Yu follows behind him, clasping her hands in respect. Master Dai, I can express how grateful our Jiang family will be if you agree to treat my brother's old illness. He closes his eyes and speaks arrogantly. No problem. My master sent me down the mountain to train, and I just happened to pass through here. I heard your master's old illness has not healed for 20 years. It is time to grant the Jiang family a stroke of good fortune. Looking at the beautiful face of the person next to him, Duking could not help but voice his praise. It has been a while since I heard the legendary beauty of the Jiang family, and seeing her today, she truly lives up to the hype. Henayan's smile widened, gracefully responding, You are too kind. Master Du. The three of them strode confidently into the room. Du King looked at the person in front of him with curiosity. Wondering who they were, Xiaofam shot a cold glare upward, while beside him, Lianu was sticking out her tongue and making faces at them. Afraid of upsetting this esteemed ancestor, Tamgaya quickly stepped in to explain. Master Du. He is my friend's son from the rural area of Venanshu, here to seek help from the Jiang family. Even more infuriating, this kid, not even a doctor, dares to claim he can treat my brother's illness. Talk about delusions of grandeur. As he spoke, he glided closer to the kid, his eyes clearly showing disdain. Unfortunately for this brat, he brought misfortune with him. Just as he arrived, my brother's condition worsened. Hearing this, Du King's expression turned slightly icy, with a faint smile creeping onto his lips. It is all right. The Jiang family has always been a top-tier clan. It is absurd to let some rural kid treat the master of the Jiang family. If this got out, would not it make everyone laugh at the Jiang family? Xiao Pham stood silently beside them, watching as this guy puffed himself up with self-importance, demanding he leave. I am the heir of the medicinal king. I do not want any unrelated parties interrupting my work. Tam and Ugayat, like a well-trained pup, immediately approached him, pointing at his face and shouting, Hey, Xiao Pham, did you hear what Master Du said? Get out now. You are slowing down Master Du from treating my brother. Even if you are the son of Li Chengshan, do not blame the Jiang family for being rude. These outrageous words made Lian unable to hold back her irritation as she shot back at Tam Ugayat. You rude girl. How dare you disrespect our master like that? Don't he come crying to him later when you beg for help? Contrary to that, Tam Ugayat, unaware of the gravity of her situation, sneered. Am I supposed to cry and beg him to save someone? You rural folk sure are a joke. Xiao Pham, you and your dad are nothing but bad luck for the Jiang family. Someone, get this kid out of here. As soon as those words left his mouth, two burly servants stepped forward to grab Xiao Pham. Henan, sensing the escalating tension, approached softly to advise. Hey, Led, Xiao Pham is still my father's guest. If you kick him out like this, when my father recovers thanks to Master Du's help, he will say you did not treat guests properly. Hearing this, Du King softened his tone. If Miss Jiang is pleading, then I won't hold it against this kid. Let us go save someone first. The assistant beside him quickly gestured for him to move. Yep. Saving lives is what matters. Master Du, please go inside. At that moment, Trung Tho was lying on the bed, his brows tightly knit, his face growing more grim. From his wound, a strange black aura continuously emanated, enveloping his entire body. They moved closer, and Du King pulled up his shirt to examine the injury. From behind him, he pulled out a shimmering gold needle. Then, he pierced it into the wound on Trung Tho's body. The master of the Jiang family was under a deadly attack from dark poison, and this poison was extremely potent. No ordinary doctor could treat it. The fragile heart, poisoned and relying on each needle he thrusts, begins to heal. The master of the wine, with an arrogant expression, deftly flicks his wrist, sending dozens of needles flying, radiating a vibrant green aura. To me, the hair of the Medicine King. What is a little poison to worry about? Those needles penetrate right into the wound on the patient's back. From it emanates a stream of pale golden energy, gradually dispelling the darkness of the poison. He watches everything unfold as he calculated, unable to contain his joy. The needle technique is my ultimate skill, combined with the secret poison technique of the divine needle my master taught me. Even if the head of the Jiang family is already half in the grave, I can pull him back. The two of them, Tamumgite and Enchen 9, see Trung Thui lying on the bed, his eyes still tightly shut. But he seems to be feeling a bit less discomfort than before. They rejoice, realizing the poison in their father's body is being extracted. Master Wine will surely cure his old illness. Nen can't help but wipe her tears as she watches the poison fade in the golden light. Father is saved. At this moment, Team M Gite does not forget to tease Leufam with a smirk. Leufam, have you seen this? This is the skill of the hair of the Medicine King. Just look at your silly, clueless face. Relying on you to talk about healing. It is honestly laughable. Suddenly, Master Wine snaps his fan shut and calls out. The needles that were piercing Trung Thui's wounds automatically retract, gathering together, allowing the black aura to reclaim his body. Nun watches the scene, her brow furrowing with worry. Master, the poison in my father's body has not been fully eliminated yet. Why are you suddenly so quiet? He smirks, his lips curling in a not so good way. Listen, miss. There is no such thing as a free meal in this world. Master Wine turns to her, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Sure, I can save your father. But I have a few conditions. Effany Nun, thinking it was simple, raises her hand to assure him. Are you talking about medical fees? Just cure my father, and I will pay whatever it costs. His expression cools slightly, a hint of greed flickering in his eyes. That is too little, way too little. Then he closes his eyes, pointing and speaking endlessly. I have two demands. From now on, the Jiang family belongs to our Medicine King Valley, or Miss Jiang must become my woman. As he speaks, he threatens towards Trung Thui's wound. But if you dare refuse, I can easily withdraw the divine needle. But whether the head of the Jiang family can withstand the poison is anyone's guess. She feels like she has been struck by lightning, her face turning purple with anger as she clenches her fists. You are intentionally forcing us. You save someone halfway and then stop, wanting to make the Jiang family bend to your will. Master Wine stands before the two Jiang family members, revealing the truth. Haha. So what? I do not mind telling you. It was my decision to kick you out of the hospital. Without the nod from the Medicine King Valley, who would dare accept the Jiang family in Henan? The desire on his face was palpable, hands clenched and rubbing together as if trying to force a point. Miss Jiang, do not you want the Jiang family to rise back to the top, being my woman? Would not you finally fulfill your wish? If not, there is no way you will get my divine needle. You can only sit back and watch as the Jiang family head dies from the poison, suffering unbearably until the very end. Nothing could be worse. Haha. Looking down, Zongshu was still in a deep coma, shrouded in a thick cloud of dark energy, his complexion worsening by the second. Tamangayat stood beside the bed, worry etched on her face, unsure of what to do. Enan Nyan, what should we do now? My father's illness can be half treated and then just drop. She glanced at her father, in pain, gritting her teeth, making a silent decision, for her father, for the Jiang family. She was ready to sacrifice herself. Suddenly, a voice shattered the almost victorious moment for Tukan, causing them all to jump and turn. You useless wannabe healer, can even get the simplest illness right? Xiaofime, with a cold expression, had entered the room without anyone noticing. Seeing him, Tam Gayat could not hold back her annoyance and snapped. Lexio, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you think you can speak so arrogantly in front of Master Du? Tukan looked even more pleased hearing her words. Apologize to Master Du. Or do you think you can handle the consequences of offending him? And spoke slowly, contempt dripping from his voice. Good. Do you dare to speak again? Xiaofime, unfazed, repeated his words. What? You think you are skilled? Can even treat a simple illness properly? He smirked disdainfully, realizing he was just a fraud trying to fool everyone. Tukan, feeling like he had stepped on a tail, suddenly became agitated. How dare you say I treat illnesses incorrectly? The image of a young boy bowing to a master appeared as Han spoke. Since I was little, I had the great Medicine King as my master, dedicated over 20 years to studying medicine. In the realm of healing, aside from my master, no one can rival my skills. Tukan frowned, irritated, pointing a finger. Who do you think you are? Questioning my medical skills. Xiaofem lazily responded to his earlier action. Lin Yu, standing beside, could not help but cover her mouth to suppress laughter. Master, according to him, you are the one at fault. Tukan, hearing this, puffed up with pride. Look, Even a little girl is smarter than you. She immediately jumped in as soon as Han finished his sentence. So your master, the Medicine King, is a total fraud then. To everyone's surprise, Lunu could not stop laughing. While Han was even less than a dog, Han even, standing behind Han, burst out laughing at the comment, turning his face red. Haha. Tukan, furious, stammered. You dare insult my master. This is a matter of the Medicine King's honor. Looking at the two in front of Han, drenched in sweat, he pointed. Didn't you say I treat incorrectly? If I cure the Jiang family head, aside from the two conditions I just mentioned, I want you to kneel and apologize to my master too. Tukan, filled with anger, twisted his expression into a smug grin. Do you dare to bet? Xiaofam's voice was cold as he challenged. And what if you can cure him? Du Jing realized he had been provoked, and immediately channeled his spiritual energy. The needles infused with green energy spun around, and he thought, if I can't heal this, how could this be? I am a renowned expert of the Medicine King. I could have cured this illness in a heartbeat. With a confident expression, he faced the patient. Raising his hand to push those needles into the wound, he widened his eyes, really focusing, weaving the spirit returning technique. As his complexion started to regain color and the pain lessened, a blue light radiated, seemingly absorbing all the poison. The wound no longer emitted dark, sinister energy. Instead, it was filled with his aura. The illness of the Jiang family head had been cured. It looked like he had consumed quite a bit of internal energy. Du Jing folded his fan and wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking that he would need to rely on my medicine for a long time. I guarantee that his body will no longer suffer from the torment of toxins, and even his former strength will gradually recover. And Nian listened, tears of joy streaming down her beautiful face. She clasped her hands in gratitude towards Du Jing, exclaiming, this is amazing. Once my sister cures our father's illness, the Jiang family will have a chance to reclaim our former glory. He immediately turned to the little brat, boasting, Good. I have cured my illness. What do you have to say now? If you know what is good for you, get down on your knees and apologize. You stood to the side, arms crossed, wearing a grim expression. Sister, I think you are the one causing harm here. He confidently pounded his chest, asserting, what do you mean? You dare undermine me? I clearly cured the head of the Jiang family. Before Du Jing could respond, Zhong Shui suddenly coughed violently from the bed. A surge of dark energy, now stronger than before, attacked his body. Everyone was taken aback, as if struck by lightning, and he stared in disbelief. Zhong Shui lay on the bed, writhing in pain, gasping. It hurts. It hurts. Hanian stood helplessly beside him, frantic and unsure how to help. Dad, what is wrong? Please wake up. Seeing his face made her heart ache, and she turned to Du Jing, questioning him. Master Du, did not you say my father's illness was cured? What is happening now? Witnessing the situation unfold, he stammered, fear creeping into his voice. This can't be. My spirit returning divine needle clearly cured the toxins in the head's body. Why is it flaring up again? At that moment, the little brat rushed forward, shoving Du Jing aside. Get out of the way. Lunok followed closely behind, holding a box, cautiously opening it. An ancient vial floated into his hand. The little brat examined the object before him and confidently explained. Just now, I used the supreme celestial elixir to take a look. The gourd in this vial is a precious support artifact. His eyes narrowed in focus. Surrounded by a golden aura, the ancient vial shattered instantly, revealing a gourd brimming with an incredibly valuable source of golden spiritual energy. The little brat glanced at the powerful energy radiating from his hand, feeling a sense of joy. This may look small, but it is treasure inside. Not only can it store space, but it can also refine all things. Perfect for dealing with the toxins in Uncle's body. Then, he turned the magic gourd toward the wound being corroded by poison and shouted, Suck it all in for me. The dark mist instantly swirled upward in a spiral formation. Linu stood by, watching as each bit of poison was drawn in with excitement. Master, this poison is something else. Whoever's behind this is definitely not your average sorcerer. If I could absorb this guy, I could evolve again. Maybe even reach the level of a heavenly demon. Xiaofan put away his dull magical tool and replied, There will be a chance. Once this is all over, we will take a trip. Here, catch. He tossed it toward her, and Lianu joyfully leaped up, hands raised to catch it, thanking her master. At that moment, Zhong Shui, dazed, sat up, the wound on his chest completely vanished. When Nian saw this and happily knelt by the bed, embracing him, It is so great, Dad. You are awake. Tanu Gayat, standing beside her, could not hide her own emotions and gently asked, Big brother, are you feeling any discomfort now? Suddenly, she changed her attitude towards Xiaofan, showing not gratitude but increasing disdain. Thinking, what luck did this Xiaofan stumble upon? I can't believe he actually healed my big brother. Zhong Shui sat up straight, testing his body, and joyfully exclaimed, "This is amazing. I have never felt this light and comfortable before." He stepped closer, placing a hand on Xiao Fan's shoulder with a proud expression. "Xiao Fan. Back when your mother and father were together, they were stopped by evil forces. Your father felt powerless and could only sigh in sorrow. But now, it is all good. Big brother Shan has given birth to a talented child." Just then, interrupting their heartfelt moment, Li Nu stood defiantly in front of Yu Jing, who was trying to sneak away, trying to run. "Ah!" she taunted, pointing at Yu Jing. "Master. This shameless scoundrel thinks he can slip away unnoticed." Zhong Shui looked at him sternly and scolded. "Young Master Ju, how could you take advantage of our Jiang family's hospitality? You are trying to pressure us and even threaten my daughter. Don't you owe me an explanation?" Realizing he had been caught, Yu Jing did not flinch. He smirked. "So what if young Master Ju is threatening you? Go ahead and make a move today. And let me tell you, Master Bei Thuthoy is my mentor." He even boldly threatened Zhong Shui. "If you want to bring disaster to the Jiang family, just go for it." Tan Nu Gaiet, sensing the danger, whispered, "Big brother, Master Bai is a powerhouse that surpasses even the top families in Henan. Supremely powerful. He can be called a god. Even the first family of Henan is nothing compared to Master Bai. With just a wave of his arm, he could destroy everything. Our Jiang family is already down and out. We can't afford to provoke him." Although Zhong Shui was furious, he had to concede. If he is a disciple of Master Bai, then you can go. Knowing the people in front of him were intimidated by his backing, Yu Jing taunted them. "A bunch of cowards, scared speechless by my master's reputation. If I like your daughter, it is an honor for you all. Yet you dare to act arrogant in front of me. Don't you know who you are dealing with?" He pointed at Zhong Shui and mocked. "Weren't you just acting tough about handling me? Why can't you even muster the courage to fight now, in front of my master? You guys are nothing more than a bunch of ants. All he has to do is lift a finger and you are dead." He can't even respond, just grumbling inside. How infuriating. The humiliation in their attitude made him smile in satisfaction. Then, as he was about to leave, someone stepped in his way, and he ordered, "Move aside." "Little girl," Little Fam's voice rang out. "Did I send you away?" Hearing this, Tukan whipped around and shouted, "You little jerk. What did you just say?" He stepped closer, his expression icy. "What is wrong? Can't you hear me?" Then, without warning, he slapped the other guy, catching him completely off guard. Tukan was knocked off balance by the hit. Crashing into the wooden table behind him, he lay on the floor, holding his head and cursing. "You dare hit me? Are you insane? Do you even know my master is the great Master Bai?" Little Fam grabbed Tukan by the collar, his hand raised for another strike. "So what if I hit you? My anger is only growing. Even if your master were here, he would kneel and beg for forgiveness in front of me." Tukan, seeing his cold expression, felt a bit intimidated but still shot back. "You lunatic. You are truly insane. Disrespecting my master." He barely got the words out before Little Fam slammed him to the floor. Disrespecting him. That is a privilege for him. Still not satisfied with his anger, he ordered, "Didn't I just say to kneel? Do it." Timungait rushed over to intervene. "Stop it. Leufam. Just stop. Do you realize that doing this could bring disaster to the Jiang family? You are causing a catastrophe for them. Do you even know that?" Ni also chimed in. "Leufam, you are too worked up. Hitting the student of Master Bai will come back to haunt us. This debt will fall on the Jiang family. You are still sitting back and blaming us. Narrow-minded women like you have no idea. You have no idea who you are dealing with. Even if Master Bai were here, he would be kneeling at my feet, begging for mercy." Timungait's blood was boiling. "Shut up. How dare you disrespect Master Bai? He is not someone you can just belittle." Little Fam ignored her and kicked Tukan hard in the gut. He sent him flying toward the door, adding, "You think you can rely on that washed-up master to save you? I will take your life." The guy was in so much pain he passed out. At that moment, Lin Nu stepped up and found 2 crystal vases. "Boss, this guy has some good stuff on him." Timungait pointed at Lion Yu and yelled, "Put that down." Donnie touched the stuff belonging to the rich. She then turned to her brother, her tone urgent. "Big bro, we absolutely need to take Leufam to the Jade King Valley now. Apologizing to Master Bai and letting the master handle this is a must. Otherwise..." Before she could finish, Trung Thay cut her off. "Enough already." He then turned to Timungait, looking her straight in the eye. "If you dare to speak like that again, get out. We have no room for someone like you who lacks integrity. Sure, the master is scary, but loyalty is even more important. And Leufam saved our family. How dare you even think of giving him up?" "The more I hear, The more I feel like Trungthe is just shifting blame onto effin' Nai. Dad. I have told you so many times. To be a person, you have to know right from wrong. And you need to broaden your horizons. You are the current head of the giant corporation. Yet you do not even grasp the basics of being a decent human being. How can I trust you with the company? And Hai, feeling frustrated by the scolding, shot back. But Dad, do not forget. Your injuries were also from saving Lo Tu Firm's father. If it was not for that, we would not be in this mess. He came to save you. Is not that what anyone would do? We owe him nothing. Tung Guite chimed in, demanding action against Taifam. Big brother. I think N Nai is right. Even if we do not hand over Tu to Takongisser, we need to kick him out quickly. That way, if Tronjes comes looking for answers, we can at least defend ourselves. But Trungthe remained unmoved, firmly responding to the women in front of him. You have no idea about the bond between me and Loi Tu Fum's father. You only know I saved him from a serious injury. But you do not realize that Lao Taiyo Frum's father is also a big shot in the Jiang family. He shared stories of gratitude with us when we first started our business, back when no one took us seriously. His voice trembled with emotion as he recalled that time when Lao Tigu Fam's father lent him 20,000 yuan. The image of Tu Fam's dad generously giving away such a large sum, 20 years ago, was what a regular worker made in a month. It was just 600 or 700 yuan. But that 20,000 was something Lalo Tu Fam's father scraped together, starving and saving just to lend to me. With that, Trungthe turned to his daughter, wanting to emphasize his point. At that time, Anneli's mother died during childbirth, and they did not even have money for milk at home. Hearing her father say this, she fell silent, lost for word. If it were not for Lao Taiyu Fum's father emptying his pockets for us, would we even be here today? Dream on. He continued to narrate. As time passed, how could we forget our benefactor? And Jiang Trungthe would never betray someone who helped us. He made a decisive gesture, affirming his determination. From now on, if anyone dares to suggest kicking Lao Taiyu Fem out, get out of my sight. The Jiang family does not need someone like that. After a while, Trungthe could not hold it anymore and started coughing violently. Taiyu Fem rushed over, asking with concern, Uncle Jiang, please do not be angry. Just relax. As long as I am here, no one will dare touch the Jiang family. He looked up, showing he was fine. Tu Fium, your kindness is enough. I do not want anything else from you. A heart that smiles brings us peace and prosperity for a lifetime, without fear of judgment. Trungthe did not want things to escalate, so he quickly changed the subject. All right. Let us drop this topic and talk about something more cheerful. Tu Fium. Remember the betrothal between you and Ni from back then. You two are not kids anymore. Hearing this, Effenhai blushed and ran over to stop him. Dad, I do not know about that, and I definitely do not agree with any of this. Between us, there are no feelings at all. Yet, Zongshui keeps a cheerful tone, saying it is fine. Feelings will develop over time. Suddenly, he shifts to a serious tone, speaking with unwavering certainty no matter what. Xiaofan is still the son-in-law of the Jiang family, and that fact cannot be changed. She is furious, raising her voice. Dad, what are you talking about? Just crush this heart of mine. I absolutely will not agree. Tang Yu, standing beside her, passionately opposes the marriage. Big brother, are you out of your mind? This is about Huan Nian's lifelong happiness. That poor guy from the cattle yard is not worthy of her. Despite both of them desperately trying to persuade him, Zongshui stands firm. I have already made this decision with Xiaofan's father, and no one can change that. With those words, he coldly brushes Tang Yu's hand away. Huan Nian refuses to back down, arguing with her father. Dad, what century are we in? You are so old-fashioned. If you keep forcing me, I will leave this house. Seeing the Jiang family continue to argue, Xiaofan thinks to himself, if I do not leave now, they will just keep at it. With that thought, he asks for permission to leave. Uncle Jiang, it is getting late. I am going to take my leave. Zongshui smiles warmly, inviting him to stay. Xiaofan, you just arrived in Hannan and have nowhere to stay. Just stay here. It will give you and Huan Nian more time to get to know each other. This proposal catches him off guard. He thinks about it but does not dare to speak up. I came here just to express my gratitude. But I am not interested in the Huan Chen Ming connection. My heart only has room for one person, Shu Hai. He recognizes the sincerity in that. But then Zhang Shui pulls him back. Xiaofan, your uncle's illness was cured by you. If it relapses, it will be easier for you to handle it if you stay. Xiaofan reluctantly agrees. All right. I will stay a bit longer. As soon as he agrees, Zhang Shui calls out loudly. Someone, quickly prepare a room for Xiaofan. A servant rushes in to lead the guest away, amidst Tang Yu's sarcastic remarks. Big brother, you absolutely cannot make Huan Nian's lifelong happiness a joke. I really do not understand why you value Zong like Xiaofan so much. Luyan does not know when to stop, Our Jiang family is struggling and needs a capable son-in-law. Someone like the son of the famous Wang Go to help us revive. Zhang Shui's eyes shine with belief. I trust my judgment. I can be wrong about this kid. Just look at how he carries himself in tough situations. He is definitely someone with talent. It has been ages since I have seen a young man so composed. Wan Nian crosses her arms. Clearly displeased. Dad. I think you have misjudged him this time. He ignores her stubbornness. All right. Time will reveal the truth. Let us wait and see. By the way, where's Jiang Yai? I have not seen him around. She replies somewhat snappily. He went out to work. He won't be back until tomorrow. Zhang Shui sighs. Looking wary. The Jiang family has not been peaceful lately. Wang Go's visit must be related to our herbal business. Tell him to be careful and not wander around too much. He is not a kid anymore. But he still does not put my mind at ease. As night falls, the full moon shines brightly in the late sky, casting light on a peaceful corner of the Jiang house. As a figure dressed in black leaps into the courtyard, right in front of him is the alluring Tam Gayat. Waiting patiently, he steps closer, startling her. Then, he suddenly sits down and starts to flirt, saying, "Have you been waiting long? Beauty. I bet you are getting anxious. Are not you?" Instead of resisting, she just laughs along. Let us cut to the chase. Shall we? Du King removes the bandage from his forehead, revealing an injured area, while Tam Gayat sits beside him, sharing her thoughts. That little brat outside disrupted our daytime plans, and I even got hit by that cocky kid. What should we do next? After hearing this, he reaches inside his robe for something, saying, I have been at the Medicine King Valley for years, training but not cultivating. Then he pulls out a golden pill and asks, "Do you know what this is?" Tam Gayat chuckles. "You guys have so many miraculous pills at the Medicine King Valley. That rejuvenation pill you gave me last time knocked off a few years. What is this one?" She reaches for it, but Du King is quicker, tossing it into his mouth. "This is not for you," with a confident pat on his chest. He explains, "This is called a vitality pill. Once you take it, your internal strength skyrockets. Next time I meet that brat Lixia fine, I will take him down a peg." After saying that, Du King lifts Tam Gayat's chin and flirts. Of course, it boosts that aspect too. Later on in bed, I promise you will be thrilled a few times. She playfully pushes him away, pretending to be innocent. Can we get back to the real business? We have not finished that yet. Tam Gayat changes the subject back to the main issue. Originally, today's plan was to rescue my big brother and casually marry Jiang Henian, so we could take over the Jiang family. But now that my brother is healed thanks to Lixia Feng, how do we get the Jiang family? Du King reassures her. Don't worry, I have a solid plan. Everything's in place. My senior brother has already made a move on Jiang Yiqing. If all goes well, we can use him to threaten the Jiang family. A dirty scheme flashes through his mind. Plus, our Medicine King Valley is teaming up with the top noble family in Changnan to put pressure on their business. By then, I won't be worried about Jiang Henian refusing to cooperate. Both of you can clean up the mess and smoothly take over the Jiang family's business. Hearing this, Tam Gayat is thrilled. If that is the case, I will keep my promise and give your Medicine King Valley a 3% stake. Du King does not respond, but thinks to himself, that foolish woman. The Medicine King Valley wants the entire Jiang family, not just a measly 3%. With nothing more to say, he quickly wraps up the conversation. All right, we have talked about the main stuff. Now it is time for some fun. The pill's effects won't last forever. We need to make sure this naughty girl gets a taste of it first, he says, lifting Tam Gayat up, unaware that someone else has been eavesdropping on their entire conversation. Lean, feeling sorry for them. Master, should I take them out? Xia Feng replies. Not yet. It is still early. The two of them calmly walk down the hallway into the dining room, where the Jian family is awaiting them. When Zhang Shui sees him, he calls out, Xia Feng, come quick. Breakfast is ready. At the dining table, Ananon sat across from Team Umgite and asked, Hey, what did you do last night? You look wiped out. Her eyes were puffy like a panda's, clearly showing she had a rough night. It is nothing. Just did not sleep well, she replied. Lin Wu, munching on a chicken leg, chimed in with a tease. You got woken up by that barking dog in the backyard, did not you? I did. Team Umgite thought she was serious and quickly jumped in. Yeah. A dog ran in and made such a racket that I could not sleep all night. Knowing how to read the room, Lun Nam adjusted her words to avoid offending the women. It was two dogs. They were fighting in the backyard, and the noise was just deafening. Team Umgite felt a mix of anger and embarrassment, realizing Lin Wu was taking a jab at her. Wait, how did she know about last night's little scuffle with that idiot from the bar? It was intimate. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a man walked in. He was bruised all over, his arms and legs wrapped in bandages like he would just come back from battle. It was Jiang Trung Thaekui's son. Jiang Hein Nem. Ananon joyfully ran to greet her brother. Ni Lim. You are back, she smiled brightly. Have you eaten yet? Dad's been worried about you. Nietenheim rushed over to his father. Dad. Are you feeling better? But Trung Thaekui did not answer his son's question. He was more concerned about Nietenheim's injuries. What happened to you? You are covered in bruises. Did you get into trouble again? I have told you so many times. You are not a kid anymore. Why can't you just stay calm? Nietenheim felt flustered under the scolding. It was not trouble. I just fell while climbing. But Trung Thaekui sighed. All right. Just try to stay out of trouble from now on. I got better thanks to Leufam. You should talk to him more. He pointed towards Leufam to introduce him. If you can be half as composed as him, I will be satisfied. Hearing his father introduce him, Nietenheim stepped forward to greet Leufam. Hello. Leufam. He clasped his hands together. I have heard my dad mention you a lot. Thank you for healing him. Leufam, with a stone-cold expression, replied without cracking a smile. It is nothing. I came to the Jiang family to repay a favor. He then pulled out a vial of medicine and handed it directly to Nietenheim. This is a healing potion I got from the Arfavin Juvex. Take it. It will help your injuries. Noticing the injuries on Nietenheim, Leufam realized this young man had been in a fight. The bruises were not just from an ordinary fall. They were clearly from a struggle for survival. Nietenheim had been out there mixing it up with someone. When Nietenheim heard RC Vokais, he froze in shock. They did not expect it to come here. Though a bit hesitant, he accepted the vial, not forgetting to smile and say, okay. Thanks. Leufam. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Ding ding ding. He picked it up and heard a voice on the other end introducing themselves. Hello. I am Ho. After hearing the conversation, Leufam excused himself. Jian. I have a friend waiting for me at the Central City Hospital. I need to step out for a bit. Trung Thaekui looked surprised and asked. The Central City Hospital. He turned to his daughter, casually saying, aren't you supposed to go to the city center hospital to handle my discharge? Since you are both here, why not take Leufam along? She did not like it, but had to agree. Yep. Of course. While secretly cursing him. Thinking, what a jerk. Before long, her mood darkened as she stopped the car in front of the hospital. Leufam quickly opened the door and got out. Weika saw the person she was waiting for had arrived and rushed over. Apologizing. Sorry to bother you with this. Anan Nyan, seeing her from behind, could not help but sneer. Are you still embarrassed? Come on. How much are you trying to scam this time? This is just a setup. Only an idiot like Leufam would believe you. Weika quickly explained in a gentle tone. You misunderstood. I called Leufam here to return the money. Then she turned and handed him a large black backpack, saying, this is the money I borrowed from you. Count it. It is a total of 100,000 yuan. I am returning every single penny. Linu quickly grabbed it, and Leufam looked at Anin, saying, you keep calling her a scammer, but here she is paying you back. Linu was tiny, quickly adjusted the backpack on her back. He continued, I advise you to stop mocking others and give yourself an out. Otherwise, when it really counts, you will be the one in trouble. Nian felt embarrassed, thinking, you are just lucky. So I won't care about you. Furious, she stormed off, while Weika remained there genuinely grateful. Leufam. About yesterday. I truly appreciate it. This money is for my mother's urgent medical treatment. If I had not met you, I really would not know what to do. She choked up, her expression sinking. But the doctor said there is nothing more they can do, so this money may end up being useless. Linu looked shocked as if she discovered something. She pointed and said, Master, this woman has something strange about her. Leufam noticed the mark on Weika's forehead reappeared and replied, it is a worm. Linu rubbed her chin, concluding, someone is raising a worm inside her. Leufam tried to dig deeper. Could you take me to visit your mother? With your mother's illness, I might be able to help. Weika looked as if she had found a lifeline. Beaming. Really? I will take you right away. Moments later, at the hospital, she gently pushed the door open, and Ka and Leufam both directed their gazes inside. What struck their eyes was a man and a woman embracing and chatting happily on a couch. The doctor had already said that old lady could not be saved, and to prepare for her last rites. After she passes, all her inheritance will go to you. Right, sure, whatever you say. Little darling, fuming, stood in front of the two. Enough. How can you still show your faces here, digging up bones? My mother must be blind to have married you. She pointed at her father, scolding him directly. The wife you tied the knot with is still alive. You are audacious enough to discuss my mother's hard-earned assets for this woman. Are you even human? The man, unfazed, responded with arrogance. What are you yelling about? It is too late to save her anyway. She is going to die sooner or later. You really do not know your place. Daring to shout at your own father. And you even studied abroad. You have got some nerve. I glared. Speechless, while her family calmly interjected. You can blame me for this. The doctor's mother is beyond cure. What can we do? He asked. Who's this kid? Leufam stood behind Ika, witnessing the whole situation unfold with a frown of discomfort. Waiko turned away to respond. He is the one I invited to treat my mother. May chimed in with a mocking laugh. Treat her. You think this kid can actually help? The most skilled doctor in this hospital has already declared that it is time to prepare for your mother's funeral. This snotty kid can cure her. I see nothing but a scam artist here. I depend on the Liu family. She continued. Liu family. I think he is just here to con us out of money. Hurry up and kick this kid out. He chimed in. You are still too young. Easily fooled. We have already spent so much on your mother's treatment. We can afford to waste any more money. Waika could not believe he could be so heartless. Shameless. My mother started out building a life with you. All the billions she accumulated. You swallowed them whole. In the end, I had to borrow money from everywhere for her treatment. Everyone is watching. Liu family. You will get what is coming to you. Leufam patted Iha's shoulder, signaling her to calm down for now. I will check inside first. The world can really show you a bad face. Look at this. A kid like you will only make that old lady's suffering worse. Leufam walked away, ignoring the taunts. He carefully pushed the curtain aside. Gazing at the haggard figure lying on the hospital bed, Lidu spoke up from beside her. Master, this woman has been infested with a parasitic worm, and it is about to mature. Leufam began to remove her oxygen mask, using a living host to feed the parasite. I can believe there are still such wicked practices on this earth. In her mouth, there was a brown parasitic worm, with many legs and sharp teeth. Its red eyes glaring when it was discovered. It immediately crawled down her throat. Her body showed numerous signs of the parasite's presence. Suddenly, a doctor burst in, pointing at him and shouting, What are you doing? Get out of here. Ika rushed to pull the curtain aside, quickly explaining, Zhang. He is a friend of mine. Here to treat my mother. He shoved Y aside. What kind of treatment is this? He is clearly causing trouble. Daring to remove the patient's breathing mask without permission. Your mother could have lived another week. And now that you have removed it, she might not even last through today. Mai strutted in, mocking. Even if you are a fraud, at least pretend to be somewhat competent. Just barging in and removing a patient's oxygen mask, what kind of nonsense is that? Mai crossed her arms, smirking as she ridiculed the group in front of her. Look at your friend. He seems eager for your mother to go sooner. Jiasung chimed in, frowning in annoyance. Exactly. Is not this just creating more chaos? In her final days, can't we let her go in peace? The nurse, with a dismissive tone, pushed Xiaofan away. Get out of here right now. You are never allowed to step foot in this hospital again. Honestly, some young people just do not know their limits. Do they really think they can act however they want? You calmly fold your arms and question the doctor, causing him to flinch. Are you the head doctor for Mess Tran? How can you declare she can't be saved without even checking what her illness is? Are you already preparing for her funeral? The medical school must think I am a joke, treating me like I do not even exist. What a waste of breath. I am a Harvard fod who just came back from studying abroad. If I can figure out this little illness, does that mean everything I learned is just gone to waste? He pointed at Tren Hein lying in the hospital bed, continuing his performance. A Tren Fu Nennis condition was deteriorating fast. The prognosis was bleak. Just 1 more month at most. Leufam kept his posture, flashing a smile that hinted he knew something. Teasing him. I see it now. You are just a dog that went to university and ate all that knowledge. The next words pierced through the dark reality for Jia Sung and Tu Mei. If you know it is a terminal condition, why not treat it? The medical school felt uneasy, their expression darkening. But they still defended themselves stubbornly. Of course we can treat it. This terminal condition can't get any worse. The Leufam interjected, cutting him off lazily. Lying. If you lack the skill to treat it, then think of something else. For Tro, do not even say if it is treatable or not. Keeping the machines running for another year is no problem. You do not get it. His cold expression continued to interrogate. Are you sure your brain is not made of dog food? You secretly thought. Although the poison in Tron Fu Nun's body was potent, medicine has advanced tremendously. Looking at Tron Hein lying quietly in bed, you kept pondering if using external remedies against the internal sabotage could still work. At the very least, it might buy some time. The medical school lost their composure, pointing fingers while you provoked them. It is hilarious. In Hanan, a Chunning is the authority. A kid like you should not be talking big here. If you are capable, Kirtron Fu Nen. It seemed like Leufam had been waiting for this moment, as he swung his hand, creating a long blue flame-like light. Look closely. Without hesitation, he placed it on Trumperhine, a green glow emanating from his palm, slowly enveloping the entire body. She suddenly ripped off her oxygen mask and coughed violently. Something red and small sprang out. It was a vicious-looking poisonous bug trying to escape. But Lianu caught it. Her whole body radiated a fierce red glow as she eyed her target. Smirking, trying to run. She instantly unleashed her magic, the gourd in her hand shining brilliantly as it chased the poisonous bug, slowly sucking it in. Lianu gleefully shook her gourd, looking down on it, a tiny bug trying to escape from my grasp. Just wait. I will roast you to a crisp later. Even though she saw it with her own eyes, Tiu Mai stubbornly refused to acknowledge it. What bug? You are just losing your mind. But did she really think she could escape when Lianu had already set her sights on her? In an instant, she closed in, radiating an incredibly terrifying aura. Where did that old hag think she was going? In a moment of desperate tension, Tiu Mei could not hide anymore and hastily unleashed a flurry of skin bugs for self-defense. Cursing. Ironically, while she aimed at her target, she did not notice that Chanai and Jia Sung had already gotten caught. Oh no, too many bugs. Seizing that moment, Taiyu Mei rushed onto the windowsill, trying to escape. However, she still dared to chatter. You brat, if you ruin my plans, I won't let you off the hook. Sure enough, Leufam quickly found the opening and unleashed his attack, trying to run. His light strike from his hand sliced into her shoulder, making her scream out in pain. Blood poured from the wound, leaving little Mei hanging helplessly, unable to fight back. Even though danger was looming, she still managed to nimbly leap out through the pre-prepared window. Seeing that the immediate threat was temporarily averted, Ka quickly called out for help. Little Fam, save me. The swarm of ancient insects was effortlessly sucked into the mystical tiger gourd by him. Meanwhile, Lu rushed to the window to report. Master, that Mo woman has lost an arm and fled. It seemed she thought Fam was too soft-hearted, so she stammered in a panic. Help, help, I. Save me. But how could Fam forgive these two fools? He scoffed. Didn't you just come back from studying abroad? Harvard. Right. How come you can even handle a few insects? Get lost. Under pressure. He begged. I did not see the danger coming. Please save me. Yet, Fam remained unfazed. Arms crossed. First, tell me what the hell is going on. Realizing he still needed Fame, the guy seized the chance to save himself. I swear, I will tell you everything. Can you get these bugs off me? Ouch. It hurts. Because Zhang Wei actually had crucial information, Fam reluctantly helped him a bit. Finally, the horrifying insects that had been draining him dry vanished. All that was left was that shameless lion, exploiting his own daughter. Please, beg him to kill the bugs on your father. He thought after everything that happened, she would soften up. Of course not. He treated my mother like that. You almost got my mother killed, and still have the nerve to ask me for help. Seeing Ika so furious, for the first time, he dropped his pride and admitted, I was wrong. Your mother and you too. I am not human anymore. Please, for our father-son bond, you have to save me, or I am going to be eaten alive by these bugs. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke up. Little Fam. Maybe. Without a word, he activated the mystical hologram to fly towards her. As it sucked the swarm of insects gnawing on him, Fam finally spoke. Giving instructions. Some people are worth sympathizing with, while others, even death won't change their character. Just see for yourself. Once he dealt with that, he turned to Zhang Wei, ordering, speak up. Say it clearly. Not daring to stay silent anymore under Fam's gaze, he immediately spilled everything. That like Xiaomai who just ran away is actually from the Medicine King Valley. They have sent many disciples down the mountain recently to control the entire medical industry in Henan province. In front of the god of death and the savior who just saved his life, Trajungai was nearly at a loss for words. Right now, the entire medical field of Thin Nam was dominated by the four families, Jiang, Lace, and Hef. As far as I know, the two families from Hufindur have been controlled by the Medicine King S Valley, leaving only the two families Jiang and Las. Just when everything seemed to settle down, the shocking revelation came out. What? No way. The wife of the Medicine King's Valley. How could she possibly seize control of the medical assets from the Loxi family? He probably has not thought this through. Lu Su, can't you see? His wife is sick because of the poison from the little Mei, which can only be treated with stitches. After waking Lu, Zhang Wei, still confused, continues, and once his wife passes, he and his daughter will likely fall prey to the cruel hands of Like Xiaomai. Both of them probably have the poison in their bodies too. After sorting through all the details, he immediately clings to Xiaofan's leg, pleading, "Hero, I was also forced into this. If it were not for the threats from the Medicine King Valley. And it is not that I could not help your sister. But the poison they used is beyond my ability to heal. Please. Spare me." Unfortunately, at this moment, the root of the problem had his interest far more than the man's life. It is the Medicine King Gu. The teeth and skin of Uncle Zhang were ruined by the Medicine King Gu, and the Liu family is no exception. Meanwhile, Daishuang frantically searches his body in panic. "Poison. I have it too. This is bad." Yikai is also shaken by Zhang's words, looking at him seriously. "Xiao Fan, I really have the poison in me." Unexpectedly, in response to that worry, he just turns around casually and reassures her. "It is, do not worry." In an instant, he channels all his strength and delivers a powerful blow to the opponent's back. As a result, a bright red bug is violently expelled from within. It really is the poison bug. Losing its host, it wriggles helplessly. Thanks to Xiaofan's quick action, the threat to Zhang Shan and his daughter is lifted, prompting her to clasp her hands in gratitude. "We can thank you enough for saving our lives. If you have any requests, please let us know." As their benefactor, she politely expresses her gratitude. "It is nothing. I got this gourd at a bargain from Lu Yeka, so helping you is just a fair trade." Since Zhang Yai understands the situation better than anyone, he becomes even more anxious. "Master, please, I beg you to clear the poison from my body." Jia Shuang, standing next to him, also seizes the chance to plead. "I was blind to your worth before. For my daughter's sake, please cleanse the poison from me too." However, it seems both of them have overestimated their importance. He simply brushes past them, leaving a sharp remark. "What does the poison in your bodies have to do with me? Are we that close?" Faced with his indifferent attitude, they suddenly feel a wave of fear. Desperate, the big boss like Jia Shu kneels down on the ground. "A daughter. Only you can save your father now. You can just stand by and watch him die." In the end, it seems everything has been resolved beautifully. As Xiaofan and Lion Yu Wong Dong leave the hospital, just then, he receives a call from Zhang Shui. "Xiaofan, it is Jane Bafu. By the way, Huan Nian has to go to work at the company soon, so I have already spoken to her. I want you to be the vice president of Jiang's medical group, alongside Vice President Huan Nian. I believe with both your efforts, you can help Jiang's through this tough time." This trust and favor make him hurriedly decline politely. "It really does not need to be this complicated. The troubles of Jiang's medical group, I can help." But he cuts him off directly. "All right, Xiao Fan. I am not discussing this with you anymore. Remember, Bafu is counting on you and Huan Nian. He seems really busy." So he hung up right after finishing his sentence, leaving me speechless. Oh well. The project Venen Hoa Shlong is about to launch. And when that time comes, I can provide Jiang with the huge funding they need, calling it a way to repay my gratitude. After thinking about how to repay my debts, I can't help but remember that ticking time bomb. With the appearance of D. Sazun Kufais, I should really help them out to resolve this mess. Just then, at the place where Tiu Fum is, someone excitedly asks, "Enan Nyan, are you being serious?" Turns out, her friend can't stop freaking out. "My dad let Lel Tai Yu Fum directly become the vice president of Jiang the medical groupie. He is clearly determined to get us together." Hearing my friend sigh like that makes her head hurt. "Yeah. My dad has always been reasonable. I do not know why I am being so stubborn about this. No matter how I explain or protest, it is useless. It is driving me crazy." Faced with this annoying attitude, Chaitran Heem came up with a plan. "Enan Nyan, if your dad won't change his mind, I think you should take action with the Lao Hu Fum. Let him realize how hard it is and step back. If that country bumpkin actually becomes the vice president, it might just ruin Jiang Tha's reputation." Maybe my meticulous planning did not account for the fact that he would actually believe her. I know what I need to do now. Just as they were chatting away, Tiu Fum walked out. Anna Nian's car quickly stopped right in front of him and Lian Yu, turning a spacious four-seater into a hilarious excuse in her words. "Lo Tifum, my best friend is here. There is no room in the car, so you should catch a taxi to the company." She just stopped to say that to make her stance clear, and then hit the gas. Speeding away, how could little Lian Yu accept that condescending attitude? Seriously, who does she think she is? At that moment, as the two watched Enhine drive away, a luxurious car suddenly screeched to a halt. Ving Fai, still as elegant as ever, cheerfully extended an invitation to Tiu Fum. "Lotsin, I can't believe we met so soon. Where do you want to go? I will take you." After all, the other party is being kind, so how could he refuse? Sure. Why not? Once the luxurious car got a nod from Tiu Fum, it zoomed down the street. After dropping him off, Vung Fi finally spoke up. "Lotsin, I want to be straightforward with you. Our base, Vivrung Jia, is mainly in Asia, But our business in Heaven Nam is also quite significant. If you face any issues in Hen Nam, you can call me. And I will definitely help out. Leufam simply nodded and agreed. Then he and Livenu walked into the Jiang The medical group amidst the buzz. And did you see that? I heard the old chairman just announced that guy as Jiang Ting's fiancé. One of them questioned, is that for real? He looks kinda decent, but pretty ordinary. Probably has no connections. The girl who heard the news could not help but laugh in agreement, saying that the second young master of the Tong family has been chasing the eldest daughter. If the second young master from the Tinkong family finds out about this, that little girl will definitely be in for a rough time. Xiao Fan has been through so much. Yet these guys still can't get over it. Do we even need to discuss this? The second young master of the Song family is infamous for his ruthless tactics. Last time, a rich guy tried to pursue Nen. And by the end of that night, he ended up having his tendons cut and became a cripple. Speaking of that incident, the girl starts getting nervous. I bet when the second young master of the Song family hears about this, he is going to lose it. They probably have no idea that every whispered word they say is falling right into his ears. Oh boy. When that happens, we are in for a real show. But honestly, what could those petty schemes possibly do to someone who has been through thousands of years like him? As Xiao Fan walked in, Nen was still buried in her papers, completely focused, seeing that she was still acting like she did not notice him. He knocked on the door hard. That move left her no choice but to look up and pay attention. The more he looked at her, the more frustrated he felt. Comparing Xiao Fan to the second young master of the Song family was like comparing a child's play to a masterpiece. There was just no comparison. The second young master of the Song family is young, rich, and charming, not to mention a prodigy at the prestigious Sword Academy, admired by countless wealthy ladies. Honestly, it is clear that Nen is used to judging people by appearances, while Xiao Fan's presence here only drags his reputation down. Bringing him out would be embarrassing. After pondering for a moment, she decided to adopt an arrogant tone and said, Xiao Fan, while my father promised you a position as vice president, you need to understand that this is a company. Everyone starts from the bottom. And someone as unknown as you becoming vice president, there will definitely be people who question my judgment. And I can't predict what you will say to them. Those long-winded words were not new to Xiao Fan, so he calmly replied, say whatever you want. Just be straightforward. Sure enough, her true intentions quickly surfaced. How about this? I will give you 2 evaluation tasks. If you can pass them, then sure, you can have the vice president position, and nobody will dare to question you again. But if you fail, then please leave the company. This was clearly a trap she set up, so it would not be that easy. Xiao Fan understood her intentions and quickly agreed. No problem. Just lay it out. Seemed like his swift agreement made Nen feel threatened, and she hurriedly warned him. Xiao Fan, I have made everything clear to you already. The 2 tasks I am giving you are extremely difficult, to the point that you probably can't even complete them. So if you want to leave now, it is not too late, unless you want to embarrass yourself later. However, since both were adults and business people, at that he simply wanted to cut to the chase. Miss Jiang, you are talking too much. Whatever trap you want to set, go ahead and lay it out. Xiao Fan, we'll take each one on. If I can't do it, I will leave Henan for good. As the words left his mouth, he thought to himself, if it was not to repay the favor of the great immortal Taixuan, why would he even bother with such a foolish woman? His straightforwardness was exactly what she wanted to hear. Okay. Just remember, you said this? Don't he come crying later. Then she raised a finger and said, now let me tell you about the first assessment. 5 years ago, when my father was running the company, he lent out a whopping sum over 200 million. Yet here we are, still waiting to get that money back. It is a debt the Fengruan group has been stuck with for all these years. The other side refuses to pay and has the audacity to act like they own the place. Every time we send someone to collect, they come back with bruises. And let us not even get started on the kind of muscle the other side has. The bodyguards we hired are no joke retired soldiers, each one tougher than the last. I remember it vividly. Dozens of bodyguards went over to collect, but not a single one came back without a battle. They returned pale and beaten up, with some even seriously injured. After all this time worrying, it is infuriating to see the company lose its edge. Clearly, no one in the company dares to challenge their authority anymore. I mean, come on, after this mess, are you brave enough to face them? And I threw a major party. And here's little Fame, acting like it is just another day. What is the big deal? It is just 20 million. I will go get it for you right now. The confidence he showed in her eyes was like watching someone walk into a trap with a blindfold on. But she managed to hold back a smile and replied, all right, I will send 2 bodyguards with you. Good luck. After finalizing everything, they still wanted to give him some advice at the gate. Little brother, Let me give you a tip, do not go looking for trouble over there. I might just be a deputy captain, but I have seen enough in my time. Trust me. This mission is not something you can handle, honestly. You can't pull this off. We should head back. Even if you somehow risk your life and manage to bring the money back. What then? Rumors spread fast. And that young lady is already taken. The second son of the Zha family is not someone you can mess with. And I am just trying to help you out here. But despite all my warnings, he kept insisting, casually patting my shoulder. I appreciate your concern. But I am going through with this. I am giving you a chance. Come with me to collect the debt. And I will guarantee you a spot as the #1 bodyguard in the team. What do you say? High rank sounds nice. But life is more valuable. So I quickly shook my head. No way. You do not know this, but the CEO of Fengruan is a big player, part of the same circle as Nuji. He hurriedly added. Nuji is a right-hand man of the Lin family, one of the top 4 medicinal families in Hannan. Who would dare touch him? So I am telling you, you still have time to back out, and yet, Leufam confidently declared, in 3 minutes, I will have the money. Seriously? What a reckless guy. Wait. Little buddy. I sighed, shaking my head. Such a waste of youth. The other bodyguard chimed in. Annoyed. Captain. Someone that arrogant is not even worth pitying. If it is his own fault. Just moments ago, he was boasting about how he could collect the money in 3 minutes. I have never seen anyone act so cocky. After saying that, Lin Kao felt even more uneasy. You bet. In under 3 minutes, that guy will be beaten to a pulp. They will throw him out. Just wait and see. But I seriously did not want to witness that. Enough talk. Just call for a rescue vehicle already. The moment he was about to call, a strange noise came from inside. Turns out, the little brat had somehow made his way up there, grabbing onto his ankle and shaking it wildly in the wind, while he was screaming, help, help, save me. Unfortunately, the chairman was sitting too high up to see who the victim was down below. Oh no. Oh no. That little guy just got tossed out the window. I hope he is not seriously hurt. Lam Chiyu thought he was right and could not help but laugh mockingly. Was not that little dude just falling down a minute ago? And now, here we are, probably scared out of his mind. This is what you get for messing around. The more he heard, the more worried he felt for the little brat. Seriously, it should not have come to this. Ignoring others' advice always leads to trouble right in front of you. Seeing his colleague like this, the guy patted his shoulder, trying to reason with him. Captain, this is what happens when you make your own choices. I can imagine how he will face the CEO when he gets back. And he calls himself the CEO's fine. He must be living the dream. Right. Captain. We really should get out of here. But his conscience would not let him just turn his back and walk away. Just wait a moment. When that little dude gets tossed out, we have to take him to the hospital. At least that way he will have something to say when he faces the boss. Don't let the two of you be discussing how the little brat got into trouble while he is thanking you for your kindness. They thought they were about to bite the dust. Yet here they were, standing calmly, intact. But honestly, I think it is unnecessary. Lam Chi looked like he could not believe his eyes. Like, what the heck? How could this be happening? I quickly pointed out to confirm again. Was not he just thrown out the window? How is he standing here? Since you actually care about me. I did not mind explaining a bit. The one who got tossed out earlier was Seo Quach. Those soft words truly shocked him. It was Seo Quach. Brother. So what about your money? You already. Not giving him a chance to ask more, I immediately responded. I have got my money back. Principal and interest. Altogether, sure enough. It was the little brat. Just a few minutes, and he threw them a jaw-dropping figure 1 billion. My hand holding the phone was about to drop, asking for 20 million and getting back 1 billion. And he did it in just 2.5 minutes. A whole 30 seconds earlier than what he said before. Once everything settled, the office was buzzing. Have you heard? That girl is no joke. She finished a task that had not been completed for 5 years in no time, just a slight shift, and the internal winds began to change. Otherwise, how could she be the fiancée of the young miss? Someone else interjected, saying, but I heard that girl from Hannan has no background at all. She is nowhere near the Zong family's second young master. The girl who praised her earlier agreed. If I were the young miss, I would definitely pick Zong's second young master. The other nodded. No kidding. Any woman with half a brain would choose Zong's second young master. They kept discussing without realizing Lian Yu, who was gaming nearby, overheard everything. While playing, she scoffed at their conclusions. A bunch of fools. Comparing Zong's second young master to the real deal. Just then, Leufam walked in, and with a click, I immediately jumped up. Leufam. I can believe you are back to settle some losses. How could this happen? You coldly spoke up. I brought back 20 million, including both the principal and interest, totaling 1 billion. But she did not buy it. When you say 1 billion, it is like saying a fairy tale. Ming immediately jumped in to back up Xiao Fan. Boss. What she says is the truth. Still. Hai did not believe it, getting even angrier, thinking the two were in cahoots to fool her. What a bunch of nonsense. Many others had come back beaten after trying. So what made him think he could pull it off? Then she extended her hand. If you really claim it is 1 billion. Where's the check? But Xiao Fan could only shake his head. No check. They said it would be wired to the bank. At this, her face went pale. Tongue-tied, Effenly put her hand on her forehead, laughing helplessly. Xiao Fan. Are you really that gullible? You believe everything he says? Come on. He has told enough lies before. When has he ever transferred money to us? Haha. No wonder no one wants to mess with you. You are just a punching bag. Seeing her look down on him, he could not keep his cool anymore. I did not know if he played you before, but this time he absolutely won. He dare to fool me. And he was genuinely angry now. Who do you think you are? Just then, Hong Toon burst into the room. Breathless. Boss. We have got a serious problem. Already irritated, this only added to her frustration. What has got you so worked up? Panting. He reported. Boss. The company account just received a payment. 1 billion. Exactly 1 billion. Despite being drenched in sweat and exhausted, Hong Toon pushed through. I checked. It is the funds from the group being transferred over. Hearing this, Hai was momentarily stunned, struggling to believe what she just heard. Are you sure you did not misread it? He affirmed, clearly worn out. Boss, it is a big deal. How could I mistake it? I verified it multiple times. It is absolutely real. At this moment, she genuinely believed what Xiao Fan had said earlier, smiling with satisfaction. Xiao Fan. You have really blown my mind. Don't worry. I will have the finance team transfer you 10 million as a bonus for this. But he immediately shot back. You are wrong. I am not in it for the money. 10 million is nothing to me. I told you from the start. I am here to repay a debt of gratitude. So I advise you not to think the worst of me. Seeing this broke college kid hoarding his own money, Hai was not amused. She crossed her arms, thinking to herself, this country bumpkin should be over the moon about getting 10 million. But he does not even want it. What is his game? As she pondered, the image of Xiao Fan taking over the company flashed in her mind. It must be that way. He definitely wanted to seize the opportunity to eye the Jiang family's assets. After all, 10 million was peanuts compared to the vast Jiang family. She keeps projecting her own thoughts onto others. Well, like so. I did not realize you were so cunning. You want to win my favor with this and get into the Jiang family. All while plotting something even bigger. Right, you totally do not get what the other person is saying. Hai continues to warn him. Like so. Whether you get this 10 million or not, I will still give it to you, but do not get too cocky too soon. I mentioned there are 2 challenges. And you have only passed 1. She smugly thinks she knows all your intentions. Let me tell you. This second round is going to be 10 times harder than the first. There is no way you can pull it off. Then Hai winks, saying, if I were you, I would take the 10 million and happily leave Henan. That way, we would both be happy. What do you say? But Xiao Fan could not care less. He shrugs and replies, sorry. Once I commit to something, I see it through. Let us hurry up and get this done. She stands up, leaning on the table. All right. If you are going to stubbornly play dumb like this, and want to embarrass yourself in front of everyone, do not say I did not warn you. Then she walks straight to the door. Follow me to the conference room. When they arrive, Luwei speaks up first. Have you all heard? The internal news just leaked out. She is demanding a huge sum from the Fengren group. Xiao Fan pulls out a chair and continues to listen as he explains. At first, that Go guy owed our group 20 million. But she is now demanding the full amount plus interest, exactly 100 million. He listens intently about the guy in question. This Go is definitely not some pushover. He is someone who hangs out with Nuka. And nobody on the street would dare mess with him. So clearly, she is not just some ordinary person. The people in the conference room keep discussing. And Ni is about to blow a gasket. I think she has got the looks to match her fortune. I also heard the chief executive wants her as the vice president. That is totally reasonable, seeing everyone making such a ruckus. And Hai bangs the table. The meeting has not even started yet. And you are all acting like this. She is furious. We have not even finished discussing the contract with the Shuanglong group. And you are all hyped up about what? Then she quickly sets the arrogant employees straight. Are you all this excited over something so trivial? You are so pleased you have forgotten the world around you. With a serious expression, she resumes discussing business. Now, Let us continue talking about what we should do with the Shuanglong group. They all hesitate, looking at each other, and Tunwu is also unsure. Suddenly, Sister Nina stands up. There is something that has been weighing on my mind for days, and I just can't hold it in anymore. Seeing this, Enai smiled and gestured for her to continue. Nina Wenude. Go ahead and speak. From the beginning of the meeting, Leufam had been sitting silently, waiting to see what she was going to accuse him of. Sister Anna did not hesitate to point at him. Last time it was because of Lalho Fuam that the CO had to wait for him at the bus station for 5-6 hours. That led to the CO of the Songlong group storming off, and we ended up failing the negotiations. Otherwise, our contract with Songlong would have been signed ages ago. She was accusing him. So Leufam had to take full responsibility for this. He was forced to apologize to everyone. Enhai laughed and told him, "Did you hear that? This is your second assignment." She was becoming more pleased with herself. But do not say I did not warn you. The backing of the Songlong group is VGAAU, a well-known agency. Vingjiangyelidu is a prestigious family admired nationwide, and all noble families in Heaven Nam look up to them. Even when they were making things difficult for him, Leufam remained calm and smiled. Do not underestimate a small Vijaya. Even if their backing is the King of Heaven himself, they would have to bow their heads in front of me. This is a minor issue. Honestly not worth mentioning. I can sort it out with just a phone call. His words made those present start to murmur among themselves. He just said that like he is some big shot. Who does he think he is? Being so arrogant. Right. We are a whole group here struggling. And he thinks he can solve everything with a phone call. He has clearly lost touch with reality. No wonder the CO does not like him. This is just too cocky. Compared to the second young master of the Tong family, he is in a whole different league. Those people kept piling on the insults. Maybe tone it down a bit. The Songlong group is a big deal in Heminam. Even the top family, the Tong family, would not dare work with them. So why do we think we can? Right. Definitely do not act on impulse. Don't worry. If you can get back $1 billion for the group, I will fully support you as vice president. Said another. And I will back you up too. Leufam chuckled, appreciative of their good intentions. But said, this is such a small matter. I can truly sort it out with just a phone call. Seemed like Chai Naim had a strong prejudice against Leufam. As soon as he finished speaking, she slammed the table. Leufam, you dare act so cocky in front of the CO. The more she spoke, the more fired up she got. You like to show off? Well, I will give you a chance. Let everyone here be a witness. Call now. I really want to see how you can make a phone call and get that contract signed. The only thing these useless people could do was cheer her on. And Tungai was the first to agree. Yeah. If you are so skilled, call them now. Then, one by one, Ying Chu and Ung chimed in. Show us your skills. Solve your work with just a phone call. If you can call and get that contract signed, I will literally use my own shirt as a doormat for you. Those people were getting bolder. But he was not about to back down. Fine. Let us see if you regret this later. He immediately grabbed his phone and stepped toward the window to call. I am Leufam, and I am at the Jiang Market Group right now. After finishing the call, he casually walked back to his seat. Leufam also lightly tapped on the table while waiting, looking completely unfazed. Nothing has happened yet. Ying Em scoffed while drinking from her cup. So what is going on? You shot back immediately. No doubt about it. Just wait here. Soon the boss of that long company will come begging you to sign the contract. Hearing this, Ying Em burst into laughter as if she heard the funniest joke ever, and almost choked on her drink. She laughed out loud. Ha! This is the funniest thing I have heard all year. It is killing me, and he is asking us to sign a contract. That is just empty bragging, if that is true. I will stand in front of everyone and take the heat. Little Fevim grinned confidently. All right, you said it. Remember that. Ying Em shot back immediately. What if you can get it signed? Without hesitation. You threw out a punishment for yourself? Then I will leave it to you guys to handle it. But the person sitting here can be a witness. Just as you withdrew, Little Fime's phone started ringing. You picked up right away. But it seemed like the person on the other end was furious. The one who just lost $1 billion. Get out of here now. Or I swear I will kill that woman and burn down the Jiang Corporation too. After answering the call, Little Fime responded. Okay, just wait for me. Everyone in the room was taken aback. Why is he leaving? What does this mean? Lugu looked smug and said. What else could it be? He is clearly running away from the site. Someone sneered. You can handle it but still act all high and mighty. Now you are just embarrassing yourself. Enem stood up angrily. That little punk, trying to bail. Not on my watch. I will go drag him back. Just as she stepped toward the door, a calm voice called out from behind. Nini Yim, let go. With a relaxed expression, she thought to herself. Little Phesm. If it has come to this, why did not you just listen to me from the start? You would not be embarrassing yourself like this in front of everyone. Meanwhile, under a bridge, some abandoned stones were stacked together as cover. A group had gathered here, looking like a bunch of thugs, all eyeing little Leufam standing outside the entrance. As soon as they spotted you, a voice rang out. It is this brat. Hung Fi, sitting nearby, pointed and yelled, that is the one who cost me $1 billion. Damn it. I almost threw him off the balcony. Get him. He grimaced and glared at little Leufam, then pointed and said, listen up, kid. I am one of Nevu's men, so you better cough up that $1 billion fast. With a cigarette hanging from his mouth, he arrogantly said, then you can go cripple yourself and kneel before Quatch. Little Phesm, unfazed, asked, was it you who called me earlier, saying you wanted to make things tough for Jiang and Nun? Hung Fi fumed. What if I did? Didn't you hear me clearly earlier? Damn it. I am gonna kill you. Before he could finish, an invisible force slammed into his face, causing him to yelp in pain. He clutched his face, furious, shouting, who the hell dares to hit me? Little Leufam stood firm, delivering another punch to his face. So what if I hit you? A flurry of blows rained down on Hung Fi, not giving him a chance to scream. Just as you stopped, he was clutching his face and yelled out, come on, everyone. Jump him. Beat him to death. Quatch stood by, waving his hands in encouragement. Hurry up. A large group charges at little Leufam, but he stands there, calm and collected. At this moment, Hong Fi's face is swollen like a pig's head, and he sneers, you little punk. There is an old saying, even a tiger can't fend off a pack of wolves. We are a formidable force. Let us see how you handle this. Gu adds, his face bandaged up. That is right. I am going to break his arms. Then we will see how cocky he is. And I will make sure he pays me $2 billion on top of it. On this side, half of the gang is caught off guard by little Leufam's lightning speed. They are taken down before they even know what hit them, weapons clattering to the ground. Some are sprawled out, while others come crashing down from above. But little Leufam strides through the chaos like it is no big deal. Hong Fi stares in horror at the scene unfolding, thinking, when did such a powerhouse show up? He turns to run, thinking it is best to flee first and talk later. But escaping is not going to be that easy. Little Leufam quickly appears right behind him. With a swift kick to Hong Fi's back, he lets out a yelp. Little Leufam steps on his face, forcing him to squint up. Pham taunts. Weren't you the one trying to bully me? Come on. Let us see you try now. Hong Fi replies, trembling and trying to flatter him. I did not see the mountain looming ahead. Please let me go. Do not kill me. I am not ready to die yet. My boss is ninja. A loud crack echoes as Pham delivers a powerful kick, causing Hong Fi to cry out in pain. Clutching his knee, steps back, shaking all over. Stuttering. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. Little Leufam rolls his eyes, smirking coldly. Weren't you guys saying you would chop off my legs? Well, I will chop yours off first. Gu begs frantically. Please, do not do this. But before he can finish, Pham rushes over and delivers a fierce kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Gu lets out a pained scream. Little Leufam walks away, leaving a parting shot. Tell that guy with the fish name to watch out, even if he is the top snake around here. He better clear out, or he will end up like those two. Then, Little Leufam yells, get lost. The gang members panic and scramble to help Gu and Hong Fi up, running in all directions. In the conference room, everyone is deep in discussion when suddenly a loud footstep echoes. Zainam walks in slowly, capturing everyone's attention. She speaks up, I am the CEO of Giant Corporation. Enhai raises an eyebrow. You are. Zainam casually sits down, crossing her legs. You guys can't even handle a tiny little company. She folds her arms, clearly annoyed. And you are bothering Mir. Lie with this? A bunch of useless losers. Enhai shoots back. Who do you think you are, making such a racket? A little girl thinking she is all that with a small company. Zainam leans back, unfazed. Why do not you call the boss of that tiny company over here? I will be waiting for him. Everyone in the room freezes, stunned into silence. Exchanging glances, Annalie interlocked her fingers and commanded her friend. Niem. Call the boss of the Suzhong Long group and have him meet us here. Then she closed her eyes, thinking to herself, this little lady has an extraordinary presence. Looking like she hails from a prestigious family. To keep things smooth, it is best not to provoke anyone just yet. Half an hour later, Leufam finished his work and returned to the company. Upon seeing him, Mumun rushed over. Wait. The boss of the Sung Long group is here. He worriedly continued to advise. The current situation is not in your favor. You really should not go back there. If you do, the department head Chautir meme. Won't let you off easily. Tiu Frim placed his hand on Jasmin's shoulder and walked past him. It is in the conference room. Mocking laughter erupted. Ha. President Jiang. I truly did not see this coming. They try to continue to sneer. I thought you were bringing in someone important. But it turns out to be a little brat with a milk breath. Outside. Tukan watched from a distance. Thinking. So she is the granddaughter of that woman named Vi Jingfei. The Vivering family sent this little girl here. Chautir meme. Scared out of her wits. Spoke up. Wei Tineng. This is all a misunderstanding. He suddenly shot up, slamming his hand on the table and shouted. Misunderstanding. And Jie. I see you are so desperate to sign a contract with me that you dare to play me. This made Nai feel confused and rattled. Then, she silently fumed. It is all Lo Qiufeng's fault. If he had not blurted out nonsense, this would not have happened. It seems like there are more failures than successes. Sister Nim pointed at Tai Yufeng. Say. You should sit down so we can explain. It is all his fault. It is all because of that guy Lo Taofeng. He brought this mess upon us, say. Furious. Pointed his finger at Tiu Fam and shouted, You little brat. Who do you think you are? Do you have any idea what the consequences will be for messing with me? But to his surprise, Tu Fum did not even spare him a glance. Give me a chance to sign the contract. And then you can get lost. I want to bring up the past. Sister Nim felt indignant at his attitude. Lo Tifum. Are you out of your mind? Say. The CEO of Songlong. How can you talk to him like that? He was acting all high and mighty. But honestly, I think this kid is not crazy. He has just got a screw loose. I want to stoop to arguing with someone so clueless and high. Sitting at the other end of the table. Was sweating and pleading. Say. Please calm down. We were careless about this. Compared to her. Sister Neem sounded like an empty barrel making noise. Yep. We will definitely give you a reasonable explanation. We will immediately expel Lao Tiwu from and kick him out of the company. The plump figure sat heavily in the chair, speaking like a superior. All right. I do not have time to sit here listening to idle chatter. He was still flaunting his limited knowledge. If you want to play games with me, then I want to hesitate to speak the truth. As long as I still hold the Songlong group, do not even think about signing that contract. He found it amusing watching the clown dance in front of him. Tiu Nam quietly chuckled. Her voice was deep, like a storm brewing. You are just a dog that my royal family keeps. In front of me. You think you can act so arrogant? What she said. A bit arrogant. Left Li Trutz stunned. What did you say? Only at this moment did he take a good look at who he was negotiating with. Where's the royal family? The young master knows he is in a really bad mood. His mind feels like it is about to explode. Now that he knows who I am. And that my last name is Wang. It is like he is blind as a bat. Duzi frantically waves his hands like a flustered fool, trembling as he tries to put out the fire, saying, I will sign the contract right now. Immediately, watching him squirm like a flattened pancake, the young master's anger ignites instantly. Just a moment ago, he refused to sign, and now he wants to. It is too late. Even after getting smacked in the face, he tries to brush off the pain and plead, begging the young lady for a chance to make up for his wrongs. His sharp eyes flicker with a glint of desperation. Annoyed, she kicks that pudgy body off the chair, telling him to go beg Mir. Even I and the princess have to bow our heads in respect before him, and especially for a dog like him. That swift kick caught him off guard, making him yelp as his knees slammed hard against the beam. He humiliates himself by slapping his own face in front of Xiao Fan, apologizing to Mit, asking for just one chance. A gentleman takes revenge 10 years later. But Xiao Fan has a pretty good memory when it comes to those who cross him. I already gave you a chance. Told you not to regret it. But you called me crazy. After hearing that, Duzi escalates his self-punishment, shouting, It is all because I am blind. Ma Fan. You baby. Please show mercy and let me off just this once. You turn away, firmly refusing, saying a chance is only given once. Miss it, and it is gone. His face drops as he lunges to grab your leg, pleading with him. But the only word that escapes your lips is, Get lost. Then you coldly open the door and kick his body right out. Duzi crashes down the stairs, adding more injuries to his already battered body. Thanks to the wall, he finally stopped, clutching his head in agony, feeling both physical pain and the humiliation of defeat. Back in the conference room, everyone is stunned into silence by your outrageous behavior. After a while, they cautiously start to comment, realizing just how capable you are. With a single phone call, you summon the prince's men here. Plus, it seems your status in the royal household is not low at all. Turns out, you were not just showing off. Everything you said was true. Duzi's arrogance crumbles, and he can deny that he is nothing in comparison. The young master does not care about the rustling whispers in the room. She turns to Xiao Fan, her voice low. You are really testing my patience. There is an underground boxing tournament tomorrow night in Hannan, and my aunt would like to invite you to join. Please. I hope you will consider it. Ni is taken aback by this revelation. This underground tournament is a big deal. A preliminary for the national competition. Only those with the right connections get invited. And it is a gathering of the elite from Hannan. I have spent countless hours scheming to get in, wanting to expand my network, but could not find an invitation. And now, the princess of the Wang family personally invites Xia Fan. You are such an oddball. Completely uninterested in romance. Waving your hands to decline. Saying, sorry, but I am not into gatherings like that. Competing in what? I am a celestial being. Why would I stoop to fight with a bunch of amateurs? Look at how that guy answered. It is no wonder F&I is feeling a bit heated inside. Leufam is really putting on a show. Does he even know how many people in Hannan would kill to be in his shoes? He has got a golden opportunity right in front of him, and he is just taking it for granted. Miss Wang is definitely not going to be happy about this. Nam is trying to give him those puppy eyes, pleading with him. Come on, Lutsen. Can we not embarrass people this time? I am begging you here. On the surface, he looks calm. But inside he is a complete mess. His aunt has warned him so many times. He needs to make an effort to stick close to Leufam and strengthen their bond. This kind of opportunity is one he has to seize. The scene of Evnanina going from one surprise to another is just crazy. Just moments ago, she was acting so proud. And now the infamous Miss Wang is practically whining to Leufam. Realizing that his approach was not working, he felt embarrassed and retreated. If Olo Tinsen is busy, whether he attends the underground meeting depends on his mood. I am taking my leave now. Words and actions go hand in hand. She headed straight for the door, making the atmosphere even more suffocating. Leufam did not even bat an eye at that. He looked across the table at Mar Zhang, saying, I have sorted out the contract issues for you. As soon as Evnahai's name was mentioned, she let out a long sigh to regain her composure. She quickly stated the outcome after witnessing everything she needed to see. All right, you have passed both tests, so I won't beat around the bush. From now on, you will be the vice president of sales and the deputy director of business. But the marketing department will still be under my aunt. Zhang, that big mouth of yours is starting to run again. You think I am going to accept the vice president position with you guys? I have told you long ago. I came to the Jiang family to repay a debt, not to take anything from you. Leufam confidently spoke up like a celebrity, but she kept targeting him over and over. Honestly, I do not give a damn about your family's little business. From now on, stop acting like you are always right in front of me. His gaze was cold, as if warning everyone seated at the table, because to me, you are all just ants. Of course, those haughty words, when heard by Ni, felt like a personal insult. Leufam, you have really crossed the line. This is not right at all. I did not think you would also be this blunt. That response was quickly brushed off. Sister and me. Minister, the contract is signed, and now it is your turn to strip it down. She was both embarrassed and scrambling for an escape. Leufam, you should always leave yourself an out for future encounters. Don't be greedy. I suggest you learn how to treat people better. I do not know what method you used, but you slapped her in the face like you were releasing pent-up anger. Do you really need her to teach you how to be a decent person? He ominously warned her one last time while he had already gathered his energy. If you do not follow through today, do not expect to leave this place. Tona V, sitting next to her, could not take Leufam's attitude any longer and spoke up to defend her. Leufam, you have really gone too far. You even dare to hit Minister Anna. He probably would not even think that after 10 lifetimes, he would not be able to protect anyone and still end up getting slapped. After throwing a punch, he orders everyone around he stepped in for her, so they might as well strip together. That statement turned the already quiet meeting room into a graveyard. No one knew who mustered the courage to speak first, but Nana had to emphasize trust and honor. Ung and Lovi did not even pretend to hide their dark thoughts. Trying to sound deep, yeah. If you play, you gotta pay. If they back out today, how can they ever work at the company again? Let alone lead her department. Their final comment felt like they were preaching a lesson about accountability. If you are going to do it, own up to it. Ina was anxious like a lost dog, turning to Nian for a plea. And there was the cunning Tiang. Unexpectedly, En even closed her eyes and braced for this loss. Come on, girl. Tough it out a bit. You are in front of all these people. Just face off with Leufam. In the end, Ine and Tun Vi had to swallow their pride and strip right in front of everyone. Each layer of clothing that fell away symbolized their dignity and self-respect disappearing in the eyes of others. As the punishment ended, Ina shielded her fragile body, not forgetting to fuel her hatred. Leufam, I won't let you off that easily. Watching the tall figure walk away, Anna Nian's mind raced. Could she have misjudged him? It is not that simple. He is definitely not some aimless guy. Or else why would the people from the royal family be so wary of him? But Leufam just does not seem like someone with a solid background there. Must be some chink in the armor of the royal princess that he is exploiting. She hesitated, trying to piece together what she knew who was the rich Wanib from Henan Nam. Not to be mixed up with this crowd. To break in, someone has to pave the way. And there must be protection. It is all dazzling. Not like the ordinary Leufam compared to them. He is just a speck of dust. Suddenly, the phone on the table buzzed with urgency. A man called, inviting her to an event in Hanin. I am Tum Sitin. I have an invitation to tomorrow's underground party for you. Interested in going together? This was definitely good news for her at the moment, sure. We are not leaving until we meet tomorrow. Her envious tone shot like an invisible poison dart at someone. What is so special about Leufam? Whatever he can do, Tim Hong Nuff Thu can do better. She is way out of his league. Remembering the wealthy man from earlier, her spirit soared like a kid meeting Santa. Only knowing no Thu holds a special place in her heart. He is her ideal choice. Early in the morning, the master and servant, Tiu from and Lin Yu, were headed somewhere. In front of them was the sight of Night Nime, covered in injuries. Training intensely. She glanced and immediately sensed something was off. Master, your injuries are getting worse. Just as she spoke, a guy on the other side received a full force punch from Net Nime. But the outcome was not great. His body hit its limit and collapsed. Blood began gushing from his mouth. His uncle was trembling as if he was about to collapse. The two spectators rushed over, worried, asking if he was okay. At that moment, Nate Nime realized someone was standing behind him. He startled and turned around. But he did not forget to hide his secret. Tu Fume, you made it? Just pulled a muscle while practicing. But nothing could escape his keen eyes. You do not have to worry about me. Your injury has damaged your left side. This was all caused by external forces. Why are you risking your life with those outsiders? Hearing this, Name became even more determined to keep his secret. Tu Fume, do not worry. You can handle this. I will take care of it myself. Understanding the young man's mindset, he patted the other's shoulder for encouragement. If someone is not afraid to die, why should they fear speaking up? Seeing that the other trusted him so much, Nut Nime carefully began to speak. All right, I will tell you. Tu Fume. But you have to promise me you can tell Dad or Sis. He closed his eyes and began recounting his story. 6 months ago, the king of medicine, the white-haired prodigy from Thai Chu, came to Henam, planning to ally with the Tong family to seize control of the Jiang family. And I watched as they fell deeper into despair. He clenched his fists, recalling the painful memories. Back then, I wanted to help my sister share the burden. So I sought out Thai Cho, who would be thought he had a scheme against me, forcing me to fight for my life, demanding that I never lose. If I lost even once, the king of medicine would spring into action. Recalling those desperate moments, the bitter taste of blood lingered in the air. Still, Netnime was determined enough to endure and overcome adversity. Back when Dad was not injured, we trained together, and I learned a thing or two. For the past 6 months, I have been fighting for my life purely on willpower, and I have not lost a single match. But recently, they have clearly lost their patience, setting up all sorts of unfair rules. In the underground fighting scene in Henam, they have arranged for me to take on 100 opponents. My face tightened as I realized the gravity of the situation. I made a deal with them. If I can win this match against 100 tomorrow, my Jiang family will remain safe. He feared Tu Fum would try to stop him, so he quickly patted his chest in assurance. Tu Fume, I know this trip has slim chances of success, but if I do not go, the Jiang family will be in danger. Under the bright moonlight, the young man earnestly pleaded with the man. I know I am a handful, but she has sacrificed so much for Dad and for this family. Please. Tu Fume, you have to understand, he urged. Without answering, Tu Fum reassured him. You won't die. Don't worry. I will make sure your family is safe. Hearing this, Nightnime quickly shut down the idea of becoming a martyr. Tu Fume, you do not understand the power of the King of Medicine. I have heard the leader of the King of Medicine is a master with incredible skills. I do not want to drag you into this, knowing that tomorrow's trip had more risks than rewards. His eyes welled up with tears as he prepared to leave his final words. I just hope after I am gone. Please. Tu Fume, take my family away from Henam, as far as you can. Upon hearing this, you fell silent, deep in thought about what to do next. The next night, at the Jiang family's house, Natum Hiam quietly grabbed his things and headed out. The door slammed shut with a decisive click, signaling that it was locked tight. He turned around, ready to step forward, but was startled. The moonlight cast a ghostly glow on Tai Fam, and he asked, "Why are you here?" Seeing that battered figure ignited an invisible rage inside him as he stepped through the gate. We are hunting tonight. Somewhere in the city, a crowd was lining up to enter a convention hall. La Vie is a real big shot. Someone bragged. Last time in Las Vegas, I hit the jackpot big time. Not to mention, the local kingpin is practically my buddy. When I arrived, he handed me 20 grand just to play around. This guy really knows how to party. Another chimed in. With every bet, cash flows like water. In just one night, I raked in $1 billion easy money. And with that fortune, I can throw a party for everyone tonight. Just go wild. Thanks to that wealth, he could attract all the little rats trailing behind him. Look at our boy Tung Na Thiu. He really knows how to shine, does not he? What a showman. The 3 henchmen strutted up behind him, looking like they were on top of the world. Jiang Eni Yven and Tung Thuku really are a match made in heaven. Someone commented, when will you let me buy you a drink? Yen stood beside him, beaming with self-satisfaction, feeling like a true rich kid. Living large, I could only marry someone like him. Leufam probably has not seen anything like this in his life. How could he even compare to Tang Never Thiu? Inside the hall, Nathan Him and his 2 supporters were already there, facing off against a bunch of hired thugs. This was the first time he had seen such a scene, and he held back his anxiety, staying calm but resolute. Tu Fume. Let me handle this. You guys wait for me outside. After hanging around long enough, Natingham knew some juicy tidbits. Today marked the 3-year anniversary of the Hannam Underground Fighting Club, and a ton of masters were showing up. Just looking at the crowd outside the door, those were all big names. Probably not everyone would get in. Despite the situation, Tu Fum stood his ground, boldly suggesting a more daring route. If we can get in, then let us just crash the party. His confidence grew fiercer. Who cares about some dog-eat-dog event? Watch me tear this place apart. Before the 3 could even step in, a young guy blocked their path, demanding, stop right there. Kiku Tun, with a cocky look, added, you need a ticket to get into this event. Tu Fum frowned, clearly annoyed. I do not have a ticket. I am the new kingpin here. Move aside. Yuomin scoffed, his expression like he was staring at a madman. You think you are a star or something? Do you even know who is here today? With that shabby look of yours. Do you really think the kingpin would invite you? Without hesitation, he declared to everyone, if I believe you, then I really must be a star. Fueled by uncontainable rage, Linu punched him hard in the gut. Let us just go in. The powerful blow made Yuomin spit blood, doubling over in pain. His body was thrown back like a leaf caught in a fierce wind, unable to stop. Lian's actions were clearly a provocation to the rowdy crowd. Jiatuan was furious, immediately barking orders. Damn it. Who dares to lay a hand here? Are they feeling bold or what? Get them back. Among the crowd surrounding his group, a tall figure stood out. Linu stepped forward and asked, you little punk, are you like Xiaofan? Xiaofan did not answer directly but shot back. Who are you? I do not know you. With his sharp instincts, he recognized the person in front of him as someone he had been looking for. Instantly furious, Little Hong was the one you crippled. Right. He neither confirmed nor denied. I have crippled way too many already. Rage ignited. He ripped off his shirt. Damn it. That day, Ong made a stand for Quach, and got taken down. And now they want to even admit it. Today, I will take you down for revenge. His heart raced with anxiety. Xiao Fan. Be careful. Just then, the 2 ladies from the Wang family quickly stepped forward, their commanding voices ringing out. Stand down. Wang Fi appeared, her overwhelming presence freezing the crowd in place. Linu rushed to explain. Wang, this kid is causing trouble in the hall and even hurt our people. Don't he worry. I will definitely take care of him today. But Wang Fei did not help. Instead, she blocked his plan. Get lost. Lai is my honored guest. Do not even think about laying a hand on him. If you do end up killing them, you better accept your fate quietly. He could not believe what he was hearing. Seriously. Although he pretended to comply on the outside, inside, Lanu was boiling with revenge. This little punk knows someone from the Wang family. Damn it. So what if he knows Wang? I am no pushover either. And I want to believe Wang will turn against me for him. She turned around to command the gangsters. All of you, scram. Don't make him lie uncomfortable. Her words were like a royal decree, and they quickly dispersed. Hurry up. The footsteps thundered like a herd of horses stampeding. Thud thud thud. Once a path cleared, Wang Fi respectfully invited him. Please come this way. Yet, that Li Nu still had the nerve to throw one last warning. Kid. I will let you off today, but this is not over. Just wait for me. As Xiao Fan's group entered the extravagant hall, Wang Fei skillfully expressed. Please forgive us. I am late because I had a little matter to attend to. I am sorry for the earlier inconvenience. Xiao Fan politely nodded. It is all good. He guessed her intentions, thinking, she called me here today. It can just be for this simple underground gathering. And Xiao Fan was never one for beating around the bush. So he asked straight out, so what is going on? Just tell me. Hearing this, Wang Fei did not hold back any longer. All right. Lie is indeed straightforward. I came to this gathering because I have my eyes on a certain legal matter, but I am still unsure. Master Li is incredibly gifted. So I was hoping you could help me assess things. Xiao Fan nodded calmly, saying it is no problem. But first, there is something important I need to take care of. With that, Xiao Fan and the group left, and Wang Fei lowered the frying pan to give him room. Yiren stood behind, surprised as he watched them go, then hurriedly followed after the group. In the vast and crowded hall, everyone was anxiously waiting for the match to begin. Xiao Fan confidently strode towards the stands. This was the place. Yiren quickly moved in closer, urgently trying to stop him. Xiao Fan, I know you want to help me, but you have already healed my father and helped my sister recover her long-lost debt. You are a true benefactor to the Jiang family. With a heavy heart, he turned away, saying, please remember my earlier request. Help my family escape from Hannan, as far away as possible. With that heartfelt declaration done, he walked away softly. In the bustling crowd of the hall, Ika waved her hand and shouted, Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan. She quickly approached, and he asked, Ika, are you here for the tournament too? She replied gently, I am here to gather intel. She rubbed her chin, expressing her concern. You know, lately, due to the Medicine King Valley, it has been tough for the pharmaceutical industry in Hannan. I had a hard time getting a ticket to this tournament. I am hoping to find a way out of this current situation. Hearing that familiar name, Xiao Fan's expression turned cold and unreadable. Medicine King Valley. He kindly warned her. Honestly, you do not need to look for them. The Medicine King Valley won't exist in a few days. Ika felt this was just a joke, quickly waving goodbye and heading off to complete her task. All right, Xiao Fan. Do not joke around with me. I am off to investigate. I will catch up with you later. After she left, he took a seat in the audience. Coincidentally, he spotted a familiar face behind him. Ziexan exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing here? Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly. It is just you. Li? The name brought back memories of being bullied. Lu Zixian was a college buddy who used to pick on him back in the day. One memory that etched itself in Xiao Fan's mind was during gym class when Liu Zixian hid his gym shoes. As a result, he had no choice but to wear sandals for gym, turning into a laughing stock among his classmates. Because of this, he even got punished by the gym teacher to run 3 laps around the field, and several times, he lost his sandals while running. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, gym class ended, and he stormed off to confront Liu Zixian. Before he could even lay a hand on him, Liu Zixian told the vice principal about it, and I was directly put on probation by the school, risking expulsion. When I thought I had escaped the days of bullying, it turned out. After graduation, both of us ended up at the Eastern Star Noble Academy. I got in through my exams, while Liu Zixian used connections to get there. In the end, it is just the same old days filled with bullying. He relied on himself, thinking he could handle everything. First, he teamed up with Yang Xiaokun, the school troublemaker, making me look bad in front of teachers and classmates. What is worse, Gu Tingxiang became more and more distant from me because of this, eventually getting close to Yang Xiaokun, who deserves half the blame. Looking at this annoying guy in front of me, Xiao Fan remembered another detail later on. I heard Liu Zixian got himself a wealthy girlfriend and left the prestigious Dongfang Jiaxing school. I never expected to run into him here today. It is funny how people change, he thought smugly. But Leufam is no longer the same person he used to be. Back to reality. Zixian still had that typical bully swagger. Wait, Leufam, what are you doing here? Keeping it polite, he replied. I am here to participate in the martial arts convention. Zixian, stunned, thought he misheard. Stammering. What? You said you are here for the martial arts convention. He could not believe it. Back in school, Leufam was known as the broke kid in class. How could someone like him possibly attend such a high-profile event? There is no way. I can believe Leufam is showing off now. Leufam glanced at the person with him, pretending to be curious. Liu Zixian, what are you doing here? Who is this person next to you? But Zixian responded rather coldly, ignoring the unusual gaze from the woman. Leufam, this is not your business. I do not need to explain anything to you. The woman immediately slapped Zixian hard, saying, What do you mean it is none of your business? She was furious, and her face no longer resembled the dignified lady she once was. Are you saying you do not need this month's allowance? You have been given way too much face, have not you? Despite the pain, Zixian still tried to smooth things over. Babe, please do not be mad. Like Xiao Fan is such a loser he does not even have a girlfriend. Isn't that just kicking him while he is down? Zixian quickly took action, helping the woman up before solemnly introducing. Like so? Listen closely. This is my girlfriend, a businesswoman here, a subordinate of the prestigious 4 great medical groups. He then turned to Xiao Fan with a disdainful attitude and jabbed. Of course. A broke guy like you would not have a girlfriend like mine. What is so great about having a girlfriend anyway? You will never find someone as amazing as mine. He scoffed. Suddenly, from a distance, Ika came running over, her voice light and melodic as she called out to Xiao Fan. She stepped closer, her pretty face lighting up as she sweetly asked, Xiao Fan, are these two your friends? She politely greeted them, much to the envy of the woman. Hello everyone. I am like Xiao Fan's girlfriend. In that instant, Xiaoxian was shocked once again, all his disbelief written all over his face. Like so? This is your girlfriend? No way. Deep down, Xiaoxian was telling himself this could not be real. The girl before him was even more beautiful than Guo King Shuang. How could like Xiao Fan, who could not even keep Guo King Shuang, end up with someone even prettier? Ika. Not wanting to stoop to the level of a loser. Gently explained. Why not? Xiao Fan is a truly charming man. I feel like I am not even worthy of him. Xiaoxian could not help but feel jealous. Damn it. It hurts. How did like Xiao Fan get so lucky to find a girlfriend like this? Who even cares about him? Then he glanced at the person beside him, thinking life really was unbearable. Xiao Fan, not wanting to drag this out any longer, directly warned. Li, I remember everything you did in the past. It is best if you do not come looking for trouble with me again. His words made Jiaxian furious. Like so? What do you mean by that? Just because you have a girlfriend, you think you are untouchable. He then turned around, boasting. My girlfriend is in charge of the business here. Can your girlfriend even compare? He pointed mockingly at Yika. Your girlfriend is so young. You can tell she just graduated. She probably does not even make 3 grand a month. My girlfriend is a businesswoman. Your girlfriend would not even be worthy of carrying her shoes. And then he could not help but grab the soft hands of the flatterers, completely oblivious to the fact that his girlfriend was fuming mad. I mean, is not that right? Darling. Another thunderous slap came crashing down. Right on the money. The impact was so strong it sent him tumbling to the ground, holding his face in confusion. He asked, Babe, why did you hit me? The beauties around him, still seething, gripped his collar tightly. A barrage of slaps landed on Chi-heen's face, fueled by the furious rage of the beauties. I am hitting you because I wish I could beat you to a pulp. The slaps echoed loudly, satisfying and relentless. After what felt like an eternity, she finally explained. You really do not know. Your girlfriend is the one I am talking about. She is the only daughter of the Liu family. You know. The one I have been supporting all this time. Yet she still finds ways to provoke me. At this point, his face was swollen beyond recognition, and he felt like his hands were numb. What the heck? The only daughter of the Liu family. How is that even possible? How could like Xiaofan end up with someone like her? He asked again to make sure, as if he did not just ask the dumbest question ever. Babe, are you sure you are not mistaken? Another powerful slap crashed down accompanied by her fierce retort. This loser. I will beat him to death. Chai-heen crumpled to the ground with a painful shout. Who is there? She walked over to where Xiaofan was trying to apologize. Miss Liu. I am in charge of the company under the Liu family. I truly apologize for today's incident. Yika firmly reminded her. Be careful who you date. Do not go for garbage like this guy. The beauties all echoed with flattering smiles. Exactly. You are so right. This loser Chi-heen is the one I support. I will kick him to the curb when I get home. Not wanting to linger any longer, Saifan called out to Yika. Chi-heen quickly whipped out his phone, snapping dozens of pictures of the two together. He was preparing to post an angry and jealous rant, thinking of like Xiaofan as nothing but trash. There is no way he could be living such a good life. Something is definitely off here. Among his classmates, Chai-heen questioned everyone for information on Xiaofan. Can you all help me find out what this guy like Xiaofan has been up to ever since I left this city? Right now, he seems so self-satisfied, acting all high and mighty, not giving me a second glance. Underneath the chat, a flood of mocking comments belittled and looked down on Xiaofan. Aren't they talking about that loser like Xiaofan? I heard that after graduating college, he went to the city and got dumped by Guo Qingshang, losing his job too. Just like this loser. He has no future anywhere he goes. How about it? Lu Qi, don't he tell me that loser humiliated you? The college reunion in June is calling like Xiaofan too. Isn't he supposed to be all cocky and self-assured? When that time comes, we are going to give him a lesson. Scrolling down the chat, he remembered. Oh right, Jinji is coming too. How could he act so tough in front of our Jinji? How could I forget about Jinj? We all know he is from a prestigious family. Absolutely powerful. If like Xiaofan dare show up, he won't stand a chance. Thinking about this, despite his swollen face from the beating, Chai-heen could not help but feel a strange excitement. Leaving the crowd behind, I could bid farewell to Leufam. There was not much to gain here, so I am heading back first. He replied coldly. Sure. But as he took a step forward, he suddenly hesitated. She turned around, shyly expressing, "Oh right. Tu fume. Pretending to be your girlfriend earlier was not so bad." Hearing this, he remained stoic, seemingly devoid of any emotion. Now, it was silently following Ta Fum, lost in thought. This girl had ulterior motives too, wanting to ensnare our master. Tu Fum just stood there, watching Waika walk away. Suddenly, he noticed a group of people approaching from behind, led by Trumvi, whose voice boomed as if he was showing off. "Tung no Thu. I have arranged a VIP room for you to watch the boxing match. Follow me." But the others ignored him, chatting happily next to En Nian. En and Nian. There is some exciting action to see today. The master of underground boxing, the drug king, Xie Zhou, had set up a challenge for 100 people, allowing a clueless kid to fight 100 matches just to pass. He confidently speculated, "Honestly, I doubt that kid can even survive a few rounds." En Nian laughed and playfully flattered, "Right. Fighting 100 people. How could that even happen? This guy clearly does not know his limits. I would be surprised if he makes it through 10 matches." As they walked, laughing and joking, a Tron V suddenly bumped into Tu Fam, without caring about who was right or wrong. He roared, "Can't you see? Tung no Thigu is here. Get out of the way." Hearing that familiar name brought back memories of being bullied. Tu Fufma's gaze turned icy. "Tung no Thu. And Satan, in my past life, you were one of those who helped Daijung Thiku Khan cause me harm. In my previous life, I first fell into the hands of Tung Set Tin, and with these rich kids, I ended up being framed by Dinku Thuo Kine as a rapist." The memory of being beaten on the cold ground still haunted him. "Tung no Thu. Thank you for your help. Just kill this kid outright." Back then, Set Tin was more vicious than a dog. Ding Thigu was polite. Honestly, killing him would be too good for him. Why not break his bones first, then beat him down and toss him into the sea for a night? Watching Tu Fum, weak and powerless, lying helplessly on the ground, he laughed maniacally, then threw him into the dungeon, making it so that he could not live or die, a life of disgrace. What face would he have to meet anyone? This is how it is done. Ha! Remembering this memory, the deep-seated hatred within Tu Fum ignited. Ding Thu Khan and Satan, I will definitely kill both of you, but not today. Because I need to find out who is behind this curtain. That day is not far off. At this moment, Tron VY was getting riled up. He raised his fist, telling him to back off. "Can't you hear, you deaf kid? Didn't you hear what I said?" Trondra vs punch flew straight for Tu Fum's face, but before he could land the head, he was kicked hard and sent flying. He hit the ground with a crunch, the sound of bones cracking echoing sharply. He was in pain, only able to moan softly. In that brief moment, the atmosphere turned strangely quiet, and the four-eyed crowd exchanged glances. Witnessing this scene, Ian silently assessed. This guy, Lotivom, had no clue about his own identity. Yet he still showed up. Plus, no one from the Wong family came along with him. It seemed like the Wong family was just being polite with Lo Tu Fum. At that moment, Sit Tin arrogantly declared, "I am Tung Sit Tin. Who are you? You dare to attack my people. And if I do not teach you a lesson, then Tumung, the second young master, would lose all face." Tu Fum turned to Annie Ven, his expression serious as he warned her. "Annie Ven, I advise you to stay away from Tung Set Tin." He clenched his teeth, harboring deep resentment, determined to make a judgment. A Tung Set Tin would die sooner or later, and even the Tung family would face annihilation. She did not understand the situation and was furiously indignant. "Lotivom, there is no place for you to speak here. Who I associate with is none of your business." Annie Ven gestured to the person next to her, casually and arrogantly commanding him. "Here's what you will do. You kneel and apologize to the second young master Tung. I will make sure he forgives you. How does that sound?" From behind, added fuel to the fire, loudly urging, "Did you hear that? Get down on your knees." The onlookers could not help but chime in, shouting, "Come on, kneel and apologize." Those nearby refused to back down, joining in to attack Teng Thiju, saying, "You better not act so cocky now." The absurdity of the situation made him chuckle. In this whole wide world, there is no one who can make me kneel. He clasped his hands behind his back, striking a majestic pose. Should I kneel before a mere ant? Does it even have the right to demand it? His unyielding attitude displeased the onlookers. "Taiyu T. I hear you are familiar with Nen," he replied nonchalantly. But the guy immediately turned to the person next to him. "Even. It seems this TUT is really interested in you. What is your relationship?" Her gaze sidestepped, and she stammered. "It is not like that." Finding a reason, she hurriedly explained to win him over. "Our fathers have been close friends for years. He is here because of my father, and we do not have any relationship." Suddenly, from a distance, T Nam approached. not forgetting to expose Anne's lies. So he is here just for your dad. Really? Jian. Do not you feel embarrassed saying that? Tinam got closer, revealing the truth that the other party tried to hide. Why did not you tell Tantung Nalthugu that Lo Tufime is your Fai? Happy to fulfill her purpose. Tinam glanced at him and said, Lotsin. My aunt asked me to wait for you here and guide you later. He nodded, acknowledging the information. On the surface, it seemed fine. But inside, she was plotting. Her aunt had always been interested in Lao Tufam, and this was the perfect opportunity to test his true strength and see if he was worthy enough to confront these second-generation rich kids. The bystanders were shocked, whispering, What? This guy is actually the fiancé of Miss Jiang family. Miss Wang Jia probably knows what she is talking about. But looking at this guy's simple appearance, how can he match up to Miss Jiang Jia? They just keep comparing and discussing. He is in a whole different league compared to Song Xiao. They can't even hold a conversation. And daring to compete with Yang Xiao for girls. That is just asking for trouble. A guy refusing to accept reality shouted angrily. What fiancé? He is clearly up to some shady tricks. There is no way he could have fooled Miss Jiang Jia into falling for him. He should take a good look in the mirror and see if he is even worthy of her. Aloy pointed directly at the guy's face, saying, In this elite social gathering, a poor kid like you does not belong here. Get lost. He raised his hand to silence him, serious about wanting answers from the people involved, while his face radiated a chilling vibe. Were they really saying things like that? She shook her head, closing her eyes in determination. At this point, there is no hiding it anymore. Years ago, my father and his father arranged this engagement before we were even born. It is ridiculous. It is just that simple. And I have no relationship with Lai Xiaofan. Trust me. Her expression showed innocence as she said, Lai Xiaofan came to our Jiang family. And if we are being honest, he is just here looking for help. I can see it clearly. The guy listened to her explanation, silently making his choice, and stepped past her decisively. He then approached Xiaofan, regaining his arrogant demeanor. Like Xiaofan thinks he can ride on a woman's coattails to get ahead. I can't stand guys like that. But today, in a high-class place like this, it was not the right time to act out. After all, I am a civilized person, unlike those who lose and act recklessly. He thought he had the upper hand, grinning as he demanded, How about this? You kneel down and let me smack you 10 times. What do you say? The guy furrowed his brows, glancing at her to warn, Zhang, I hope you do not regret anything you said. She acted like she did not hear, dodging his words. Henian felt something strange in her heart, thinking, What is wrong with me? Why do I feel so empty inside? I did not do anything wrong. Like Xiaofan might have some skills, but in Henan, he has got nothing. Not even a bit of capital to compare with Song Xiao. Forcing a smile, she decided to shake off the odd feelings within her. Song is a top family in Henan, with nearly 100 years of legacy, overcoming countless hardships, and still standing strong today. She tightly shut her eyes, continuously searching for a valid reason for her choice. Knowing she had the backing of the Song family, our Jiang family can overcome this tough hurdle. Yep. Everything I am doing is for the Jiang family. I am not in the wrong. Amidst the excitement and cheers from the audience, confetti was launched, signaling the start of the fight. The host, Bang Yu, declared the beginning of the competition. Outside in the hallway, the competitors heard the announcement and one guy narrowed his eyes, pointing at the other challengingly. Just consider yourself lucky. Once the competition's over, I will deal with someone who does not know their limits, so they can understand just how powerful the king really is. Let us see how strong you are. Xiao Fan stood silently behind, watching as the other guy threw an arm over Han Nian's shoulder and casually walked away. Han Nian, let us head to the VIP room. Lin flashed a wicked smile. Master, when it is time to deal with that name, let me take care of it. The scene shifted to the competition ring, where the guy was crossing his legs and exuding confidence. Excitedly, he declared, Today's fight has been specially arranged by the Grand Master, Prince They Cha of the Divine Pillars. He exclaimed as if it were a given. After watching this match, I will go deal with that little punk. Li Tivam. Suddenly, a server shouted, making him perk up. Quick, it is starting. Everyone's eyes were glued to the arena, as the challenger stepped forward with determination, his aura fearless. Without keeping the audience waiting, Thuai Deng lunged towards him, ready to strike. He swung his leg, delivering a powerful kick straight to his opponent's stomach, unleashing a burst of green energy. The challenger cried out in pain. He landed with a thud, looking at the guy who was sent flying, observing Nutn's weak stance. The onlooker smirked and said, If he manages to last 10 rounds, that'll be impressive for this kid. Who would be thought he would be knocked down in the first round? Not realizing who was below, she eagerly agreed. Right. Just like Li Tiwufam. Thinking he can challenge everyone, this is the consequence. Neat Nias. Struggling, pointed to the ring, expressing his desire for help. Does the master need to step in? Leufam calmly advised. Not yet. While not enough held back his frustration. I want to go down easy. Let me get my revenge first. Even after a painful kick, Natev refused to give up, gritting his teeth as he tried to rise. The Blindang radiated confidence, thinking he would easily take down his opponent.
Good.
Challenging 100 fighters, no one has succeeded yet. Lying on the ground, Natev had heard every word, feeling the weight of being the underdog. As his opponent roared, "Dithe," he felt a surge of anger with his determination. Neonharv managed to stand just in time to dodge the punch, which slammed down onto the arena floor with a thunderous crash. Quickly regaining his fierce composure, he charged at Thai Dang, leaving him stunned. "You wanna die?" His fist glimmered with a red light as he threw a punch straight at Thai Dang. Whoa! This comeback left the onlookers, including Sit Tin and Nin, gasping. Thi Huai Dining, still in shock, muttered, "I can't believe this kid actually won a round. But hey, this is getting interesting. Let us see how he turns the tables from here." Turning to N, he asked, "What is wrong with you?" She felt a bit uneasy, pretending to be calm as she replied, "Nothing. I just thought I saw someone familiar down there. Must have been my mistake." Inside, she could not shake the suspicion and worry. Why does that guy look so much like Nantre Tunich? There is no way he would come here to fight. As the next competitor stepped into the arena, the announcer's voice boomed. "The second round begins." Ninoter wiped his nose, fully prepared for battle as he sized up his opponent. "Here we go," he said, as he charged, ready to throw punches without holding back. Their fists collided, creating a loud bang, neither side willing to back down. With a crash, even though he fought back, he was still sent hurtling away. The body slammed heavily onto the arena floor in front of F and Nien. Naetum painfully spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing the participant's face, she gasped and covered her mouth in shock. The others did not notice her panic and shouted, "Enan Nyan, did you see that? This kid just came looking for trouble," she whispered, trembling with worry. Nienheim noticed her strange behavior and said, "Enan Nyan." Finally realizing the person down there was her younger brother, she rushed over, her voice trembling. "The fighter in the ring is Nienheim. My brother. Why is he here?" Her words stunned everyone, wide-eyed in disbelief. "What? Your brother? Back in the fight?" Despite being heavily injured, he still pushed himself up, saying, "I won't lose." Before launching an attack, a fiery aura radiated around him, showcasing his determination as he kicked decisively at Ji Kiet's face, completely defeating him. Without letting Netheim rest, the match continued with the shout, "Next round. Start." In that moment, he charged in, and Nutudheim did not hold back against him. Their strikes clashed, creating an intense shockwave. Once again, he spat out blood. The previous fights had worn him down. In the haze, both of them fell to the ground, and Henning could not bear to see her brother like this, tears streaming down her face. "Brother, I have to save you." As she rushed forward, someone shouted to stop her. Enan Nyan. He did not chase after her. Instead, anxiety filled his mind with suspicion. The fighter in the ring is Echa Nuhyan's brother. This match must have been set up by Thai Thigu on purpose. She quickly left the observation room, but on her way to the arena, a bodyguard stopped her. Frantically, she explained, "The one in there is my brother. Don't let him fight anymore. Get him out." Nifantone stood firm, sticking to the rules. This is the arena of Desacintes. The Y Thigu. Once the match starts, it won't stop unless someone passes or is killed in the ring. Emphanine was furious at his attitude, shouting, "I am from the Jiang family. We are a well-known clan here. Let my brother go." Nefthantone frowned, waving her off. "This is Thai Thigu's place. A little girl like you should not be talking here." It can be stopped. With no time to argue, she thought of Tunga Na Thigu and turned to run. "I will find him for help. He can definitely save my brother." As she returned to the observation room, she immediately pleaded, "Tong Tin, you are the only one who can help me now." Jia stood up, looking at her with confusion. "The fighter down there is your brother. Help me save him." Jia placed his hands on her shoulders, quickly calming her down. "Enan Nyan, do not panic. This has already happened. Tong Set Tin will definitely handle it." He then looked serious, but it was only to see the former champion of DD Shivang Bkisef. Zias Hein, the Shadow King's lair, is guarded by the formidable Bai Shu Shui, so stirring up trouble here is no joke. I really need to think this through. Hearing this, Anna became even more anxious. What should we do? If we keep this up, my little brother will end up getting killed. The underlings were drenched in sweat, struggling to catch their breath, but their eyes were still filled with determination. A sense of urgency flooded their minds as they plotted their next move. Before leaving, Jiagan instructed. Wait for me a moment. I just thought of someone. He walked step by step, but his mind was racing. How could I have forgotten my cousin? The esteemed Song Shenhao. Even though he has distanced himself from the Song family, normally, I would not even consider myself a disciple of the Song family. But my abilities are definitely not on par with the average noble family. Climbing the stairs. I trusted my plan to find him. Taizo would surely respect me. The guy nervously knocked on the lavishly closed door. A cold voice rang out. Come in. With permission granted. He carefully opened the door to room 1802. As soon as he entered, he called out. Cousin. I need to bother you for a second. The kid fighting downstairs is my girlfriend's little brother. Could you have a word with Tai Xiao? Qian Hao, after hearing this, coldly replied. Get lost. Those words made him hesitate to say anything more, so he respectfully backed away. Sure. Take care. Cousin. Just as he was about to leave, another person appeared. He looked dazed as Taizhou walked in. And before he could react, the door had already closed behind him. He presented the leather box he would brought, inside of which lay a strange mask. Song Xiao. The item you wanted this time. I put in quite a bit of effort to find it. Jin Hao happily picked up what was inside. Genuinely grateful. Thank you. Tai Xuan. Taizo plopped down in a chair, unable to hide his curiosity. Song Xiao. Forgive me, but I really do not see what is so special about that mask. Isn't it just a regular mask? His eyes lit up as he replied. This is a relic from my master. It is obviously not ordinary. Saying this, he fondled the mask with delight. Master. Oh master, after a lifetime of cultivation, you have left me such a treasure. Meanwhile, Set Tin returned disappointed, met by Anani's eager anticipation. She asked cheerfully. Sefti Tin, how did it go? My little brother does not have to keep fighting anymore. Right, seeing her hopeful face, he had no choice but to break the news. And hi. It is not that simple. Her excitement was crushed, replaced by confusion. What? She could not keep her balance and slumped into a chair. Then what should we do? Tears streamed down her face as she stammered. Am I just supposed to watch my brother get beaten to death? The atmosphere in the arena was heating up, with Bun V enthusiastically shouting. Round 7 begins. A powerful foot stomped down on the fighting stage, causing it to crack. Daniel appeared, his muscular form and icy demeanor striking fear into the audience. They gasped. Oh my, is this really a person? He looks like a beast. Each step he took left a massive imprint on the arena floor. He roared, eager to showcase his strength and intimidate his opponents. One audience member spots Daniel and points him out, revealing that this guy is a powerhouse invited all the way from Russia. He continues. Last time he faced off against the Central Korean master in an arm wrestling match. He literally snapped that master's arm right there on the spot. As he speaks, the tension rises. That kid up on the stage is done for. He might as well be turned into a meat pancake. Realizing the danger, Ni clings desperately to the arm of the person next to her, hoping for a miracle to cut through this chaos. What are we going to do now? Please. I am begging you. Think of something. Just save my brother. I will agree to anything you want. The guy is at his wit's end, his serious expression breaking as he tells her to give up. And hi. At this point, just get ready to collect your brother's remains. In front of this giant, there is no way he can win. Daniel roars, using his massive body to overpower the situation. Watching the massive fist coming his way, he knows his fate is sealed and forces a wry smile. He thought he could make it through 10 rounds. But who would have guessed he would be done after just 7, and only screams in anguish. My brother. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an invisible figure steps in to block him. The guy's eyes widen in shock as his punch is effortlessly stopped. It is Leufam. He only needs one hand to block this guy's attack, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. The entire arena falls silent as Leufam casually holds back the giant's punch with one hand. Ni stares in disbelief through the glass. It is Leufam. He is here to save my brother. The audience starts to murmur angrily. What is this? Are you looking to die? He turns to shout. And hi. If Leufam is standing in for your brother, he might as well take his life to save him. Hurry up and call your brother out here. Neas, lying on the mat, looks up and sees Leufam. Leufam calmly replies. Get down there. I will take care of the rest. Neatnatur's face is covered in bruises. He worries about his opponent, but he still calls out. Leufam. Ni hurriedly shouts for her brother. Neas. Hurry down. He hesitates. But then Linu quickly jumps into the ring and pulls Netter down. You are just a hindrance to our master's fight. Get down now. He is still not at ease and warns. Leufam. You need to be careful. Ni is relieved that her brother is safe. Thank goodness. Netter is finally okay. He lets his sister check his wounds and says, It was Leufam who saved me today. If anything happens to him up there, we will really owe him big time. But she quickly cuts him off. Don't talk like that. Anlai's expression shows her helplessness. At this point, all she can do is watch how things unfold. Next to the ring, the audience starts to chant. Leufam. Leufam. You are just a frog sitting at the bottom of a well. Who knows how big this world is, in this arena? The fighting strength of the Russian powerhouse ranks third. If he takes someone out up there, I won't even have to lift a finger to deal with them. You just casually scanned the room and replied with a smirk. Just like Tongkat Tin said. I will tell you this. You ants will never grasp how vast this world really is. You will forever be unaware of who you are truly facing. The crowd chimed in to mock the little guy, daring to wrestle with the Russian powerhouse. This has to be a death wish. They were itching to see him get crushed. If he wants mercy, he better ask now, because if he keeps running his mouth, he is definitely going down today. Little guy nonchalantly waved his hand, saying, Step up. Facing me is an honor for you. Aren't you some kind of powerhouse? Don't let me down. The wrestler, Daniel, roared to the heavens, then lunged to grab him, declaring, I will turn you into a meat pancake. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not budge little guy an inch. With a calm smile, he looked at Daniel and said, I am the embodiment of Taixuan true energy. Soon, I will evolve into the Taixuan sacred body, light as a feather, heavy as a mountain. What are you even trying to do to me? Daniel stubbornly refused to believe it and pressed on with all his might. No way. Come at me. But to his shock, he found himself being pushed back. Little guy was losing his patience. With this little strength, you call yourself a Russian powerhouse. You really have no shame in being cocky. Now it is my turn. Daniel was stunned. Before he could react, little guy sent him flying with a swift move. Daniel's massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom, dust rising everywhere. But he quickly sprang back up, trying to regain his composure, stomping the ground hard, and charging at little guy again, ready to die. The audience watched the match, commenting on how powerful it was. It seemed like the Russian powerhouse had completely lost it this time. But honestly, I think that kid has strength. But when it comes to basic fighting skills, he is no match for the Russian. The spectators were confident Daniel would win because his combat experience was off the charts. After countless bloody battles, how could that kid possibly be his opponent? Last time, the Russian powerhouse even killed his master. The onlookers were full of themselves. Not realizing where they were, little guy was acting all cocky here. Do not they know that is a one-way ticket to disaster? Suddenly, seeing the situation turning grim, they grew worried. What do we do? Enli sighed helplessly. If you want to blame someone, blame little guy for not knowing his limits. Why provoke the Russian powerhouse? There is nothing we can do to help him now. Out of nowhere, little guy leaped up, and with a look of shock on Daniel's face, he delivered a fierce kick right to his head. The impact sent Daniel crashing to the ground. The crowd gasped in disbelief, and the onlookers were stunned, shouting, What? Little guy stood triumphantly on Daniel's spattered head, exuding an intimidating aura. Coldly, he said, You yield now. Daniel, eyes wide, refused to back down, shouting, I will never yield. Little guy kicked down harder, smashing Daniel's face into the ground. Not yielding. No worries. I specialize in dealing with those who refuse to submit. He kept kicking and asked again, Will you yield or not? With another powerful kick aimed at Daniel's head, little guy was losing his patience, demanding, Are you going to yield or not? The battlefield was soaked, turning into a deep pit, with Daniel's head completely buried beneath it. His mouth was stuffed with rocks, leaving him to mumble pathetically. Leufam smirked. Come on, look at this. The master you talked about is now under my foot. What do you have to say now? His words drove the guy insane with rage. Leufam, do not get too cocky. This is just the 7th challenge out of 100. There are still 93 left. You are dead for sure. He kicked the defeated Daniel aside and called out, Next. Bun V quickly wiped the sweat off his brow, and the next match began. The 8th challenge of the 100. A fiery opponent rushed in, ready to take on Leufam. Let me show you what I have got. But he was met with a swift uppercut, sending a few teeth flying. Leufam knocked his opponent out of the ring with a single blow. His expression remained unchanged as he coolly remarked, Way too weak. Next, the next challenger, Atula, charged in wielding a knife, shouting wildly, Die already. He channeled his power into his weapon. Kid. You are as good as dead. I am the assassin Atula, unmatched in speed. It is too late for you to run. Leufam swiftly dodged the slash, leaving his opponent stunned. What? He stared ahead, his face a mask of confusion. Where did he go? Leufam landed another blow, sending Atula flying. This is the so-called unmatched speed. Get wrecked. Vivia kept wiping his sweat and announced, "The 10th challenge is starting now." This time, Leufam did not want to waste time on each challenger. He smiled defiantly. No need for formality. Let all the remaining fighters come at once. Hearing Leufam's arrogant words, the spectators thought he had lost his mind. What? Let everyone else come up. This kid has only fought a few matches and dares to say that. They murmured. This guy is pushing it. He is not just cocky. He is off the rails. A few people chuckled mockingly, eager to see how this kid would get beaten down. Exactly. I can't believe he is so bold. Every time I hear this guy talk, it gives me a headache. She puffed her cheeks in frustration. I said I would go up and fight, but the master is doing it all himself, leaving me out of it. Sigh. The most smug among them thought Leufam was looking for trouble. Leufam, you brought this on yourself. I am getting quite the education here. Watching someone dig their own grave. Then he turned to urge Bun Vi. What are you waiting for? He has said it now. Hurry up and call everyone else up. He looked worried and hesitant. Well, Baimi did not dare to decide on his own. He had never competed in this kind of format before. I need to ask for Thaithu's guidance. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the hall. No need to ask for opinions. I agree. The Waichuwu smiled and appeared. You must be Leufam. Right, even though you are in a hurry to throw yourself into the fire. I still want to remind you. Next, you will face 91 masters. A swarm of insects can bring down an elephant. Even if you are a master, you can guarantee your life here, let alone just a regular person. But Leufam coldly replied. You do not need to worry about that. The Waithigu. If I want to borrow something from you. Daicha raised an eyebrow and asked. What is borrowing stuff? He crossed his arms and declared with an air of arrogance. It is not like it is anything valuable. Just something that belongs to someone else. Let me borrow it. His complete disregard for anyone's authority made him furious, slamming the table and charging forward, demanding to borrow my head. He better have the skill to back that up. Daicha pointed at the little guy and ordered his minions to move, pushing him forward, and instantly a crowd surged out, ready for a brawl. Dust was flying everywhere, like a storm warning that a bloody battle was about to erupt. To fire up the crowd to take down the little guy. He even offered a hefty reward. Whoever kills this brat today gets $100. Facing such a massive group of experts closing in, the little guy remained calm, quickly dodging their attacks, seizing the opportunity. He took them down one by one, casually racking up his score. Number 10. The guy he knocked out barely managed to grunt before the little guy sent another opponent flying with a kick. Number 11. Then, with a swift move, he hit the sneaky attacker right in the face. Number 12. A masked man screamed loudly. Hey kid, do not act so tough. Everyone, let us get him. The crowd of experts, pumped with adrenaline, charged at him, shouting, kill him, take this brat down. The little guy unleashed his strength, creating a gigantic hand. Then with a swift motion, sent the attackers flying. Screams erupted everywhere. Ah! The powerful gust from his attack made Daicha's expression change dramatically. One by one, the little guy took down his foes with single blows. Number 36. Another slash across the neck, and the fallen opponent crumpled to the ground. Number 37. The little guy blocked 5 punches from another attacker, then delivered a kick straight to the gut. Number 38. The crowd in the stands watched in awe, mouths agape. Oh my, is this even a human? This is way too fierce. In just a moment, he had already taken down nearly 50 of them.